Chapter 1031. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increased to 20,010 times. Beside my ears, the system's warning sound continued, and the danger level was still slowly rising. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and found himself in endless darkness. This dark world was raining a fluorescent green heavy rain, but in fact it was not rain, but countless flowing numbers. That was the pie that was still being calculated. There was still a person standing in the green rain of numbers, staring at Gao Yang quietly. That was another Gao Yang. I found the flaw, Gao Yang said expressionlessly. Gao Yang asked expressionlessly, what is it? Cat and water god. Gao Yang answered. Gao Yang asked, why? Neither of them exists. Gao Yang answered. Gao Yang asked, why? Only I know that the cat is dead, the dreamer doesn't know. In addition, Sister Ling's talent is not water god but frost, but I remembered it wrong. But the dreamer can't remember it wrong, both of which lead to the appearance of flaws. Gao Yang answered. Gao Yang asked, who is the dreamer you are talking about? Qilin. Gao Yang answered. Gao Yang asked, why is it Qilin, not someone else, or the enemy behind the door? I have evidence. The dream of Wanxiang is difficult to break, because it is the product of the consciousness of both the dreamer and the dreamer. It is both a beautiful dream prepared by Qilin for me, and a beautiful dream created by me. Qilin and I have bound me in the dream together. I have to defeat myself and the referee, which is very difficult. Gao Yang answered. Gao Yang asked, how can you be sure of this? Qilin told me. Gao Yang answered. Gao Yang asked, how could he tell you? Let me ask you, a person's dream cannot contain things beyond his cognition, do you agree? Gao Yang asked. Gao Yang answered, agree. Let me ask you again, the entire end-of-life therapy of artificial intelligence body involves psychology and philosophy knowledge, which is beyond my cognition, do you agree? Gao Yang asked. Gao Yang answered, agree. As a psychologist, it is very reasonable for Qilin to understand this knowledge, do you agree? Gao Yang asked. Gao Yang answered, agree. So Bodhi's words were not created by my cognition, but by Qilin's cognition, is it true? Gao Yang asked. Gao Yang answered, maybe it is true. From this, it can be concluded that this dream is the product of the common consciousness of me and Qilin. Is this true? Gao Yang asked. Gao Yang answered, maybe it is true. If the above is true, the flaw is true. Gao Yang said. Gao Yang asked, what is the necessary connection between them? In the dream, I can decide whether the cat is dead or not, because this is my dream, and it depends on my cognition, right? Gao Yang asked. Gao Yang replied, yes. If so, why do I think the cat is still there in the dream, but the person in the dream thinks the cat does not exist? Gao Yang asked. Gao Yang replied, because this is not your dream alone. Yes, this is a dream between Qilin and me, at least a dream with Qilin's intervention. In reality, the cat died, and no one except Bailu and I knew about this, not even Qilin. Therefore, in the dream, Qilin and I had a disagreement on this point, but we were unable to repair it in time, so the cat existed and did not exist. Is this a flaw? Gao Yang asked. Gao Yang answered, maybe. Speaking of water god, Johan reported to me the battle situation at Qingyang Bridge. Sister Ling's talent is frost, but I mistakenly remembered it as water god. I can't make such a mistake, so it's not my intention. I was disturbed. It was Qilin who made me remember it wrong. Gao Yang said. Gao Yang asked, why? I guess that Qilin did use water god to create that rain, but through other means, ways that I didn't expect. Qilin didn't want me to notice this, because it might remind me, let me find the flaws, find the real save point, and break the dream. So Qilin used the trick to tamper with a little of my memory, so that Sister Ling's frost in my memory became water god. As long as this information is established, everything that happens afterwards will be logical and leak-proof. Gao Yang said. Gao Yang asked, what do you mean by the save point? The real time and place of my Vangxiang. Gao Yang said. Gao Yang asked, when? Where? At the north gate of Qinghe Park, after I got off the car, I was hit by Wanxiang the moment I was caught in the rain. That was the real save point. Everything that happened afterwards was a dream. Gao Yang answered. Gao Yang asked, what is the basis? That rain was created by water god. Every drop of rain contains the spiritual power of Wanxiang. Qilin has reached double level 8. Water god may have been realized by himself, or by his subordinates, and then used by his Guhuang. Qilin didn't want me to notice this the moment I was caught in the rain, so he tampered with Sister Ling's talent in my memory to make everything that followed smoother and more reasonable. Gao Yang answered. Gao Yang said, "No, if all you experience after getting wet in the rain was a dream, how would you know that Qilin's talent has reached double level 8? This is just the content of the dream. This goes back to the premise I mentioned. The dream is created by Qilin and my cognition. Especially what happened before pushing the door was the product of the collision between my cognition and Qilin's cognition based on real information. If the battle started in reality, the whole trend might be similar to the deduction in the dream. This is the victory dream he prepared for me," Gao Yang said. Gao Yang said nothing. Qilin made a nested design in this dream. In the first dream, the death battle in Qinghe Park, Qilin won first and deliberately revealed a fact to me. I was hit by one xiang the moment I got off the car at the north gate of the park and got wet in the rain, but this was only part of the truth. Then, the dream arranged for the dragon to appear and kill Qilin, so that I could win. Gao Yang said nothing. The second dream started when I opened the door to the end. It was a dream within a dream. I knew that the cyber world was all a dream, but I couldn't wake up. Even if I woke up, I was still in a dream, so I could only sink," Gao Yang said. Gao Yang was silent. I always thought that the dream started from the moment I pushed the door open. I thought that was the save point. I never thought that the dream started from the moment I got out of the car and got wet in the rain. Qilin's partial confession made me no longer doubt that at that moment, he used a false save point to cover the real save point, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang was silent. I had two more dreams in the dream within a dream, that is, the cyber world. It was a dream deep in my consciousness. It was the third dream created by the so-called true self. In that dream, I wanted to save myself, but my cognition had fallen into the trap designed by Qilin, and it was difficult to find where the problem was, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang said nothing. The first time, I dreamed of the moment when I pushed the door. This was a false save point, and I failed to save myself. The second time, I dreamed of before the battle. At this time, I had not entered Qilin's dream, and the save point did not exist. I failed to save myself. The real save point is here and now, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang said nothing. I am still at the north gate of Qinghe Park. I was hit by Qilin's Wanxiang. If I am lucky, I am not dead yet, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang said nothing. I want to wake up now. Do you agree? Gao Yang said. Gao Yang smiled. Gao Yang, you are so lucky. The heavy rain composed of flashing fluorescent numbers is still falling. The world is meticulous, cold, and silent. Ding. Suddenly, time stopped and the green rain stopped. The smiling Gao Yang dissolved like bubbles in the water, turning into a string of green numbers. These numbers quickly entangled and finally outlined a fluorescent fish. Air fish. Then, the fish opened its mouth and spit out a green bubble. Wow! The next second, the air fish disintegrated and turned into a large piece of fluorescent numbers, blending into the still rain of numbers all over the sky. After a while, the rain disappeared, and all the fluorescent numbers returned to darkness. Between heaven and earth, only the green bubble was left, which slowly floated to Gao Yang's eyes, and slowly turned into a number. 9. Pi calculated. Chapter 1032. Misty World, leaving the city. Late at night, Qinghe Park, Qinghe Lake. At this moment, Qinghe Lake is experiencing a reverse rain. Countless water drops feel the call of some kind of gravity, separate from the lake surface, fly into the sky, and then spread out in all directions. In the air 30 meters above the lake, a thin woman is floating. She opens her arms and looks up at the sky. Her eyes are flashing green light, like two pieces of jade that are about to melt. The girl's light golden hair spreads out, dancing wildly, and the water elements around her are also spinning at high speed. She is Yushi from the Haichuan group, who just realized the new talent water got a few days ago. At this moment, she is acting as the water pump for this artificial rain. There is a relief with a green vertical eye on her forehead, which is the mark of Lonely Emperor. This is a combination of level 8 All Things and level 8 Puppet Master. Once a contract is signed with the target can be spirit controlled. The so-called soul control is to make the target integrated with oneself. Yushi's talent is Qilin's. In other words, Qilin's talent can also be Yushi's. Now, the person who is activating Water God is both Yushi and Qilin. Under the blessing of Qilin's extraordinary spiritual power, Yushi's level 4 Water God is successfully upgraded through the miracle rune, which is enough to create a heavy rain, and it is a heavy rain with the spiritual power of all things. The water level of Qinghe Lake has dropped to 2/3, and a group of people are standing in the octagonal pavilion in the center of the lake. They are Li in a wheelchair, Tang Qi, Jiang Hao, Daji, Anonymous, Dofu, Han Cicada, and Zhu Ke, Ming Yang, and Wang Weiyin, who were hostages. On the curved corridor connecting the pavilion and the lakeshore, two men stood, one in front and one behind. Qilin wore a dark slim-fit suit, with a black gold Qilin brooch pinned on his thin tie, and his slightly long chestnut hair was combed back. Under the black-framed glasses, his right eye was gray and cold, and his left eye was deep and dark green. He seemed to be looking straight ahead, but in fact his attention had already drifted further away. Zhang Wei stood behind Qilin, holding a long-handled black umbrella for Qilin to prevent him from getting wet. During the 10 minutes, when Qilin controlled Yushi to create heavy rain, Zhang Wei had at least 10,000 thoughts of sneaking up on Qilin. But he didn't dare, even if Qilin had his back to him. Even if most of Qilin's attention was elsewhere, he still didn't dare. He was too weak, and it was impossible for him to kill Qilin with his bare hands. Even if he had a pistol in his hand, no, a dagger, he might dare to gamble his life once. At this moment, the three hostages in the octagonal pavilion had blank expressions and looked dazed. The other members of the Haichuan group had solemn faces, and were angry, but dared not speak. Qilin, Li, who was in a wheelchair, spoke again. Enough. Stop. If you continue like this, Yushi's body will not be able to bear it. Qilin ignored him, and looked straight ahead. Qilin, did you hear me? Li shouted again. Qilin still did not respond. Tang keyed. Go and save Yushi. Li looked at the middle-aged man next to him. He was thin, with gray hair and blue eyes, and his face was pale and gloomy like a zombie. Tang Qi did not move. Tang keyed. Are you deaf too? Li shouted. Sorry, Madam Li, I can't do it. Tang Qi sneered in his heart. Disobeying your orders is just a scolding. Disobeying Qilin, I'm afraid the next living puppet will be me. I do it. Lu Ding watched her good friend Yushi being tortured, and her heart had long been tormented. She didn't care about being afraid at this time. She was about to step out of the pavilion, but she stopped the next second. Because Zhang Wei, who was holding an umbrella for Qilin, turned around and glared at Lu Ding fiercely. This look made Lu Ding regain a lot of rationality. Yushi was just suffering from the damage that did not belong to her own energy at the moment, and her life was not in danger, but if she disobeyed Qilin, she might kill herself and Yushi. Lu Ding gritted her teeth, her eyes were red, and her body was shaking with anger, but she finally shook her head and retreated to Li. After a few seconds, Qilin's eyes suddenly focused, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gao Yang, you are finally here. Zhang Wei's heart sank. Damn it! Qilin was not in a hurry to take the next step. He was still observing, and waiting to ensure that all the main forces of Jussi, and the 12 zodiac signs entered the heavy rain. Qilin turned around and looked at Zhang Wei, who was holding an umbrella for him. Do you remember what we talked about that night at Qingyang Bridge? Talking about MLGB. Zhang Wei cursed in his heart, but he was submissive on the surface, trying to recall the conversation at that time. I remember, you said that the ultimate mission of mankind is to exist. Qilin nodded, feeling happy. What else? You said, no matter what the price, mankind must exist. Qilin still smiled. The desire to survive made Zhang Wei continue to recall. You also said that being alive does not mean existing. Haha, I didn't expect you to remember it. Qilin was a little surprised. Of course he remembered it. Zhang Wei boasted to many people about the scene of himself, and Wang Zika running wild, and knocking Qilin down. He remembered every detail of that night clearly. President Qilin, I am at a low level, and really don't understand. Zhang Wei was humble and cautious. This person can't live anymore. So what's the point of existence? Living is just one form of human existence, and it's a low-level form. Oh, I understand a little bit. Zhang Wei nodded hurriedly. After a moment of silence, he asked again, so you plan to live forever? Live forever. Qilin pondered the word and smiled faintly. You can understand it this way. Everyone will live forever except me. Qilin paused, then looked at Zhang Wei again, and you. Zhang Wei's back was cold, and he almost ran away. He tried to control his fear and continued to ask, you want to kill me? I thought about killing you before. Qilin said calmly, you are my biggest obstacle besides Gao Yang and Long, but now, there is no need. Then will you spare my life? Zhang Wei continued to ask. Qilin nodded. I won't kill you, but you can't survive. Why? You can't escape the doomsday. Qilin said. Ah. Zhang Wei understood a little. You mean, you can lead everyone to escape the doomsday, but you and I can't? Wait, why can't we, but everyone else can? Qilin smiled. Ah. I know, because I am immune to all things. You plan to let everyone be affected by all things, but I can't be affected, And you can't be affected, so you and I can't live forever. Everyone can. Qilin nodded slightly. Although I only guessed a little bit right, it's already very good. Haha, thank you. Zhang Wei smiled. I must inform Brother Yang. I can't let him fall into the trap. But what should I do? I can't do anything. I'm a waste. Zhang Wei's thoughts were in a mess, and he was distracted. He found that Qilin was no longer by his side, but was floating above Qinghe Lake. Chapter 1033. Qilin passed through the heavy rain and came to the controlled Yushi. He raised his hand lightly, and the water god energy in Yushi's body was materialized into a ball of blue light, which turned into countless silk threads and instantly drilled into Qilin's 5 fingers. Then, under the control of telekinesis, Yushi slowly landed in the pavilion. Yushi, Lu Ding, with tears blurred, immediately stepped forward and hugged his unconscious companion. Qilin above the lake opened his arms and raised them up. Suddenly, the energy of Water God was twice as strong as before, and countless water drops rushed out of the lake, rushed into the sky, and spread in all directions. In just a dozen seconds, the remaining 1/3 of the lake water was completely emptied. Qilin was soaked through, and a blurry green light flickered under his shirt and tie, where a fist-sized green vertical eye was hidden. This was the combination of the spiritual rune and the summoning rune after the Awakener fused. The talent it combined was called Lonely Emperor. Qilin lowered his head and looked at Zhang Wei in the heavy rain, shouting, Zhang Wei, don't blink, the show is about to begin. Suddenly, Li saw the future 10 seconds later. No! She shouted, her face full of disbelief. Her eyes were full of absurdity and shock. No, this is impossible. It's impossible. Qilin, what do you want to do? Stop it! It was too late. Qilin had already opened his arms and looked up at the night sky. His eyes bloomed with dazzling green light, and his chest burst out with syllables that shook the sky. 10,000. Elephant. Return. 1. Swoosh. The huge spiritual energy exploded from the Qilin's body, turning into thousands of green tiny lightning bolts that jumped wildly with raindrops as the medium. In just a moment, they spread out a semicircular shock wave. The bigger the rain, the bigger the green mental shock wave. All the selected targets in the rain were not spared. Even Zhang Wei, who had confidence, felt the power and strangeness of this mental force. He felt numb all over and felt a slight falling feeling on the back of his head. The souls in his body seemed to be slightly pried by some force, and it took a long time for them to return to their positions. Voila voila. Over Qinghe Lake, the heavy rain that was flowing against the flow returned to normal, and fell from the sky. Zhang Wei was instantly soaked. He wiped the rain off his face, and looked back at the pavilion. Everyone was unconscious, either leaning on a wheelchair or lying on the ground. Everyone had a dazed look in their eyes, flashing green light, and muttering something in their mouths. They were all in a dream. Zhang Wei wanted to rush over and shout to wake everyone up, but reason told him that he was looking for death. At some point, Qilin slowly landed in front of Zhang Wei. He was soaked, pale, panting slightly. A strand of chestnut hair fell down and rested on his forehead. His state could almost be described as weak. The move just now was the ultimate skill of the 8th level All Things returned to 1. With the help of this heavy rain, all the awakened people in the Qinghe Park area entered a deep dream, and it was impossible for them to wake up on their own without external forces. Among them, the dreams of 2 people were tailor-made by Qilin, which consumed a lot of his mental strength and energy. These 2 people were Gao Yang and Mr. Li. Gao Yang's dream was called Victory Dream, and Mr. Li's dream was called Curse Abyss Destruction. Qilin started preparing for these 2 dreams a long time ago. Although his All Things was only level 7 at that time, it could still be activated in a one-on-one situation. In fact, Qilin also prepared a dream called the Gate of the End, which was tailor-made for Long, but Long did not appear tonight. Based on Qilin's understanding of Long, since Long has not appeared yet, it means that he will not appear again. He is indeed still hibernating. He may have a bigger plan, but Qilin doesn't care. Qilin's move consumed a huge amount of energy. He took the initiative to cut off the control of all the corpse puppets, and at the same time took out an energy potion from his pocket and stabbed it into his body in front of Zhang Wei. He exhaled lightly, and the energy in his body began to recover slowly. It would take several days to fully recover, but it would be possible to recover to 50% in a short time. 50%, it is enough. He still has a suicidal killer, which can help him complete the plan smoothly. Qilin looked at Zhang Wei with a smile. Only you and I are left as awakened ones. No! There is still the dragon. Zhang Wei knew that Qilin's plot had succeeded, And he was so unwilling that he even contradicted Qilin. The dragon will definitely stop you. Qilin looked at Zhang Wei indifferently. Maybe the dragon can stop me, but as long as I get the 12 runes, the dragon will no longer be my opponent. That's not necessarily true. Zhang Wei was almost deceiving himself. He couldn't give up hope, otherwise he would collapse. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on the dragon he didn't like. The dragon is the master. Even without the runes, it's okay. Zhang Wei, you misunderstood. Qilin interrupted slowly. I mean, when I get the 12 runes, I don't have to fight the dragon anymore. He can do whatever he wants. It doesn't matter. Zhang Wei was stunned. What, do you mean? In the words of the delusion beast. Qilin smiled faintly. I'm going to hand in the paper. Zhang Wei frowned, feeling that his head was in a mess. He seemed to have grasped something, but he didn't grasp it completely. Let's go, get the rune first. Qilin had an extra crutch in his hand. He held the crutch with his not-so-sensitive prosthesis and limped along the curved corridor on the lake, leisurely like taking a walk. For Qilin, the thing he had the most tonight was time. Zhang Wei hesitated, wiped his wet hair up hard, and quickly followed Qilin. This time, he no longer followed behind Qilin, but walked beside him. These days, Zhang Wei had had enough of the servile and obedient acting. He thought to himself, anyway, it's going to be over, I want to be myself before I die. Qilin didn't feel offended by Zhang Wei's change of attitude, and even felt a little relieved. Zhang Wei. Qilin spoke leisurely, as if chatting with an old friend. I used to think, since Song Dao pointed out the only way for me, and gave me the power to walk on this road, why did he set up confidence as an obstacle for me? You are a natural enemy of me. You almost killed me last time, and all the plans of Jiangyi, and I went down the drain. Maybe he is afraid that you will be proud, so he wants you to know that there are always people better than you. Zhang Wei said sarcastically. No, he probably pities me. Qilin smiled. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to respond. This road is really lonely. Qilin still smiled. Song Dao was afraid that I couldn't bear this loneliness, so he gave me a short witness. Zhang Wei was dumbfounded. Wait, is it my illusion? Why did I feel that Qilin was a little fragile just now? When I heard him say this, I even felt that he was a little pitiful and wronged, and I couldn't help but sympathize with him. No! This must be Wan Xiang interfering with me. Zhang Wei, wake up, don't fall into the trap. Zhang Wei, listen carefully, I have to tell you one thing first, and it is the most important thing. Qilin walked out of the corridor, and came to the lakeside. He leaned on a cane, and stepped on the stone steps step by step, and soon stood on the top. He slowly turned sideways, and looked at Zhang Wei, who was still stunned at the stone steps. The gate of the inn does not exist at all. Chapter 1034. Zhang Wei's stunned expression froze little by little. After a long time, he finally spoke. What did you say? Qilin smiled and turned away. Wait! Zhang Wei strode up the steps, caught up with Qilin, and stopped him. What did you say just now? Qilin slowly bypassed Zhang Wei, and continued to move forward. You heard it all, but you still can't accept it. Of course I can't accept it. Who can accept it if it's a normal person? Zhang Wei chased him again, his emotions a little out of control. Qilin, don't fucking play with me. Can you give me a quick death? Am I dreaming too? Pa. Zhang Wei slapped himself hard. Wake up. Wake up. Qilin ignored him, and slightly quickened his pace. Soon, he turned to the left side of the road, and came to a green belt. There was a big mud pit on the grass in front of him. There was a person in it, who was the Tengu who fell from a high altitude. Tengu, as an awakened being, has a different physique from ordinary people, but he was still seriously injured after falling from a height of thousands of meters. His internal organs were all injured, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. His eyes were wide open, flashing with a magical green light, his lips slightly parted, and he whispered, Mom, don't go. I won't cry anymore, and I won't faint again. I'm not hungry at all. Don't leave me, I don't want to be alone. The energy in Qilin's body slowly recovered, and he reconnected to the flower puppet, obtained telekinesis, and activated it. Tengu's bloodstained shirt bulged, and the elemental runes hidden in the inner pocket flew out from the seam of the clothes, and slowly flew to Qilin's eyes. Qilin examined it for a few seconds, and eliminated the danger. Then, Qilin took the rune, and with a light turn of his bony fingers, the elemental rune disappeared. Qilin squatted down, took out the sea potion he carried with him, and injected it into Tengu. Wow! Tengu spat out a mouthful of blood and began to groan, and the injuries in his body began to heal. Qilin held Tengu's hand. In less than 10 seconds, Tengu's eyebrows bulged, and a relief of a green vertical eye gradually appeared. It was the contract mark of Lonely Emperor. Then, Tengu stood up, wiped the blood off his face, and looked straight ahead. "Stay where you are," Qilin said. "Yes," Tengu replied. Qilin waved his hand, and took away the flying talent in Tengu's body. He turned to look at Zhang Wei. "Let's go." After witnessing what Qilin did to Tengu, Zhang Wei's fear of Qilin suddenly returned. He restrained his previous arrogant attitude, and walked towards Qilin obediently. Qilin extended his cane to Zhang Wei. "Hold on tight." Zhang Wei guessed what Qilin was going to do, and immediately grabbed the cane with both hands. The next second, Qilin flew into the air, dragging Zhang Wei to the sky above Qinghe Park. After a while, the two landed in an amusement park area and continued to walk inside. Zhang Wei finally couldn't help but ask, "Does the gate of the end really not exist?" Qilin nodded. "If you want to believe it, I will continue to say it." "Believe it, you don't have to lie to me at all," Zhang Wei said. Qilin smiled and nodded. "The gate of the end is just something I made up. But anger, ignorance, greed, delusion, life and death are all empty. Life is short, and it's just a dream." Qilin repeated, "Have you heard this sentence?" "I've heard of it." Zhang Wei nodded. "Who did you hear it from?" Qilin asked. "Sister Ying," Zhang Wei said. "Sister Ying seems to have heard it from Yang Gaoang. Well, this sentence has been circulating since the Xianmen era, and no one knows who was the first person to say it." Zhang Wei didn't say anything, knowing that Qilin had more to say. "Based on this sentence, Master Jiang and I invented a door to the end for all awakened people. At the beginning, the door to the end was a symbol. It symbolized the truth behind the foggy world, and our original intention was to drive everyone to find the 12 runes together. Later, this door gradually became a concrete door, an exit to escape from the foggy world, and a hope. This is too ridiculous." Zhang Wei still couldn't accept it. Why do people believe it so easily? "Zhang Wei, have you seen a ghost?" "Not a ghost from the ghost group." Zhang Wei shook his head. "Have you seen a god?" Qilin asked again. Zhang Wei shook his head. "Whether it's a ghost or a god, everyone is talking about it, but no one has ever seen it." Qilin smiled. "The gate of the end also exists like this." "No, it's still not right." Zhang Wei found the problem. "Long should have lived longer than you, and he has always wanted to open the door. He can't have been deceived by you, right? Long believes that there is a true ending to the foggy world, or there is a master key that can reveal the answers to all puzzles. This is what he is pursuing. Long has not been deceived by anyone, but he is too obsessed with the truth. Whether it's the gate of the end I mentioned or the boat ticket that Songmu taught, the form doesn't matter. Long believes that there must be such an ultimate exit, or order." At this point, Qilin smiled. He is really too persistent. Maybe this is the side effect of domination. People who are used to dominating everything cannot accept that the essence of the world is chaos and disorder. Qilin turned and looked at Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei, there is no ultimate exit at all. There is no solution, no answer, and no hope here. The foggy world is not a card table, not a game, or even a nightmare. It is a vortex that keeps sinking, a dead end that cannot be exited, and nothingness and extinction." Zhang Wei's brain is experiencing a prehistoric storm, and his cognition is overturned again. After a long while, he returned to the topic at the beginning. "Does the door really not exist?" "It does not exist." While Qilin was talking, he had come to a pink fairy tale style carousel. The carousel started, the lights flashed, and the music was joyful. Dohu carried a huge sword on his back, and sat on a small wooden horse with his tall body. He held a steel pipe in his hands, his eyes flashed with a devilish green light, and he kept muttering, "Come on. Continue. Is that all your strength? You old immortal. Weren't you very good at fighting before?" Qilin used the same trick again, got the damage rune from Dohu, and then activated Lonely Emperor, turning Dohu into his living puppet. "Stand by," Qilin said. "Yes." Dohu pulled out the black gold giant sword on his back and inserted it at his feet, his expression more serious than ever. Qilin took Zhang Wei and flew again, and soon arrived at a chain fast food restaurant in the park rest area. Qilin landed in the small square in front of the restaurant. During the flight, Zhang Wei tried to digest Qilin's words and felt more desperate. He did not give up and asked, "But how do you know this? How can you be so sure? What if you are wrong? What if Long or Songmu's sect is right? I understand how you feel at the moment." Qilin walked towards the fast food restaurant. "At first, I couldn't accept this truth, and my best friend couldn't accept it either." "Best friend?" Zhang Wei frowned. As someone who never let go of any gossip, he immediately thought of someone. Lucci. Yeah. Qilin's eyes flashed a trace of loss. In the end, I chose to accept it, and worked out the Euro plan with Master Jiang. But Lucci, he neither accepted the established ending of this world nor our Euro plan. So you killed Lucci. Zhang Wei was shocked. Chapter 1035. Qilin stopped, slowly looked aside, and smiled. Zhang Wei, in your eyes, am I so unbearable? Zhang Wei knew that he had said something wrong, and avoided Qilin's gaze. I didn't lie to you. Lucci committed suicide. Qilin's tone was a little sad. He said that at least he could choose death. This was his last resistance to the foggy world. Zhang Wei wanted to say something, opened his mouth, and closed it again. I was very shocked at the time. Qilin's mouth showed a trace of bitterness. I thought that even if others didn't understand the Euro plan, at least Lucci could understand it, but he didn't understand it either, and he didn't agree with it. Qilin sighed. From that day on, I didn't expect anyone to understand me. No matter how lonely this road is, I will walk it alone. So, you made up the gate of the end and lied to everyone that they could open the door by collecting 12 runes. It was all for this plan. Zhang Wei asked. Yes. Why the hell do you make decisions for all of us? Why do you think you are right? Are you seriously ill? Zhang Wei cursed in his heart, but he tried his best to restrain himself. How do you know you will succeed? How do you know that the 12 runes can help you realize your plan? Qilin was in no hurry to explain. He gently pushed open the glass door of the fast food restaurant. Zhang Wei was stunned. He thought about whether to turn around and run now, but finally reason made him go in obediently. The restaurant, which had closed long ago, was very quiet. The lights were yellow, and the air was still filled with a faint aroma of fried food and cream. A man in sportswear was sitting at the table by the window. There was a cup of iced Coke on the table. He should have gone to the backstage to get it. Gregor's hair was disheveled and his face was greasy. He leaned his head against the glass window, his eyes flashing green, and a smile on his lips, a perfect ending. Even punctuation marks are irreplaceable. Haha, I am indeed a genius. A minute later, Qilin took away the poison rune from Gregor's body and turned him into a living puppet under Lonely Emperor. Stay where you are. Qilin turned and left the restaurant. Yes. Gregor stood up with a whoosh. Soon, Qilin took Zhang Wei with him and flew to a bamboo forest in the park. The moonlight was cold and was cut into pieces by the bamboo leaves. It was not convenient to chat during the flight. As soon as the two landed, Zhang Wei couldn't wait to ask, how do you know what the 12 runes will do? Because of the miracle rune. Qilin replied. Zhang Wei was startled, you mean? You know these through the miracle rune? To be precise, I peeked through the miracle rune. Qilin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was heavier. The miracle rune has many functions, one of which you can understand as a directory. Directory? If the Misty World is a book, the miracle rune is the directory of this book. When you read the title of the directory, you will roughly know the ending of the book. Zhang Wei was half believing and half doubting. Then can I read it? I want to see it too. Qilin was stunned for a second, and suddenly laughed. Do you think this is an easy thing? Zhang Wei didn't speak. Qilin tapped his lame leg with his cane. I can only see it with the 7th level all things. I just peeked and almost died. After waking up, this leg was forever lame. It's what he deserves. Oh, that's quite dangerous. Zhang Wei forced himself to hold back his gloating smile. Qilin turned around and walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. More than danger, it's loneliness. This is destined to be a road that no one understands. Zhang Wei was muttering in his heart. This Qilin emphasized twice that he was lonely. It seems that he is really lonely. Speaking of which, except for Master Jiang, he doesn't even have a human friend who can tell the truth. These secrets and plans have been hidden for decades. In the end, even if he succeeds, no one will know what he has done. It's really perverted. Zhang Wei's thoughts are flying. Qilin has found Kyo and Lei hiding in the bamboo forest. The two girls fell to the ground in their night clothes, their eyes wide open, green light flashing, and whispering in their sleep. Kyo's face was filled with tears of joy and self-blame. Great, you finally woke up. I've implicated you. A person like me is not worth saving. Lei's face was filled with fear. No, I don't want to die here. I want to live a long life. I want to live to the end. Qilin activated telekinesis, searched for auxiliary runes from Kyo, and took them away, and at the same time turned Kyo and Lei into living puppets one after another. In theory, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. If Qilin can lead everyone to the vicinity of Qinghe Lake, He only needs 2 or 3 minutes to quietly turn everyone into living puppets, and only consumes 1/3 of the energy. After that, he can immediately use all the talents of the living puppets, which can be said to be blood money. But doing so is also very risky. When dealing with Gao Yang, Qilin can't be too careful. After weighing the pros and cons, he still chose the all things return to one which consumes a lot of energy, and didn't give Gao Yang a chance to get close, and decided the outcome with one move. The price is that even if Qilin is injected with energy potion, he can only recover to 50% slowly at most. Therefore, Qilin has to use such a rigid method now, taking the rune and signing a few living puppets at the same time. In fact, whether signing the puppets or not, the ending is the same. But Qilin is used to being cautious. He will never be careless until the moment of success. He must make multiple insurances for everything to deal with emergencies. Stand by, Qilin said. Yes, the two girls standing at attention said in unison. Qilin closed his eyes, and used all things returned to one to control the targets to continue searching for the last 3 runes, and soon got the results. The farthest strengthening rune is on Qingling, 1 kilometer away. The Guardian rune and the Space-Time rune are 500 meters away, at the north gate of the park. The holder Qilin is very familiar with Gao Yang, who has fallen into the sweet dream of victory. Qilin stretched out his crutches to Zhang Wei. Go. This time, Zhang Wei did not obey the order immediately. On the one hand, he was really curious, and on the other hand, he wanted to delay time. Although it was useless, he could delay for a while. Qilin, what exactly is the Euro plan? Zhang Wei shouted boldly. Since you want me to be a witness, let me be a thorough witness. Qilin smiled and took the initiative to walk towards Zhang Wei. You can guess. Zhang Wei did have some guesses in his mind. Do you want everyone to live in your dream, where time is infinite, and this is what you call eternal life? Qilin shook his head. Not enough. Not enough? It seems that the direction of thinking is correct. Zhang Wei used his imagination and immediately had a bolder idea. I know. You not only want everyone to live in dreams forever, but also let everyone live in the same dream. This is the ideal country you created for everyone. Qilin shook his head. Not enough. Chapter 1036. Not enough? What else does Qilin want to do? Zhang Wei really couldn't think of anything. He looked at Qilin. Can you give me another hint? Qilin had already walked to Zhang Wei's side. He had long seen through Zhang Wei's intention to delay time. He was not angry. He firmly grasped Zhang Wei's arm and lifted him up slowly. On the way to the north gate of the park, Qilin gave a hint. If it is just the above purpose, I should be able to do it with the 8th level all things without the 12 runes. That's right. Zhang Wei was convinced. You are so obsessed with the 12 runes, there must be a reason. Give you another hint. Qilin smiled. The fog will eventually swallow up this world, and everything will cease to exist, but there is one thing that can be spared. Zhang Wei was startled while flying. The night wind blowing in his face made him shudder all over. His voice trembled slightly. That thing, is it the 12 runes? Qilin smiled and agreed. It's not humans who are immortal, it's the 12 runes. Zhang Wei felt a chill down his spine. Qilin still smiled. Euro project. Euro. Zhang Wei seemed to have connected everything, and he shouted, I know. Tell me about it. You and Mr. Jiang want to collect 12 runes to create a Euro that spins forever and never disappears. This is the Euro project. Qilin pushed his glasses, not bad, very close to the truth. While talking, Qilin and Zhang Wei landed at the north gate of the park. All the workers at the construction site at the gate were unconscious and fell into the water. There was a commercial vehicle parked on the roadside at the main entrance, with the door open and no one inside. All the people in the car had gotten out, but they were also in a coma. The horse was far from the car, about 10 meters away, and fell to the ground, soaking wet. Nana fell between the horse and the car. As soon as Chinning got off the car, she knelt down beside the front tire and fell asleep with her head tilted. They all opened their eyes wide, glowing green, and sank into their own dreams. The only difference was Gao Yang, who was almost at the entrance of the park and did not fall down. Zhang Wei was shocked. Gao Yang did not get Wenxiang. In just a second, his heart, which had just been ignited, fell into the ice cave again. Gao Yang also got Wenxiang, but this black-haired boy in a black windbreaker did not fall to the ground. Just standing upright in the same place, his eyes were dazed, green light flashing, and he muttered to himself, Fake. All fake. Don't try to deceive me. Qilin walked towards Gao Yang calmly, with a flash of admiration in his eyes. You are worthy of you. You can still be so firm even in dreams, but it's a pity that willpower alone cannot defeat my beautiful dream. Soon, Qilin came in front of Gao Yang and stared at him quietly. A few seconds later, he smiled with sympathy. Gao Yang, I have taken you through this journey. The rest of the journey is up to you. Qilin raised his right hand, and a rune from Gao Yang's windbreaker pocket immediately flew out and hovered in front of Qilin. It was the Guardian rune. Qilin eliminated the risk, took the rune, and activated telekinesis again. This time, Gao Yang's windbreaker was opened, and the space-time rune in the inner pocket flew out. Qilin's eyes twitched. No, the space-time rune was connected to a thread of some kind of secret energy. Qilin retreated at high speed, but it was too late. Swish. The thing connected to the space-time rune was a thin black gold ring injected with mixed innate energy. This was the mouse trap invented by Dr. Jia overnight. Once the space-time rune leaves Gao Yang's body, the mouse trap will be activated immediately. He will forcefully activate the 3 moves in Gao Yang's body: illusion, teleport, absolute defense. Gao Yang, who was trapped in a dream, conjured up an illusion and launched teleport towards Qilin. Even if Qilin retreated immediately, it would be in vain as long as he did not escape the distance of teleportation. In an instant, Qilin was hugged tightly from behind by Gao Yang's illusion. Qilin immediately launched all things to suppress Gao Yang. Ding. The moment Gao Yang's illusion hugged Qilin, the absolute barrier the size of a telephone booth unfolded, immediately trapping Gao Yang's illusion and Qilin in it. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang's illusion disappeared without the need for Qilin to kill it. Qilin, who was trapped in the trap, punched the absolute barrier fiercely. It was useless. He immediately launched Solitary King and decided to control the living puppet to kill Gao Yang, thereby breaking the absolute barrier. It was useless. Absolute barrier will last for 10 minutes, defending everything and isolating everything. Without Gao Yang's permission, nothing outside the barrier can be associated with Qilin. Everything happened so suddenly that Zhang Wei was stunned. It took him a long time to realize that the situation seemed to have undergone a shocking reversal. I mute. 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 Zhang Wei cursed. So this is how mousetraps are used. Brother Yang is awesome. Dr. Jia is awesome. Zhang Wei almost cried with joy. He turned his head to look at Qilin and suddenly raised his middle finger at him. Then he ran quickly to Gao Yang, grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. Brother Yang, wake up. Stop dreaming. It's fake. It's just a dream. A dream? Gao Yang's eyes were dazed, mumbling to himself, and he couldn't hear Zhang Wei's words at all. Zhang Wei was so anxious that he wanted to slap Gao Yang, but he knew it was useless. The dream created by the 8th level, all things could not be broken by pain. Suddenly, Zhang Wei thought of the scene of giving psychological hints to Wang Zikai. Yes. Since my confidence can be given to Wang Zikai, I can definitely give it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Zhang Wei shouted, you can wake up, believe in yourself, you can definitely wake up. Hearing his own name, Gao Yang's eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he really heard Zhang Wei shout in his dream. There is hope. Zhang Wei immediately grasped the hope. Gao Yang was very familiar with his name, which could stimulate him, but it was not enough. There had to be a stronger stimulation. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Gao Yang. Zhang Wei leaned close to his ear and shouted, your grandmother is dead. Your parents are dead. Officer Huang is dead. Shiran is dead. Ronnie is dead. Grizzly is dead. Man Snake is dead. Ken is dead. All the 5 groups are dead. Suzaku is going to die too. Gao Yang. Wake up! If you don't wake up, everyone will die. Qing Ling is going to die. Gao Xinqi is going to die. Everyone you love is going to die. Gao Yang. You are a fucking waste. You can't protect anyone. How dare you sleep? Gao Yang. Dead, everyone is dead. Wang Zikai is dead. Chu Xue is dead. All are dead. Did you hear it? Gao Yang. Wake up! Wake up! Chapter 1037. Zhang Wei didn't know how long he had been swearing. He was sweating, his mouth was dry, and his throat was about to smoke. He had already been talking nonsense. But even so, Gao Yang still didn't wake up. Zhang Wei was completely at a loss for words, and could only repeat his name. Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Gao Yang. The urgent and desperate cries echoed in the silent streets. Behind Zhang Wei was the Qilin trapped in the absolute barrier. Zhang Wei didn't know the exact time when the barrier would fail, but he knew it wouldn't be long. There was always a terrible picture in his mind. The barrier was broken, and the Qilin rushed out quickly, piercing his back with the black gold cane and crushing his heart. The imagined picture was like a poisonous snake, crawling up his back along his heels, then wrapping around his neck, spitting out cold tongues, touching his ears. Zhang Wei didn't even look back. He couldn't and didn't dare to waste time. He might die in the next second, but Gao Yang might wake up in the next second. Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Zhang Wei grabbed Gao Yang's shoulders and shouted at the top of his lungs. He was the sober one, but his legs were shaking and he could hardly stand. Finally he cried, his face full of snot and tears, "Gao Yang, I beg you. Wake up! You can't fall here, we can't lose to Qilin. Gao Yang, you are the most powerful person I have ever seen. You will definitely wake up. Sometimes I don't even believe in myself, but I believe in you, I have never doubted you. Gao Yang, you are the heir of God. A hero. A savior. Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Ding. Zhang Wei was startled. At that moment, he heard the crisp sound of glass breaking. The absolute barrier was lifted. Swish. Half a second later, an oppressive wind sounded behind Zhang Wei, like the dancing cloak of the god of death. He still lost. At that moment, Zhang Wei gave up. His brain had automatically simulated the pain of being stabbed in the chest, as if death would not be so terrible as long as he prepared in advance. Death did not come. Ding. Qilin did rush behind Zhang Wei and stabbed his heart with a cane, but was blocked by a translucent golden energy shield. Zhang Wei only felt a bright golden light flashing behind him. He did not look back, tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked at Gao Yang in front of him with surprise and joy. Only then did he realize that Gao Yang, who was dazed, had closed his eyes at some point. The next second, the eyes opened again, flowing with dazzling golden light, which was a manifestation of energy overflow. Gao Yang woke up. The huge surprise overwhelmed Zhang Wei like a tsunami. There was no doubt that this moment was the happiest moment in Zhang Wei's life. Gao. Zhang Wei had just finished the first word when Gao Yang's hand had already firmly grasped his arm. Swoosh. Gao Yang raised his hand, and Zhang Wei flew out like a thrown-away beverage bottle. At the same time, Gao Yang's other palm had already gathered abundant flame energy and aimed it at the ground. Wow! A 3-meter diameter pillar of fire rose from the ground, instantly engulfing Gao Yang and Qilin. The temperature continued to rise, and the entire street was covered with a layer of dazzling red light. Swish. 2 seconds later, the pillar of fire instantly dissipated. Qilin stood there, all black. He reconnected with the corpse puppets and activated the phantom weapon. Gao Yang in front of him was pierced by 3 ice crystal spikes that rose from the ground and was lifted off the ground. Gao Yang was covered in blood, looking down at Qilin with a sneer, and his figure faded a little and disappeared. Swish. At the same time, Gao Yang's real body flashed to the side of Zhang Wei, who was still in the air, caught him, activated teleport again, and appeared on the billboard of the house across the street. Yang. Zhang Wei was like a stuck robot, continuing his previous words. You are hit by Wanxiang. I have been. I know. Gao Yang interrupted Zhang Wei, staring at Qilin at the entrance of the park, and soon found Yuanma, Jining and Nana, who were unconscious in different places. Gao Yang made a decision in 1 second. He raised his hand and knocked on Zhang Wei's forehead, quickly injecting a high-density energy dot, like a golden mole. Once Zhang Wei is in danger, it will immediately generate a small absolute barrier for a few minutes to prevent all external harm. At the same time, it will open access to people inside the barrier. Wake up the others, the more the better. Gao Yang locked his eyes on Qilin and said in a low voice, Leave it to me. Okay. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously, with a heavy sense of security in his heart. Swish. Gao Yang took Zhang Wei back to the ground, and Zhang Wei ran away. Gao Yang walked towards Qilin. Qilin, leaning on crutches, also walked towards Gao Yang. 5 seconds later, the two stopped at the same time, looking at each other across the street in the middle of the night. Suddenly, a trace of green flashed in Gao Yang's golden eyes, and then quickly dissipated. Gao Yang smiled faintly. It seems that the illusion of Wanxiang is useless to me. Qilin had no expression on his face. He had just launched a micro-illusion based on a real scene on Gao Yang, and Gao Yang easily detected and became immune. This is the side effect of Wanxiang. Once the opponent wakes up from Wanxiang returns to 1, he will be permanently immune to all illusions, and illusion-like moves of Wanxiang, and his resistance to mental attacks will also be improved. You know, Gao Yang has a high resistance to the mental attacks of Wanxiang, and this time it has been improved. When he puts on the golden sacred cloth, Wanxiang is basically useless to Gao Yang. Qilin deliberately sneak-attacked Gao Yang to confirm this point and replan tactics. Qilin was trapped by the absolute barrier for 10 minutes. These 10 minutes allowed Gao Yang to wake up by chance, causing the plan to be completely disrupted. But it's not all bad. During these 10 minutes, Qilin simply focused on speeding up the conditioning of his body. Under the effect of the energy potion, the energy in his body was basically restored to 50%. With dual talents of level 8, he controlled many corpse puppets, and at the same time controlled Dohu, Gregor, and Tengu, but also 5 living puppets, plus a hidden killer. In short, Qilin is still the strongest awakener in the foggy world, no one else. Even if Gao Yang is completely immune to Qilin's all things, he is far from being his opponent. Gao Yang was not idle during the few seconds when Qilin analyzed the battle situation. He didn't need Zhang Wei to explain, and he had guessed everything. Qilin activated all things return to 1, making everyone fall asleep, except Zhang Wei. Then, Qilin took Zhang Wei with him to collect runes. When Gao Yang collected them, he was caught in a mouse trap, and was trapped for 10 minutes. 10 minutes in the real world is equal to 3 months in Gao Yang's dream world. The voice in Gao Yang's head in the dream is the cry from Zhang Wei. Thanks to Zhang Wei, Gao Yang was able to find the flaw in the dream, and wake up 2 seconds before the mouse trap failed. It was a matter of life and death. Huh? Gao Yang exhaled lightly. System, come out to work. Chapter 1038. The dorm auntie appeared and stood beside Gao Yang. Now, she was like a holographic image exclusively for Gao Yang, and only Gao Yang could see and hear her. The dorm auntie smiled sideways. You have accumulated. It's urgent, pick the key points. Gao Yang stared at Qilin, ready to fight at any time. The dorm auntie immediately retracted her smile and spoke faster. 3,799 points, you are still a little short of understanding space-time ghost. Gao Yang concentrated slightly, and it was almost the same as he guessed. This was not the first time Gao Yang entered Qilin's illusion. In the illusion, time would no longer have lucky points. But Gao Yang was hit by the 8th level all things, which was extremely dangerous and must have lucky benefits. According to the system prompt, when waking up from the dream, Gao Yang could judge that the danger level was constantly increasing. Gao Yang estimated that the danger level was at least 14,000 when he entered the victory dream. Taking into account the time when Qilin found Gao Yang, and the 10 minutes he was locked in the absolute barrier, the danger level slowly rose to more than 20,000. During this period, Gao Yang got a total of more than 3,000 lucky points, plus the original 700 lucky points. It was almost time to fill up the lottery quota. The target is very strong. I suggest you keep your distance, deal with it remotely, and save enough lucky points first. The dormitory aunt said. Gao Yang was a little surprised. You actually care about me. Change my skin for no reason. The system also has a temper. The dormitory aunt looked at Qilin a little unhappy. She looked more and more like a human. Immediately comprehend time and space ghost once the lucky points are full. Gao Yang pretended to be relaxed and joked. That's it for now, Miss Pooh. The dormitory auntie was stunned, and a polite and business-like smile immediately appeared on her face. Okay, Mr. Liu, I also wish you a speedy recovery and victory over the Jupiter virus. The moment the dormitory auntie disappeared, the system voice sounded in his head, warning. Gao Yang had no time to listen to it. With his 6 senses fully open, he had already noticed that the air flow around him had accelerated. Some fatal danger was surrounding him. It was the poisonous wind of Plague Night. Gao Yang's heart sank. It seems that Gregor has become a living puppet under the Qilin Lonely Emperor. Gao Yang activated teleportation and escaped the encirclement of the poisonous wind. Ah! The next second, a scream that was so weird that it could not be described resounded through the street. Gao Yang, who had just escaped from danger, felt that the immortal touched his head, and his soul seemed to be pulled out of his body by a hand. The top note was gentle and peaceful, the middle note was joyful and excited, and the bottom note turned sharply, revealing a strange brutality. Praise. Requiem. Mute. Strange. Chaos 5 talents, plus the penetration and catalysis of all things spiritual power, turned into a sound cocktail and poured into Gao Yang's brain. 3 seconds later, the sound disappeared. Gao Yang suddenly woke up. Although his reaction speed was fast enough, how could he be faster than the caster Qilin? Gao Yang felt that in the blink of an eye, Qilin had come to his side and chopped Gao Yang with a cane in his hand. The super explosive power brought by Murder Expert. Muscle, the speed bonus brought by Flight, and the speed of attack brought by Gun God allowed Qilin to combine to achieve the effect of instant kill. Gao Yang had no time to summon the absolute defense energy shield, and even teleport was too late. The energy path in his body was briefly slightly drunk under the sound cocktail. Gao Yang suddenly raised his right hand to protect his head, and blocked the horizontal slash of Qilin. Bang! Gao Yang turned into a residual image and went out, directly knocking down a telephone pole, overturning a car on the roadside, and sliding 7 or 8 meters on the ground. Gao Yang knelt on one knee, holding the ground with his left hand, and his right hand naturally fell down, bleeding. Gao Yang did not hesitate at all, and a black gold dagger appeared in his left hand. Swish! Gao Yang cut off his right forearm. The right forearm that fell to the ground began to pus and rot rapidly, and soon turned into a pool of disgusting and sticky blood. Qilin's crutches were attached with the poison wind of Plague Night. Indirect poison attacks would naturally have a slower effect than direct poison attacks. Gao Yang activated spirit armament, forcibly closed the pain of the broken hand, and quickly took out the sea potion he carried with him and inserted it into his right shoulder. Qilin did not rush to attack. He stood 20 meters away and looked at Gao Yang coldly. Gao Yang, you are not my opponent. It's not too late. Give me the rune. Humans need a savior. Humans? Gao Yang smiled coldly and asked, tell me, where are the humans? Qilin said nothing. Gao Yang suddenly asked in a stern voice, are my dead companions considered humans? Are your dead companions considered humans? Aren't you a savior? Why didn't you save them? Who did you save? A short silence. Qilin sighed lightly, his eyes regretful. I thought that after going through so much, you would gradually understand me. It seems that I shouldn't have such extravagant hopes. Qilin looked up at the night sky, feeling sad. In the end, no one except Mr. Jiang could understand him. No, maybe Mr. Jiang didn't understand him either. He was just obsessed with finding an excellent student to hand in the paper for him. Ding! Qilin held the cane in his hand and hit the ground hard. The strange energy spread out under Qilin's feet in an instant, turning into a huge invisible net, which covered the area within 1 kilometer around him. It was the puppet array of the 8th level puppet master. In the puppet array, Qilin can seamlessly and flexibly control all puppets. To make an inappropriate analogy, it is like the difference between upgrading the wireless network from 3G to 4G. Soon, the figures of the puppets appeared one after another. They were standing on the roofs of houses on both sides of the street, standing and squatting on street lights and billboards, or hiding in the dark at the entrance of the alley, or surrounding Gao Yang. Gao Yang was calm and looked at these figures quickly. They were corpse puppets: Lingjie, Liutu, Flower, Yewoba, Iman, Jinka, Wang Wei, Huang Furong, Huang Daihu, Zhanghe, Xuebua, and Edmund. Live puppets: Dohu, Lele, Kyo, Tiango, Gregor, and Yushi. In the puppet formation, the talents of the puppets and the Kirin can be perfectly switched. The puppets use their talents in the previous second, and the Kirin can continue to use them in the next second. Theoretically, Gao Yang is fighting against 18 puppets and a Kirin with all the puppet talents at the same time. Unless he activates the absolute barrier to forcibly protect himself, Gao Yang can't hold on for 10 seconds, let alone 10 minutes. However, the absolute barrier is just a delay, which is meaningless. Time is not on Gao Yang's side. Kirin can guard Gao Yang, while sending living puppets to deal with Zhang Wei. Kirin looked at Gao Yang calmly, slowly took off his glasses, and put them in the chest pocket of his suit. Gao Yang, goodbye. At this moment, Gao Yang's right forearm has recovered its prototype with the help of Sea Potion and Gecko. Buzz. The partial golden sacred cloth wrapped and strengthened the entire right arm, like a golden cyber arm. The next second, Gao Yang rushed straight to the Kirin. Swish. Qilin was immediately surrounded by a dense poisonous wind, preventing Gao Yang from getting close. At the same time, most of the puppets rushed towards Gao Yang, whose eyes were as sharp as torches, with only Qilin in his eyes. Swish. In a moment, a powerful gray-blue energy ripple spread out. Gao Yang disappeared. Chapter 1039. 30 seconds ago. Points full. Comprehend Spacetime Ghost. Comprehension. Comprehension. Comprehension successful. Congratulations. Comprehend new talent Spacetime Ghost. Serial number 3, strongest spacetime system. Congratulations. Spacetime Ghost directly upgraded to level 3. Congratulations. Spacetime Ghost broke through level 4. Congratulations. Spacetime Ghost reached level 7. Level 7 Spacetime Ghost attribute bonus. Physical strength plus 500, endurance plus 500, strength plus 500, agility plus 1000, spirit plus 2000, charm plus 1500. Skills as follows. Can expand ghost field with itself as the center. Can relatively change the flow rate of time in the field. Can relatively change the flow rate of time of the target or even the target's local area. Can launch space jump to teleport to any place regardless of distance. Use time interval 3 hours. Can activate space group migration to carry multiple people to any location regardless of distance. Use time interval 72 hours. Can create space-time crack to trap the target for a period of time, with a small chance of trapping the target forever in the space-time crack. Can set traps such as time pause and space distortion in advance. Can activate space-time travel. The travel location can be repeated. The travel time period, within 12 hours, cannot be repeated. Use time interval 365 days. Tip: upgrading cannot reset the number of uses. Tip again: this skill is extremely unstable, and it is easy to have accidents when used in the early stage attribute board update. Physical strength 3939, endurance 3791, strength 2901, agility 3675, spirit 4583, charm 5162, luck 2020. Very good. According to the existing data analysis, your winning rate is 31.4%. Is it true or false? Mr. Luli, what is true and what is false? Are you addicted to playing? Miss Pooh does not bear grudges, but the system does. Please keep this in mind in the future. Got it, system. All the luck points generated in subsequent battles will be added to luck until the battle is over. Arrangement: the time flow in the system is not synchronized with the real time. When Gao Yang closed the system, Qilin spoke. Gao Yang, goodbye forever. Gao Yang armed his arms and rushed towards Qilin. No matter how many puppets there are, the king must be captured first, which is also Gao Yang's only chance of winning. Qilin would not have thought that Gao Yang already has a level 7 spacetime ghost, which can kill Qilin unexpectedly. 1 second later, Gao Yang confirmed that Qilin was within his casting range. Ghost field, unfold. Instantly, a new spacetime energy surged out of Gao Yang's body. Just as they were about to take shape, they quickly retracted into Gao Yang's body and turned into a chaotic vortex. Oh no! Gao Yang was shocked and understood what was going to happen. This happened to the drunkard before. That was the accident that might occur when using the talent in the early stage. He was about to go on a completely uncontrollable time and space travel to a completely random time and place. The moment he realized this, Gao Yang urgently activated a talent. Pound. When Gao Yang came to his senses, he found himself lying in an old house with broken tiles all around him. Outside the hole in the roof, there were stars all over the sky. Gao Yang guessed that he came to the roof and fell directly into this house. Gao Yang tried to recall how he traveled through time and space, but he couldn't find the process at all. There was no so-called time and space tunnel, time and space corridor, or time machine. It was just like sitting on a swing. Gao Yang felt his body swinging back, and then falling back, and he appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. Gao Yang sat up slowly, and found that this was a room where a child lived. There was a dim light bulb hanging above his head, an old-fashioned ceiling fan, a children's bed with cartoon patterns, a wardrobe, and the door and windows were closed. Suddenly, Gao Yang sensed the danger and turned around quickly. A red figure pounced over, and bit Gao Yang's raised left arm fiercely. Ah! Gao Yang screamed. This pain was not ordinary pain. It also caused spiritual damage. Gao Yang felt that a piece of his soul was torn away. Swish. The red figure failed to sneak attack and immediately jumped away. Gao Yang's left arm was left with a circle of neat tooth marks, and the dark red tooth marks were connected together, like a string of pearl bracelets. It carries the curse of the soul, which will not only leave a scar on Gao Yang's arm, but also a mark on his soul. Even if Gao Yang's arm breaks off and grows back in the future, the scar will still exist forever. Gao Yang was sweating, his face was pale, and he was breathing heavily. He slowly came back to his senses from the pain of the spiritual injury. He looked up and saw a scattered pile of building blocks on the tatami. Among the toys, there was a little girl of 3 or 4 years old squatting. She was thin and small, and looked a little malnourished. She had messy silver hair, a pair of bright ruby eyes, and wore a red dress that didn't fit her well. She knelt on all fours like an animal, her back arched, her teeth bared, and her mouth meowed from time to time, with a look of "I'm not easy to mess with." Gao Yang was stunned for a long time. He knew very well that the time of time travel was precious, and he should seize the time to do something meaningful, but he couldn't say anything. Chushua, as a child, maintained a bluffing defensive posture. Seeing that this outer visitor had no hostility even after being attacked by her, she relaxed her vigilance. She slowly crawled towards Gao Yang, tentatively approached him, and sniffed his breath from a distance of half a meter. Soon, Chushua blinked and sniffed, and found that she didn't hate this person's breath, and even a little friendly. At this time, Gao Yang finally plucked up the courage to speak. Chew. Meow. Chu Shu had jumped up on the spot with a whoosh, quickly retreated to her original position, and began to arch her back and grin, bluffing. First snow. Gao Yang tried to be natural and friendly, but his smile was a little stiff. His voice trembled slightly, and a tear fell from his face. I am not a bad person. First Snow stared at Gao Yang, and slowly let down her guard. She hesitated for a long time before she spoke. Her voice was childish and her articulation was still a little unclear. Who are you? She rolled her eyes, and said again, First Snow. Who is it? Gao Yang was stunned. Yes, she is not called First Snow now. She and Bai Lu should have just escaped from the umbrella corner not long ago. The two depended on each other, and had not met spring yet. My name is Gao Yang. Gao Yang's voice was gentle. First Snow is your name. First Snow. First Snow pondered these two words, and shook her head seriously. My name is not First Snow. I'm called Sister. Sister is not a name, it's just a family title. Gao Yang smiled. What is a family title? First Snow asked. Just like grandparents' parents, Gao Yang explained. Chu Shua nodded. She seemed to understand. Only your sister can call you sister, others can't call you that. Gao Yang further explained. Ah! Chu Shua was full of surprise, and she completely let down her guard. How do you know I have a sister? Because? Gao Yang paused, and still told the truth. Because I come from the future. Future? Chu Shua was even more surprised. Is it tomorrow? Yes, it's the tomorrow of many tomorrows. Gao Yang said. It's a long, long time later. Chu Shua blinked as if she understood. In the future, you and I. Gao Yang paused again, then smiled. We will be good friends. Good friends. Chu Shua repeated, suddenly raised her head and shouted, No! Chu Shua excitedly jumped onto the children's bed, grabbed a patched red doll, and hugged it tightly in her arms. Xiao Hong is my good friend. Well, Xiao Hong is your good friend now. Gao Yang pointed at Xiao Hong, then pointed at himself. I am your good friend in the future, you can make many good friends. Chu Shua thought about it seriously, and felt that the person in front of her made some sense. In fact, she was not very satisfied with her current good friend, because Xiao Hong could not speak, and when her sister was not at home, she felt very lonely and lonely. Although the person in front of her was strange, he smelled good and knew so many things. If she became good friends with him, she would definitely not be lonely. After Chu Shua thought it through, she immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, raised her hands, and said in the tone of her sister, Humph. I think about it. Okay, you think about it. Gao Yang was about to say something, but suddenly he realized that the energy in his body began to flow and slowly gathered into a vortex, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. The travel time of level 7 time and space ghost is so short? It seems that even the stay time is random when the skill is activated for the first time. Forget it, if all the energy is used here, it will be even more impossible to defeat Qilin when I go back. What's wrong with you? Chu Shua noticed Gao Yang's loss. Chu Shua, I may have to go, Gao Yang said. Chapter 1040. Ah? Chu Shua was very surprised, and didn't even realize the disappointment in her heart. But, Xiao Hong and I haven't invited you to be our guest yet. I cook for you, you be the father, I be the mother, and Xiao Hong will be the baby. Chu Shua wanted Gao Yang to stay with her to play house. Chu Shua in her childhood was really lonely. Unconsciously, Bai Lu's words came back to his ears. I know you only treat her as a child. It doesn't matter. Spend more time with her, coax her, make her happier and less sad. That child has never seen anything good since she was a child, so she's easy to satisfy. Gao Yang's heart twitched and began to ache. Do you like the name Chu Shua? Gao Yang asked with a smile, trying to cheer himself up. Chu Shua thought about it seriously and nodded vigorously. She had seen snow in winter, and she liked snow. Okay, remember this name. We will meet again in the future. Gao Yang and Chu Shua will definitely become good friends. Then, we will play together again. Really? Really, I will never lie to you. Gao Yang stretched out his little finger to Chu Shua. Chu Shua knew that this was a pinky promise. She often made pinky promises with her sister. Chu Shua stretched out her hand, but she failed to pull Gao Yang's finger, so it fell down. Chu Shua blinked her eyelids in ignorance. A huge sleepiness came over her. Her body softened, tilted her head and fell on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. After a while, she began to gasify, and white mist with a faint milky fragrance floated in the room. In a blink of an eye, Chu Shua turned into a cat, curled up, and slept on the red skirt. Gao Yang knew that when Chu Shui woke up, she would probably forget about him, the uninvited guest, and would only think that she had a strange dream. Gao Yang wanted to touch the little white cat's head, but he knew it was too late. Goodbye, Xiao Chu Shui. Swoosh. The gray-blue energy ripples spread across the room, spreading over the building blocks and toys on the floor, ruffling the sheets, and the white cat's hair, moving the old calendar, and the thin gauze curtains, and soon returned to silence. The night sky outside the hole in the roof was starry and lonely. Late at night, Licheng, Nanji district. The snow was falling, and the world was vast and silent. At this moment, the abandoned amusement park seemed like a fairy tale world quietly sealed by white magic. Swoosh. Suddenly, a gray-blue energy ripple exploded on the snowy ground of the amusement park, and a figure appeared in the center of the ripple, which was Gao Yang. 1 second before the time travel occurred, Gao Yang urgently activated Phantom to create an avatar. His idea at that time was very simple. The time travel that can only be used once a year was wasted like this. At least he had to become 2 Gao Yangs, see where they could go to each time and space, and then try his best to see if he could affect the future world line, even if it was just a little bit. Gao Yang didn't know where his clone went at this moment. He could see clearly where he was. Gao Yang looked up, and in front of him was the Ferris wheel that he would never forget. On the snow under the Ferris wheel, there was a string of footprints that had not been covered by the heavy snow. Gao Yang's heart suddenly tightened. At this time, could it be? Swish. Gao Yang teleported directly to the foot of the Ferris wheel, and then with a jump and teleportation, he appeared in the blue and white cabin at the 12 o'clock direction. His heart was pounding, and his body was shaking violently. He seemed to have used up all his strength to raise his hand, grab the cold handle, and open the rusty car door. Instantly, hot tears burst out of his eyes. First Snow. Still alive. She sat quietly on the chair, leaning against the transparent glass window with her head tilted. Her face was as pale as snow, and her skin was so transparent that you could see faint capillaries. She was wearing a white dress, her silver hair was soft and scattered, and she was wearing a pair of red Mary Jane shoes. There was also a small white storage box next to her. The lid had been opened and was half closed. Her hands fell naturally, her right hand was clenched into a fist, and inside was a mint candy that she was reluctant to eat. First Snow. Gao Yang closed the door anxiously and hurriedly took away the storage box, and took the First Snow into his arms. Chu Shui. Cheer up. Gao. Yang. Chu Shui's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the person in front of her in a daze, and there was a faint joy in her weak voice. Is this a dream? It's not a dream. It's real. Gao Yang immediately stretched his arm to Chu Shui's mouth. Don't be afraid, Chu Shui. I save you right away. Eat me quickly, so you will have energy. Stupid. Chu Shui smiled weakly. It's useless, the curse is going to disappear, and I'm going to disappear too. No! No! Gao Yang couldn't stop trembling all over, and his blood almost flowed backwards. I won't let you disappear. I will never. Gao. Yang. I'm here, I'm here. Gao Yang immediately shut up, not daring to breathe loudly, for fear that the girl in his arms would break. I just had a dream. What dream? Gao Yang asked hurriedly. Hee hee. I won't tell you, it's a secret. Chu Shui smiled childishly. Just as Gao Yang was about to ask, he suddenly felt a resonance of energy beyond time and space, gently plucking the strings of his soul. Then, his left arm felt a dull pain, and a circle of dark red tooth marks emerged. Gao Yang felt incredible, but he didn't have time to investigate. Gao Yang, I want to watch the fireworks. Okay. Let's watch the fireworks right now. Gao Yang quickly opened the window, stretched out his left hand, gathered energy in his palm, and fireballs formed one after another, flying into the night sky at a frequency of about 10 seconds. Pound. The fireball exploded, and a flame flower bloomed under the snowy night, and the lonely Ferris wheel was immediately stained with a layer of golden-orange light. The golden light jumped on Chu Shui's pale face and broken eyes. Fireworks are so beautiful. Yes, they are so beautiful. Gao Yang held Chu Shui's hand tightly with his other hand, and his chin gently rested on her hair. Short. But beautiful. Yeah, yes. Just like me, short. But happy. Once again, Gao Yang burst into tears. The deep sense of sadness and powerlessness strangled his throat. He couldn't say anything. He could only mechanically transfer energy to the palm of his left hand and continuously create fireworks. Pound. Help me. Tell my sister. I'm very happy. Don't feel sad for me. Okay. Pound. Gaoyang, you have to be happy too. Pound. Gaoyang, you have to be happy. Pound. Gaoyang, promise me. I promise you. I will be happy. I will live my life happily. No regrets. No sadness. No complaints. I will be very happy, very happy, very happy. Pound. Well, it's a deal. It's a deal. Pound. Gaoyang, I seem to be going to the first snow star. No, don't go, first snow is not going to go. Pound. Gaoyang, I want to sleep for a while. Don't sleep, don't sleep. The fireworks haven't finished yet. Let's watch the fireworks, okay? Pound. Gaoyang, chin. Here, my chin is here. Pound. Gaoyang's chin is so cold. It got wet after the rain before I came here. Pound. So, that's how it is. Well, look at the first snow. The fireworks are so beautiful. Pound. First snow? Pound. First snow? Pound. First snow? Pound. First snow? Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. The fireworks are over. Chapter 1041. Late at night, at the north gate of Qinghe Park. Swoosh. Gaoyang disappeared. All the puppets that lost their targets immediately stopped in place and entered standby mode. Qilin was also shocked. He first thought that Gaoyang had activated teleportation, but immediately ruled it out. The distance of teleportation would not be too far, and his mental perception could still vaguely capture the opponent's movement trajectory. Moreover, teleportation could not have such a powerful energy ripple. Qilin thought it might be invisibility, so he immediately activated Mind's Eye, but he could not find any trace of Gaoyang at all. After a few seconds, Qilin was sure that Gaoyang had really disappeared. Qilin could not guess what tricks Gaoyang was playing, and did not waste time. His left eye flashed green, and the Tengu standing on the street lamp immediately received the order and flew in the direction of Qingling. His task was to immediately take away the strengthening rune on Qingling's body, and by the way find Zhang Wei and kill him. Who knew that Gaoyang came back just as the Tengu flew away. His entire disappearance took less than 10 seconds. Swoosh. The powerful gray-blue energy ripple spread, and two Gaoyangs appeared out of thin air, and quickly merged into one, with sad and determined eyes. Everyone was stunned for a second. 1 second later, the puppets on standby took action again. Swish. Gaoyang was covered with the golden holy clothes, his right fist was shining with dazzling flames, and he teleported to the position of Qilin and threw a powerful flame fist. Roar. 7 or 8 fierce flames rushed out of the fist, transformed into a dragon of fire, roaring and running towards Qilin. Qilin did not move at all, as steady as a mountain. The moment the fire dragon engulfed him, Qilin's body switched to a green spirit-like ghost form, and he activated Invincible. Gaoyang was not surprised. He was only making a tentative attack. He immediately jumped sideways to keep a distance from Qilin. As soon as Gaoyang landed, a cold and violent murderous aura suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes. The only one who could have such a fast close-range speed and cause such terrible pressure could be Douhu. He held the giant sword and slashed at Gaoyang fiercely. Gaoyang did not dare to resist and quickly activated teleport to escape. Bang. The street where Gaoyang was originally located was split by the giant sword into a 2-meter wide crack, and the strong shock force turned into a hurricane and blew away in all directions. Douhu's giant sword chopped into the ground, and he immediately released the hilt with both hands, retracted his feet, and stepped on the sword. Bang. Douhu kicked his legs and turned into a phantom, chasing Gaoyang who was teleporting away, and at the same time pulled out the green dog demon sword at his waist. Before the interval cooling of teleportation ended, Gaoyang directly pulled out the black gold dagger, injected the energy of absolute defense, and blocked Douhu's blue dog demon sword. Clang. The blue-gray violent sword energy swung to both sides with Gaoyang's dagger as the center. If it weren't for the golden holy cloth protecting his body, Gaoyang would have been cut all over by the messy sword energy. In a flash, Gaoyang completely experienced the horror of Lonely Emperor. Why did Qilin turn Douhu, Gregor and others into living puppets instead of killing them and making them into corpse puppets? From the perspective of risk resistance, although the control time of corpse puppets is limited, it is impossible for Gaoyang to rescue them and turn against them. In addition to the unlimited use time, the biggest advantage of living puppets over corpse puppets is smarter, stronger, and less troublesome. Qilin has to do it himself to control the corpse puppet to fight, and Qilin cannot inherit the combat experience and combat intuition of the corpse puppet before his death, so it is difficult to exert the puppet's 100% combat power. The best proof is that the corpse puppet he controls Qinglong is much weaker than Qinglong himself. But the living puppet does not have this shortcoming. Qilin only needs to give Douhu the order to kill Gao Yang, and Douhu will fight on his own and go all out. When Douhu is alive, his warrior experience, intuition, and IQ are all online, and he can exert 100%, or even 300% of his combat effectiveness. For example, the current decision is very correct. Douhu knows that Gao Yang is an agile warrior. When a giant sword sneak attack fails, he immediately uses the Qingchuan demon sword and takes an agile combat method to deal with Gao Yang. Obviously, this is a greater threat to Gao Yang. No, Douhu must be dealt with immediately. Gao Yang's peripheral vision tightened. A dagger was inserted into Douhu's abdomen at some point. It's the dying state of killing expert. Uncle Hu, you are really worthy of you. Even if you become a puppet, your style has not changed at all. You fight for your life right away. Who? Douhu shouted in a low voice, and his right hand holding the Qingchuan demon sword suddenly burst out with terrifying power. Bang! Gao Yang, who was holding the demon sword, was directly shaken and flew more than 10 meters away. Gao Yang had just stood firm when the phantom Douhu swooped down again. His Qingxue demon sword was close to the ground, and the violent and chaotic blue-gray sword energy cut a small gully along the way. Shwa! Douhu slashed from bottom to top, and the sword energy turned into a blue tsunami that rose from the ground and directly submerged Gao Yang. Gao Yang used the dagger as a carrier, injected the high-density energy of Absolute Barrier, and transformed into a golden long sword, accurately blocking Douhu's rising dragon slash from bottom to top. Pound. Gao Yang's golden long sword shattered into countless energy particles, but it also perfectly resisted this slash. The hurricane created by the huge sword energy lifted Gao Yang into the air in the street. Boom. Douhu didn't hesitate at all, crushed the road with his feet, and turned into a cannonball to rush towards Gao Yang in midair. Gao Yang once again injected energy into the dagger, and transformed into a golden long sword that was longer and thicker than before, and rushed towards Douhu. Douhu! Dang dang. Ding ding. Douhu and Gao Yang started to slash at each other at high speed in midair. The sword light from the green dog demon sword was extremely fierce, and the sword light from the golden long sword was also powerful. In just a few seconds, countless green sword energy and golden arcs were swept around the two people. From a distance, it was like a firework composed of sword lights and energy particles blooming above the street. They flashed at a high frequency, and slowly fell to the ground. This is different from the other time. Gao Yang was beaten by Douhu back then, but now Gao Yang is far superior to Douhu in terms of agility and other attributes. Douhu's killing expert is only level 6, and Gao Yang can easily deal with it even in a dying state. What's more, Gao Yang had received special training from Qing Ling before, specializing in close-range swordsmanship. Qing Ling's swordsmanship was inherited from Douhu, and Gao Yang's was inherited from Qing Ling, so Gao Yang was not too familiar with Douhu's swordsmanship. Gao Yang relied on a golden long sword transformed from a black gold dagger to accurately and quickly block each of Douhu's attacks. Gao Yang was not only dealing with Douhu, but also thinking about countermeasures. He couldn't really kill Douhu, but it was not easy to just destroy the green vertical Aigu Huang mark on Douhu's forehead without seriously injuring or even killing Douhu. Of course there was a way, and it could be done immediately by activating the ghost field. But just to deal with a living puppet Douhu, he gave up his biggest trump card. How could he fight Qilin and the puppets later? Gao Yang hesitated, and 2 seconds passed. He was suddenly shocked. Chapter 1042. With his keen sixth sense, Gao Yang was aware of the secret and dangerous changes around him. That was Tengu's ultimate killer move, space fragments. Although Qilin ordered Tengu to fly away, he was able to take out his space cutting for his own use. Not only that, in the space that was about to be distorted, there was also a small amount of poisonous wind hidden. In order to kill me, Qilin didn't care about Douhu's life or death. He knew very well that Douhu alone couldn't deal with me, and he had been waiting for this moment from the beginning. Gao Yang was in midair, fighting with Douhu at a frequency of dozens of knives per second. It was difficult for him to escape by teleporting, not to mention saving Douhu. Damn it, Gao Yang had no choice, and a gray-blue light flashed in his eyes. Ghost Domain. Expand. Swish. In an instant, the world within 20 meters around Gao Yang turned into a strange gray-blue color, and a large number of gray-blue light particles were suspended in the air, like thousands of strange bead curtains without strings. Douhu's movement slowed down by 2/3. In the eyes of ordinary people, his movements were still ridiculously fast, but in Gao Yang's eyes, it was as if the slow-motion button was pressed. Not only that, the space around him that was about to break, and the poisonous wind that took advantage of the opportunity, all slowed down together. Uncle Hu, I'm sorry. Gao Yang dodged the knife light that was coming down on his head, and spun the long knife in his hand, cutting off Douhu's right tendon. Douhu was forced to let go of the Qingxue Yao Dao, and the blood that splashed out also turned into a slow motion in Gao Yang's eyes. At the same time that Gao Yang disarmed Douhu, a rich golden energy rushed out from his feet, and their speed increased sharply in contrast to the slowness of other things. Douhu lost his weapon, but did not stop attacking. His left hand instinctively touched his waist, trying to pull out the short knife. Gao Yang also reached out and took away his short knife first. Douhu realized that he was a step slower, but he still didn't give up. His rich combat experience and intuition made him react again, and he slammed his head against Gao Yang's head. If Douhu hadn't slowed down, Gao Yang really wouldn't have expected this move. Gao Yang teleported at a very short distance and appeared behind Douhu. He locked Douhu's neck with one hand and held the short knife with the other hand, stabbing Douhu's eyebrows. Puff. The short knife pierced into the relief-like green vertical eye, not only cutting the skin and flesh, but also reaching the brow bone. Gao Yang had to do this to ensure that he could destroy the lonely emperor mark. At the same time, a small absolute barrier that was as solid as a rock had appeared around Gao Yang and Douhu. The whole process took only 1 second. 1 second later, the space around Gao Yang shattered, turning into several broken mirrors stained with brown spots. Gao Yang and Douhu were protected by the absolute barrier, and were safe and sound. Douhu, who was stabbed on the forehead, trembled all over, released the restraints of the living puppet, and fainted. Gao Yang did not hesitate at all, pulled out the dagger from Douhu's abdomen, took out the special adrenaline and sea medicine he carried with him, and injected them into Douhu's body one after another. Not far away, the green eyes of Qilin, who was controlling the overall situation, condensed. To ordinary people, the previous second was like a stuck, and nothing was captured in time. The sword light and sword shadows suddenly disappeared, and the two were trapped in a translucent golden barrier. But Qilin roughly captured the picture. In that second, Gao Yang accelerated and did at least 3 seconds. Ghost of time and space. It seems that Gao Yang has comprehended time and space ghost, and may have reached level 7 directly. His previous inexplicable disappearance and reappearance should be the passive trigger of time and space travel. Qilin was quite aware of Gao Yang's encounter with Huaiwei in space and time, and immediately guessed this possibility. At this moment, the golden barrier above the street slowly landed on the ground. In the barrier, Douhu fell into Gao Yang's arms, unconscious. Gao Yang put Douhu down, holding his Qingxue demon sword, and looked at Qilin across the golden barrier. Qilin also met Gao Yang's gaze. At the same time, many puppets returned to Qilin one after another, and stood behind him loyally. The moonlight was dim, and the street was silent. 3 seconds of confrontation. Ding. Gao Yang disappeared, leaving only the broken golden energy in the sky. In fact, at the moment of removing the absolute barrier, Gao Yang seamlessly launched teleportation and avoided the poisonous wind lingering outside the barrier. Qinghe Park, near the east gate, at the water curtain movie fountain. Qingling stood by the fountain pool with a tang sword in hand. Her eyes were dazed, glowing green, and she whispered something. Go, don't worry about me. Live. Qingling. Zhang Wei ran all the way over, already sweating. Wake up. Stop dreaming. Wake up. Qingling had no reaction. Zhang Wei had woken up Gao Yang before, so he had experience, and he said, Qingling. Gao Yang is dying. Go save him. Qingling's eyebrows seemed to twitch slightly. Zhang Wei was happy. There's a chance. Qingling. I'm Gao Yang, I'm dying. I'm so miserable. I don't want to die. Wake up, save me. Qingling had no reaction. Zhang Wei was stunned, and then slapped himself. How could Brother Yang say such a thing? It's too fake. Not to mention Qingling, I don't believe it. Ahem. Zhang Wei cleared his throat, and began to recall how Gao Yang usually spoke. Chong. The sound of a high-speed flight came from the sky above his head. Zhang Wei looked back and saw that it was Tiango, who was rushing towards this side. Oh no! There is no time. Tiango is killing me like a joke. Zhang Wei was quick-witted, and pulled out the butterfly dagger from Qingling's scabbard and stabbed his thigh with force. Ziz. Blood spurted everywhere. Ding. The golden energy between Zhang Wei's eyebrows sensed that the owner was hurt and immediately exploded, turning into a small absolute barrier, locking Zhang Wei and Qingling beside him inside. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Zhang Wei threw away the butterfly dagger and covered his thigh that was bleeding. A few seconds later, he endured the pain, raised his head and shouted, "Qingling, wake up. If you don't wake up, your husband will really die. You will be a widow." Chapter 1043. North Gate of Qinghe Park. Gao Yang, wearing the golden holy cloth, approached Qilin at high speed. Qilin did not move, and the puppets behind him moved at the same time, attacking Gao Yang. Bang bang bang. Lei Lei held 2 guns and fired multiple bullets at Gao Yang and the position where he might dodge. Gao Yang could not avoid it unless he teleported immediately. Gao Yang did not do this. He had already discovered that the poisonous wind was in a thinner form, surrounding him 20 meters away, waiting for him to teleport. Once Gao Yang accidentally got infected with the poisonous wind, he had to remove the golden holy clothes immediately. He could not wear another one in a short time, which was quite dangerous. For the poisonous wind that would kill at the first touch, the golden holy clothes meant an extra life. For other attacks, the golden holy clothes could also provide strong protection. Gao Yang continued to run wildly, strengthening the energy of his head, heart and knees. Sure enough, 3 bullets hit his forehead, heart and knees respectively. The bullet fired by the level 6 gun god failed to hurt Gao Yang, but it also caused a slight impact, causing Gao Yang's speed to slow down. Zhong He's corpse puppet took this opportunity to rush towards Gao Yang. He was armed with phantom armor, and his arms transformed into 2 narrow shadow blades. Gao Yang's heart flashed with a brief sadness, and his eyes became more determined. Ding! Gao Yang injected energy into the green dog demon sword, and for a moment, the golden sword energy overflowed, and he steadily received Zhong He's shadow blade. Z! The unstable shadow blade stirred up many black thin lines. Gao Yang exerted force from his lower body, and just when he was about to give Zhong He a sweep kick, he immediately realized the danger. The unstable form of the shadow blade is a disguise. These black thin lines suddenly came to life and turned into countless thin snakes, wrapping around Gao Yang. The black shadow under Zhong He's feet also spread to Gao Yang's toes. The real intention of the phantom was to entangle Gao Yang. Not only that, there were also tiny gray spots of light flowing in these phantoms. That was the chronic virus of the patient. Ghost Field. Gao Yang quickly launched a small-scale ghost field, and his own speed increased by 3 times. He quickly jumped forward to avoid the phantom under his feet, and at the same time, with a tricky posture parallel to the ground, he rushed towards the encircling black thin lines and escaped from a slightly wider gap. Gao Yang, who was parallel to the ground, passed by Zhong He and slashed at Zhong He's left calf with a long knife in his hand. Although Zhong He was armed with the phantom, he was still cut by Gao Yang's knife. In Zhong He's view, Gao Yang in front of him suddenly disappeared, his calf limped, his center of gravity was unstable, and he fell to the side. At the moment of falling, Zhong He turned around and opened his arms towards Gao Yang. He removed the phantom armor on his body, and summoned 18 phantom warriors of the Shadow Legion to chase Gao Yang. The speed of the phantom was abnormally fast. It caught up with Gao Yang and surrounded him in an instant. Gao Yang only had Qilin in his eyes, and continued to run at full speed without distraction. A second later, the weapon of the Shadow Legion stabbed Gao Yang, but failed to hurt Gao Yang. Instead, it turned into a bubble and disappeared. These phantoms were just illusions created by Qilin for Gao Yang. Gao Yang had already seen through it. Although the holographic picture would still appear visually, thanks to the dream of victory, Gao Yang could now distinguish between truth and falsehood better than anyone else. In fact, after leaving the absolute barrier, Gao Yang had a faster and safer way to approach Qilin, but he did not do so. There are 2 reasons. First, he must reveal some flaws to let Qilin control the puppet to attack him. Once Qilin controls the puppet, he cannot activate invincibility. Second, Qilin cannot accurately grasp Gao Yang's speed. The enemy keeps accelerating and suddenly accelerates, and the latter is actually more difficult to defend. At this moment, Qilin is less than 10 meters away from Gao Yang. Ghost Domain, 1/3 of time has passed, activate Instant Shadow. Swish. Others can't detect anything at all. Even Qilin, who has maximized his spiritual perception and open mind's eye at the same time, can only barely catch a glimpse of light. Gao Yang flashed to the side of Qilin, and the green dog demon sword filled with golden energy slashed at Qilin's neck. Dang! The dazzling golden sword energy surged from the blade. Hua! The blade quickly turned red, bursting out a fierce flame of thousands of degrees. Boom! The blade opened a huge fan-shaped flame, which directly engulfed Qilin and burned the house behind Qilin. In the flames, the figure whose neck was hit by the knife stood still. Qilin had already armed himself with the phantom armor, and at the same time activated talents such as muscle, bone hyperplasia, hedgehog, bullseye effect, and his defense was terrifyingly high. Qilin had no intention of using invincible at the beginning. He had already seen through Gao Yang's intention, which was to withstand this attack and wait for Gao Yang to get close. Gao Yang immediately felt some irresistible invisible damage flying towards him, which was the rebound damage of Hedgehog. The physical rebound damage caused by the melee attacker reached 25%. The pain was like a heavy hammer hitting a bell, hitting Gao Yang's chest hard. Crack. Instantly, Gao Yang's golden holy clothes had serious cracks, and the energy path in his body was also impacted. This wave of rebound damage caught Gao Yang off guard. For the first time, he realized that too much damage is not always a good thing. Almost at the same time, the combined attack of Water God and Frost appeared. The accumulated water under the Qilin's feet immediately transformed into more than a dozen water lines and rushed towards Gao Yang, and condensed in an instant, turning into 10 sharp and hard ice spikes. Gao Yang's energy path had just been impacted, and he could not immediately activate teleportation. Ding ding ding. Gao Yang relied on his super strong physical reaction, slashed 3 ice spikes with his right hand, and used his left hand to pick off 1 ice spike, while twisting his body to avoid several. There was still a loophole, and an ice spike pierced Gao Yang's calf. Fortunately, there was still a golden holy clothes to protect it, and it did not pierce, but it left some chronic viruses of the patient. It only takes a certain amount of time for the virus to penetrate. Compared with the chronic virus of patient and the poisonous wind of plague night, they are two extremes. One is a sharp knife, the other is flowing water. The sharp knife kills without blinking, but it is also easy to hurt yourself, so you must be careful to control it. The flowing water is very gentle, it can hide in the owner's body, and can also be combined with other talents at will. It is highly malleable, and there is no need to worry about accidentally hurting yourself. After a short confrontation, Gao Yang's energy path in his body has been adjusted, and he immediately teleported to distance himself from Qilin. Swish. Gao Yang's figure flickered, but he was still fixed in place. Chapter 1044. Gao Yang was shocked. It was telekinesis, that's right. Qilin activated telekinesis to freeze Gao Yang. The closer to the gifted person, the stronger the control of telekinesis. Gao Yang was less than 1 meter away from Qilin, and the control was terrifying. If we have to compare it, it's like Gao Yang and Qilin sitting on a seesaw. The seesaw on Gao Yang's side is only 1 meter, and the seesaw on Qilin's side is 10 meters. How can Gao Yang pry Qilin up? However, Qilin, who has fixed Gao Yang with all his strength, can't launch other attacks. This is very similar to the mechanism of Wooden Man. Although Qilin can't move, it can't control the corpse puppet to fight. However, the living puppet has the ability to act independently. They don't need Qilin to control them. They will act on their own when they receive orders. At this moment, Lele, Gregor, but 3 more living puppets began to act. Swish. Gao Yang forced to teleport again, but still couldn't escape. Ah! Gao Yang burst out with all his strength, but was still suppressed by telekinesis. You know, Qilin temporarily released the connection with all the corpse puppets and stopped his other talents. He was focused and poured all his energy into telekinesis. Wanxiang. Puppet Master has double 8-level spiritual power blessing, which is higher than Gao Yang. In this tug-of-war of spiritual power, Qilin has no reason to lose. Bang bang bang. All 3 bullets hit Gao Yang's forehead. Gao Yang's golden holy clothes could only barely maintain their original state under the suppression of telekinesis, and it was impossible to increase the thickness. Bang bang bang. 3 more bullets were fired at the same position of the forehead. Caw. A slight cracking sound appeared, and a crack appeared on Gao Yang's holy garment between his eyebrows, and he could not mobilize energy to repair it. Swish. The gathered poisonous wind appeared above Gao Yang and Qilin's heads, turning into a skull with a big mouth. A wisp of poisonous smoke flew out of its mouth, turning into a black needle, piercing the crack between Gao Yang's eyebrows. At that moment, Gao Yang felt absurd. I didn't expect that I would be forced into this by a telekinesis just after the confrontation. Gao Yang must admit that he was still careless. He really didn't expect that. In fact, all awakened people except Qilin would not think that when a person has more than 20 talents and integrates them, he can play such a cunning trick. Gao Yang made up his mind. I can only use the power of enlightenment to concentrate all the attributes on mental power to break free from Qilin's telekinesis. After this card is used up, Gao Yang will be more passive in the future. Swish. At the critical moment, a black gold dart was shot out, shattering the black thorn flying towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang was overjoyed. At the same time, Gao Yang realized that his telekinesis had disappeared and Qilin had taken back all his energy. Gao Yang immediately teleported away, and a figure in the opposite direction rushed towards Qilin quickly, her long hair flying, holding a long sword, and purple lightning jumping on the blade. Swish. Qing Ling slashed at Qilin's eyebrows with a knife. Although Qilin took back his energy, he didn't have time to activate all his defensive talents. He put on the phantom armor and raised his right hand at the same time, partially activating the muscle and bone hyperplasia on his arm. Bang bang bang. The moment the long sword hit Qilin's arm, the surging thunder element exploded from the blade, creating a fan-shaped thunder shock wave, and the scorched house behind Qilin immediately collapsed into thunder. Easy. After 3 seconds, the residual power of the thunder slash faded away. The Qilin was still jumping with countless purple lightnings all over his body. The phantom armor on his right arm was damaged, the cuffs were torn, and blood was flowing. Qilin frowned slightly. He was not surprised that Qing Ling was awakened by Zhang Wei, because Qilin did not make a beautiful dream for her alone, and Zhang Wei's confidence was quite restrained once young. But Qilin really didn't expect that Qing Ling would have the courage to fight him in close combat. Qilin's left green pupil shook, and launched a close-range brain formatting. Even if Qing Ling woke up from the dream, she was just immune to illusions. For mental attacks, with her current mental resistance, she could not compete with Qilin at all. Ding. Golden energy exploded from Qing Ling's eyebrows, and Qing Ling was instantly dressed in a golden holy garment. This was the insurance that Gao Yang left for her before leaving. The golden holy clothes can resist mental attacks, but only to a certain extent. Facing such a close-range brain formatting, it can only help Qing Ling by a second of reaction time at most. Qing Ling felt a tingling sensation on the back of her head, and she immediately jumped back, trying to distance herself. Want to run? Too late. Qilin's eyes flashed, and he further strengthened the brain formatting. Swish. Qing Ling disappeared. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang, who was 30 meters away, put Qing Ling down. Gao Yang threw the Qing dog demon sword in his hand to Qing Ling. Your masters. Qing Ling caught it, holding the Tang sword in one hand and the demon sword in the other, and threw it to her feet, showing off the sword, the butterfly double blade, for slashing swords, and 3 black gold darts, all around her. I've wanted it for a long time, Qing Ling said coldly. Gao Yang smiled faintly, turned around, and stood back to back with Qing Ling. The two stared at the corpse puppets and living puppets that gradually surrounded them. Qilin had reconnected with them. Zhang Wei, where is Tengu? Gao Yang asked. Zhang Wei went to wake up the others. Tengu is unconscious. I destroyed his puppet mark, Qing Ling said. Gao Yang could imagine Qing Ling fighting with Tengu, while secretly controlling the black gold dart to attack Tengu. This trick worked every time. How to fight? Qing Ling took a half step back and touched Gao Yang's back. With Gao Yang behind her, she was not panicked by any number of enemies. With him, she could win always. Can you hold Qilin for a minute? No, 30 seconds, if not 20 seconds. Who do you look down on? Qing Ling was unhappy. At least 30 seconds. Well, I deal with the puppet first. Gao Yang's tactics were very clear. Deal with the puppet first. Even if Qilin had the talents of all puppets, he and Qing Ling only had to deal with Qilin. But if these puppets are not dealt with, Qilin can cooperate with the puppets, and their talents can be transformed freely, and their moves are all kinds of strange and hard to defend. Okay. Qing Ling had no objection. Gao Yang set the tactics and she executed them. It was that simple. Be careful. You too. A cool night breeze blew across the street, blowing up the boy's clothes and the girl's ponytail at the same time. The boy retracted the dagger, clenched his fists, and looked calm. The girl held the knife with both hands, leaned forward, and her eyebrows were stern. Swish. The two disappeared. Chapter 1045. Qing Ling jumped onto a butterfly dagger and flew towards Qilin. He slashed with both hands, and a cross-shaped blade with thunder element slashed towards Qilin first. Chong. The solid ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the cross slash, and the incidental thunder element damage was also introduced into the ground through the ice wall. Qilin actually didn't need to be so troublesome. He only needed to switch to the invincible state for 1 second to avoid it perfectly. He didn't do this because once the invincible state was turned on, he had to stop using other talents, and the control of the corpse puppet would also be interrupted. Similarly, he didn't choose to use talents such as Phantom and Hedgehog to resist, also considering that he had to control other puppets to better deal with Gao Yang. Qilin saw through Gao Yang's plan. He wanted Qing Ling to hold him back, so that he could deal with those puppets first. Qilin took advantage of the situation and let the puppets hold Gao Yang back. He first dealt with Qing Ling and made her a puppet as well. However, Qing Ling was wearing the golden holy cloth, and the long-range mental damage could not effectively suppress her, and Qing Ling would not fight Kirin in close combat again. Kirin decided to take the initiative. Qing Ling failed in one move, and then she started another. Who? She threw the two long swords in her hands at Kirin, and the long swords left two green trails, attacking Kirin's face and chest. Ding ding. Kirin waved his crutches and blocked the two long swords. The two long swords flew out in a rotation, and then turned around and stabbed Kirin. Swish swish swish. At the same time, the show sword, the butterfly double-edged sword, the four slashing swords, and the black gold darts also surrounded Kirin, and each weapon had the lightning element. Dong! Qilin thrust his cane into the ground, creating a ripple of energy. At the same time, 12 shadow warriors armed with various weapons rushed out of his body. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The shadow warriors began to fight with the knives. For a moment, the swords and sabers were dazzling. Each shadow warrior was guarding a knife, and would never allow them to get close to Qilin. Qing Ling, a level 6 metal, controlled the knives as flexibly as if she were controlling her own hands, but no matter how she attacked, she could not find any flaws. Although the 12 knives were flexible and agile, the phantoms without entities also changed in a myriad of ways. Hiss hiss hiss. After a while, the shadow warriors began to transform into wisps of black smoke while countering the moves. Their true appearance was the silk thread of shadow. Qilin's eyes darkened, and he activated his telekinesis for 1 second. The space around him immediately stagnated for 1 second, causing all the knives to have a 1-second immobilization effect. Hiss hiss hiss. 1 second later, countless shadow threads wrapped around the handles of the knives precisely before they moved. Oh no, Qing Ling thought, and wanted to retract his weapons. The 12 knives immediately flew away, but they were already hooked fish. Although they swam desperately, they were still tightly pulled by the black fishing line. Qilin stretched out his right hand, and a small part of the shadow thread was quickly retracted, and at the same time brought back a black gold dart. Qilin held the black gold dart and did 3 things at once. 1. Immediately inject the chronic virus of the patient into the black gold dart. 2. Use arm strength and muscles to make the arm grow rapidly. 3. Remotely control a corpse puppet. Hush. A second later, Kuyu, who was hiding in the dark, blew a strange whistle. For a moment, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Qilin all fell into a state of mind jumping, and Qilin himself could no longer control the corpse puppet. The living puppet was still alive, and was naturally disturbed by the whistle. The short whistle seemed to forcibly take away the signal of the entire battlefield, causing everyone to collectively stuck for a second. A second later, Gao Yang and Qilin came back to their senses within 0.1 seconds and re-entered their own battlefields. But Qing Ling was a little slower, and it took her 0.3 seconds to retract her thoughts. Swish. Qilin's explosive arm threw out the black gold dart, like firing a super sniper bullet. Qing Ling, who has a level 6 sword god, drew her sword very quickly, and had time to parry, but she had no weapon in her hand. It would definitely be too late to dodge, and she would probably still get hurt if she relied on the golden sacred cloth alone. Only that one move can be used. Qing Ling was about to raise his left hand when a vague shadow flashed in front of him. Puff. The black gold dart pierced Gao Yang's back and directly penetrated his chest, bringing blood to Qing Ling's chest. With Gao Yang blocking it, the energy of the black gold dart was greatly slowed down, and it bounced off Qing Ling's golden holy clothes with a ding sound, leaving only a scratch. Gao Yang's mouth was bleeding, and he fell towards Qing Ling. Qing Ling supported him with one hand, and saw him smiling. Be careful, it's a one-time thing, there will be no next time. After saying that, Gao Yang gradually faded into nothingness and turned into a bubble. Qing Ling frowned, and there was an inexplicable fire. Who asked you to help? Mind your own business. Gao Yang jumped back and forth on the buildings on both sides of the street, fighting with a group of corpse puppets. He clearly felt that the attack and cooperation between the puppets were not as smooth as before. It seemed that Qing Ling had put a lot of pressure on Qilin, causing him to borrow some of the puppet's talents to deal with Qing Ling at all times. Talents cannot be used by Qilin and puppets at the same time. Puppet whose talents were temporarily taken away could not cooperate well with the attacks of other puppets. This reduced Gao Yang's burden and allowed him to arrange the battlefield more calmly. Gao Yang threw his hand and condensed a golden shield to block 5 or 6 bullets from the gun god. Then he teleported and escaped from the encirclement of the poisonous wind. At the same time, he did not forget to throw more than 10 extremely fast flame darts, rushing towards the Lingjie puppet and the flower puppet, who were stunned because their talents were taken away by Qilin. Unfortunately, the stubborn weasel puppet launched the bullseye effect in time, and more than 10 flame darts suddenly changed direction and focused on her. Bang bang bang. The flame dart is the concentrated flame energy, which produced a chain explosion, and the flames were everywhere, and the whole street was dyed orange. Swish. Gao Yang teleported to the traffic light at the intersection, and the traffic light under his feet was bright red and flashing at a high frequency. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. His heart sank, and he felt that his phantom was dead. When Gao Yang and Qing Ling acted separately, he immediately sent out a phantom to protect Qing Ling. The phantom would hide in the dark, and once Qing Ling was in danger, it would launch instant shadow on her to save her life. Now it seems that the phantom has completed its mission, which means that Qing Ling was in danger just now, and only 10 seconds have passed. It seems that letting Qing Ling hold Qilin is still too reluctant and too risky. We have to hurry up. Chapter 1046. It was not surprising that Qilin failed in one move. He removed most of his talents and strengthened Phantom again. Swish. At once, the remaining 6 Phantom Warriors also appeared, and the previous 12 Phantom Warriors still held Qingling's knife tightly. Qingling frowned and activated metal again, trying to take the knife back. Qilin relied on the blessing of telekinesis to firmly control the knife in the hands of the Shadow Legion. Qilin had a clear idea. Qingling's combat effectiveness is closely related to her weapons. If her weapons are removed, her strength will naturally be greatly reduced. He looked up at Qingling. Due to the distance limit, the Phantom Warrior could not fight her. However, the control range of the water element is very large. Qilin raised his right hand. Bang. The fire hydrant behind him exploded, and the water rushed out, immediately condensing into dozens of water lines that rushed towards Qingling one after another. They quickly froze in the process, and turned into countless frost spears. Don't look down on others. Qingling used the only butterfly short blade left on her feet as a pedal, pushed hard, and jumped to the side, avoiding several frost spears. She landed on the wall of a house beside the corridor, ran a few steps on the wall, kicked her legs, and jumped to the wall of a house across the street. The next second after she turned back and jumped, 7 or 8 frost spears followed closely, and pierced into the wall. Qingling was not only jumping and dodging, but also a chaotic electric current rushed out of her right palm, like a strange light-shaped magnet. When she jumped away, she pulled hard with her hand. Crackling. The anti-theft windows, air conditioner boxes, billboard iron frames, street lights, road signs, and other metal objects on the wall of the house were all pulled out by her and flew away with her. In a blink of an eye, Qingling had already stepped on the wall of the house across the street. She jumped again, with all her strength, and jumped to the house across the street just before the frost spear stabbed her head. At the same time, the magnet on her right hand was still working, taking away all the metal objects on this side. In just 7 or 8 seconds, Qingling used the buildings on both sides of the street as pedals, and jumped back and forth in a Z shape, avoiding the pursuit of the frost spear while constantly absorbing metal objects everywhere, and approaching the Qilin in the middle of the road. When Qilin understood Qingling's intention, the vast amount of metal objects behind Qingling had turned into a straightened meteorite belt, and followed her to rush towards Qilin. Qingling stepped on the butterfly short knife and jumped up. The vast amount of metal objects behind her continued to move forward and began to deform and merge. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge metal python. Not only that, this python was also injected with abundant thunder elements, turning into a purple-blue thunder python. Roar. The thunder python was like a greedy and terrible gluttonous snake. It took the entire street as its trajectory, thundering and lightning all the way, and roared towards Qilin. Qilin was controlling many corpse puppets to fight Gao Yang, and could not take back too many talents to arm himself. He stood there, calm and composed. Bang! Qilin's crutches slammed into the ground, and the 18 Phantom Warriors immediately threw away the black gold knives in their hands, gathered in front of Qilin, and quickly formed an 18 Shadows formation. Pound. The Thunder Python bit the 18 Shadows formation, and suddenly lightning flashed everywhere, and the sky and the earth turned pale. Qilin's body unconsciously turned into a blue-gray texture. He activated the rubber man taken from Yushi, making the surface of his body turn into a rubber texture. Rubber is an insulator, and will not be electrocuted by the thunder element of the Thunder Python. The Thunder Python's momentum was very strong, and the 18 shadows gradually could not resist it. The body composed of the phantom began to disintegrate, almost turning into wisps of black smoke again. Qilin activated telekinesis again. The 18 shadow warriors retreated while merging, and in a blink of an eye they turned into a tall phantom giant. The giant held the bloody mouth of the metal python tightly, with both hands and fought hard. The giant's legs crushed the ground and retreated step by step, leaving 2 gullies on the road. Roar. The phantom giant began to collapse and disintegrate, but the thunder python was also at the end of its strength. It slowly calmed down its anger, the thunder element also dissipated, the metal power was lifted, and the giant python scattered into a pile of scrap metal. Qilin took back the phantom, feeling puzzled. Compared to the knight at Qingyang Bridge, this Qing Ling was much stronger, and could actually use the power of 2 elements to such a perfect state. When he was distracted for a moment, a figure attacked Qilin from the side. It was Qing Ling running at high speed. Qilin was quite surprised that Qing Ling had the courage to get close to him. Qilin was about to activate all things, but he felt a flash of light in his eyes, and 2 black gold darts pierced his eyes. Qilin had no time to dodge, and closed his eyes immediately. Ding ding. Relying on the armament of the phantom armor, the 2 black gold darts only rubbed some sparks on Qilin's black eyelids, and then bounced out. At the same time, Qilin activated Heart Eye, and found that Qing Ling was close. Qing Ling had nothing in his hands, but he was not afraid at all. The 12 black gold knives scattered around had regained their freedom, and they all felt the call of their master and flew into the air. Qing Ling stabbed with her right hand, and in an instant, a tang sword appeared in her hand, helping Qing Ling complete the thrust attack. Ding! Qilin swung his cane to block the blade that was stabbing at his throat, and at the same time injected telekinesis to lock Qing Ling's tang sword. Qing Ling had expected it, so she let go of the tang sword, and her body spun sideways, and a Xiao sword appeared in her left hand. Ding! A green knife light cut Qilin's neck directly, and Qilin had no time to swing his cane, so he raised his phantom-armed arm to block the knife. Zizi. The knife was very powerful, stirring up a lot of phantom silk threads, which wrapped around the Xiao sword and disarmed it. Qing Ling gave up the Xiao sword before this, and she spun sideways in the air, using the black gold dart that had already appeared at her feet as a pedal, and suddenly kicked, and a front flip passed over Qilin's head, and 2 black gold slashing knives appeared in her hands. Ding ding! Qing Ling, in an upside-down position, chopped 2 slashing knives on Qilin's shoulders. Qilin's shoulders tightened, his body sank, and his feet crushed the ground. Under such a high-speed slash, the phantom armor had to shift its defense focus many times, and it was already a bit overwhelmed and lost sight of one thing while focusing on another. Qilin activated telekinesis again. Ding ding! Qing Ling gave up her weapon 1 step ahead of others, and at the same time, 2 more slashing knives appeared in her hand. At the moment of landing, she twisted her body and chopped at Qilin's back. This time, the sharp knife energy split the weak phantom armor and cut Qilin's body. Qilin felt pain and gave up the idea of taking her weapon and controlling Qing Ling with telekinesis. With a thought, she activated 6 senses judgment. Swish. The energy spread, Qilin instantly lost her eyesight, and Qing Ling was also deprived of her eyesight and hearing. At the same time, the slashing knives in Qing Ling's hands had been replaced with 2 butterfly double-edged knives. She rushed towards Qilin, and at that moment, her eyes went dark, and the world became extremely quiet. She knew that she had lost her vision and hearing. But it doesn't matter. Chapter 1047. Even though she was temporarily blind, Qing Ling could accurately determine the position of Qilin's body. Because Qilin's arms, shoulders, and back were all left with traces of her recent slashes, her sword god could sense them. Relying on this sense, Qing Ling had already outlined the general outline of Qilin's body in the dark. She was focused, and she became one with her sword. Holding the butterfly double blades, she transformed into a graceful dancer with superb dancing postures, and performed a rotating high-frequency cutting on Qilin. Swish, swish, swish. Qilin's black body wearing the phantom armor was like a black rice ear, being madly rolled and cut by Qing Ling the Thresher. The purple-blue knife light became more and more, faster and faster, and finally only countless afterimages were left. During this process, Qilin wanted to activate his talent many times, but was interrupted many times. Although Qing Ling's slashes could only barely separate the phantom armor, and could not cause real damage to Qilin, the thunder element was transmitted into his body, causing Qilin to have a slight paralysis. Although this kind of paralysis is not worth mentioning, it becomes very deadly when it is subjected to dozens of such paralysis currents per second. Qilin finds it difficult to concentrate. At that moment, Qilin is more and more confused. Why is Qingling's movement so fast? And it is getting faster and faster. No, it is not just fast, it is all-round strong, and the more it fights, the stronger it becomes. Suddenly, Qilin has the answer. Release 6 senses judge. Qilin found an opportunity to contact his talent, and his vision returned immediately. At the same time, Qilin, who is one with the sword, also returned to his vision and hearing. It would be fine if he didn't return, but once he returned, it interfered with Qilin, causing Qingling's swordsmanship to deviate. Qilin seized the opportunity again, risking the possibility of being blinded, opened his eyes, and quickly activated brain formatting. In close combat, this move is so fast that it is almost the only move that can be launched before being interrupted by Qingling's attack. Qingling immediately sensed the danger. Relying on the 1-second reaction time given to her by the golden sacred cloth, she retracted her attack and kicked her legs hard at Qilin's chest. Relying on the reaction force, she flew more than 10 meters away and landed on the roof of a car on the roadside. She didn't dare to stop, and jumped hard again, jumping onto the street lamp behind her. At this point, the battle entered the rest phase. Qingling stood on the top of the street lamp with her feet together, her ponytail spread out in the fierce battle, and her black hair flew. Her hands naturally dropped down, and with a finger, 2 long knives flew back to her hands. Other knives also loyally floated around her, flashing coldly under the moonlight. The moon above her head was just floating behind her, giving her backlit figure a layer of silver light. Qingling looked down at Qilin from a high place. Qilin disarmed the phantom. His suit was torn, his body was covered in blood, and his body was covered in wounds. He looked miserable, but he was not really hurt. Qilin looked up at Qingling. When did you realize it? Qingling was not surprised that Qilin discovered his trump card so quickly, and told the truth. When I woke up from the dream. Hee. Qilin laughed. You and Qinglong do have similarities. Qingling didn't like this evaluation, but she was too lazy to refute. When talking about Qinglong, a trace of sadness flashed across Qilin's deep and gloomy eyes, and then a trace of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, Qinglong, you can witness my promise to you in this way. Sensing the death of his phantom, Gao Yang decided to speed up. He dodged the attack and rushed to the middle of a street. The puppets chased him closely, but they would not get too close to him. Gao Yang was the best at close combat. Qilin was dealing with Qingling, and could not allocate more energy to control the puppets to deal with Gao Yang. However, it was not so easy for Gao Yang to destroy the contract mark on the puppet. Each corpse puppet was wrapped with black bandages, and the mark was well hidden. Swish. The poisonous wind surrounded him again. This time Gao Yang did not run away, and quickly strengthened the golden holy clothes. 2 seconds later, the poisonous wind began to pollute the golden holy clothes, and soon left dense brown spots on it. Although they could not penetrate the energy armor, it was also quite dangerous. After all, as long as there was a crack in the golden holy clothes, Gao Yang would definitely die. As expected, the puppets became more and more radical. Puppets such as Lu Tu, Iman, Jing Ku, Zhong He, and Huang Furong quickly rushed towards Gao Yang. Bang, bang, bang. Lyle, who was hiding in the dark, also fired several bullets at the same part of Gao Yang, trying to carve a crack in the golden holy clothes and let the poison enter. Ding, ding, ding. Gao Yang did not risk using the holy clothes to block the bullets. His arms created a golden shield to block the bullets. He remained motionless. Swish. Lao jumped out of the window of the street house, closing the distance with Gao Yang, and opened his mouth to launch chaos. Once chaos succeeded, it would likely interrupt Gao Yang's golden holy cloth. How could Gao Yang not guess what Lyle was up to? He had many ways to stop Lyle, the safest of which was tranquility, which interrupted everyone's talent for 1 second, but he did not use it. Gao Yang chose the simplest method, and quickly threw 3 flaming darts at Lyle. Lyle quickly dodged and failed to successfully launch chaos. Gao Yang continued to throw out flaming darts, restraining them, while continuing to wait in place. The other puppets began to approach Gao Yang, and the nearest few puppets were less than 10 meters away from Gao Yang. Now! Ding! Gao Yang removed the golden holy clothes on his body, turning them into countless golden fragments contaminated by the poisonous wind, and splashing them in all directions. These fragments turned into highly toxic bullets. The corpse puppets were also flesh and blood. When they encountered the poison of the Plague Knight, they would still rot into a pool of rotten meat. Unfortunately, this trick did not succeed. Gregor took back the poisonous wind on the golden fragments to the greatest extent at the moment when Gao Yang exploded his clothes. Only the few puppets, who rushed to the front, had no time to dodge. They were directly transformed into the invincible state for half a second. The poisonous golden fragments passed through their bodies, and they escaped dangerously. It seems that Qilin had long guessed that Gao Yang might use this trick. However, this trick was originally handy. Gao Yang saw the right moment, and immediately created a clone, while launching tranquility waves. The abundant white energy exploded from Gao Yang's body, turning into ripples that swept the entire street. In an instant, everyone was silent for a second, and all their talents were interrupted. After a second of silence, Gao Yang took the lead in action with the fastest reaction. Ghost Realm. Expand. Swish. In an instant, Gao Yang's body entered the Ghost Realm and engulfed the puppets closest to him. 1/3 of the time passed. Gao Yang's actions immediately became 3 times faster. At the same time, Gao Yang's clone had already squatted behind Gao Yang, and he put his hands together and slammed them on the ground. Spacetime Rift. Chapter 1048. Hiss. A spacetime crack opened in front of Gao Yang's clone, revealing strange flowing colors, like a starry sky painted by a painter. Huawei once activated a spacetime crack in the shape of a telephone booth. It was a one-on-one skill, like a spacetime hunting trap. This time, Gao Yang's clone opened a spacetime crack of about 10 seconds. In theory, no matter how much stuff is stuffed in, it can eat it all. But it cannot actively hunt, just wait quietly. No matter if there is anything coming in, it will close when the time is up. The hunting was handed over to Gao Yang. After Gao Yang's main body unfolded the ghost field, he immediately activated Instant Shadow and appeared behind Zhonghe's puppet. With the cooperation of Triple Speed and Instant Shadow, Zhonghe had no power to fight back. In his eyes, Gao Yang even stopped in place without moving. Of course, it was just an afterimage. In fact, Gao Yang had already transformed into a ghostly ghost, moving quickly between enemies. Gao Yang kicked John Hyuk fiercely towards the crack in time and space. Gao Yang rushed towards Lu Tu, grabbed his arm, and threw him in the same direction. Gao Yang leaped hard and hit AI Man's side, knocking her towards the crack in time and space. Gao Yang used the reaction force of hitting AI Man to fly back towards Jingke, grabbed the bone spur blade that rushed out of his palm, and threw him towards the crack in time and space. This set of movements was smooth and fast, and it took no more than 2 seconds. For Gao Yang, it actually took 6 seconds. When the puppets came to their senses, they found that their feet had left the ground and were flying towards the crack in time and space inexplicably, and they could not stop. Gao Yang did not stop. With the ghost domain around him, he activated teleportation and quickly approached the other puppets. Gao Yang's clone was not idle either. After he summoned the space-time rift, he immediately followed Gao Yang's body and activated the portal at the same time. Before leaving tonight, Gao Yang copied Chuyu's space teleport. He originally wanted to use this trick to quickly approach the hostages for rescue. This was one of the alternative plans. Unexpectedly, it was used here in the end. The huge circular portal was suspended above the street. It was in the center of the entire battlefield. The other end of the portal was connected to the space-time rift. Then, Gao Yang's body and clone moved at high speed with the ghost domain at the same time. At this time, if anyone looked down from the sky, they could see 2 figures constantly jumping and teleporting on a street. The 2 people had a gray-blue domain with a radius of 10 meters around them. This gray-blue domain was like a gluttonous ball, constantly approaching the enemy, and then swallowing the enemy. The greedy ball passed by quickly, and then left. No matter what state the greedy ball was in before, the enemies that were swallowed were thrown out when the greedy ball left, and then inevitably flew to the portal in the middle of the street. Buzz. Swish. Buzz. Swish. In just 5 seconds, 15 seconds had passed for Gao Yang and his clone. The 2 finally threw all the corpse puppets into the portal, and then threw them into the space-time crack through the portal. Buzz. The space-time crack was full and satisfied, closed its mouth and disappeared. For a while, the whole street was silent. Swish. Gao Yang and his clone returned to the center of the street and fought side by side. Their faces were pale, and their chests were heaving. Although the set of combos only took 7 seconds, the energy consumption was quite large. Gao Yang took out the energy potion prepared by Dr. Jia. It can quickly replenish 20% to 30% of energy, but it can only be used once within 24 hours. Repeated use will not only fail to restore, but also deepen fatigue. Gao Yang inserted the potion into his arm, injected 2/3 of it, and threw the remaining potion to his clone. I don't need it, Gao Yang's clone said. You need it, and you have to save me later, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang's clone immediately understood, and took the potion and inserted it into his arm. The clone did not forget to observe around. The living puppet is hiding. Yeah. Gao Yang was not surprised by this. It's obvious, but Gregor, and even if they didn't react to what Gao Yang wanted to do in the first 3 seconds, they must have reacted later. However, Gao Yang never thought of throwing the living puppet into the space-time crack, because there would be a risk of never coming back. In addition, the lonely emperor mark of the living puppet is very obvious, which is the relief eye between the eyebrows, which is easy to destroy. As a living puppet with independent consciousness and decision-making ability, it will naturally hide when it realizes that it is no match for Gao Yang. The corpse puppets are not so smart, and Qilin was held back by Qing Ling and had no energy to seriously control them, so Gao Yang and his clone succeeded. Gao Yang glanced at his clone. Let's go, the battle has just begun. Qilin and Qing Ling confronted each other quietly, and neither of them was in a hurry to attack. Just as Qilin launched brain formatting to force Qing Ling back, something went wrong on the other side of the battlefield. Qilin realized that his connection with Zhonghe, Lu Tu, AI Man and Jing could become very weak and almost impossible to control. When Zhonghe, Lu Tu, AI Man and Jing were killed, Zhonghe's phantom happened to be in Qilin's body and escaped. But Qilin still lost his talent Super Ear. Rivers and Lakes rules. Arm strength. Bone hyperplasia. At that moment, Qilin didn't even need to observe the scene through the eyes of the corpse puppets to guess that the 4 puppets were most likely locked in the absolute barrier or space-time crack, or other law-based fields. No matter what the answer is, it will not affect Qilin's most correct decision to immediately take back the talents of all corpse puppets. As for the living puppets, Qilin only needs to change his mind to make them hide immediately, and not let Gao Yang catch them. When the living puppets are hidden, Qilin will take back all their talents. Qilin leaned on his crutches and gathered his energy deeply, integrating the complex talents in his body, and allowing them to flow quickly in the energy path. When he raised his eyes again, there were 2 more Gao Yangs beside Qing Ling. The 3 fought side by side, with cold faces and sharp eyes. Solved? Qing Ling stared at Qilin, but was talking to Gao Yang. How long can the corpse puppet last? Okay, Gregor, but it's hiding again. Gao Yang was concise and clear. He focused slightly, and found that the phantom armor appeared on Qilin. It seems that most of the puppet's talents are still on Qilin, Gao Yang added. Qing Ling quickly went through the puppet's talents in his mind and thought of something. Yushi was also controlled. Qilin just used Rubber Man. Gao Yang suddenly realized. It seems that Water God was understood by Yushi. Qing Ling nodded. I just upgraded Infinite Evolution to level 4. She was not showing off, but letting Gao Yang grasp the information of his partner as soon as possible to better formulate strategies. Gao Yang was happy. The chance of winning is higher. At the beginning, Gao Yang decided to distribute the runes to multiple people to carry. According to the previous rules, Qing Ling should carry the elemental rune and Tengu should carry the space-time rune, because Gao Yang has always wanted to do an experiment to see if the rune circuit can help the talents after level 12 to upgrade to level 8. As it turns out, it doesn't seem to work. So Gao Yang changed his mind, and tried to see if he could use the rune circuit as a bait to actively fish out new talents. For example, Qilin carried the summoning rune for a long time and fished out the puppet master, and Gao Shou carried the protection rune for a long time and fished out the absolute defense. After all, the choice between talent and awakener has always been complicated and unpredictable, so Gao Yang thought he could give it a try. In the end, Gao Yang gave the strengthening rune to Qing Ling and the elemental rune to Tengu, trying his luck to see if he could fish out Infinite Evolution and Elemental Spirit. It can only be said that Qing Ling was very lucky and lived up to Gao Yang's expectations. My Time and Space Ghost just upgraded to level 7. Gao Yang also immediately handed over his trump card, although it was already a clear card. What are you showing off? Qing Ling was inexplicably angry. I'm not blind. Gao Yang smiled faintly and took a step forward. Go. Qing Ling waved his long sword. Tactics. Chapter 1049. You are the master and I am the assistant, Gao Yang said succinctly. Yes. Qing Ling understood. While Gao Yang and Qing Ling were talking, Qilin was also quietly observing and thinking, looking unfathomable. Qing Ling took action and rushed towards Qilin quickly. Gao Yang and his clone took the lead in attacking from both sides, putting pressure on Qilin and protecting Qingling at any time. Gao Yang's tactics were based on a big premise. Time is on his side. First of all, most of Qilin's talents come from corpse puppets, and their use time is limited and will be exhausted sooner or later. Qingling has infinite evolution. She fights Qilin head-on. As long as she doesn't die, she can become stronger and stronger. If she is lucky, she may be able to upgrade infinite evolution to level 5 or even level 6. The only thing Qingling is afraid of is Qilin's mental attack at close range. But Gao Yang is not afraid, and can save Qingling in time to ensure that Qingling will not be killed instantly. In addition, infinite evolution has a passive immunity to innate abilities. Even if it is only used briefly, Qingling will still be immune after 2 or 3 repetitions. Once Qilin's all things loses its effect on Gao Yang and Qingling, Qilin will become more passive. Qilin is also aware of this, so he will not easily use tricks such as mental lock and brain formatting on Qingling without full confidence. But in this case, it will be more difficult for Qilin to kill Qingling with one blow. With Gao Yang's backing, Qingling can fight recklessly and heartily. Of course, Gao Yang does not expect Qingling to kill Qilin. After all, she has just obtained infinite evolution. If she wants to reach the realm of Qilong, she still needs a lot of accumulation. What Gao Yang needs is just an opportunity. Qingling moves so fast that her afterimage could be seen. Boom! Halfway through the charge, she suddenly accelerated, crushed the ground with her feet, turned into a cannonball, and attacked Qilin with 2 trails of blue-purple sword light in her hands. Dang dang! The phantom on Qilin's back rushed out, and turned into 2 phantom bone wings to protect Qilin's form, and block Qingling's double sword slash. Voila! The strong sword energy created a ripple, and cut the tie on Qilin's chest, but failed to effectively hurt Qilin's body. Even relying only on the attributes added by the puppet's talents, Qilin's defense was amazingly high. Qilin's eyes shone, and he found that Qingling's move was just a feint. Above his head, more than a dozen black gold knives were quietly hanging, and each knife was injected with abundant thunder elements. Bang bang bang. Lightning as thick as a thigh struck out from the knife, and directly drilled into Qingling's double swords. Ha! Qingling shouted, and both hands burst out with all their strength. Clang! 2 dazzling arcs of lightning penetrated the phantom bone wings, crossed and slashed towards Qilin's chest, and turned into 2 giant lightning rings, cutting out behind Qilin. They cut off street lights and cars, split a telephone booth in half, and finally shattered the walls of roadside houses. At the critical moment, Qilin activated Rubber Man to reduce the damage of lightning to the extreme. Qilin's eyes flashed, and he activated the mental catalysis of arrogance. Without absolute certainty, Qilin would not use brain formatting, so he secretly catalyzed the opponent's emotions, combined with the energy of praise, making it easier for the opponent to make mistakes. Qingling's heart suddenly emerged with a stronger sense of self-confidence and a stronger desire to fight. She flipped backwards and threw the weapon in her hand at Qilin. Qilin raised his cane and blocked 2 long swords. Qingling stepped on the black gold dart in midair. Her hands had been replaced with butterfly double blades. She kicked hard and turned back from midair, turning into a hawk swooping down to hunt. Dang dang dang. Qilin spun her body under the powerful momentum, turning into a gyroscope and cutting at Qilin at high speed. Qilin parried with his cane, while retreating repeatedly. Each of Qingling's attacks carried the paralysis attribute of the thunder element. Qilin's fingers soon became numb, and he was forced to let go of his cane and switch to phantom protection. At the same time, he activated talents such as Muscle and Hedgehog to strengthen his defense and rebound damage. Qingling immediately felt that the dense mild damage began to react to herself, but relying on the protection of the golden sacred cloth, she gritted her teeth and took it, and continued to slash at Qilin at high frequency, not giving him any breathing space. Qilin has been defending and not actively attacking because he doesn't want to trigger the 2 passives of infinite evolution. 1. Absorb the opponent's energy. 2. Immune to the opponent's talent. But he also knows that if he continues to passively take the beating, the situation will not be good. Besides, the rebound damage mechanism of Hedgehog is also an offensive talent, and Qingling will be immune sooner or later. There is no 100% chance, so he must take action. Launch telekinesis. Qilin finds the right opportunity and launches telekinesis. Qingling immediately feels that his whole body solidifies, as if time has stopped. With the close-range telekinesis under the current spiritual power of Qilin, the control over Qingling is still overwhelming. At the same time, several frost thorns rise from the ground under Qilin's feet and pierce Qingling. Swish. Gao Yang made a move. He teleported to the back of Qilin. His right fist was bright red, and he punched Qilin's back with a flaming fist. In order to suppress Qilin, Qilin stopped other talents and injected most of his energy into telekinesis. It was difficult to resist Gao Yang's punch with physical defense alone. Qilin had no time to change talents, so he used the safest method, cutting off all talents and quickly changing to invincible state. In an instant, the telekinesis dissipated, and the frost thorns that stabbed Qilin also stopped halfway. Qilin's body turned into a dark green spirit state. Qilin almost saw that Gao Yang would urgently retract the flaming fist and teleport to rescue Qilin. But it doesn't matter. Qilin had quietly spread the chronic virus of the patient in the previous confrontation with Qilin, so time may not be on their side. What? Qilin was startled and realized that a strange energy was approaching rapidly and caught up with Gao Yang. That is tranquility. Gao Yang sneered in his heart. This time, I am on the 3rd floor. When Gao Yang said that Qilin would attack first and he would assist, it showed that he wanted to delay time. How could Qilin not guess it? Therefore, Gao Yang did the opposite and deceived Qilin. He was the main attacker and Qilin was the assistant. Qilin was looking for an opportunity to kill Qilin with one strike, and Gao Yang was also betting on an opportunity to kill Qilin with one strike. Now it seems that Gao Yang made the right bet. When Gao Yang launched a teleportation to attack Qilin's back, Gao Yang's clone immediately launched Tranquility. Although Gao Yang's main body launched Tranquility once in a short period of time, he had already split his clone before that, so his clone had another chance to use it, with an efficiency of only 30%, but enough. Swish. In an instant, the energy ripples of Tranquility swept into Gao Yang's body, and the flame fist on his fist immediately silenced. At the same time, it also swept into Qilin's body, and his invincibility was also lifted. And Gao Yang, still relying on the strong inertia, delivered an ordinary punch to Qilin's back. Chapter 1050. Boom. The Qilin flew diagonally into the sky. Although it was just an ordinary punch, even if it was only 30% of its combat power, it was still more than 2,100 points of strength attribute. The Qilin, who had no defense at all, was still in trouble after being hit by this punch. Being silenced by tranquility waves, Qilin could not activate invincible for a short time. He also reacted very quickly relying on his powerful mental power to block the pain to the greatest extent, keeping his mind clear. The moment he flew into the air, he urgently activated talents such as Phantom, Hedgehog, and Muscle. At the same time, he mobilized Kyo's Strangeness and Lele's Chaos, intending to force a truce to give himself a chance to reorganize. What? The Qilin was startled again. Just as the sound wave energy in his chest reached his throat, Gao Yang had already come to him. The 3-minute cooling time ended, and Gao Yang activated the locking skill Instant Shadow again. Bang! Gao Yang had no time to charge Flame Fist, and hit the Qilin's chin with another simple punch. Boom! A strong shockwave spread in the air, and Qilin turned into a cannonball, flying farther and higher again, directly to the sky above Qinghe Park. This punch hit Qilin's chin, and Qilin's brain was violently shaken during the flight, and it was forced to shut down for 2 or 3 seconds. In his almost blank mind, there was only one thought left. Why is Gao Yang so strong? Qilin clearly used several talents to enhance his defense this time, but the damage he suffered was greater than the previous punch. How could Qilin know that after Gao Yang succeeded in the punch, he did not hesitate to launch the power of awakening and bet all his chips on this opportunity? At this moment, his attribute panel is as follows: Physical Strength, 1 Endurance, 1 Strength, 7901 Agility, 8675 Spirit, 7472 Charm, 1 Luck, 2100. After the second punch, Gao Yang stopped in midair. He had no flying, no pedal to jump, and the teleportation distance was very short. He could not catch up with the flying Qilin in a short time. Gao Yang did not intend to chase him. He absolutely trusted himself and his strongest partner. Gao Yang raised his right hand without hesitation, inserted his backhand into his left chest, and directly grasped the heart. He squeezed it hard and crushed it. Although it was not completely crushed, the suicide damage caused was extremely huge and irreversible. Wow! Gao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Killing expert extreme dying state. Exploding blood. Fully open. Even Do, who never dared to use this move, because this move can only survive for 2 or 3 seconds. This is to stimulate the maximum potential of the human body at the moment of death. But Gao Yang dared to use it, because he unfolded the ghost domain, slowing down his own death speed by 3 times, so he has a time window of 6 to 9 seconds. This is more than enough. Swoosh at the same time, Gao Yang's clone hugged Qing Ling and launched a space jump, appearing above Qinghe Park at a fixed point, and arrived at the place where Qilin flew in advance. Qing Ling was not polite at all. He retracted his feet, stepped on Gao Yang's clone's lower abdomen, and kicked hard. Ah! Gao Yang's clone screamed in pain and fell down. Qing Ling held 2 knives, followed by more than a dozen knives, and rushed towards the Qilin flying towards him. 3 seconds later, Qilin recovered from the brain crash state. He clenched his fists, and was about to switch to other talents to fight back. A purple light flashed in the corner of his eyes. What? Qilin immediately gave up the idea of counterattack and continued to strengthen his defense. Bang! In just a flash of thought, the sharp Tang sword chopped at Qilin's eyebrows, and the phantom armor was almost shattered. It was barely resisted by the blessing of telekinesis. Qing Ling's palm trembled, and the Tang sword fell out of his hand. At the same time, a serious crack appeared on the golden holy clothes between his eyebrows. That was the rebound damage of the hedgehog. However, this time, Qing Ling had a certain immunity to the hedgehog, and the rebound damage was still tolerable. After the Qilin's forehead was chopped, his mental power collapsed by 70% to 80%. When he came to his senses, more than a dozen knives had surrounded him, and lightning jumped between each other, forming a lightning cage, paralyzing him and slowing his movements. Qing Ling failed to hit, and another Qingxue demon sword appeared in his hand. He stepped on other knives, turned back and jumped, and slashed Qilin's chest with another knife. Bang bang bang. Dang dang dang. In just a few seconds, Qing Ling turned into a thunder phantom, shuttling back and forth in the cage formed by the knife array, constantly changing weapons, and slashing at different parts of Qilin's body. In a blink of an eye, Qing Ling used up all the knives in the knife array. Not enough. Just as she launched the thunder blade formation, another giant sword was slowly rising into the air and flying towards Qing Ling. It was Douhu's dragon-killing giant sword. Snap. Qing Ling held the hilt of the giant sword firmly with both hands, and the sword energy of the level 6 sword god was immediately injected into the giant sword, and the explosive power of infinite evolution was introduced into both hands. Ah! She swung it upwards violently, and a huge green sword light, like a scar under the night sky, cut through the sky from bottom to top and submerged Qilin. Wow! Qilin was thrown out of the sword light, and flew straight to a higher place in the night sky. The knife wound on Qilin's chest was so deep that the bone was visible, and he was seriously injured. At that moment, he was thankful that if this blow was injected with the shock force of Douhu's murder expert, the energy path in Qilin's body would have been completely shattered, and then he would really be powerless to turn back. However, with Qing Ling's current strength, it is not enough to kill the Qilin with full defense in one blow. Qilin suppressed the pain in his body again and launched directly. What? Qilin was startled again, and a hint of crimson suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. It was Gao Yang. After crushing his heart, Gao Yang quickly jumped onto the roof and observed the situation. After Qing Ling's last slash, he predicted the position where Qilin flew out and launched a space jump to wait for the final relay. At that moment, the whole picture of Gao Yang was reflected in Qilin's frightened green eyes. The boy's black hair was messy, his entire chin was covered with blood, and his left chest was a shocking blood hole. The boy's back was a flame wing that covered the sky, but it was already broken, and only a vague outline could be seen. The energy that had been accumulated had been injected into his right hand. The boy's fist was so dazzling that it almost melted. It's still in time. It's still in time. Qilin urgently mobilized all his energy. Pound. Gao Yang gave up the time-slowing control on his heart and activated the time acceleration on his right fist. In Qilin's eyes, the picture was almost paused. But things have already happened. Boom boom boom. Above the night sky of Qinghe Park, 3 huge circular flame shock waves exploded. They were like 3 small suns, rotating with each other, and finally merged into a big sun. Thousands of fierce flames rushed wildly around, like a fiery red tsunami, instantly covering the entire night sky. Between heaven and earth, it was like a bloody purgatory. Chapter 1051. Swish. A human figure covered in flames flew out of the purgatory-like sea of fire, and flew towards the Qinghe Lake on the ground, like a meteor that was about to burn out. Air. The meteor fell in the center of Qinghe Lake, exploding a hemispherical ball of fire again. The high-concentration flame energy on his body turned into a circle of flame ripples close to the ground, spreading rapidly in all directions, instantly scorching the mud at the bottom of the entire Qinghe Lake. Swish. Qing Ling flew with a sword, wearing a golden holy robe, rushed into the sea of fire, quickly found Gao Yang, who fell from the sea of fire, and flew towards him. Swish! Qingling opened her arms, hugged Gao Yang from behind, and landed quickly. The moment she hugged Gao Yang, her heart sank. Gao Yang was dead. His body was cold, his heart was beating, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. The blood had been drained. Not only that, the energy in his body was also drained. However, Qingling was not overly nervous. As someone who had seen all kinds of big scenes, she would not be fooled by Gao Yang this time. More than 10 seconds later, she landed with Gao Yang's body in her arms, and Gao Yang's clone rushed over from nearby. "Save him!" Qingling shouted. Understood. Gao Yang's clone rushed over, opened his hands towards the body under his feet, reset time and space. The clone only had 30% of the energy of the original body, and the effect of activating game player was only 30%. In other words, he could only reset Gao Yang to the state 54 seconds ago, and Gao Yang only had 30% of the energy at that time. Gao Yang's clone's 10 fingers transformed into countless white tentacles, wrapping Gao Yang's body into a pure white, holy light cocoon. Qingling was already very tired at this moment, but she still rushed towards the direction where Qilin fell with a knife. No matter whether it was a living person or a corpse waiting for her, she would chop off his head personally. Soon, Qingling rushed to the meteorite crater in the center of Qinghe Lake. Her pupils trembled. The center of the meteorite crater was surrounded by two forms of poisonous fog, which were the poisonous wind of the plague knight and the chronic virus of the patient. Surrounded by the poisonous fog, Qingling did not dare to get closer. Her golden holy clothes had already had many cracks. It was okay to encounter chronic viruses, but once it encountered the poisonous wind, she would definitely die. She held a long knife in her hand and looked at the poisonous fog unwillingly. At the same time, she was extremely shocked in her heart. Just like this, Qilin is not dead yet. She looked closely and found two broken figures standing in the center of the poisonous fog. Swish! The poisonous fog slowly spread to both sides, with the two figures as the center, making the visibility much higher. Qingling immediately saw the two people clearly. The prosthetic limb of Qilin's left arm had melted, and the artificial eye in his right eye socket had also melted into liquid metal, flowing down his face and turning into countless gray filaments, covering half of his face. His upper body was naked, his lower body was in tatters, and his skin was bronze-colored metal. Qingling was shocked and angry. This is Wang Wayne's Iron Man. Qilin's lonely emperor didn't even let the hostages go. Since Wang Wayne has become Qilin's living puppet, Ming Yang and Zhu Ke may have the same fate. Qilin has been hiding talents such as Iron Man for a long time, and it is also to keep more cards for himself. In every battle, Qilin's preparations are far beyond the imagination of his companions and enemies. The person next to Qilin was a thin blonde girl, Yushi, who was waiting near Qinghe Lake. She had long been Qilin's living puppet. At this moment, Qilin stretched out his right hand, pinched Yushi's arm, and activated Ming Yang's damage transfer. Yushi's face was pale, her expression was twisted in pain, and her thin body was shaking violently, like a reed in a storm. Paw! Finally, Yushi's body's endurance reached the critical point, and it exploded into a pool of blood, staining Qilin's right face red, and leaving a circle of red around it. In fact, if it was just talents such as Phantom, Muscle, and Hedgehog, plus Wang Wayne's Iron Man, it would not be enough to resist Gao Yang's punch that burned the sky and boiled the sea. But Qilin also has Ming Yang's damage transfer, which allows Qilin to withstand great damage in a short period of time without dying. With the blessing of all the above talents, Qilin survived, but Qilin must transfer the damage immediately, otherwise he will still die. Damage transfer has many limitations, such as the damage can only be transferred to one living being in a short period of time, and it must be a living being. Qilin currently does not have a perfect damage transfer target like a dead pig. Among the living puppets he currently controls, Yushi is closest to him. Qilin has no time to consider, and can only choose her. Qilin cannot transfer all the damage in his body, and can only selectively transfer the damage on the energy path. Even so, Yushi can't bear it at all and soon exploded. Now Qilin has only barely escaped from the gates of hell, and his energy has recovered less than 10%. But he hasn't lost yet. He still has the ability to launch the Euro plan, but the prerequisite is to collect all 12 runes. Beast, seeing Yushi's tragic death, Qingling became more and more angry and raised his knife to attack. A hand grabbed Qingling's shoulder from behind. It was Gao Yang's clone. He rushed over after saving Gao Yang and also witnessed Yushi's tragic death. Calm down, Gao Yang's clone said. Qingling clenched the handle of the knife, his eyes scorching. I will kill him. Gao Yang's clone's voice was weak and could not be concealed. Wait a little longer. Qi Ling understood the implication of Gao Yang's clone and calmed down. Gao Yang's clone has reached its limit and has no combat capability. The reset Gao Yang's main body will also need a while to wake up, and his strength is only 30%. Qi Ling herself has almost reached her limit. She relied on energy potions to barely replenish her energy by 20% to 30%. Now, whether it is Qilin, Gao Yang, or Qi Ling, they are forced to enter a short halftime break. Gao Yang, you killed another person. Qilin looked at Gao Yang's clone with regret. It was you who killed Yushi. Gao Yang replied coldly. No, it was you. Qilin reached out to wipe the blood off his face. Originally, everyone didn't have to die, and could go to the new world for eternal life. Because of you, they lost this opportunity forever. New world. Eternal life? Gao Yang just wanted to laugh. If there is such a good thing, why do you hide it? Wouldn't it be better to tell everyone earlier? Who would object? Qilin said nothing. Gao Yang sneered and raised his voice. Because you know very well that you are taking a crooked path. If you make your purpose public, everyone will definitely oppose it, so you insist on doing it. Qilin shook his head gently, his expression firm. If the person who stole the fire fails, he is just a thief. Only when he successfully lets humans see the fire can humans understand him. Qilin, what exactly do you want to do? Gao Yang asked loudly. What exactly is the hero plan? Chapter 1052. At this point, Qilin no longer concealed it. Originally, he planned to tell Zhang Wei the truth before implementing the plan, and let him be his only witness, but he didn't expect that he would have to change the audience in advance. Gao Yang. A sad smile appeared on Qilin's broken face. There is no door. This world has never had hope. Instantly, the huge sense of futility was like a mountain, almost crushing Gao Yang. Even without Qilin's further explanation, Gao Yang immediately figured out a lot of things. You are lying. Gao Yang subconsciously denied. Gao Yang, everyone says you are the heir of God. Qilin smiled faintly and stepped forward. Have you seen God? Gao Yang was speechless. Of course he hadn't seen it. I was fortunate to see it once through the miracle rune. Qilin. You have seen God? Gao Yang was shocked. Qi Ling on the side was also shocked beyond words, and could only remain silent. Gao Yang. Qilin's mouth was bleeding, and his voice was full of firm pessimism. We always think that light and darkness are opposites, survival and destruction are opposites, just like the front and back of a coin, and the belonging of us humans is either the front or the back. Isn't it? The one asking the question was Qi Ling. Unfortunately, it's not. Qilin shook his head slowly. The coin in God's hand has been spinning. Humans are neither on the front nor on the back. Humans have no place to stay. Gao Yang was silent, trying to understand this information, and also trying to distinguish the truth from the falsehood of this information. So Qilin smiled faintly. I want to create a place for humans to stay, an eternal home, a place where even God has no right to interfere. Gao Yang, who had experienced the sweet dream of victory, suddenly had a bold guess. Do you want to achieve the immortality of consciousness? Yes. A trace of relief flashed in Qilin's eyes. I will use the 12 runes to create a spinning top that never stops. It will exist forever. Song Dao, fog, and nothing can do anything to it. Qilin stepped forward, excited. Then, I will activate all things, and put all the consciousness, or souls, of all awakened people and ordinary humans into the spinning top, so that everyone can live forever together. Gao Yang was silent for a long time before asking coldly, what is the price? The price is my death. Qilin raised his head slightly, and, the rebirth of mankind. Gao Yang was shocked. He didn't expect that Qilin would even count his own life. If he succeeded, all the people who were saved would not know what he had done, and would not even remember his existence. Thinking of this, Gao Yang couldn't help but have a little respect for him in his heart. Of course, this respect does not conflict with opposition and hatred towards him. What does the rebirth of mankind mean? Gao Yang continued to ask. The consciousness and soul of all human beings are no longer individuals, but a whole, like a ball of energy, an ocean, a Song Dao, a universe, or a god. Who knows? Qilin laughed. That is a form that none of us can understand. It is an ultimate evolution, and the only choice for mankind to continue to exist. After 3 seconds of silence, Gao Yang came to the conclusion. You are really crazy. Crazy? Qilin was stunned, and suddenly laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Qilin retracted his smile, and yelled at Gao Yang. I went crazy after I peeked at God. Gao Yang. We are too insignificant. We are nothing. Birth, aging, sickness and death, 7 emotions and 6 desires, anger, ignorance, greed, struggle and sinking, hope for salvation, are not worth mentioning under the eternal and indifferent gaze of God. Why? Why are we such a pathetic and absurd existence? Why is our destiny born to suffer and die? Why is God clearly there? The truth is clearly there, but it has nothing to do with us. Gao Yang. Aren't you unwilling to accept it? Don't you want to question God, question the Creator, question the universe? Why? Qilin's words were passionate and deafening. And Gao Yang suddenly understood Qilin's good intentions, and why he prepared that victory dream for Gao Yang, because Qilin longed for understanding. Qilin, I have thought about these issues in my dream. It is indeed as you said. I am also unwilling to accept it. Gao Yang looked at Qilin. Qilin was stunned and smiled happily. Great, I was right. I knew you could understand me. Qilin stepped forward and stretched out his hand to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, let's save humanity together. It's not too late. I will send you to the eternal homeland. You lead humanity to complete the rest of the journey. No matter what form, as long as humans still exist, they will find the truth sooner or later. Qilin, I'm sorry. Gao Yang's eyes were sincere and regretful. The Euro project seems to be a lonely and brave plan, but it is actually the ultimate escape. Escape? Qilin couldn't believe it. Gao Yang. God will wake up sooner or later. The coin will not keep spinning, and humanity has nowhere to go, no dawn, and no future. Why don't you understand? Apart from the Euro project, we have no way out. I don't know if there is another way. I will try to find it. Gao Yang paused. I don't agree with your Euro plan, because I have found the answer to life. What? Qilin looked at Gao Yang, deeply puzzled. Even if the world is fake, love is real. Gao Yang said. Qilin couldn't believe it. Are you crazy? Maybe I'm crazy too. Gao Yang's eyes were calm, turning everyone's consciousness into a chaotic body and isolating it forever in a Euro. Is it really equal to eternal life? Or does it become a specimen in the universe? In your so-called eternal chaotic consciousness, am I still a human? Am I still Gao Yang? Am I still me? Is my love still there? If these are gone, do I not exist? What is the meaning of everything? Qing Ling couldn't explain Gao Yang's reasoning, but after thinking carefully, she agreed with Gao Yang. She held the handle of the knife tightly. Her eyes were firm. I also reject the Euro plan. Qilin stood there dejectedly, no longer speaking. The deep doubt in his eyes melted away little by little, leaving only absolute loneliness. This is... Qilin raised his head and slowly closed his eyes. Is it the fate of the fire thief? Suddenly, Qing Ling had a particularly bad premonition in his heart. At this time, a cool breeze penetrated into Qing Ling's head. Jiuhan, I'm awake. Gao Yang, did Zhang Wei wake you up? Jiuhan, no. Gao Yang, it seems that others have woken up too. When Qing Ling turned around, Gao Yang himself had already woken up. He came behind Gao Yang's clone without knowing when, grabbed the clone's shoulder, and gently pulled, and the clone returned to Gao Yang's body, and the two merged into one. Gao Yang slightly concentrated his mind, took a long breath, and merged all his memories and states. There was little energy left in the clone, and he had used tranquility waves and space jump, and this limitation would also be inherited by Gao Yang's main body. Gao Yang walked to Qing Ling and calmly expressed his guess. Qilin just ended everyone's dream of everything. Why? He plans to take back the remaining energy and make a last-ditch effort. Gao Yang said. Does he have another trump card? Qing Ling frowned. Yes, the last trump card. Gao Yang's voice became a little colder. Equivalent exchange. Chapter 1053. Gao Yang's guess was correct. Qilin had already lifted the beautiful dreams of most people and recovered some energy. However, he still kept the beautiful dreams of 7 people, namely Wang Zikai, Dead Pig, Paho, Chening, Nana, Juanma, and Hong Xiaoxiao. Qilin could not let these 7 people participate in the next battle, which was of course after careful consideration. Qilin opened his eyes, his left eye was dark green, and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, let's make a conclusion, let us decide the fate of mankind. At this moment, Gao Yang did not think about persuading Qilin to turn back, but he knew that this was impossible. A person who had been crazy all his life, let him sober up at the last moment, which made him more painful than killing him. Gao Yang met Qilin's gaze. Come on. Qilin raised his bloody right hand, wiped back the bloody hair scattered on his forehead, and his eyes flashed a dazzling green light. Equivalent exchange 500%, full open. Woo. Instantly, the energy in Qilin's body began to scream wildly, and poured out continuously. Qilin's current state was enhanced by 5 times, lasting for 150 seconds at the cost of death. Pound. The huge energy surged, instantly enveloping the poisonous mist around him, turning into a toxin ripple, spreading in all directions. Swish. Gao Yang teleported, leading Qingling to avoid the toxin ripple, and landed not far away. The Qilin who obtained powerful energy did not choose to attack Gao Yang and Qingling immediately, but took out half of the energy to do more important things. He opened his arms, and a deep voice burst out from his chest, shaking the sky, almost penetrating the dimension of this world. Take it away. The flesh and blood of living beings. Devour it. The chaos of desire. Dominate it. All living beings. Descend. King of puppets. Not good. Gao Yang's face darkened, and he felt something at the same time. What's wrong? Qingling asked. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Gao Yang's cheek. The corpse puppet is coming back early. Inside the crack of time and space. There is no concept of space and time here. From a visual point of view, this is a hanging colorful ocean, with waves of different colors solidified, and they are slowly crawling like reptiles. Sister Ling, Lu Tu, Flower, Iwa Ba, Iman, Jing Ku, Wan Weasel, Wang Furong, Wang Daihu, Zhong He, Shui Bo, and Edmund, these 12 corpse puppets, are floating on this hanging colorful ocean, rising and falling in the surging waves, moving slowly. In the middle of these puppet corpses, there is a large colorful vortex that is attracting them to keep coming closer. This is the exit of the space-time rift to the real world. Theoretically, it will take them a while to fall back into the vortex. Of course, some puppet corpses that are far away from the vortex may drift farther, and never leave through the vortex. Suddenly, a strange energy emerged from the vortex, and they turned into countless translucent green silk threads, entangled each corpse puppet. Soon, these corpse puppets began to flash a strong green light, and even the black bandages on their bodies could not cover it. The north gate of Qinghe Park. Bang. A loud noise appeared above the head of the street, like an invisible thunder. Zzz. A huge space-time crack appeared, like a giant vertical eye opened in the night sky. Zzz. The space-time crack continued to spread up and down, and stretched to both sides. Soon, a giant monster head emerged from the space-time crack. This monster resembled a spider, with a circle of dark round eyeballs on its head. Each round eyeball was like a dark petri dish, in which a human corpse with extremely distorted expressions and limbs could be vaguely seen. The spider monster's mouth was full of fuzzy scarlet sharp teeth, which made people's scalps numb at a glance. Zzz. Then, the giant spider's head quickly rushed out of the space-time crack, and its feet slowly stretched out, clinging to the night sky of this world tightly, trying to break free. The spider monster had a total of 8 legs, each with a human face, and each face had a different expression, namely, grief, fear, surprise, calm, ecstasy, anger, vigilance, and hatred. Squeak, crack, crack. While struggling, the spider made a series of strange and cold cries, which sounded like someone rubbing their nails on your cerebral cortex. Then it opened its bloody mouth and spit out a large amount of translucent green spider silk, which spread towards the sky and the earth at lightning speed. Qilin activated the ultimate skill of Puppet Master, Puppet King, and summoned the Puppet Queen with the puppet corpses of 12 awakeners as sacrifices. The Puppet Queen spits out domination silk thread from her mouth, which can spread to the entire Shanxing district at the maximum range. In the area formed by the domination silk thread, all advanced life forms, awakeners, humans, and beasts will become its puppets within 3 minutes. If you want to save yourself, either defeat it or escape from the domain of the dominating thread immediately. After sacrificing the 12 corpse puppets, Qilin will also lose the talents of all corpse puppets, but he still has the talents of living puppets such as Ming Yang, Wang Wayne, Lele, Gregor, Kyo, and Zhu Ke. Not only that, as long as they are under the dominating thread of the Puppet Queen, any talent of all awakened people can be stolen and used once by the master of the Puppet King, that is, Qilin. Of course, only one talent can be stolen and used at a time, and it cannot be repeated, that is, it is one time. When stealing other people's talents, Qilin's own talents and the talents of living puppets cannot be used. The stolen talent has a usage time of 1/10 seconds, which is determined by the current comprehensive status of the person whose talent is stolen. Similarly, when Qilin steals the talent, the person whose talent is stolen will also lose the talent for 1/10 seconds accordingly. Theoretically, Qilin can use the talents of all awakened people on the scene in turn in the next 150 seconds. At this time, Johan's voice transmission entered some people's brains again. Johan, A monster appeared above the north gate of the park. Gao Yang. It's the 8th level skill of the puppet master. Johan. How to do it? Gao Yang. You. Gao Yang was unable to answer Johan's conversation. He looked up suddenly, and found that Qilin had stolen Johan's voice transmission. Qilin looked at Gao Yang with a smile. Johan, what should I do? Suddenly, the voice transmission came back. Gao Yang, decide for yourself. Gao Yang had no time to care because the Qilin in front of him suddenly disappeared. Gao Yang judged by intuition and shouted, it's invisibility. Qingling's face sank. Why can he be invisible? Gao Yang did not answer, and had no time to figure out the reason. The two turned on their 6 senses to the maximum, and tried to catch Qilin's trace. Pound. 5 seconds later, the ground 20 meters away from Gao Yang suddenly broke apart, and the invisible Qilin appeared. To be precise, the invisibility he borrowed was used up. Then, Qilin seamlessly stole Jump and activated it. Swoosh. In less than half a second, Qilin had flown in front of Gao Yang and Qingling. Gao Yang immediately activated teleportation to take Qingling away, but failed. It was strange, he seemed to have forgotten this talent. Of course, he didn't know that Qilin instantly ended the use of Jump and stole Gao Yang's teleportation. Damn! Chapter 1054. Qilin's current state, coupled with the flexible use of invisibility and jumping, made Qingling almost unable to react. Even Gao Yang, who lost teleport, could only barely parry. At the critical moment, Gao Yang suddenly pushed Qingling away, raised his right hand to protect his chest, and urgently condensed an energy shield on his arm to block Qilin's fist. Pound. The shield had no time to form before it was smashed to pieces by Qilin's fist, which passed through the shield and hit Gao Yang's right arm that was protecting his heart. Swish. Gao Yang flew out. Swish. Instantly, Qilin activated the teleport stolen from Gao Yang. Gao Yang's state was not good, but Qilin could only steal his talent for 2 seconds. 2 seconds, that was enough. Qilin locked onto Gao Yang, who flew out and activated teleport, not giving him any chance to react. Teleport was released, and Qilin seamlessly stole Johan's weakness. Bang, bang, bang. Qilin threw 3 quick punches in a row, hitting Gao Yang's chest. Although the power of the quick punches was small, the third punch directly increased by 49 times. Pound. When the last punch came down, the energy exploded directly. Gao Yang's arm was completely broken, pressed into the heart position of his chest, and at the same time, his golden holy clothes were instantly shattered. Swish. Gao Yang turned into a golden cannonball, flew towards a stone sculpture on the shore of Qinghe Lake, and smashed it to pieces. Weakness and steel. Qilin was startled, and a flash of knife light suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. 10 seconds ago. Gao Yang, decide for yourself. Johan, Captain! Captain! Zhang Wei, there must be a fight, I can't take care of it, listen to me. Johan, Zhang Wei, don't. Zhang Wei, shut up. I know the situation best here except Brother Yang. Johan, you say. Zhang Wei, find Chenning first. Johan, Chenning is with me, she hasn't woken up. Zhang Wei, find Nana. Isher, Nana is with me, she hasn't woken up. Zhang Wei, Qilin is such a jerk. Johan, what do you want to do? Zhang Wei, Qilin controlled Mingyang, Yining and Zhu Ke. After you were in Wanxiang, he controlled Dohu, Tiango, Lele, but again greater. Dohu, ahem, I just woke up. And saw a big spider. Tiango, me too. Zhang Wei, listen up. For the living people who are controlled, the mark on their foreheads must be destroyed. This will save people and weaken Qilin, but they must have hidden themselves. It's hard to find them without perception. Johan, there is a way. Is Muzitu awake? Isher, he is also with me. Johan, let him steal Qinying's perception and find the living puppet. Isher, yes. Johan, T1 or above combat power, go to the north gate to destroy the monsters. Dohu is in charge. Dohu, leave it to me. Shit! Where is my sword? Such a big sword, it was just here. Johan, others find puppets to save people, Isher is in charge. Isher, yes. Zhang Wei, I will be responsible for waking up those who are not awake. Tiango will assist me. Oh, Tiango said. Next to the fountain, Zhang Wei turned his head suddenly. Tiango had woken up, and blood was still flowing from his forehead. Zhang Wei glared at Tiango. Why don't you answer me in the voice transmission? Voice transmission is faster. Tiango looked innocent. Oh, is fine. This kid doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. Zhang Wei ran to Tiango with a look of disappointment. Turn around. As soon as Tiango turned around, Zhang Wei jumped on Tiango's back. Take off. Go find God Kai first. The north gate of the park. Above the street houses, an eye of time and space was suspended, and a weird and terrifying giant 8-clawed spider monster was stuck in the crack. Squeak, snap, snap. It no longer expected to break free. Its fluffy sharp fangs trembled quickly, and its mouth continued to spit out translucent green silk threads, which had no substance and could not be destroyed. They were all over the sky and the ground, and everyone was in its net. Dohu woke up on the ruined street. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the big spider, and all his sleepiness disappeared. After a short sleep, with the help of sea potion and energy potion, his injuries recovered by 70% to 80%, and his energy in his body recovered to 60%. He jumped up with a carb jump, and felt a headache. Although it seems that this spider monster has not done anything harmful to the world except spraying countless spider silks to pollute the environment, and looking a little disgusting. But Dohu is not stupid. He guessed that if he left it alone, everyone would become its puppet sooner or later. But how to deal with such a huge monster is indeed a difficult problem. Swish. A figure jumped down from the roof and landed beside Dohu. It was Johan in a jacket. Why are you here? Dohu said bluntly, implying that Johan was not a T1 fighter. Johan knew Dohu's speaking style, and did not feel offended. I just realized 3 heads and 6 arms. Congratulations. Dohu thought for a moment. No, it's still useless. Johan felt offended this time, and he explained coldly. The other T1s haven't woken up yet. Dohu immediately understood that minus those who were still dreaming and those who were turned into living puppets by Qilin, the current T1 fighters were few and far between, and Johan had to take over personally. Swish. As he spoke, the Tengu who sent Zhang Wei to Wang Zikai also flew over. He also went to the vicinity of Qinghe Lake, and picked up the Dragon Slayer giant sword. Ha ha. Good job, Tengu. Dohu raised his hand, and steadily caught the giant sword that fell from the sky. How is Gaoang? Anxious. Tengu said concisely. Hurry up. Dohu said nothing and jumped hard. Johan and Tiango thought that Dohu would jump directly onto the street lamp, but he jumped half a meter in place and landed, looking very stupid. What? Johan asked immediately. Warming up? Dohu was stubborn, but in fact, the killing expert in his body disappeared just now, but now it is back. It's really strange. Swish. Dohu jumped onto the street lamp this time, then jumped onto the roof of the low house, and then jumped hard, flying towards the spider monster in the air, but unfortunately the distance was still not enough. Tiango had already flown over, grabbed Dohu's hand, and threw it hard. Dohu continued to fly into the air, past the spider monster's body, and came to its head. Who? Dohu held the sword with both hands, raised it high, injected the shock force of killing expert, and slashed at the spider monster's head. Chapter 1055. Looks very handsome up close. But from a distance, the fighting tiger in the night sky is just a tiny thing, holding a blue-gray small match and scratching the face of the spider monster. The spider monster looks clumsy, but its movements are not slow at all. It immediately raises a spider leg to protect its head. Pound. The sharp sword energy vibrates, and then the dragon-killing giant sword cuts deeply into the spider leg as thick as an ancient tree. The scarlet fluff and thick brown skin are quickly torn apart, revealing the dark green muscle tissue inside. The sticky green blood spurts out, almost raining green blood. Squeak. The spider monster makes a series of painful cries. It seems that physical attacks are useful to it. No one noticed that the face on the spider leg that was chopped by the fighting tiger has the corresponding expression of ecstasy, and becomes more and more animated. In an instant, all the advanced life forms in Shanxing district have a trace of joy in their hearts. This emotion is very slight, but it appears very abruptly. Then, Johan, who was watching the battle quietly, keenly realized that a little energy in his body had been stolen. But people in the battle were constantly mobilizing energy, so it was difficult to notice this. Space cutting? At this moment, Tengu immediately launched a powerful horizontal cutting. Buzz. 2 seconds later, the night sky seemed to be scratched by an invisible blade, twisted and dislocated, and then quickly returned. ZZ. The 2 legs in the middle of the spider monster suddenly cracked a deep cut, and green blood gushed out again, flying all over the sky. ZZZ. The spider monster howled in pain, and the expressions of fear and surprise on the 2 cut legs became more and more vivid. Here it comes again. Johann immediately felt a slight fear in his heart, followed by a slight surprise, and then once again, a little energy leaked from his body. Johann was startled and immediately looked at the injured spider monster. Sure enough, its 3 legs were repairing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Johann, fighting Tiger Tengu. Come back immediately. Qinghe Lake. Qilin was startled, and a flash of knife light suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Qingling, who was pushed away by Gao Yang, escaped the disaster. She flipped back to the ground, jumped back and forth, and chased Qilin. At the same time, she slashed out a sharp knife energy and attacked Qilin's side. Ding! Qilin raised his right hand quickly, and his arm was partially metallized, blocking the knife energy. Swish! Qilin had already approached Qilin, and his body turned sideways, slashing out a dazzling knife. Ding! This time, Qilin's whole body was metallized, and he blocked the knife steadily. The sword energy scattered and turned into sharp airflow, crackling and hitting the metal body of Qilin. Qingling's eyes flashed with purple light, and she mobilized the thunder energy, trying to double the damage to Qilin's metal body. She was suddenly shocked, and the thunder talent was gone. After Qilin blocked Qingling's slash, he immediately released Iron Man and stole Qingling's thunder. He had already guessed Qingling's next attack. Qilin, who lost Iron Man, was immediately cut by the Tang sword, deep into the bone, and blood splattered, but Qilin didn't care and immediately launched thunder. Z bang bang bang. In an instant, the abundant thunder element passed through Qilin's arm and blood, into the black gold Tang sword, and then into Qingling's body. Aya! Qingling was hit. If she hadn't been protected by the golden sacred armor, and her infinite evolution was already level 4, greatly enhancing her dual resistance, Qingling would have died directly from her own talent. Fortunately, the lightning stolen by Qilin only lasted for 3 seconds. At this moment, the golden cloth on Qingling was broken and had many cracks. Qilin immediately released the stolen talent, mobilized the energy in his body, and launched the poison wind of Plague Knight, trying to kill Qingling instantly. Qilin was shocked. Plague Knight disappeared. To be precise, Gregor, the living puppet, lost contact with Qilin. It seems that Gregor has been discovered and the mark on his forehead has been destroyed. They found someone too quickly. Could there be someone else who can use perception? This was unexpected by Qilin. If Qilin had known this would happen, he would have directly relied on the ability of the Puppet King to steal Plague Knight. It was too late for Qilin to steal it again. He wasted a precious second. In this second, lightning has returned to Qingling's body, allowing her to regain control of her body from the brief paralysis. Lightning! Qingling's eyes were bright purple. While there was still a lot of lightning in her body, she decided to return this move to Qilin twice. In an instant, 10 lightning bolts as thick as thighs rushed out of Qingling's palm and gushed towards Qilin. Qilin did not activate Iron Man, which would only double the damage. He dodged backwards, but it was too late to escape the range of lightning attack. Suddenly Qilin disappeared. He did not disappear, but instantly became the size of a fingernail. He stole Nana's size. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen lightning bolts struck nothing. Swish 2 seconds later, Qilin returned to normal size again. Qingling had no time to think about why Qilin would use all his talents. He rushed over with a knife, and his speed was a little faster than before. This was infinite evolution. It seemed that she had permanently absorbed a small part of Qilin's basic energy. Ding ding ding. The lightning element in Qingling's body needs to be stored, and she cannot use strong lightning damage in a short period of time. She activated the 6th level sword god, combined with the 4th level infinite evolution, and began to slash at Qilin frantically. The sword shadows were chaotic, surrounding Qilin. Qilin was forced to launch Iron Man, waving his arms, one of which was broken, and constantly parrying Qingling's fierce attack. Soon, Qilin gradually couldn't hold on. Even with a metal body, he would be injured when facing the sword energy of the 6th level sword god. What's more, Gregor has been discovered, and it is only a matter of time before Wang Wayne is discovered. Once he loses the Iron Man, Qilin will be more passive. Qilin parried and dodged at the same time, trying to take the opportunity to launch other moves. But Qingling's swordsmanship was extremely fast, and every move was fatal. He bit and didn't let go, not giving Qilin any chance. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to delay as much time as possible until Qilin's equivalent exchange was over. How could Qilin not know her thoughts? Bang! He finally found an opportunity and grabbed Qingling's blade. Remove Iron Man. Swish. Qilin's fingers were all cut off, and at the same time, the knife light attacked Qilin's throat. Steal spacetime ghost standpoint. Open. Finally, Qilin still bought himself half a second and launched the ghost field for more than 1 second, but for Qilin, the time increased 3 times. Qingling's knife skills were 2/3 slower. Qilin flashed forward, put his palms with broken fingers together, and slammed towards Qingling's heart. Qingling felt that she was about to cut off Qilin's head, but suddenly, Qilin disappeared from her knife. No! Not disappearing. He moved faster. Qingling barely caught a trace of Qilin's body skills, and her right hand holding the knife suddenly retracted, and her elbow buckled towards the heart at the limit speed. Bang! At the moment when the ghost domain ended, Qilin hit Qingling's elbow with a palm, and the elbow had a strong force, acting on Qingling's left chest. Qingling's elbow was dislocated, the weapon fell off, the internal organs shook violently, and the whole person flew out. Bang! Qilin stole Dohu killing expert, and turned into a phantom to chase Qingling. Qingling felt a burst of killing intent coming straight at her. She endured the severe pain, opened her left hand, and wanted to take back the other props accompanying her. Ineffective. The moment Qilin chased out, he removed killing expert. In fact, he could only steal for more than 1 second. Then, he stole Qingling's medal, and a show knife appeared in his right hand with a broken finger. Qilin guessed every step of Qingling's battle strategy. The show knife stabbed Qingling's heart. Puff. Chapter 1056. The blade pierced Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang teleported in time and blocked Qingling. However, Gao Yang, who lost his golden cloth, failed to block the knife, but fortunately, Gao Yang appeared horizontally and changed the trajectory of the blade. The sword pierced Gao Yang's lungs, and then pierced Qingling's right shoulder. Qilin didn't think that his punch just now could completely solve Gao Yang, but he reappeared and saved Qingling in less than half a minute, which still surprised Qilin. Since he's here, let's solve it together. Both of them have lost their golden clothes and were seriously injured. Their defense against mental attacks has been greatly weakened. In Qilin's current state, he can still activate a full-state brain formatting. Qilin's eyes sank, and green light surged. Swish. Gao Yang didn't give Qilin a chance, and teleported again, taking Qingling away. It turned out that it was Gao Yang's phantom, who helped Qingling block the knife before. Gao Yang, who was covered in wounds, hugged Qingling, jumped twice, and put 100 meters away from Qilin before putting Qingling down. Gao Yang's mouth was bleeding, his face was pale, and his breath was unstable. Are you okay? No problem. The two were just cheering each other up. They were exhausted, and their energy was almost exhausted. If this was a football game, Gao Yang and Qingling would be the center forwards running all over the field, playing the first half, the second half, and in overtime. If it weren't for the strong will and energy potion, the two would have fallen. Yeah. Qingling groaned and forcibly connected her dislocated elbow. She didn't care about the bleeding shoulder. She opened her hands, and the double swords came back. He seems to be able to steal everyone's talent, Gao Yang said. It can only be used once, and the time is very short. Qingling also noticed it. Qingling, you leave immediately, Gao Yang said. Qingling understood Gao Yang's tactics. He tried to hold Qilin back, and Qingling escaped, the farther the better. The last 2 rune loops were on Gao Yang and Qingling. As long as one of them escaped, Qilin could not collect all 12 runes, and the Euro plan would not succeed. Once the time limit of equivalent exchange was over, Qilin would definitely be unconscious or dead, and the victory would still belong to them. It was a pity that Gao Yang could not launch space jump again in a short time, otherwise he could escape with Qingling. However, even if Gao Yang could use space jump, he would not escape. There was still a terrible puppet king near the north gate of the park. If he didn't get rid of it quickly, I'm afraid everyone's life would be in danger. It was also for this reason that Gao Yang gave up the strategy of using absolute barrier to delay time at the beginning. On the one hand, as long as the puppet king was still there, he couldn't delay for too long. On the other hand, Qilin could also steal Gao Yang's absolute barrier at a critical moment. Even if it only steals 1 or 2 seconds, Gao Yang and Qingling will be waiting to die. This is a fatal risk in their current state. The best solution Gao Yang can think of is that he delays Qilin and Qingling escapes with the rune. In this way, even if he dies, many people die, and Qilin cannot succeed. I won't leave, Qingling said. Qingling. No way, don't even think about it, Qingling said. Don't worry, I have a way. You don't? Don't treat me as a fool, Qingling shouted. Qingling is not stupid. In Gao Yang's current state, let alone delaying Qilin to coma, it is difficult to hold on for 10 seconds in his hands. But if she cooperates with Gao Yang and holds Qilin together, maybe. There is still a glimmer of hope. Gao Yang also understands what Qing Ling is thinking. He smiled bitterly in his heart, knowing that he could not convince her. Putting himself in her shoes, if Qing Ling decided to hold Qilin and let Gao Yang escape, Gao Yang would never agree to it. Be careful, Gao Yang said. You too, Qing Ling said. While Gao Yang and Qing Ling had a brief conversation, Qilin was not idle either. He stole Gao Yang's 6 seconds of gecko, allowing his broken fingers and left forearm to regenerate quickly. Then, he stole the 9 seconds of healing of the horse, and performed basic treatment on the injuries on his body. In the process, he also received a bad news and a good news. The bad news is that he has lost contact with Ku again. It seems that Ku has been found, and the mark has been destroyed, and he can no longer use Strange for a long time. The good news is that someone has launched an attack on the Puppet King. The Puppet King has begun to absorb the energy of all advanced life forms in the domain of domination, and has allocated 1/10 to Qilin as a reward for Qilin to summon the Puppet King. Qilin is now in a contradictory state of becoming weaker and weaker, while slowly becoming stronger. But in any case, the time limit of equivalent exchange is absolute. Summoning the Puppet King is the first step, dealing with Gao Yang and Qing Ling is the second step, and taking away the last 2 rune circuits and completing the Euro plan is the ultimate goal. Qilin does not have enough time. More haste, less speed. The more urgent it is, the more you have to keep your cool. Qilin stayed where he was and quietly confronted Gao Yang and Qing Ling for 10 seconds. During those 10 seconds, Gao Yang and Qing Ling did not take the initiative to attack. They stared at Qilin intently, not daring to slack off. Boom. Qilin made a move. He rushed towards Gao Yang and Qing Ling, raised his hand, and activated Plague Knight. A gray wind suddenly appeared, and they turned into thin mist, surrounding Gao Yang and Qing Ling within 30 meters, and slowly surrounded them. This directly blocked Gao Yang's way to teleport, leaving only one direction, which was the road ahead. In front, Qilin was approaching the two at high speed. Gao Yang considered the absolute barrier, but was afraid that Qilin would suddenly steal the talent. In this case, the poisonous wind might not dissipate instantly, which might cause fatal danger to the two. Gao Yang did not need to remind Qing Ling. The two made a decision very tacitly, and rushed towards the Qilin in front of them. However, Gao Yang did not intend to confront Qilin head-on. The two lost the protection of the golden sacred cloth, and were in a very weak state. In this case, it was difficult to resist Qilin's brain formatting. When Gao Yang was less than 10 meters away from Qilin, he suddenly grabbed Qing Ling's arm. Swish. Gao Yang teleported, took Qing Ling through Qilin, and came behind him. As soon as Gao Yang and Qing Ling appeared, Qilin strangely appeared 2 meters in front of Gao Yang, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. His clenched right fist flashed red, and he directly threw a flame fist. Boom. Without giving Gao Yang and Qing Ling any time to react, the fierce flames of thousands of degrees engulfed the two. Chapter 1057. Why is Qilin here? Illusion. No, Qilin's illusion doesn't work on me. Why? Gao Yang couldn't guess that Qilin stole his copy this time. Then Qilin copied Gao Yang's flame. Illusion, Hengmu's afterimage, and copied Gregor's Plague Knight through the 6 ears of Sumo. So far, Qilin has achieved stealing multiple talents at the same time. Gao Yang and Qing Ling thought that Qilin stole Gregor's Plague Knight and couldn't use other talents, so they were fooled. The Qilin that Gao Yang and Qing Ling saw first was just an illusion created by afterimage. Qilin knew that Gao Yang would not fight him head-on in close combat, and would definitely teleport away, and Qilin also predicted the direction of escape. Then he waited for the opportunity, and at the moment when the two of them teleported to the ground, he hit a full-status flame fist. The cooling time of teleportation is half a second. The moment Gao Yang was engulfed by the flames, he could no longer escape. He grabbed Qing Ling's arm, and almost instinctively pulled her into his arms, and turned around, using his back to resist the damage of the flame fist. It was as if thousands of fine needles instantly pierced every pore on Gao Yang's back. The huge pain almost tore Gao Yang's soul apart. His brain was completely filled with pain, and he could no longer think, let alone react. In fact, if Gao Yang's dual resistance was not extremely high, and flame naturally had flame resistance, his flesh and blood body would have been sublimated, not just the severe burns on his back. Gao Yang in the fire had no ability to resist, but he bought Qing Ling a precious second of time to wake up. Qing Ling, who was protected by Gao Yang, suddenly activated metal. The knife in his hand took the two people horizontally out of the body of the flame dragon and flew to the side. The two had just escaped, and their bodies were still flying horizontally, and the Qilin Phantom was already waiting in front of them. He clenched his red right fist and punched a medium-powered flame fist. Qing Ling and Gao Yang were still hugging each other, and only felt that the vision was blurred, and the flame dragon swallowed the two again. This time, Qing Ling did not hesitate at all, and suddenly turned her body, adjusted the angle, and used her back to bear most of the fire damage for Gao Yang. Ah! In the flames, Qing Ling's screams were drowned by the roar of the fire dragon. Fortunately, this was just a flame fist from the Qilin Phantom, and the power was far less than the previous punch. Moreover, Qing Ling already had a level 4 infinite evolution, and her resistance was greatly increased. Although her back was severely burned, it would not be directly sublimated. Swish. The precious second of time that Qing Ling resisted gave Gao Yang a chance to breathe. Escaped from the burning flames, Gao Yang found his soul again. He activated spirit armor to suppress the pain and activated teleport, whose cooling time had expired. Swish. Two figures disappeared in the flames and appeared 20 meters away. The two fell to the ground, separated, and rolled on the ground for several circles. At this moment, Gao Yang and Qing Ling had severe burns on their backs, and their energy was overdrawn. Both their spirit and will were on the verge of collapse. But they couldn't collapse yet. Gao Yang rolled over and stood up. Without any hesitation, he activated Absolute Barrier. He and Qing Ling must get a chance to breathe, otherwise they would die. Swish. Golden energy between liquid and gas rushed out from Gao Yang's feet, and they were about to transform into a translucent golden barrier to surround the two. Suddenly, these golden energies stagnated for a moment, like a freeze. Then, they continued to grow, but changed into lotus petals in the form of golden energy. These petals quickly closed and turned into two golden buds, which bound Gao Yang and Qing Ling's bodies respectively, blocking all their actions. What? Gao Yang was shocked. He had guessed that Qilin had released Copy in time and stolen his absolute barrier. Not only did he steal it, but Qilin took it away and used it for himself when Gao Yang activated this talent, and completed the countermeasure against Gao Yang and Qing Ling. Gao Yang himself was also half an accomplice. It seems that Qilin had expected the possibility that Gao Yang would use absolute barrier to delay time, and made countermeasures. Along the way, Gao Yang didn't know how many desperate moments he had experienced. But it was the first time he was so frustrated as now. Damn it! Why did Qilin see through every step we took? He also predicted all our escape locations, and his grasp of time and space was accurate. This can no longer be explained by rich experience. It's like reading a script. Wait! Could it be? Gao Yang suddenly had an idea. It's Prophet. Before the fight, Qilin secretly stole Li's Prophet, and saw the future 10 seconds later. Just now, Qilin confronted them for 10 seconds, and it turned out that he was using Prophet. When Gao Yang figured this out in a flash, Qilin had already rushed over, wrapped in golden sacred cloth, and his fists were filled with abundant golden energy. Despair? Despair like falling into the abyss. Qilin was too strong, Gao Yang and Qing Ling were too naive. They couldn't hold on until the moment when Qilin fell into a coma. The bodies of the two were fixed in place, and they couldn't escape even if they teleported. There was no way. I'm going to die here. No, I can't give up, even if I hold on until the last second. Ghost Domain 1/3 of the time has passed. Full open. Gao Yang burst out the last of his energy, and unfolded the largest range of the Ghost Domain. Instantly, Qilin's speed slowed down by 3 times. Although it slowed down by 3 times, Qilin could still smash Gao Yang's head with one punch within 3 seconds, and then kill Qing Ling beside him at a faster speed. Gao Yang just delayed the death after 1 second to 3 seconds. It was just futile, but it was the only thing he could do. Gao Yang was wrong. In front of miracles, 1 second also has meaning. Swish. A figure as fast as lightning appeared above Gao Yang's head. To be precise, he came from behind Gao Yang, kicked his legs hard, turned into a cannonball, flew over Gao Yang's head, and greeted Qilin. If it weren't for the 2 seconds that Gao Yang bought for himself, this figure would probably not be able to catch up. Pound. Instantly, Wang Zikai's fist met Qilin's fist. Chapter 1058. The huge force collided, and time and space seemed to freeze for half a second. Ding. The golden gloves on Qilin's fists, the golden armor on his arms, and the golden holy clothes on his body instantly shattered into pieces, and the golden lotus that bound Gao Yang and Qing Ling also shattered. At the same time, a huge shock wave spread between the two fists, and the dazzling golden light illuminated the arrogant smile of the blonde boy and the surprised bloody face of Qilin. Boom. A second later, Qilin flew out dozens of meters away, plunged into the side of the meteorite crater, and blew out another small hole. Gao Yang and Qing Ling were blown away by the shock wave, and fell on the scorched earth not far away. Gao Yang lay on the ground, and could no longer stand up. Wang Zikai turned his back to Gao Yang, and did not look back, but his voice was more serious than ever. "Brother, I'm sorry, I'm late." Gao Yang wanted to remind Wang Zikai that Qilin was not easy to deal with, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. The only thing he could do was to open his eyes wide, and stare at Wang Zikai's tall, murderous back. "Win! Wang Zikai! Win for me!" North Gate of Qinghe Park. Douhu and Tiango heard Jiuhan's voice transmission, and immediately stopped attacking the spider monster, and landed on the rooftop of a low residential building. "What's wrong?" Douhu asked with a giant sword. "Watch carefully." Jiuhan still looked up at the giant spider stuck in the crack of time and space. Douhu and Tiango also looked over, and saw that its injured spider claws had recovered as before. What a strong recovery ability! Douhu frowned. "It's a bit foul." Tiango also expressed his opinion. Jiuhan looked solemn. "We are already in its net. Once it is injured, it will absorb energy from everyone's body to share the damage, and sooner or later it will consume us." "It seems." "Yes." Tiango was a little slow to realize it, but some of the energy in his body was indeed stolen. "What should we do then?" Douhu asked. "Stop fighting?" "No way." Jiuhan narrowed his eyes. "If we leave it alone, I'm afraid something bad will happen." Jiuhan had a flash of inspiration and looked at Tiango. "Is it possible to hit it back to the space-time crack with one blow?" Tiango shook his head. Jiuhan looked at Douhu again. "Or kill it with one blow." Douhu smiled bitterly. "You just saw that it has 8 legs. I'm about to become a pedicure master. What if we attack it together?" Jiuhan reminded. "I have 3 heads and 6 arms." Douhu's eyes lit up, and after a little thought, he still shook his head. "It's difficult. With its size, we can't kill it with one blow even if we combine our bodies." After saying this, Douhu suddenly felt unprecedented anger and irritability. Bang! Douhu threw away the giant sword and sat down. "I'm so annoyed, I won't fight anymore." Jiuhan was about to persuade Douhu to cheer up, but an extremely pessimistic mood instantly flooded into Jiuhan's brain, making him feel deeply futile and desperate. He also sat down. "Then let's wait to die together." Tengu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt very bored. He also sat cross-legged, put on the headphones around his neck, and decided to pick a last song for himself. On the rooftop, the 3 of them sat face to face, and above their heads was a giant spider watching them quietly. This scene was indescribably weird. In fact, the 3 of them could not realize that the invisible controlling silk thread had already entangled them densely, almost wrapped into a green mummy. The faces on the 2 spider feet of the puppet king also disappeared. They were sad and calm, and the 2 emotions intertwined to form a kind of pessimism and futility. These emotions were silently implanted into the 3 people's brains and played a role. Douhu took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth, but forgot that he didn't bring a lighter. He glanced at Jiuhan. "Do you have a lighter?" "No." Jiuhan lowered his head. "Tengu?" Tengu had closed his eyes and immersed himself in the song. "It's so boring." Douhu squeezed the cigarette into a ball and threw it on the ground. "I can't even smoke a cigarette before I die." Suddenly, Douhu was stunned. Cigarette? He seemed to have caught a very important keyword. "I wanted to smoke, but I didn't bring a lighter." "Why didn't I bring a lighter? Because I quit smoking." "Why did I quit smoking? Because Baitu died, I blamed myself." "I swear, I won't smoke until I successfully avenge Baitu." "Did I get my revenge? No. Then what am I doing here? Yes. Why should I sit here and wait to die? Why? Don't. Fight. Ah!" Suddenly, a huge energy fell from the sky, like a lightning, struck Douhu and poured directly into his head. Then, a cold and sacred voice sounded in Douhu's ears. 189, irritable damage. 189, irritable damage. Douhu gasped, his eyes excited. He grabbed the giant sword, jumped up suddenly, kicked Jiuhan to the ground, pulled off Tengu's headphones, and threw them. "Cheer up." 2 pieces of trash. Jiuhan and Tengu were both shocked, and suddenly woke up from a dream. They were incredible about the pessimism just now, as if that person was not themselves, but another person pretending to be them, thinking for them, and deceiving their brains. Just now our emotions were dominated. Jiuhan stood up and looked at Douhu. "Almost." Douhu shouted, "Jiuhan Tiango. Combine." "Good." Jiuhan was delighted. knowing that Dohu had a way. Dohu smiled crookedly. Let me show you how good the deputy captain is. Chapter 1059. Battlefield at Qinghe Lake. Swish. 3 sharp bone spurs burst out from Wang Zikai's clenched right fist. He kicked his legs and turned into a golden phantom, flying towards the Qilin in the meteorite crater. To be more precise, the Qilin buried in rubble and scorched earth. Chong chong chong. 3 stone pillars made of earth elements rushed out from the position of the Qilin and stabbed Wang Zikai. They were flexible and twisted, like 3 mud snakes. Swish swish swish. Wang Zikai flexibly rotated his body in midair and chopped at high speed. Under the messy scarlet knife light, the 3 mud snakes were like 3 scallions being quickly set to the chef's kitchen knife, constantly turning into pieces one by one. During this process, Wang Zikai's speed hardly slowed down, and he approached the Qilin in less than 2 seconds. The smoke and dust in the stone pit had dissipated, and the Qilin was embedded in the stone pit. He wanted to break free, but it was obviously too late. The earth he stole failed to stop Wang Zikai, so he immediately borrowed the lion's roar. Roar. With the blessing of extremely high spirit and charm, Qilin roared out a super strong sound wave attack. The sound waves that could instantly shatter the internal organs of ordinary people rushed towards Wang Zikai layer by layer. The blonde boy finally slowed down, and was about to be blown away by the sound wave attack. The distance is enough. Wang Zikai seized the opportunity, and stretched out his right fist suddenly. The 3 bone spurs immediately turned into 3 red lasers. Swish. They pierced through the sound wave attack, and instantly pierced into Qilin's body, while avoiding the vital parts. Success. Wang Zikai didn't have time to be happy, and immediately found something wrong. The stabbed Qilin was so weak. Could it be? Qilin is an illusion? Prince Kai had just arrived and had no idea that Qilin could steal anyone's talent through the Puppet King's domain, so he was fooled. A few seconds ago, after Qilin lost to Prince Kai in a fistfight, he immediately stole Gao Yang's 5-second illusion. Before, he used illusion by copying, so he could steal it again now. Qilin Phantom also has the ability to steal talents, so Qilin Phantom first stole Earth, and then stole Xiao Qingsai's Lion's Roar. Next, Qilin Phantom pretended that he had no time to escape and launched 2 attacks on Prince Kai on the spot. Prince Kai did not suspect anything and launched Death Spear on Qilin. At this moment, Qilin's true body appeared on the side of Prince Kai, and he quickly released illusion and stole magic hair. Swish swish swish. Qilin's chestnut hair suddenly grew wildly, turning into thick brown steel wires, and tightly wrapped around Prince Kai. You think you can trap me with this thing? Wang Zikai was contemptuous, and quickly struggled to break free. Qilin knew that he couldn't trap Wang Zikai, but he didn't give him a chance to break free. He shook his head violently, and threw Wang Zikai out. At the moment of throwing Wang Zikai away, Qilin quickly released magic hair, stole the dimensional space of the Raven Shark, and activated this talent from a distance. On. 10 meters behind Wang Zikai, a crack opened. In a flash, Wang Zikai realized Qilin didn't intend to confront him head-on, but wanted to set a trap to lock him in dimensional space. Wang Zikai was thrown out. He didn't have talents like flying and gale. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't forcibly change his trajectory in midair. He was about to fly into the dimensional space. He had no other choice but to activate the Spear of Death again, controlling the 3 longer bone spurs to quickly pierce the ground and stop himself. But using the Spear of Death twice in such a short time was a great burden for Wang Zikai, and was not conducive to the subsequent battle. Suddenly, Wang Zikai discovered something out of the corner of his eye. 3 suspended and crossed black gold darts appeared outside the door of the dimensional space. That was Qing Ling's medal. Wang Zikai was overjoyed, and stepped on the 3 black gold darts with 1 foot, and with a strong kick, he turned back and jumped towards Qilin. The 3 black gold darts could not withstand this force at all, and fell into the dimensional space with a swoosh. The next second, the dimensional space closed. Qilin was shocked. Of course, he did not expect to solve Wang Zikai so easily, but he did not expect that with the help of Qing Ling, he could resolve it so easily, and fly towards him at a faster speed. When Wang Zikai was thrown out with magic hair, Qilin was still in midair. He had no time to dodge, so he stole the light of the horse in a hurry. The world suddenly dimmed for a second, and a large amount of light elements gathered behind the Qilin, shining brightly for a while. Swish swish swish. 3 huge half-moon lights quickly took shape, and flew towards Wang Zikai one after another. Wang Zikai, who was coming towards him, raised his mouth. He did not intend to dodge, and retreated his feet to avoid a half-moon light. Then he made a difficult sideways rotation, and twisted away the second half-moon light. Snap! He clapped his hands, and caught the third half-moon light directly. It felt like an ant catching a golden petal. Qilin was shocked. The light slash formed by the light elements was not a stable solid form, but a flowing light form. How could Wang Zikai catch it with his bare hands? It was so incredible that it was like a person catching a ray of light. At that moment, Wang Zikai grabbed the half-moon light that was 10 times bigger than him with both hands, turned around, and threw it towards Qilin, twice as fast as before. Oh no! Qilin quickly stole swift wind, opened his hands, and 3 translucent wind walls took shape in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. It was useless. In front of the half-moon light that was transformed by Wang Zikai, the wind walls were like 3 thin film walls, and were easily cut open. Pound. Qilin was hit hard by this blow, and the half-moon light finally shattered and turned into light spots all over the sky. Qilin flew diagonally to the ground, like a stone skipping on the water, rising and falling on the ground, rolling dozens of meters in a row, flew to the lake shore, and smashed a marble guardrail. Haha, Wang Zikai was very proud. This was his latest realized move. He named this move God's left hand. In the previous battle, Wang Zikai vaguely discovered that although his left hand could not use bone spurs, it seemed to be able to take on anything. When the opponent played a move, as long as the move was visible and the energy form was relatively concentrated, Wang Zikai could catch it with his bare hands and return it with twice the power and speed. Of course, this move also has a cooling time and cannot be used indefinitely. And God's left hand is not able to take on any form of moves at present, such as law-based and domain-based moves. Moves like a gust of wind and a gust of poisonous fog are also difficult to take on. Unable to withstand a single blow, Wang Zikai took advantage of the victory and rushed over with a bang. Qilin had stood up again. There was a bloody gap on his chest, his skin was torn, and his broken ribs were turned outward. You could almost see the beating heart inside. Qilin stole the self-healing of the dead pig, and the flesh and bones were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unfortunately, it only recovered for a few seconds. Wang Zikai pressed forward again, not giving him a chance to breathe. In fact, Qilin didn't have much time left, and the deadline of equivalent exchange was getting closer and closer. Qilin had to deal with Wang Zikai immediately, but he couldn't use all his energy to fight Wang Zikai. If he didn't have the energy left to complete the Euro plan, the current victory would be meaningless. A hint of madness flashed in Qilin's deep eyes, and he decided to take a big gamble. Chapter 1060. Qilin took a deep breath. He did not move. His body quickly turned into metal. He activated the Iron Man of the living puppet King Wayne. Not running away, just what I want. Wang Zikai rushed forward with a fist. Bang! The Iron Man Qilin punched Wang Zikai, and the moment the two fists intersected, huge energy spread around. Qilin is a magician after all. Even with the talent of a living puppet and the reward of the Puppet King, he is still far inferior to Wang Zikai, who is the ceiling of warriors. After receiving this punch, Qilin felt that the bones of his arm were almost broken, and his internal organs were shattered. He tried to step on the ground with his feet, but he still slid back several meters, leaving 2 small grooves on the ground. Wang Zikai continued to punch with great momentum. Qilin was obviously at a disadvantage, but he was not afraid. He met Wang Zikai's punch and launched a slow mental pressure at the same time. This could not cause substantial damage to Wang Zikai, but it could slow down his punching speed to a certain extent, trying to make Qilin barely resist. The two began a fierce hand-to-hand fight. Wang Zikai's punches were as fast as the wind, and the punching skills he learned from Johan began to be integrated. Qilin was hit repeatedly, and his metal body continued to withstand Wang Zikai's attacks, and cracks appeared in many places. Swish. Bang bang. Bang bang. The two figures ran and fought, fighting at high speed in Qinghe Lake, leaving only countless afterimages and strong winds, as well as energy ripples that shook out from time to time. In just 10 seconds, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Qilin caught Wang Zikai's right fist with one hand, and a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he applied all his energy to Puppet Master, launch Puppet Ballad. Wang Zikai felt his body stiffen, and his eyes froze for a moment. Qilin was delighted. I won the bet. Qilin knew that Wanxiang had no way to deal with Wang Zikai, but he still had Puppet Master. Qilin knew that he couldn't beat Wang Zikai, but he was determined to fight Wang Zikai in close combat, because every time he made contact with his fists and feet, he was putting a puzzle of the contract mark on Wang Zikai. Theoretically, although the effect is slow, it can be successful, and now everyone is in the control thread of the Puppet King, which also has a natural bonus for Puppet Master. Qilin felt his mental power transformed into countless control threads, and drilled into Wang Zikai's body. Suddenly, a cold flash passed by, and the invisible control threads all broke. Failed. Wang Zikai's stagnant eyes regained their spirit, and an arrogant sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth. I am the god of Kai. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Qilin suddenly realized it was Zhang Wei. When Zhang Wei woke up Wang Zikai, he guessed that I might use Puppet Master to deal with him, and gave him enough psychological hints in advance. Qilin wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang. Wang Zikai's strong left fist hit Qilin's chin heavily. Qilin was like a sky rocket, flying straight into the sky. Wang Zikai jumped up suddenly, caught up with Qilin in the air, and kicked Qilin's lower abdomen from top to bottom. Qilin fell at a high speed, and smashed a big hole on the ground. Go to hell. Wang Zikai followed closely, and punched Qilin in the chest. Qilin had no time to get up and dodge. He crossed his hands and protected his chest. Boom. A red energy shock wave rose from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. The stone pit where Qilin was located continued to vibrate and spread to the surroundings, and the surface of the ground broke and flew one after another. Qilin's screams were completely drowned out by the collapse of the mountains and cracks of the earth. His metal arms were directly broken by Wang Zikai's fists, and his chest almost caved in. Death Spear. Wang Zikai was merciless. 3 more death spears rushed out of his fists and pierced into Qilin's chest. Of course, they all avoided the heart. Qilin was not dead yet, but Wang Zikai's scarlet bone spurs locked his energy path, like acupuncture. Not to mention using his talent, he couldn't even move. Humph. Do you know how powerful I am? Wang Zikai still pressed on Qilin, without retracting the bone spurs, and smiled proudly. I won't kill you, wait for my brother to come. Wang Zikai was stunned and found that Qilin was laughing. What are you laughing at? Wang Zikai asked. Lucky. Qilin's voice was weak. Sure enough, you are strong. Ah? Wang Zikai didn't understand at all. When Qilin was pierced by Wang Zikai's bone spur, he stopped his own talent and stole Gao Yang's luck. Qilin didn't know the specific role of luck, but at that last moment, he could not think of any chance of turning the tables, so he could only pray for a miracle. And luck, it sounds like a miracle. Qilin had no choice but to take another gamble. Who would have thought that luck really brought Qilin a miracle? This time, Wang Zikai's death spear actually failed. Even Wang Zikai himself didn't know that his move had a 1 in 10,000 chance of failure. With the blessing of luck, Qilin happened to encounter this 1 in 10,000 probability. His body was pierced, but the energy path in his body was not blocked. In an instant, Qilin stole Ming Yang's damage transfer and injected all his energy into this move. Wang Zikai's body was pressed against Qilin, and in an instant, the massive amount of damage in Qilin's body was transmitted into Wang Zikai's body like a strong electric current. This horrible damage was too much for even the immortal Wang Zikai to bear for a while, and he could not do anything but howl in pain. Unfortunately, just over 10 seconds ago, Ming Yang's living puppet was rescued, and Qilin could only steal Ming Yang's damage transfer through the Puppet King, and the time could only be used for 6 seconds. If there was no time limit, Qilin could transfer all the damage and deep fatigue except the side effect of equivalent exchange to Wang Zikai. After 6 seconds, Wang Zikai fell down limply. Although he was not killed by this horrible damage energy, he would not wake up for a while. His immortal body activated the self-protection mechanism and entered a deep coma repair state. Although Qilin transferred a lot of damage, the energy in his body was not restored. He kicked Wang Zikai away and jumped out of the deep pit. He no longer cared about Wang Zikai. The deadline of equivalent exchange was approaching, and he didn't want to waste any more time and energy. 2 seconds later, his eyes locked onto Gao Yang and Qing Ling, who were not far away. Gao Yang sat on the ground with difficulty, completely losing his fighting ability. Qing Ling was not much better. She half-crouched on the ground, and just now she had tried to assist Wang Zikai. Neither of them expected that Wang Zikai, who had a huge advantage, would be killed by Qilin. Gao Yang's mouth was full of blood, and he shouted to Qing Ling, "Don't worry about me. Run!" Qing Ling was stunned, guessing that Qilin's deadline was approaching, and she could barely move, so she stood up and ran. Bang! Qilin chased after him. Chapter 1061. North Gate of Qinghe Park. Dohu and Tengu rushed towards Jiuhan together. Jiuhan opened his arms, quickly grasped the hands of the two, pulled them into his arms, and activated 3 heads and 6 arms at the same time. Wow! Suddenly, a golden light exploded on the roof, lighting up the surrounding houses. Swish! 2 seconds later, A figure rushed out of the golden light and flew into the night sky. It was Johan, Dohu and Tengu who had successfully merged. They became one person with 3 heads and 6 arms. Tengu drives. Johan assists. I'm the main C. Dohu shouted. Yes. Oh. Target, the leg on the lower right, only hit that leg. Dohu said. Swish. Tengu dominated flight and dived rapidly towards the spider monster's lower right foot. The emotion corresponding to the face on the foot was anger. When approaching the target, Tengu spun sideways, revealing the Dohu's side. Pound. Dohu held the giant sword in both hands and slashed at the face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The face on the spider's leg was directly split in half, and the spider monster screamed in pain. At the same time, the anger sent an invisible pulse along the final ruling thread, affecting every advanced life form in the ruling field. Suddenly, everyone's energy was evenly stolen and all gathered in the body of the Puppet King. These energies would quickly repair its wounds, and only 1/10 of the energy, that is, the reward, was transmitted to the Chilant's body. But this time, an accident happened, and half of the energy collected by the Puppet King flowed into Dohu's body, because Dohu launched the violent locking skill Angry Libra on the Puppet King. The angrier the Puppet King is, the more energy in his body will flow into Dohu's body, and the energy of the two will be infinitely close to 50-50. At that moment Johan and Tingo also noticed it. The two first felt a little angry for no reason, and then a little energy was taken away from their bodies, but then a huge amount of energy poured in again. This was shared from Dohu. Ha ha ha. Blood Prophet. Dohu laughed happily. Keep going. Tingo was a little unclear and powerful. He didn't ask more questions, and turned around and rushed towards the spider monster's leg. Pound. Another fierce blow, slashing at the face that had not recovered in time. Dohu's sword energy this time also injected Johan's weakness, directly triggering 7 times the damage. Squeak, squeak, crack, crack. The spider monster let out a series of shrill screams again. Its entire leg was almost chopped off, and its whole body was shaking violently. Similarly, every step before was repeated again. Dohu, Johan, and Tingo once again merged into the bodies of the 3 people with exaggerated energy. Fuck. Reduce your strength. Dohu was anxious. Don't cut off that leg. I still need to continue charging. Okay. Johan immediately retracted weakness. Tingo turned into a fly and began to fly around the spider monster's leg. Dohu also restrained his strength and continued to cut the leg. The messy blue-gray knife light moved smoothly on the spider leg. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. The spider monster did not resist at all. It continued to suffer damage and exuded anger. In just a dozen seconds, all the advanced life forms in the entire Shanxing district became more and more angry, and their energy was constantly stolen and injected into the bodies of the Puppet King and Dohu. Irritable. You have comprehended irritability. Johan finally figured it out. Ha ha. Dohu laughed out loud. Even he himself did not expect that he could comprehend the second talent at the critical moment, which was the last talent irritable corresponding to killing expert. Thousands of words turned into 4 words in Dohu's heart. God helps me. Each foot of the spider monster corresponds to an emotion. It uses emotions as a medium to evenly absorb the energy of all quasi-puppets in the control area. Correspondingly, it itself has to bear this emotion. The angry Libra of Irritable took advantage of this loophole. Finally, Dohu felt that the energy gathered in his body had reached its limit. Not only that, Tengu and Johan had also reached their limits. If they eat more, their bodies would burst. Now! Dohu shouted, beat its dog head. Yes. Oh! Swish. Tengu rushed up 1,000 meters into the night sky at an incredibly fast speed, twice as high as the spider monster's position. Then, he began to fall straight down and continued to accelerate. Dohu held the dragon-killing giant sword. His body collapsed into a straight line, transformed into a dazzling blue meteor, and flew towards the spider monster's head. Dohu's eyes were like torches, and veins on his forehead bulged. Brothers. Lend a hand. Johan and Tingo had been waiting for this moment. They simultaneously injected the energy of weakness and space cutting into Dohu's body, and then injected it into the dragon-killing giant sword through Dohu. Buzz. Suddenly, the blue light shining from the dragon-killing giant sword expanded 3 times, and mixed with gray-white and golden-brown energy fluctuations. 3 seconds later, a dazzling colorful meteor streaked through the night sky and fell accurately on the head of the Puppet King. The spider monster sensed the danger and quickly retracted its 8 legs, crossing them to protect its head. The shape was like the skeleton of an open umbrella. Boom. The meteor hit the giant spider. Dohu's giant sword, with its devastating sword energy, instantly pierced through the 8 legs. The chaotic sword energy vibrated in circles, directly distorting the surrounding space, like an invisible ripple gradually spreading to the whole body of the giant spider. Swish, swish, swish. 2 seconds later, the 8 spider legs broke in unison, turning into countless ham slices flying all over the sky. And the dragon-killing giant sword in Dohu's hand continued to stab down, piercing the monster's dense scarlet teeth. Ding. 1 second later, all the teeth shattered, turning into red fragments all over the sky, and the giant sword pierced into the monster's mouth. Weakness second stage trigger, 7 times damage. Boom. The dragon-slaying sword and the tiger-fighting sword merged into one and pierced the monster's throat. Weakness trigger in 3 stages, 49 times damage. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Bang. 1 second later, the head of the puppet king exploded in both directions, like a smashed watermelon, and its body was torn off and split in half as if it had been chopped by a giant axe. Crash. The monster's torn body was like an island about to disintegrate, slowly sinking towards the spacetime gap behind it. Buzz. A few seconds later, the spacetime rift closed, the huge vertical eye disappeared under the night sky, and the puppet king also disappeared. Everything returned to silence, and only the green blood rain floating in the sky could prove the magnificent battle just now. Swish. A golden light shot up into the sky, and then fell in a parabola to the street at the north gate of the park. Pound. The golden light created a large cement pit on the ground. Dohu, Johan and Tiango had separated. They fell into the gravel, covered with wounds and blood. It's over, Johan gasped. It's still early. Dohu tried to turn over, but he couldn't use any strength. I have to support. Xiao Yanong. 20 seconds of rest. No, 10 seconds. Johan took out the undamaged energy potion, injected 1/3 into his thigh, and then threw it to Dohu. Dohu took it, and found that his hands were shaking so badly that he didn't even have the strength to inject. He smiled bitterly in his heart. I am such a waste. Chapter 1062. Boom. Qilin chased Qingling. Qilin turned and jumped, stepped on the sword, and quickly rose into the air. Qilin did not have the flying talent, so even if he stole it, it would only take a few seconds. Qingling would most likely escape by flying with the sword. However, just a few seconds after Qingling flew out, a blue portal the size of a manhole cover appeared above his head. Swish. Half a second later, Qilin jumped out of the portal and rushed towards Qingling in a diving posture. When Qilin saw Qingling was about to escape, he immediately stole Chuyu's space teleport, predicted her escape position, summoned the portal, intercepted Qingling at one end, and connected the other end in front of him. Qilin rushed into the portal and immediately appeared above Qingling's head. Qilin quickly released the portal, stole Tengu's flying, and accelerated towards Qingling. Qingling, who was flying with her sword, had no time to dodge. Even if she turned around, she would be caught up by Qilin in a short time. However, she had no intention of hiding. She had guessed that Qilin would use this trick. She had been hit by the combination skill of portal when she was on Qingyang Bridge. Therefore, when flying with her sword, Qingling kept her Tang sword hidden at her waist, maintaining the prelude of drawing the sword, secretly accumulating strength, waiting for Qilin to take the bait. Swish. Qingling squeezed out the remaining energy in her body in exchange for the maximum explosive power, and drew the sword at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, slashing out a vertical purple-blue sword light, leaving a huge wound in the night sky. Qilin only felt a light spot flashing on Qingling's side waist, as if someone had used a mirror to reflect the light and dazzled his eyes. Qilin didn't even have time to be surprised. With his strong intuition and physical instinct, he immediately shifted a few centimeters to the right. It was these few centimeters that saved his life. Qilin felt a flash before his eyes, and his body was out of balance. He didn't even need to look to know that his entire left arm, including most of his shoulder, was gone. An oblique cut extended from his shoulder to half of his clavicle, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the gap in his body. The indescribable pain turned into countless electric currents that rushed straight to the top of his head, almost making Qilin faint. He immediately activated all things to suppress the pain to the greatest extent, and at the same time activated Iron Man to metallize his body to achieve the effect of temporarily stopping the bleeding. Pound. 1 second later, Qilin, who had lost his entire shoulder, hit Qingling's chest with a heavy iron fist. Swish boom. Qingling fell straight down and smashed into the ground. Qilin also followed Qingling and fell to the ground, and grabbed the tang sword that fell from Qingling's hand. At that moment, Qilin was quite shocked. Qingling actually had such a terrifying explosive power in her body. It was probably because Qingling's infinite evolution broke through level 5, which gave her a wave at the critical moment. Having this talent will cause endless troubles, and it must not be kept. After Qingling fell to the ground, she felt that her heart was almost broken and her body was almost falling apart. She endured the pain and dizziness, and wanted to turn over and get up. Qilin, who followed closely, had already descended from the sky with a tang sword in his hand. Not good. Qingling had no time to dodge, and quickly raised her right hand. Puff! The tang sword in Qilin's hand pierced Qingling's right arm, and then pierced Qingling's chest, but because it was changed by Qingling's arm, it failed to accurately pierce Qingling's heart. Wow! Qingling spurted out a mouthful of blood. Qilin did not hesitate, and quickly drew his sword, intending to stab the heart again, but found that he could not pull it out. Qingling's mouth was full of blood. She clenched her teeth and glared at him. She activated metal to control the tang sword and made her last struggle. In a flash, Qilin even had a little respect for the woman in front of him. She was worthy of being the one who inherited Qingling's talent, worthy of being a warrior tenacious, ready to die and never give up. Qingling, you deserve a chance of eternal life. Qilin let go of the tang sword, pinched Qingling's chin, leaned over suddenly, and stared into Qingling's eyes at a distance of less than half a meter. Brain formatting full state. Activate. Woo! The powerful mental power directly vibrated a green ripple. Qingling's energy was overdrawn, and without the protection of the golden holy clothes, she was killed instantly in the face of such a close brain formatting. No! Gao Yang watched this scene from a distance, and his heart-wrenching screams resounded throughout the Qinghe Lake. This time, there was no miracle. Qingling's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, her clenched teeth slowly opened, her cold and tough eyes lost their luster and became dull. Her right arm and chest were pierced by the tang sword, nailed to the ground, motionless, and the pool of blood behind her quietly spread. The memories, emotions, experiences, knowledge, common sense, all the information in her brain disappeared forever. Her body still had a breath left, but her soul was dead. Qilin didn't look at her for a second, and immediately took the strengthening rune from her, stood up, dragged his heavy metal body, and walked quickly towards Gao Yang not far away. I kill you! Gao Yang shouted and disappeared on the spot. He squeezed out the last bit of energy at the cost of instantly shattering all the energy pads in his body. An instant shadow appeared behind Qilin. He hugged Qilin with both hands. Launched burning heaven. Woo! A white ripple spread out from Qilin's body, instantly extinguishing the fuse in Gao Yang's body, preventing Gao Yang from self-immolation. Qilin stole Gao Yang's tranquility wave. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang was deflated. He severed his own meridians, let go of Qilin, and knelt on the ground powerlessly. Qilin was cautious and afraid that Gao Yang had a backup plan, so he turned around and kicked Gao Yang several meters away. Seeing that Gao Yang was lying on the ground limply and powerlessly without any resistance, Qilin walked towards Gao Yang again. Qilin, who had released Iron Man, had blood gushing out from the cut on his shoulder, but Qilin did not intend to stop the bleeding. He could not waste any more energy. He gasped for breath, pain and fatigue were screaming wildly in his body, and his vision began to blur. Equivalent exchange had less than 30 seconds left. Qilin walked towards Gao Yang. It's still in time. It's still in time. You can get the 12 runes right away. It only takes 5 seconds. Gather the 12 runes, with the spirit rune as the main rune, to form an eternal gyroscope and spin it. It only takes 10 seconds. Then activate all things return to 1, and with the help of the Puppet King's domain, extract the consciousness of all people in the domain from their bodies and inject it into the gyroscope. It only takes 10 seconds. It's still in time. It's definitely in time. Qilin knelt on one knee and took out the space-time rune from the inner pocket of Gao Yang's windbreaker. Hurry up! Hurry up! Qilin opened his bloody right hand, and all 12 rune circuits appeared. They were like magnets that attracted and repelled each other, forming a ring and floating in front of Qilin's eyes. Hurry up! Hurry up! Qilin grabbed the spirit rune circuit and sent it to the middle of the ring. Ka-ka-ka. Instantly, the other 11 runes gathered around the spirit rune as the core part, and quickly changed their shapes to form a strange gyroscope. Qilin's bloody finger lightly tapped. Swishing. The gyroscope spun at high speed, spreading circles of white energy ripples around, and Qilin's bloody and broken face was illuminated extremely pale. Great! I succeeded! Humanity will not perish. Mobilize all things. Ah! A figure rushed out from behind Qilin. Qilin turned around suddenly, and his right hand, which quickly turned metal, caught the opponent's punch steadily. It was Qin Ling. She was covered in blood, her hair was messy, her pierced right arm fell weakly, and her left hand clenched into a fist and hit Qilin's face. Qilin caught her fist steadily, but he was confused for a moment. Why can she still wake up? Chapter 1063. Qin Ling was indeed brain formatted, and was completely unable to resist, but at the critical moment, the personality of her younger sister Qin Ling took the initiative to run out. So Qin Ling's personality was the first to be hurt by brain formatting. Although the younger sister stood up, brain formatting would not be fooled by such a trick. It's like a computer divides a hard drive into D drive and C drive. After formatting a D drive, you can format a C drive. It just slows down the formatting speed, from completing it in a few seconds to completing it in more than 10 seconds. But the disappearance of the younger sister's personality greatly stimulated the older sister's personality. At that moment, all of Qin Ling's talents broke through level 7, and infinite evolution also directly rose to level 7. The strongest skill of level 7 infinite evolution is a 7-second health limit. When encountering a serious life-threatening attack, as long as you can survive for 7 seconds, you will be 100% immune immediately. Therefore, when brain formatting began to delete Qin Ling's personality, Qin Ling was already immune. Qilin certainly didn't know this, and didn't have time to figure it out. He just felt that this woman was really a nuisance, but it didn't matter. There was still enough time, and he could deal with Qin Ling quickly. It was not too late. Qilin was about to mobilize the energy in his body, but suddenly, the remaining energy rapidly declined and disappeared in an instant. At that moment, the abyss-like despair swallowed Qilin. The puppet king was dead. The Euro plan failed. A tear flowed from the corner of Qilin's eyes, and he even forgot to resist, just opened his mouth slightly, and uttered a syllable that only he could hear. No! At the same time, a slender black gold long knife suddenly rushed out of Qin Ling's clenched fist, piercing Qilin's metal palm, and then piercing Qilin's throat. Swish! Qin Ling swung her arm violently, and cut off Qilin's head. It turned out that Qin Ling's left arm, which was wiped out by the curse, did not really grow back. Dr. Jia tried various methods, but to no avail. In the end, he installed a cyber arm for Qin Ling, and customized it according to Qin Ling. He hid a sleeve knife in the arm, which was effective for sneak attacks in close combat. It was also for the installation of this cyber arm that Qin Ling's heart was moved to the right. This is Qin Ling's trump card. She put simulated skin on the cyber arm and never told anyone. She just went to Dr. Jia for regular inspection and maintenance. Gao Yang accidentally discovered this secret. The last time Qin Ling was killed by Yin Liang, Chu Shui helped Qin Ling to revive. When Gao Yang changed Qin Ling's clothes, he found that Qin Ling's left arm was not the original body. Qin Ling was still very nervous after waking up, fearing that other people besides Gao Yang would know her trump card. This trump card has been hidden for a long time, and there has been no suitable opportunity. It was finally used at this last moment. Swish! The head of the unicorn was thrown into the sky. In the last moments of his consciousness, the man suddenly realized that all his regrets, unwillingness, loneliness, and despair had left him, leaving only a trace of real tiredness, tenderness, and relief. In his eyes, the world was turned upside down. Time also flowed back to the midsummer of his childhood. At that time, his father took Jupiter to swim. The two climbed up the old camphor tree on the bank of the dam, stood on the high branches, and jumped into the dam. The moment he jumped, the world in Jupiter's eyes was turned upside down. "Ha ha, good job, son. You are going to die. It's too dangerous." I heard my father's encouraging laughter, my mother's worried reproach, the tireless noisy cicadas, the rustling of the wind through the forest. Plop! Jupiter plunged into the water, and all the sounds gradually faded away. Everything was hazy, cold, and lonely. Jupiter, who was sinking continuously, opened his eyes, and saw the deep and boundless universe. "Dad, you are right, the universe is really big. But what does this have to do with me? I just want a home." The moment the puppet king died, the domination domain was immediately lifted, and the few energies that had been quietly stolen from everyone before were all returned. I don't know how long it took. Gao Yang, who was almost unconscious, relied on that little returning energy and tenacious will to slowly open his eyes, and heard Qin Ling's desperate cry in his ears. Qin Ling was covered with wounds and pale, dragging his bleeding right hand, kneeling on a piece of scorched earth. After killing Qilin, she forced herself not to faint, closed her eyes, and began to search for her sister. Her heart was like a huge maze. Qin Ling walked in the maze for a long time and shouted for a long time, But she could not see her sister, not even a trace of her. Qing Ling suddenly opened her eyes, feeling unprecedented panic, and she suddenly shouted at the air. Qing Ling! Qing Ling, come out! Come out quickly! I know you are still there. Qing Ling took a deep breath and closed her eyes again. 2 seconds later, she opened them again. Her whole body began to tremble, her lips turned purple, and her face became paler. Come out! Qing Ling, did you hear me? Why don't you come out? You always run out without permission when you shouldn't. You don't show up when I tell you to come out. You are so willful. You are so capricious. You are so messy. Why do I have a sister like you? Qing Ling. Qing Ling. Come out. Come out quickly. Don't hide. Do you think I can't find you? Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide? Okay. You wait. You wait. Qing Ling raised her cyber left arm, and a sharp dagger immediately rushed out of her palm. She aimed at her heart and stabbed it with her backhand. Puff. Gao Yang appeared behind Qing Ling in time and grabbed the dagger. Blood immediately flowed. He didn't let go and held it tightly to prevent Qing Ling from peeling her heart. Don't touch me. Qing Ling was already extremely weak, but she was still struggling. Get out. Get out of here. Gao Yang still held Qing Ling's dagger tightly with one hand and hugged Qing Ling's neck from behind with the other hand, forcibly controlling her and preventing her from doing stupid things. Let me go, let go. Go away, don't touch me. Never mind. Qing Ling struggled for a moment, but soon ran out of strength. She dropped her left hand, and her back slowly fell into Gao Yang's arms, her face full of blood-stained hair and tears of despair. Ah! Ah! She was still bound by Gao Yang, leaning forward, shouting in grief at the air in front of her, as if she wanted to vomit something out of her body, and as if she wanted to dispel the invisible sadness in front of her. In vain. All she got in return was a hoarse voice and a broken throat. The side effects of infinite evolution came slowly. After growing rapidly, bursting potential, and being immune to enemy talents, it began to reversely extract body energy for repair and consolidation. The despair in Qing Ling's heart dulled little by little, and her vision blurred little by little. She slowly closed her eyes and fell into the empty and huge maze of the mind again. When I was unconscious, I seemed to hear Gao Yang singing, "Little rocking bed, rock gently. The sky at night is so beautiful. Mom is the stars, Dad is the moon. Accompany me to sleep. La 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 la. Accompany me to sleep." Chapter 1064. After Qilin died, the remaining people who were still in a beautiful dream also woke up within 3 minutes. As for the living puppet controlled by Qilin before his death, the mark on the forehead also disappeared automatically, and it returned to freedom, but fell into a short coma. Johan contacted the captains of each team through voice transmission. Jiuenma, Dead Pig, and Ishur took the newly awakened cute sheep and immediately went to the battle area to check the casualties of their companions and provide treatment. When Qining woke up from her beautiful dream, Mu Zitu's perception that had stolen her had just expired and returned to her body. Qining immediately activated perception to carry out the remaining search and rescue work. Nana Yufeng, who had just woken up, rushed over and held Qining in her arms and flew over Qinghe Park. When passing through a forest, Qining discovered a life form. "There is someone under your feet. Descend." Nana brought Qining to land in the forest. There was a small open space in the middle of the forest. There stood a small castle in the open space. Inside the castle was a small space, which was very suitable for children to play hide-and-seek. Zhu Ke and Wang Wayne, who were in wheelchairs, hid inside. Both of them fell into a coma. Quick! Qining and Nana quickly stepped forward, got into the small castle, checked the two, and were relieved after confirming that they were fine. Nana tried to wake up Wang Wayne, and Qining continued to activate perception. Sure enough, there was someone nearby. Qining immediately turned around and saw another figure in the forest ahead, who also seemed to be in a wheelchair. She was startled and had guessed who it was, so she ran over quickly. Mrs. Li in the forest was sitting in a wheelchair. 2 minutes ago, she woke up from the beautiful dream that Qilin had customized for her. In that beautiful dream, Gao Yang transformed into Zhu Yuan, killed all humans, and destroyed the foggy world. The moment she woke up, she figured it all out. In fact, when Qilin activated the unity of all things, Li had already seen the future 10 seconds later, but she was powerless to stop it. Gao Yang is the curse abyss, but it is just a dream that Qilin let Li have. Qilin refused to let Li spy on his fate slice at the beginning, because he was worried that Li would discover his plan in advance. It turned out that Qilin had already used Li's prophet to deal with Gao Yang. However, Li couldn't figure out why her prophet couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams when predicting the future. This shouldn't happen, and it has never happened before. It was because Li had predicted it every time before that she believed in her prophet. No. Impossible. This is not true. Li opened her eyes wide, her face full of tears of despair. At this point, she found that she couldn't accept the fact that Gao Yang was not the curse abyss. This was obviously great news. Humanity would not perish. Everything was just a dream created by Qilin. Finally, Li realized that what she really couldn't accept was her stupidity, arrogance, and the blood and sins on her hands. What have I done? Why did fate fool me like this? Everything I did was for humanity. Why do this to me? Suddenly, the corners of Li's mouth curled up slightly. The sadness on her face slowly turned into a smile, and she gradually became crazy. No, fate will not lie to me. Fate has never lied to me. Gao Yang is Zhu Yuan. Gao Yang will kill everyone. I am now I am in a dream. Everything just now is real. Yes, that's right. Humanity is finished. The world is finished. It's over. It's all over. Gao Yang is the curse abyss. I did everything I could. I couldn't change my fate. I tried my best. I'm not wrong. I tried my best. Ha. Mr. Li laughed and trembled as he took out the pistol he carried with him. Ha. I gave everything. She continued to laugh, loading the 2 remade black gold bullets she carried with her into the magazine, and then loaded the gun. She repeated this action several times before she succeeded. Ha. Everything. Everything. Finally, she raised the pistol and pressed it against her temple. Don't. A second before pulling the trigger, a familiar shout came from behind. Mrs. Li's crazy smile froze for a second, and the last drop of sober hot tears left in the corner of her eyes. Bang. The sound of gunfire came from the woods, stirring up countless flying birds. 2 days later, late at night. Shijing District, remote mountain forest. Deep in the woods behind the Ghost Group Villa, there is a new grave next to the 14 old graves. This new grave has no tombstone, and a black octagonal hat is placed in front of the grave. This is the hat that Yushi often wears, and it is one of the deepest impressions of her. Lu Ding said that in fact, Yushi didn't like to wear a hat very much. She was mainly too lazy to wash her hair when she went out. Isher also said that in fact, when she wanted to escape, she hinted to Yushi very obscurely whether she should leave the 3rd hospital together to carry out the mission. Yushi heard the implication of Isher and waved lazily. I won't go out. I'm too lazy to wash my hair. Yushi didn't leave at that time, probably because she was already under Qilin's key surveillance, and she didn't want to implicate Isher. It's strange that living people are often easily ignored by people, but when they die, everyone can talk a lot about their memories. At this moment, a young man wearing a thin windbreaker, with messy black hair, thin cheeks and melancholy eyes, was sitting cross-legged in front of the grave, quietly in a daze. Shoo. There was a sound of footsteps approaching, a middle-aged man with curly hair and a shabby face, carrying a black gold giant sword on his back. Shoo. Dohu raised his hand and inserted the giant sword into the ground. He held 2 bunches of small white flowers in his hand. One bunch of flowers was placed in front of the new grave, and the other bunch was placed in front of an old grave. Dohu sat down next to Gao Yang, bent one knee, took out a pack of new cigarettes from his pocket, tore open the cigarette box, took out a cigarette, and held it in his mouth. He glanced at Gao Yang. Borrow a light? Gao Yang looked ahead calmly, as if he didn't hear it. Humph. It doesn't matter, I brought a light. Dohu was very proud, took out a retro kerosene lighter, opened it with a click, and lit the cigarette in a pretentious manner. He closed the lighter with a click, put it back in his pocket, raised his head, closed his eyes almost devoutly, took a deep breath, and then exhaled a large cloud of white smoke. Cool. Dohu looked satisfied with his death. He held the cigarette in his mouth, lowered his head again, and looked at Baitu's grave. Rabbit, I have avenged my revenge. I will not quit smoking. Even if I get lung cancer, I have no regrets. No one answered. But Dohu grinned, as if he had heard Baitu's sarcastic ridicule. Silence followed. Dohu smoked quietly, smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, before breaking the silence and looking at Gao Yang beside him. I have reported everything to Long. He shows no signs of waking up. I don't know what he thinks. Gao Yang said nothing. However, based on my understanding of Long, I don't think he will believe what Qilin said. There must be a door to the end, but it may not be the kind of door we think. Dohu sneered. You should understand what I mean. This broken world must have an exit, or a truth. Long believes this more than anyone else. In short, Long will wake up before the end of the world. Wait. Gao Yang blinked, as a response to Dohu. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Dohu stood up on his knees, stretched, moved his arms, pulled out the giant sword beside him, and carried it back on his back. Swish, swish. Dohu left the woods. Gao Yang still sat there, looking beyond the grave, and into the darkness farther away, wondering what he was thinking. Swish, swish. Another sound of footsteps approached, lighter and faster than before. Soon, Qing Ling came to Gao Yang's side. Qing Ling was dead, but Qing Ling looked calm, without sadness in her eyes. Because she never thought her sister was dead, she firmly believed that she was just sleeping, and one day she would wake up. That's why, among the newly added graves, there was only Yushi's, but not Qing Ling's. Everyone knew that Qing Ling could not come back, but everyone respected Qing Ling's self-deceiving decision. Here. Qing Ling did not sit down, but took out something and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang raised his head slowly. After 2 days of not seeing Qing Ling, her hair was cut short to her neck, capable in dashing. When fighting with Qilin, some of Qing Ling's hair was burned, and her back was also severely burned. Afterwards, it was basically repaired through treatment, and there were no scars left, but the part of the long hair that disappeared could not grow back all at once, and it looked messy. Qing Ling originally thought that long hair was difficult to take care of, and Qing Ling liked long hair, so she kept it. Now that Qing Ling is sleeping, no one cares about Qing Ling, so she simply cut it. Gao Yang slowly raised his hand to take it, which was a pencil case printed with various food cartoons. She has always liked you, do you know? Qing Ling asked naturally. Gao Yang was stunned and nodded. That's fine. Qing Ling turned and left. She just wanted to help her sister convey this matter, and didn't care about Gao Yang's answer. Chapter 1065. Qing Ling left the woods. Gao Yang was silent for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to open the pencil case. Gao Yang was stunned. There was a stack of long strips of paper inside, which seemed to be the torn pages of diary paper. Qing Ling mentioned to Gao Yang that she had the habit of keeping a diary. It seems that Qing Ling tore off all the content about Gao Yang in her sister's diary, and gave it to Gao Yang. Why did Qing Ling do this? Gao Yang knew it very well. Qing Ling hoped that Gao Yang would not forget Qing Ling. In this world, Gao Yang was the most important person in Qing Ling's life, besides Qing Ling. She hoped that Gao Yang would remember every bit of Qing Ling forever. Regarding a person's existence, one person remembering it is completely different from 2 people remembering it. If only Qing Ling remembered it, after a long time, she might suspect that Qing Ling did not exist at all, but was just a person in her imagination. Deep in her heart, Qing Ling might also be afraid that there would be such a day. But if Gao Yang also remembered, there would never be such a day, and they could prove to each other. In this world, there was once a girl named Qing Ling. She may not have her own body, and her soul has disappeared, but she really existed. All these torn notes were sorted in chronological order. Gao Yang picked up the first note. Li Weiwei is dead. It's all Gao Yang's fault. Why did sister save him? Just because he is an awakener? I would rather he die. Sister and Gao Yang are getting closer and closer. I hate this person. Nothing good has happened since I got involved with him. I have to be on guard against him. Sister is too careless, and may be deceived. What a rubbish test. I'm so angry. That mophead is so disgusting. All men are really bad. Sister has been completely fooled by Gao Yang. I don't think joining the organization will do us any good. I have changed my mind about Gao Yang. This time in Gujia village, we are friends for life and death. And Officer Huang is also very reliable. It turns out that not all men are bad. Maybe it's right to join the organization, although there is no normal person in this organization, especially that tiger. I didn't expect the foggy world to be like this. I can't sleep at all. Gao Yang and Officer Huang will probably have insomnia tonight. Officer Huang can't be a traitor. Sister and Gao Yang must have made a mistake. I believe in my intuition. Old Huang is so pitiful. It's so sad. Why is it like this? I hope everyone can be safe, especially my sister Gao Yang and Officer Huang. Sister, you are such a traitor. Since you are a companion, you should not use Gao Yang's money to buy a bracelet. No, the money must be returned. Today Gao Yang said that my sister has a soul. My sister said that she doesn't need that kind of thing, it will only affect her speed of drawing the sword. These 2 people want to make me laugh to death. Gao Yang is going to the Qilin Guild, and my sister and I are not happy. If my sister lets him stay, Gao Yang will definitely not leave. You are such a tsundere, wait and regret it. I heard that Gao Yang accidentally broke into the Fu Cave in number 11 middle school, and many people died. We are all very worried, and my sister is not in the mood to train anymore. If I had known this would happen, I would have regretted it. I took the initiative to give Gao Yang the alarm button. I feel like he hasn't changed much. He cares about my sister and me. He never considered me as part of my sister. That's great. It's terrible. Xuanwu turned out to be a traitor of the Sangmu cult. We almost died. I really hope Gao Yang can come back soon, and not stay in the Qilin Guild. It's too dangerous. Gao Yang came to the Zodiac meeting today. We can meet often in the future. But the Scarlet Tide is coming. I thought there was still a long time to go, but I didn't expect the end to be so imminent. Wu Dehai is not that annoying, but my sister, and I can't like her. It's right to give him a quick death. The salmon is delicious. Gao Yang didn't. It's his loss if he gets to eat it. P.S. He's not my type. He's not my type. He's not my type. I went to see Gao Yang today. He's not awake yet. I believe he wake up. He still owes me and my sister a hot pot. He won't break his promise. Gao Yang is awake. Let's have hot pot. I'm visiting Officer Huang's house today. His and Teacher Su's love is worthy of a movie. We met the enemy at night. Gao Yang is getting stronger. I feel like my sister is a little jealous of him, haha. The shabu shabu is delicious. Why should I talk about finding a boyfriend? Am I out of my mind? The salary of the Patsong team. I knew Gao Yang was lying as soon as I heard it. They really are one who dares to make it up, and the other one who dares to believe it. Gao Yang treated my sister to Black Forest cake, and me to match hot cake at the airport. My sister finished hers, but I didn't finish mine, so I gave half to Gao Yang. It's just a little boring thing, just a note. From today on, I'm Gao Yang's rental girlfriend. Haha, it's quite fun. I held hands with Gao Yang tonight, and he didn't let go. I seem to be really attracted to him, and maybe Gao Yang is also interested in me. But does he like me or my sister? I don't know, and I don't dare to ask. Forget it, this is not the time to think about this, let it go. I made a wish at the Fox Fairy Shrine today. I don't really believe it, but there's no harm in trying. Gao Yang peeked at me, and asked me what I wished for. Idiot, how could he say that? He'd be so happy. Today I was counting Gao Yang's eyelashes, and he woke up in the middle of the process. Super social failure. Qingling, don't be in love, it's too cheap. Gao Yang bought me a silver ring. Although it's for acting, I'm still very happy. Uncle Gao's love story is a bit magical, not much different from Officer Huang's. It seems that the three of them are still too conservative. Hey, I really want to fall in love with Gao Yang, but I'm just thinking about it. Now is not the right time. Gao Yang invited my sister to eat spicy hot pot, but he called Chening and asked her to come in a bathrobe while she was taking a bath. Although he must have a reason, it's still annoying. Sister said I'm not his girlfriend. Why does she care so much? I don't care, I just feel unhappy, and I have to write it down. My sister and I lost a hand, and Gao Yang lost his parents. It's very sad. Why did it turn out like this? Will everything really get better? I don't know, and my sister doesn't know either. Chapter 1066. The road that should be taken is still on the way, and the road that should be defended must still be defended. This not-so-beautiful war has just begun. Burning out the last bit of life is the crown. Shedding the last drop of blood is the coronation. The Nine Heirs organization was born in the dark and chased the dawn. The declaration of war is so passionate. Gao Yang is destined to be a man who will do great things. Sister, you have a good eye. So this is what death feels like. Gao Yang must feel very guilty, and I don't know how to comfort him. Sister said that this is the leader, and if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. In fact, I can feel that Gao Yang is no longer the Gao Yang of the past. I know I can't go back, but I still can't help but miss the past, the days when Officer Huang was still there. Gao Yang has. I received a New Year's gift. Qingling, be sensible. Don't be willful. Don't be willful. Don't be willful. Revenge. Small rocking bed, rock gently. The sky at night is so beautiful. Mom is the stars, Dad is the moon. Accompany me to sleep. La 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 la. Accompany me to sleep. The war will start again tonight. I don't know who will leave this time. I grilled a chicken leg for Gao Yang and asked Gao Xinxin to deliver it. Don't bother him now. Let your sister cheer him up. It's the new year. Even though my sister is with me, I still miss Gao Yang. But I can only think about it. I suddenly feel a little regretful. If I took the initiative to confess to Gao Yang on the night we held hands, would he agree to me? I always thought there would be a more suitable time and a better opportunity, but it turns out that was the best opportunity, and I have missed it. If I disappear one day, I hope Gao Yang can remember me. This request is not too willful. Since Qilin attacked the Xiaoshui gathering point, Gao Yang has changed. He is hiding something from me. I always feel that the way he looks at me is different. Although it is still very gentle, something is missing. It's an intuition, or maybe I think too much. It turns out that Gao Yang is afraid of the air fish. God, if I become your devout believer now, is it too late? Please bless Gao Yang, and make sure that nothing happens tonight. If possible, I hope that I will have a chance in the future to read the translated lyrics of this song to him in person. I hope so, I hope so. Look up at the stars. The stars shine because of you. Your every word and every move. So shy. Fall in love with you. Write a song for you. Record all your beauty. The song is called Yellow. Try your best. Do everything for you. But I am full of fear. Your eyes. Gentle and bright. Make the world shine. Do you know? I love you deeply. I love you deeply. Cross the oceans. Climb the mountains for you. But I don't know what to do. Just because you are so shy. Pick up the pen. Draw your appearance. But I am very nervous. I am full of fear. Your eyes. Gentle and bright. Make the world shine. Do you know? For you, I give you everything. For you, I give you everything. So true. The stars in the sky shine because of you. The stars shine because of you. Shining because of you. All because of your every word and every move. One. Gao Yang had read all the notes without realizing it. The last entry was very long because it was an excerpt of lyrics, and it was the only complete page of the diary. Gao Yang recited the entire song word by word in his mind. He felt a little stuffy in his chest, as if he couldn't breathe. He trembled and put all the notes back into the pencil case and stuffed them back into the chest pocket of his windbreaker. He would remember it forever. Then Gao Yang took out a silver ring from his pocket. It was the silver ring he had bought for Qing Ling at the gold shop for the rental girlfriend mission. He placed the ring on the ground, then carefully picked up a pile of soil with both hands and kept gathering it in the middle, eventually forming a small grave. The silver ring was buried in the grave. After doing all this, Gao Yang seemed to have no strength left, and he slowly lay down. He looked at the night sky cut by branches, and his heart was desolate. He stretched out his hands covered with mud, and placed them on his blessed earlobes. Gao Yang was motionless, like a corpse. I don't know how long it took. Gao Yang closed his eyes. He hadn't closed his eyes since defeating Qilin, and finally, he fell asleep. His eyelids twitched quickly, his eyelashes were wet, and tears flowed silently. Congratulations. Lucky breakthrough to level 6. Chapter 1067. Leaving the city march. In the morning, the spring breeze blows on my face, the streets are full of fresh green, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of osmanthus. The city has just awakened, and is full of vitality under the morning light. Ah! A flamboyant four-seater sports car sped through the still quiet streets, leaving behind a long string of excited engine sounds. Soon, the sports car slowed down and stopped on the roadside near number 15 middle school. Okay. Here, it's okay. In the back parking space, Gao Xinxin, who was wearing a spring school uniform skirt, unbuckled her seat belt. Why don't you take me to the school entrance? Don't be late. Gao Yang, the co-pilot, said. There are still 5 minutes, we can make it. Gao Xinxin grabbed the drawing board and got out of the car, immediately put it on his back, jumped twice on the spot, reached out to fix his bangs, and walked forward quickly. Gao Yang stuck his head out of the car window again. Be sure to eat breakfast, don't upset your stomach. I know. Gao Xinxin trotted away, leaving behind a slender white back. Gao Yang watched his sister walk away, still worried. The mark of the absolute barrier. It can only take care of her for 2 days, don't worry, no one can hurt her. Wang Zikai, who was driving the car, interrupted impatiently. Don't be so nagging, it will only annoy people. I care about her. Gao Yang was a little unconvinced. Is it wrong to care about her? That has to be the way she likes. Wang Zikai said, think about it, she dropped out of school without saying a word before, and now she suddenly returns to school, and everyone is pointing fingers at her, and you still have to pick her up every day. Wang Zikai shook his hair. With my car, plus the 2 of us handsome guys, hanging around her school gate every day, what do you think others will say about her? Gao Yang was stunned. Really? Brother, aren't you a scumbag? You should understand girls' minds very well. Why does it fail when it comes to your sister? Wang Zikai started the car. Is this what it means to be too concerned? Gao Yang felt something was wrong the more he listened. Wang Zikai, who did you learn all this from? Huh? Wang Zikai smiled guiltily. Do I need to learn from others? My IQ and EQ add up to 800. I've made it, and I know about IQ and EQ. Gao Yang thought for a while, and got the answer. I understand. Wang Zikai's smile froze. He stepped on the accelerator, and pretended not to hear. 2.5 months have passed since Qilin's death. There is no more civil war, and casualties among the awakened. With the hard-won peace, everyone has started planning for the next step. First of all, the question that everyone is most concerned about is whether there is a door to the foggy world. From Zhang Wei, everyone learned that Qilin definitely has no door. Not only that, Qilin seemed to have glimpsed the so-called god from the miracle rune through a certain ability of Wan Xiang, and also saw the so-called catalog. It was from this catalog that Qilin learned that there was no hope and way out in the foggy world. So, Qilin insisted on creating an eternal home for mankind, stripping all human consciousness from their own bodies, and sending them together into the gyroscope composed of 12 runes to form a group of consciousness. As long as the gyroscope keeps spinning, this group of human consciousness will not die, which is the so-called eternal life. Almost everyone, after learning about Qilin's gyroscope plan, could not agree and felt a sense of fear. When everyone thought about how they almost lost their self and turned into a chaotic consciousness, being imprisoned in an unknown cage forever, it would be better to die. However, the absence of a door is only one-sided from Qilin's perspective. At least, Long's attitude is very firm. He believes that the door of the end must exist, and he has devoted his life to opening the door. But Long is still in hibernation. Dohu goes to Long's hibernation cabin every week to recite sutras, but Long shows no signs of waking up. If it weren't for the signs of life on the hibernation cabin, Dohu would have suspected that Long was dead. Long himself didn't wake up, and Dohu didn't dare to open the coffin lid. First, he absolutely obeyed Long's orders, and second, there was a big risk in forcibly waking Long up. The conclusion is, those who firmly believe that there is no door are dead. Those who firmly believe that there is a door are asleep. The remaining group of people who don't know who to believe in are confused. However, there are still other things that can be advanced first. After collecting the 12 runes, Gao Yang and Dohu found Dr. Jia and conducted a study on the 12 rune circuits. First of all, it can be confirmed that the 12 rune circuits are indeed a whole. When they are put together, they will automatically form a circle, float, and slowly rotate counterclockwise, like a gear. This is called standby mode by Dr. Jia. Next, it is on mode. As long as a certain rune circuit is used as the core component, the other 11 rune circuits will change their forms accordingly, become components, and quickly combine into different forms. The premise is that it must be an awakened person with the first 12 talents to operate the corresponding rune circuit to trigger the on mode. For example, Gao Yang injects a small amount of absolute defense energy into the guardian rune and drags it to the middle of the gear. The remaining 11 rune circuits will immediately change and gather towards the guardian rune in the middle, and finally form a 3-order magic cube. As for the use of this Rubik's Cube, Gao Yang studied it for a long time, and it seemed to be an ordinary 3rd-order Rubik's Cube. Everyone guessed that Gao Yang's absolute barrier might need to be upgraded to level 8 to have a deeper induction with this 3rd-order Rubik's Cube. Gao Yang followed the same steps, and used the space-time rune as the core part. As a result, the 12 runes were finally combined into an ancient clock without needles. Gao Yang fiddled with it for a while, and tried many methods, but there was no breakthrough discovery. What is known at present is, using the damage rune as the core part and injecting the energy of Dohu's killing expert, the combination is an ancient javelin. Using the strengthening rune as the core part and injecting the energy of Qingling's infinite evolution, the combination is a double helix structure, like human DNA. Using the toxin rune as the core part and injecting Gregor's plague night energy, the combination is a black mask. As for the spiritual rune, Qilin once combined a spinning top in front of Gao Yang. Now Qilin is dead, and all things has not been comprehended by others, so it cannot be reproduced. Similarly, the knowledge rune, miracle rune, element rune, summoning rune, life rune, and auxiliary rune cannot trigger the combination change of the 12 runes due to the lack of corresponding talents. The end talent owner, such as lucky, confident, irritable, strange, cannot trigger the combination change of the 12 runes. The above is all the results after a week of research. Based on the research results and data, Dr. Jia deduced several possibilities, one of which was recognized by most people. But the actual situation is that after Dr. Jia finished talking about this possibility, most people were silent, because they didn't understand it at all. In the end, Gao Yang translated it for everyone. Gao Yang made an inappropriate analogy. If the foggy world is regarded as a math problem, the 12 rune circuits are some numbers and letters. Different people can use these numbers and letters to combine different formulas and calculate different answers. Let's talk about Qilin first. As the owner of Wanxiang, he also glimpsed a trace of heavenly secrets through the miracle rune. Although I don't know how he did it, this made him firmly choose one of the formulas. This formula is to use the spiritual rune as the core part and other runes as components to create a spinning top that rotates forever. Qilin then realizes his way to save the world through Wanxiang. Does that mean that the things combined with the other 11 runes as core parts are also different formulas, and will calculate different answers? Each answer may be a way to save the world. Simply put, facing the foggy world, everyone has 12 roads to go. No one can predict whether it is right or wrong, successful or failed. In other words, there is no standard answer to the so-called right and wrong, success and failure. It all depends on what everyone chooses and believes in. The best proof is that the right choice made by Qilin is wrong in the eyes of others. This speculation is basically recognized by everyone. Afterwards, everyone held several more meetings, and Gao Yang and Do who made detailed plans for the follow-up work. Chapter 1068. First, all Awakeners unite, and no longer distinguish between organizations. The 12 runes are temporarily handed over to Dr. Jia for further research. At the same time, the owners of the first 12 talents have 2 days a week to go to Dr. Jia's laboratory to contact their corresponding runes to see if they can be successfully integrated and upgraded to level 8. According to Dr. Jia's inference, after level 8, they should be able to have a deeper connection with different formulas, and maybe they can calculate the answer. Based on this premise, Jinning set up an investigation team to search for humans and newly awakened companions all over the world. At the current distribution speed of Songdao, it is believed that it will not take long for all talents to find new owners. Johan resumed the previous Patsong group and secretly investigated Sanwu's sect. Since Mingjing and Niga failed to assassinate Gao Yang, there has been no movement from Sangwu's sect, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. This is very wrong. Gao Yang had a hunch that the Sangmu cult might be the last piece of the puzzle to restore the truth of the Misty World, and this organization must be uprooted before the end of the world. Dohu set up an exploration team to explore other isolated islands in the Misty World to see if there are any places, like the underground ruins of Mingwa, or other clues. Isher set up a logistics department, with the base in Shilongzai, which has become a gathering place for Awakeners again. The general headquarters is located in the old Xuanwu building, with Gao Yang in charge. At first, Gao Yang had a lot of work to deal with. As a special non-staff member, Wang Zikai was idle all day and bored to death. Gao Yang had to find something for him to do, and asked him to go to Johan's Patsong group to perform tasks. Lulu was also in the Patsong group. Who knew that he would directly lead Wang Zikai astray? Gao Yang's thoughts were flying, and the car had already driven a long way. Where to go next? Wang Zikai was in a good mood. Gao Yang thought for a moment. Nothing to do today. Then go home and play games? Wang Zikai's eyes lit up. Okay. Great. Wang Zikai stepped on the accelerator again. Geo go go. Gao Yang noticed something and looked up at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, the system incarnated as the dormitory manager was sitting in the back. She was wearing a seat belt and smiling with her head tilted. After Gao Yang's luck broke through level 6, a lot of changes occurred. First of all, the ability improvement brought by the upgrade. 1. The upper limit of the 6-dimensional attribute value reached 4,000. 2. The use time of power of awakening is still 15 seconds, the cooling time is shortened to 12 hours, and the attribute value loss is negligible. 3. The basic luck point gain is increased to 3 points per hour. 4. Once you are promoted to the butler of the talent temple and successfully comprehend a new talent, there is a 30% chance of giving you another new talent. In addition, there is another change, which is the system itself. In the past, Gao Yang would call the system and it would appear, more like a one-on-one waiter. Now, the system is more like Gao Yang's friend, and it will appear at any time. Of course, only Gao Yang can see it, and the communication between them does not actually happen in reality. Why are you playing games again? The dormitory auntie smiled, but her tone was a bit disappointed. What else do you do if you don't play games? Gao Yang asked back. The end of the world is coming, the Sangwu sect has not been found, and we don't know whether there is a door to the end, and there is also the mystery of the 12 runes. Didn't I arrange all these tasks? Everyone is doing it seriously. Gao Yang smiled. Is this the reason you're slacking off? The doorman asked. Is that so? Gao Yang propped up his chin and looked out the window nonchalantly. Yes. If you say yes, then yes. In fact, Gao Yang also felt that he had changed a lot. In the past, he hated things that were unresolved, hated unknown things, hated no answers, no hope, and no sense of security. So he turned into a curious baby, wanting to know everything, and getting to the bottom of everything. He always thought that any problem could be solved, and as long as it was solved, he could sleep peacefully. However, things went against his wishes. Some problems could not be solved at all, and some problems would only involve more problems if you solve them. There were also some problems that would even make you doubt, is it the problem or am I the problem? Gao Yang, who was tired of solving problems, almost never slept peacefully again. Now, Gao Yang was tired, really tired. He did not give up hope, but he was no longer as persistent as before. He is still the core leader of the Awakening organization, and he still has to worry about many things every day. But at the same time, he is also an ordinary person, Gao Yang. So, he sent his sister back to school, played games with Wang Zikai, occasionally invited Qing Ling to eat hot pot, and even considered whether to go back to college. In short, he wanted to return to his normal life. The hope in the distance is important, but the getting by at the moment is equally important, or even more important. Gao Yang, have you forgotten that you have to be a hero, and heroes can't slack off? The dormitory auntie said sternly in a gentle tone. Why not? I want to be a slacking hero, Gao Yang argued. You are giving up on yourself. I call this a combination of work and rest. Gao Yang continued to be stubborn. Alas, the child has grown up and has become stronger. The dormitory aunt pretended to be sad and held her forehead, singing a song. The cold leaves are scattered all over my face, and my son's rebellion broke my heart. Gao Yang glared at the woman in the rearview mirror, and the dormitory aunt immediately slipped away. Gao Yang. Are you listening? Wang Zikai's voice came. What? Gao Yang came back to his senses. I said that Guanghuan, the eyes he looked at your sister are very cunning, you better be careful, don't blame me for not reminding you. Got it. Gao Yang smiled. Oh, by the way, I ordered takeout the day before yesterday. There was a spicy hot pot that tasted good, and it must be better to eat in the restaurant. Let's take Qing Ling out for a drink next time. Okay. Gao Yang smiled. I retrained the character in the fighting game before. When will Chuxua and her sister's trip end? I must avenge my previous shame this time. Gao Yang's smile froze, Wang Zikai. Ah? If tomorrow is the end of the world, what will you do? Gao Yang changed the subject abruptly. Ha ha. Wang Zikai laughed. Impossible. Why? You forgot, I'm a god. Wang Zikai patted his chest. With me here, there is no doomsday. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled again and stopped asking. Dingling, the phone rang, but there was another call. Gao Yang took it. Hello. Gao Yang's expression was shocked, and he sat up slightly. Soon, he hung up the phone. Wang Zikai turned. Ah? What's wrong? Something happened. Gao Yang's tone trembled slightly, and his eyes were burning. Oh, okay. Where are you going? Shilongzai. Chapter 1069. Feiyang District, Shilongzai. Half an hour later, Gao Yang rushed to the old Xuanwu building. He asked Wang Zikai, who had accompanied him all the way, to wait in the lobby on the first floor. Wang Zikai did so without asking any more questions. Then, Gao Yang immediately went to a separate nursing room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, there were already 4 people standing in the room, namely Zhu Kei in a wheelchair, Kyo, Isher, and Yasha standing beside him. Isher was still wearing a white work suit, and Yasha was soaked. It seemed that both of them received Kyo's message while working and rushed over immediately. In the past 2 days, the life rune was taken out of Dr. Jia's laboratory and worn on Zhu Kei to see if it could be upgraded to level 8. At the beginning, everyone had hope, but as time went on, everyone gradually stopped believing in miracles, but continued to implement the set plan. During this period, Kyo was responsible for taking care of Zhu Kei personally. This morning, when she woke up, she was surprised to find that the rune on Juchua's chest had disappeared, replaced by a pair of translucent light green film gloves worn on Juchua's hands. That was the form of the life rune after fusion. It was extremely unstable, and after a short while, it turned back into the life rune and returned to the palm of Juchua's hand. But she was ecstatic and immediately called Gao Yang, Isher and Yasha. Captain! It's fused. But she was excited. I saw it with my own eyes. Yeah. Gao Yang walked quickly to Zhu Kei, half squatted, held one of her hands, and activated the exploration function of Su Yu Lu Air. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang opened his eyes. His eyes were bright, and his calm tone could not hide his joy. It is indeed upgraded to level 8. Let's see what skill it is. Isher was also very excited. Gao Yang nodded, took deep breath, grabbed Juchua's hand again, and copied her level 8 skill into his own body. Then, he began to observe the virtual energy path in his body, to feel these strange energies, and transform them into concrete information. Half a minute later, Gao Yang opened his eyes, and retracted his hand. Her level 8 skill is called Life Bank, Gao Yang said. Isher, Ku and Yasha held their breath unconsciously, waiting for Gao Yang's judgment. This skill can freely store and convert the energy, talents, and even lifespans of multiple advanced life forms. Lifespan. Then there is hope? Ku was very excited. Isher and Yasha's eyes were also lit up with hope. The mechanism is very complicated. I will only talk about the lifespan. Gao Yang continued to explain. For example, if the total lifespan of the 5 of us is 300 years, I can only live 10 years, but I can live another 100 years. Then, through the transfer of Suzaku's life bank, she can let me live 100 years, but I can live another 10 years, or let each of us live 60 years. Of course, she can also let the 4 of us die, and she can live alone for 300 years. This still follows the principle of equivalent exchange. Isher said. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. This move must be voluntary. It is forced to start. There is a certain risk of failure, and the side effects are not small. Then can Sister Xia be saved? But he only cares about this. Gao Yang thought for a while. In theory, the brain, heart, and body can be saved if they are not severely damaged. In fact, it is not accurate to say that they can be saved. It should be said that they can be continued. Isher immediately understood. I understand. As long as we give our lifespan to Sister Xia, we can save her. But Sister Xia is still alive. She is not dead. She just became a vegetable. Ku realized the problem again, and was about to say something, but suddenly his face changed. Kill Elder Suzaku. Yasha guessed the solution, staring at Gao Yang's chest firmly. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Yes, the only solution is to kill Suzaku first, and then I will use the copied life bank to transfer part of my lifespan to Suzaku and let her come back to life. Here, the resurrection ability of equivalent exchange is also combined and utilized, but there is a time limit. It must be carried out within 24 hours of the target's death. The sooner the better. Can Sister Xia recover in this way? Ku asked again. Maybe. Gao Yang did not dare to guarantee it. In theory, the lifespan used by Suzaku is no longer her own, but taken from me. What if it doesn't work? Ku continued to ask. Then Suzaku will continue to remain in its current state, Gao Yang said. Everyone was silent. Gao Yang hesitated, but still told the truth. One more thing, I have never used Su Yu Lu Air to copy the skills of level 8 talents. I can't guarantee that it will succeed. If it fails, Zhu Kei will really die. The air in the room froze instantly. The hope and joy on the faces of the 3 people also turned into hesitation and worry. Gao Yang sighed. We are all people that Zhu Kei can entrust her life to. Let's make a decision for her. Everyone looked at each other. Make a decision in 10 seconds. Gao Yang said. Ah? Ku was confused again. I thought I would at least let everyone calm down for a few days. There are 7 seconds left. Gao Yang interrupted. Isher was also anxious. No, at least half an hour. There are 5 seconds left. Gao Yang interrupted. 4, 3, 2, 1. Decision. Gao Yang suddenly raised his voice. Save people. Save people. Isher made up his mind and went all out. I know Suzaku. If she knew that she would have to live like this for the rest of her life, she would rather die. I agree to save people too. Ku's eyes turned red again. Agree. Crow Shark nodded. Gao Yang smiled. You see, the moment the coin is thrown, the answer is in your heart. What's your answer? Isher looked at Gao Yang. What do you think? Gao Yang asked. Isher was stunned for a moment, and with a wry smile, he adjusted his frameless glasses. Just use my lifespan. No, use mine. Ku said again. Use me. No need. Gao Yang interrupted coldly. Using your lifespan is too troublesome. If more people participate, there will be an extra procedure. The more complicated the procedure, the higher the chance of failure. Gao Yang's reason was impeccable, and the 3 were speechless. Gao Yang stepped forward and looked at Zhu Kei with a dull look. I don't know whether the life bank can repeatedly extend the life of itself and others. Shuyo Lure can't know so much. So, if it can't be repeated, How long Zhu can live in the future depends on how long her life is extended this time. Isher's face sank. Then how much life do you plan to give Zhu? I am a person who cherishes life. Gao Yang smiled ashamedly. I can only give half. Half? Isher exclaimed. You are crazy. But he and Yasha opened their mouths wide. This is called cherishing life? The captain really redefined cherishing life. Well, I give half of my life. Gao Yang has made up his mind. If Zhu wakes up, and the life bank can renew the life of the same object, then she will come back to you to share some of it, and give me some of my life. If it can't be used on the same object, and only half of my life is left, I can accept it. Isher looked at Gao Yang, who looked normal, as if he was just talking about the weather or something like that, and suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. When do we start? But he became nervous again. Right away, Gao Yang said. The three of them were shocked. It's okay to make decisions in a hurry, but is it also necessary to be so anxious to execute? After all, no one can guarantee 100% success. If it fails, everyone will end Zhu's life with their own hands. At least, everyone who knew Zhu before his death should come to say goodbye just in case, right? At least, we should find a better day, right? At least, we should think about the worst-case scenario and make corresponding solutions, right? But this Gao Yang said it as if it was just going downstairs to have a meal. After a change of mind, Isher understood Gao Yang again. Because deep in her heart, she also hoped to act quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more tortured everyone would be. During this period, Zhu had suffered enough. No matter whether the outcome was good or bad, it would be good for her to be relieved quickly. Isher made up her mind and turned away. I go get the medicine. Gao Yang didn't say anything. He glanced at Ku and Yasha. Promise me one thing. No matter whether I succeed next, don't tell anyone else, especially Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin. The two immediately understood and nodded. After a while, Isher came over with a syringe, which contained a poison that could kill the target instantly without causing the target to feel pain. She squatted in front of Zhu's wheel, and the syringe in her hand slowly approached Zhu's white neck. Zhu tilted her head slightly, staring at Isher with a dull look. She had no fear of the impending death. She was like an innocent child who didn't understand anything. Isher's eyes were red, her face was pale, her hands couldn't stop shaking. She tried to take a deep breath. Squeak. In an instant, Gao Yang snatched the syringe from Isher's hand, stabbed it into Zhu's neck and pushed all the medicine, not giving anyone time to react. Hate me if you want, Gao Yang said in a cold tone. Chapter 1070. Ah! Isher screamed and fell to the ground. But he also stepped back repeatedly, covering his mouth in fear, unable to believe that Gao Yang had killed Zhu so decisively. Yasha's face was ashen, and he pursed his lips tightly, staring at Zhu's forehead. Zhu was quiet, and her body did not react too obviously. She just blinked, and then slowly closed her eyes in less than 10 seconds, and then her head tilted. A life died just like that. Gao Yang could almost be called cold and ruthless. He took the life rune from Zhu's hand, and clenched his hands. In a moment, lure. Buzz. The runes in Gao Yang's hand flashed a dazzling green light. They quickly melted and turned into a flowing liquid, evenly covering Gao Yang's hands, turning into a pair of light green film gloves. Gao Yang's pupils also turned green at some point. He held Zhu's hands tightly, and his mind moved. Life Bank. Transfer. Half of Gao Yang's lifespan is transferred to Zhu's name. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Small green symbols began to appear on Gao Yang's arms, face, neck, and chest. They were connected together, like countless strange leaves and branches, which were the embodiment of life energy. They flowed on Gao Yang's body, slowly gathered in Gao Yang's hands, and then quickly climbed up Zhu's hands, then along her hands, crawled to her face, and then along her neck and collarbone, flowing to the heart position on the left chest. Half a minute later, all the green symbols on Gao Yang's body disappeared. Gao Yang felt a violent dizziness, his shoulders tilted, and he fell to the ground. The green gloves on his hands had disappeared and turned back into a life rune, which fell to the ground. Captain! Ka hurried forward and helped Gao Yang up. Gao Yang's face was pale, and his breathing was rapid. I'm fine. Suzaku. How is it? Isher was stunned by the scene in front of him. Ah? She finally came to her senses, and stepped forward to put her hand on Suzaku's neck. 2 seconds later, Isher shouted, There is a pulse. She is alive. Success? The life extension was successful. Great, great. Ku also breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be happy too early. Gao Yang stood up slowly, I don't know if she can wake up. At least she didn't fail. Isher looked at Gao Yang with mixed feelings. You are worthy of being the leader, you are really courageous. You killed Suzaku just now without any ambiguity. Aren't you afraid? Gao Yang didn't rush to answer, and smiled faintly, a little thirsty. Water? Crow Shark had already brought a glass of water. Captain, take a rest first. Ku immediately found a chair, and helped Gao Yang sit down. Gao Yang slowly finished drinking the water, and was silent for nearly half a minute before his eyes slowly regained their spirit. If a normal person suddenly lost half of his lifespan, he would be unconscious for at least a few hours. Gao Yang played with the empty water cup in his hand and looked up at Isher. You don't really think I'm gambling, do you? Isher was stunned and suddenly realized, damn it. How could I forget about game player? So that's it. But he also reacted. Gao Yang smiled and explained, I still have game player in my body. If Suyu Luer fails, I can just restore Zhu Kei to the state 3 minutes ago. It's just a waste of time, and I won't really kill her. So I have to be quick, and not a minute or a second can be wasted. Isher smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Captain Gao, it's already this time, and you still don't forget to tease people. I was going to tell you first, Gao Yang paused, but I changed my mind when the words came to my lips. Suzaku used to like to tease people, and I just wanted to get a good start. Gao Yang was stunned. He found that the others didn't listen to him at all, but stared blankly in another direction. Gao Yang slowly looked to the side. Suzaku, sitting in a wheelchair, opened his eyes at some point, and looked at Gao Yang quietly. At that moment, the room was terribly quiet, and the air seemed to have frozen. Everyone opened their mouths, but dared not make a sound. Everyone was afraid that they would say something but could not get a response from this woman, just like many times before. Faced with this situation, Gao Yang found that he was no more experienced than others. He also opened his mouth, but the words were stuck in his throat. A century later. Is this a dream? The woman in the wheelchair spoke. Gao Yang's eyes were red, and he was at a loss. Wow! But he burst into tears again, and was afraid that he would wake up from this dreamlike moment, so he quickly covered his mouth. Isher and Yasha were also stunned in the same place. Their brains were blank, and they could not process this huge information called joy at all. Another century later. Gao Yang finally broke the silence with a smile. Yes, this is a dream. Is that so? Zhu Kei smiled weakly and blinked gently. Do you have cigarettes? Smoking is not good, quit it. Gao Yang said. The last one. I promise to quit. Zhu Kei said. Don't even think about smoking one more. Gao Yang did not give in. No, this is not a dream. Zhu Kei shook his head slowly, and a tear fell. You are not so annoying in the dream. Sister Xia. But he could no longer hold back, and rushed to Zhu Kei, hugged her and cried. Ah. Yasha stood there, sobbing intermittently. Isher stepped forward, leaned over and gave Gao Yang a grateful hug, then turned around, opened his slender arms, and embraced Kyo and Zhu Kei. Right, this is what a hero should do. At some point, the dormitory ant stood behind Gao Yang, one hand on the back of the chair, and the other on Gao Yang's shoulder. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but looked at the scene in a trance and smiled foolishly. Chapter 1071. The fact that Suzaku was awakened by Gao Yang was immediately conveyed to all awakeners by Isher. Most people were on missions outside, and could only express their joy and congratulations in the Loving Awakeners chat group. Dohu, who was on a business trip in the West Country, immediately bought a return ticket, but even so, it would take until the early morning to arrive at the airport in the city. Gao Yang certainly couldn't accompany Wang Zikai home to play games, so he apologized to Wang Zikai and asked him to go back first. Wang Zikai understood very well, and he was also very happy that Suzaku woke up. He said hello to Suzaku and left. Gao Yang always saw Wang Zikai off from Shilongzai, got on the sports car, and watched the car disappear on the street. He felt a little guilty. In fact, if Wang Zikai was counted by his merits, he had long been a core figure of Jussi, and the savior of the Awakeners. But at present, except for fighting, Gao Yang did not allow Wang Zikai to participate in all internal meetings. The reason was simple and selfish, and Wang Zikai's beast nature could not be awakened. But Gao Yang could not guarantee that if Wang Zikai knew everything Gao Yang knew, he could still stabilize his dormant beast nature. Besides, Wang Zikai had no interest in the meeting. So, it is always right to be cautious. Gao Yang never wanted to, and could never, lose his good friend. After Zhu Kei woke up, her condition recovered quickly. After all, she took away half of Gao Yang's lifespan, and she had level 8 equivalent exchange, and her repair ability was strong. In just one morning, Zhuke turned back to a normal person, able to eat, drink, run, and jump. Zhuke wanted to smoke, but Gao Yang threw her a sentence. Your current life is given by me, and I only ask you to quit smoking, and you must agree. Zhuke was reluctant to accept the offer. Ku ordered milk tea for everyone, and the 5 people sat in the conference room, each holding a cup, and talked about business. Everyone first told Zhuke in detail everything that happened after she fell into a coma. Zhuke was still drinking milk tea at first, but her face became heavier as she listened to the rest. After listening to everything, she sighed and looked at Gao Yang with a bitter smile. Or, I'd better smoke a cigarette. Gao Yang expressed his understanding, and then refused. After that, everyone chatted for a while, and Isher and Yasha left. Gao Yang and Zhuke were left alone in the conference room. Zhuke got up, walked to the French window, sat cross-legged, and stared at the gray-white city under the blue sky in a daze. Soon, her eyes were dry and the corners of her eyes were red. She quickly tilted her head and wiped it with the back of her hand, smiling awkwardly. I know Qilin deserves this fate, but strangely, I still feel a little sad. A little? Gao Yang asked back. Well, it's quite sad. Zhuke admitted generously. Gao Yang hated Qilin, but he could understand Zhuchua's feelings. He lowered his head and was silent for a moment, then said calmly, I used to think that Qilin was worried that someone else would comprehend equivalent exchange, so he spared your life. Later I found out that he really regarded you as a companion. Zhuke was stunned. Qilin used brain fibrosis on you instead of brain formatting, and he also wanted to preserve your consciousness, so that when he completed the hero plan, your consciousness could also go to the so-called eternal home together. But he couldn't go himself. Zhuke said. Yeah. Gao Yang nodded. To complete this plan, he must sacrifice his life, and he knew it all along. Zhuke was silent for a few seconds. Dr. Su, I'm really lonely. Yes. Gao Yang added lightly, no matter in reality or in dreams. Zhuke was suddenly stunned, his eyes moving. What? Gao Yang noticed Zhuchua's reaction. Zhuke hesitated. In fact, the period of my brain fibrosis was not blank. I was always confused, as if I was dreaming a dream that would never end. Gao Yang was shocked and vaguely guessed. What dream? Zhuke waved his hand. It's a very strange dream, a bit sci-fi. You won't believe it even if I tell you. Is there a moon city in the dream? Gao Yang's eyes were burning. Zhuke was shocked. You dreamed of it too? In my dream of all things returned to one, it was a cyber age. My name is Lu Li, and I live in Dark Horse Street, District 7 of Moon City. Shongyan Company. Yunwang Technology. Lingxing Pharmaceutical. Zhuke interrupted excitedly. Yes, in your dream, you are the captain of an organization called Mingpan. Gao Yang continued. Oh my god! Zhuke exclaimed. Lu Li. Jupiter Traveler Lu Li. Suzaku, the Wanderer of the Blue Sea. Gao Yang smiled. Instantly, Zhuchua's tears welled up. Gao Yang, I thought that those were just my dreams, and all the people were fictional. Me too. Gao Yang was very emotional. Now it seems that it may be the dream of many people, and we are all in that dream. Wait, that's not right. Zhuke frowned. Kan, Huixiong and the others are dead, how can they appear in the dream? Or is that some of the dream is true and some is false? Gao Yang shook his head. I don't know, maybe, the world we entered is the prototype of the eternal home that Qilin wants to create. It is also possible that Qilin can really put everyone's consciousness into an eternal dream. In this dream, truth and falsehood, reality and illusion are not important. What is important is that everyone exists. We will never know these things. Zhuke said. Yes, Qilin is dead, and the Euro project has failed. Gao Yang said this to Zhuke and to himself. What if Qilin is right? Zhuke hugged her knees with her hands, and the sunlight outside the French window illuminated her delicate nose and chin. I just had such a thought in my mind, and even I was afraid. Gao Yang looked down at his palm, and only a few pale and blurred lines were left in the sun. During this period, I occasionally had such a thought, and I would doubt whether I really ruined the only hope of mankind. Suddenly, Gao Yang smiled. Qingling once told me that choices are not about right or wrong, but just choices. Qilin made a choice, and we also made a choice. We won, that's all. Gao Yang turned his head and looked at Zhuke. Sometimes, people can't think too deeply. We can't worry about things that are too far away. This is our limitation and our luck. Zhuke nodded, thinking. The two of them basked in the sun quietly for a while. Gao Yang thought a lot and broke the silence. Regarding the dream, I woke up when Gao Xinqing turned into a humanoid weapon, And then, what happened? Suzaku frowned slightly and tried to recall. I'm still alive. I don't know what happened specifically. Anyway, when I woke up, you and the others were gone. I'm not even sure if my body is still there. My consciousness is floating in the blue sea. After a long time, I was suddenly awakened by some force. I opened my eyes and saw you, but also Ishur and Yasha. Then I realized that everything I had before was all a dream. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and asked again, did you have anything impressive in that dream? What is an impressive thing? Zhu Kei asked. That is, things that may be related to the real world, Gao Yang said. Most of them are based on my personal experience. Zhu Kei paused and thought of something, but there are indeed some things worth noting. Did I mention my old customer to you? Gao Yang shook his head. In the dream, you are responsible for contacting him. We never care about these. Zhu Kei smiled playfully. That old customer is Elder Yin Yang. Master Jiang? Gao Yang was a little surprised. Yes, in the dream, I didn't think he was Mr. Jiang. I realized this after I woke up. Suzaku recalled seriously, his voice slowed down. I remember that one afternoon he invited me to his house for tea. At that time, he shared a poem with me, saying that a friend gave it to him, and asked me what I thought of it. I said I didn't understand poetry. Gao Yang asked, do you still remember this poem? I still have some impression. Let me see if I can remember it. A few seconds later, Suzaku read it softly. The high wall stands up. The moon, no, the red moon sighs. The fog thickens. The twilight of the gods? No, it's not. It seems to be. The gods mourned. Gao Yang corrected. Oh, right. Suzaku was surprised. You know it too? Gao Yang nodded and helped Suzaku finish reading. The ignorant sleep on the fog. The fearless go up the fog. The wandering seek the eternal paradise. Everything is amazing. Everything returns to silence. Chapter 1072. After hearing this, Zhu Kei was quite surprised. You also heard it in a dream? Not in a dream. Gao Yang shook his head and said, Grandpa Jiang told me before he died. He said that this poem was read to him by my grandmother Yun. Gao Yang paused. I asked him what it meant, but he didn't explain, and maybe he didn't have time to explain. The two fell silent again and began to think seriously about this poem. Soon, Suzaku's eyes lit up. Is the eternal home that Qilin mentioned the eternal paradise in the poem? Gao Yang concentrated slightly and repeated the original sentence. The displaced seek the eternal paradise. Eternal paradise, the eternal home, the spinning top that spins forever. Suzaku's eyes dimmed. Qilin didn't talk about his childhood in detail, but from some words, I know that he had a happy family when he was a child, and then his parents died. Qilin should be considered a homeless displaced person in spirit. The logic is established. Gao Yang was enlightened by Suzaku. By analogy, the ignorant refers to the lost, or it may be the unawakened human beings, who live in confusion until the end of the world and die in the fog. The ignorant sleep with the fog. Suzaku pondered, and suddenly looked up at Gao Yang. The fearless, are you referring to us? Gao Yang hesitated slightly and nodded. I think so. We refuse to go to the eternal paradise, are not afraid of death, and have been looking for real hope. Then, what does upwards the fog mean? Zhu Kei asked, does it refer to our spirit of going upstream, or does it mean that there are specific clues hidden inside, just like eternal paradise refers to our eternal home? Gao Yang frowned slightly. I don't know. However, I always feel that I seem to have missed something, but I can't remember it all at once. Suzaku waited quietly, fearing that Gao Yang's inspiration would be scared away. After a long while, Gao Yang shook his head, a little frustrated. No, I still can't remember it. It's very close, but I just can't find it. Try the feeling classification method. Suzaku leaned sideways. What is this thing you want to remember related to? The fog? Gao Yang shook his head. It doesn't seem to be. 12 runes. No. Sangmu sect? No. The gate of the end. Gao Yang was stunned. It seems to be related to this, but it's still a little bit off, like scratching an itch through a shoe. Strange metaphor. Suzaku smiled. Only I can understand it. Suzaku thought for a while. Forget it. Put it aside for now. Let's change the entry point. Think carefully about why you suddenly felt that you thought of something just now. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it because of that poem? Zhu Kei continued to ask. Gao Yang shook his head. It shouldn't be. Before you woke up, I would occasionally think about that poem. Then why did you suddenly think of something this time? Is it because I read you a poem? Zhu Kei asked casually. Gao Yang was startled. and a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, but he still couldn't catch it. Is it really because of me? Zhu Ke noticed Gao Yang's reaction in time and continued to guide. In other words, you thought of something because of me? Yes. Gao Yang nodded, because of you. Zhu Ke continued to narrow the scope. Is it because I said something to you before? Ah! Gao Yang shouted. At this moment, he was like standing in a messy room, finally remembering where he put his phone. Found it. I found it. Gao Yang was like a child who had solved a problem, his eyes showing the pure light of sharing joy. Great. What is it? Suzaku couldn't wait any longer. It's the Scarlet Tide. Gao Yang announced the answer. Ah? Suzaku was dumbfounded. After all this time, this is it? Suzaku, you explained the Scarlet Tide to me in detail. Do you remember? Gao Yang asked. I remember, on the way back to Qilin's office. Suzaku said. Where did you say the blood mist came from? Gao Yang asked. Behind the door, Suzaku said. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Gao Yang asked. No, Qilin told me, and we didn't see it in his illusion later. Zhu Ke was stunned. Oh! God! Zhu Ke suddenly realized and grabbed Gao Yang's arm. There is no door. There is no door at all. Yes. Gao Yang smiled. Qilin said that there is no door to the end. Since there is no door, where does the blood mist of the Scarlet Tide come from? Up the fog. Up the fog. Zhu Ke repeated excitedly twice. The clue is hidden in it. Gao Yang nodded. The fog here is not fog, but the blood mist of the Scarlet Tide. The ignorant are lost beasts and ordinary humans. They will fall asleep in the blood mist, so it is called sleeping in the mist. And we are fearless. Zhu Ke took over. We go up the fog, that is, we have to follow the blood mist to find the source. The source of the blood mist has the answer we want. 10 p.m., number 15 middle school. The bell rang, and the brightly lit and extremely quiet teaching building gradually became lively. Countless white figures emerged from one glowing classroom after another. They quickly gathered downstairs, some heading to the dormitory, and some heading to the school gate. The lights at the school gate were dim, and the flowing white crowd was like a group of moths. In the crowd, a slender girl with twin ponytails, carrying a large drawing board, walked with her head down. Soon, a boy with glasses and a flat head shuttled through the crowd and quickly caught up. Gao Xinxin. Wait for me. Gao Xinxin did not look back, but slowed down. Until the boy caught up with her, she turned her head and glared at him with a bit of disgust. How many times have I told you not to call my name in public? Oh, I forgot again. Look at my memory. Guanhuan hurriedly smiled and lowered his voice. Let's go together. Brother Kai, come and pick me up. I know, this doesn't mean we have to walk a distance first. Guanhuan chuckled. In the past, Guanhuan still knew the limits. If Gao Xinxin was annoyed by him, he would wait until she was in a good mood before getting close to him. But now, Gao Xinxin is lost and found, and Guanhuan's mentality has completely changed. Even if we are friends, I will cherish every minute and every second with Gao Xinxin in the future. In simple terms, don't miss any opportunity to appear in front of Gao Xinxin. Don't miss any opportunity to participate in Gao Xinxin's life. Even if it's just a short walk after the evening self-study, you have to show the same perseverance as playing games as a daily routine, sign in every day, rain or shine. The two walked side by side on the night street. Guanhuan danced and talked incessantly. Even if the topic couldn't be heated up, he had to keep it hot. Gao Xinxin responded intermittently, a little absent-mindedly. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally slowed down and looked up at Guanhuan. My brother's birthday is tomorrow. April 1st? Guanhuan was surprised. So Brother Yang's birthday is April Fool's Day. Yes. Gao Xinxin said. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I have half a day off in the afternoon. I plan to pick a gift for him, and celebrate his birthday with him in the evening. Okay, I will buy a gift for Brother Yang too. Guanhuan. Gao Xinxin smiled. My brother is a single man and doesn't like birthday parties. Sorry, you don't have to buy a gift. Haha, it's okay. Guanhuan scratched his head awkwardly. I still have to buy a gift. You can send it for me. I happen to have something to do tomorrow night. Really, you don't have to send it. Gao Xinxin, I'm telling you this because I want to discuss with you a gift to give my brother. I've been thinking about it for a long time and haven't thought of a suitable one. What did you give him before? Guanhuan asked. Before? Gao Xinxin was stunned and smiled embarrassedly. Just send a happy birthday. Haha. Guanhuan also laughed. Why do you suddenly want to give gifts this year? Isn't this a guilty conscience? Gao Xinxin shrugged with a casual look. Guanghuan stopped asking questions and touched his chin to think seriously. How about starting with hobbies? If your brother likes playing games, give him game peripherals and figures, and if he likes playing basketball, give him basketball shoes and so on. Gao Xinxin thought for a while. He likes everything, but not particularly. Then see what he needs recently. Guanghuan continued to give advice. You can hint at it, or ask his good friends for information. That makes sense, thank you. I think about it. Gao Xinxin looked up and saw the sports car on the side of the road. Let's stop here. Okay, see you tomorrow. Guanghuan stopped where he was and waved to Gao Xinxin. Chapter 1073. Gao Xinxin put down the drawing board, sat in the passenger seat, and fastened her seat belt. Where is my brother? In Shilong village. Wang Zikai looked mysterious. I have good news to tell you. What? Gao Xinxin blinked. Suzaku woke up. Really? Gao Xinxin was surprised and happy. When? This morning, your brother rescued her. How did he do it? Gao Xinxin asked. Ahem. This involves internal secrets, so it's not convenient for me to tell you. In fact, Wang Zikai didn't know either. Come on, take me to see her, Gao Xinxin said. It's not convenient today. Zhu Ke is awake, and they still have a lot of things to deal with. There's no rush for now, Wang Zikai said. That's right. Gao Xinxin nodded, then take me home. Okay. Wang Zikai was about to drive when he thought of something and took out a developed photo from his pocket. Here is the photo you want. Gao Xinxin took it and saw that it was a group photo of the four of them that Gao Yang took on New Year's Eve. Gao Xinxin glanced at the photo and smiled disdainfully. But no matter how many times I look at it, I still think it's ugly. I don't know how my brother took it. Then why did you wash it? Wang Zikai said. Because everyone is ugly, it's worth remembering, haha. Gao Xinxin said, and looked at Chuxue in the photo again. Well, Chuxue is not ugly. That girl is beautiful no matter how she is photographed. I'm really envious. Wang Zikai's smile froze, and he stopped talking. What's wrong? Gao Xinxin immediately felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Nothing. Wang Zikai started the car silently. You've written on your face that I'm worried. Gao Xinxin rolled her eyes. Hurry up and tell me, or I get off the car. Gao Xinxin. Wang Zikai looked straight ahead. His profile looked a little sad. In addition to the good news, I actually have another bad news. Gao Xinxin's heart suddenly tightened, vaguely guessed something, but didn't dare to think further. Chuxue. Wang Zikai's hands subconsciously clenched the steering wheel. Chuxue, Chuxue. What happened to Chuxue? Gao Xinxin was almost dying of anxiety. I just think. Hurry up and say it. Chuxue may have an accident. Wang Zikai finally said it. Gao Xinxin was stunned for a long time before asking, why do you think so? I don't know. Wang Zikai narrowed his eyes slightly. His tone was mature and unfamiliar. It's just a kind of intuition. Don't be funny. Your intuition is not right. Gao Xinxin subconsciously denied. Wang Zikai sighed. Gao Yang said Bai Lu took Chuxue to travel around the world. Gao Yang also said Chuxue no longer writes letters, but calls Gao Yang directly. Bai Lu doesn't trust other people, so she doesn't let Chuxue talk to anyone other than Gao Yang. What's the problem? Gao Xinxin asked. I was careless that day. Wang Zikai paused. I was really careless. I found that there was no Chushue's number in Gao Yang's phone call records, and even the call records with Bai Lu were before the Chinese New Year. Gao Xinxin was silent. And didn't you notice? Gao Yang never took the initiative to talk to us about Chuxue again. Sometimes when the topic was brought up, Gao Yang would immediately change the subject. Gao Xinxin's eyes were wet. In fact, she also noticed it, but she never dared to think about it. Wang Zikai sighed again. Last night, Gao Yang and I played games. He fell asleep on the sofa in the middle of the night. I found him crying, and he was crying and shouting Chushue's name. Stop talking. Gao Xinxin lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. Her shoulders began to tremble, and soon her fingers were wet with tears. Wang Zikai was also in a bad mood. He accelerated the car and turned on the radio, letting the music drown out all the sounds around him. The car was getting faster and faster, and the bright and dark street lights flickered across the faces of the two people as if they were traveling through a time tunnel. Regarding Chuxue, the two people remembered different moments. Wang Zikai thought of playing games together, and Gao Xinxin thought of eating a family reunion dinner together. In the end, the memories of both of them were fixed on the smiling face in the photo of the four people. The silver-haired girl looked at the camera and smiled with her lips pursed. She was a little expectant, a little happy, a little shy, and a little nervous, like a person holding a happy number plate and waiting quietly and worrying about missing the number at any time. Wang Zikai drove around the river for a long time. Seeing that Gao Xinxin's mood had calmed down, he asked softly, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat something." "No, I want to go home and sleep." Gao Xinxin shook her head, her eyes were red, and her nose was still a little blocked. "Gao Xinxin, you must pretend that you don't know about this," Wang Zikai said. "Yes. We must be happy and stop worrying your brother. Do you hear me?" Wang Zikai spoke like an elder. "Yes. Tomorrow is your brother's birthday. Let's celebrate it as planned." "The three of us will celebrate it," Wang Zikai asked. "Yes. Where's the gift?" Wang Zikai asked. "I go buy it tomorrow afternoon, and you pick me up in the evening," Gao Xinxin said. "Okay, have you decided what to give?" Wang Zikai asked. "I haven't decided yet." Gao Xinxin asked back, "What about you?" "I prepared it a long time ago." Wang Zikai was very proud. "What is it?" "I won't tell you." Wang Zikai looked mysterious. "You will know tomorrow. Your brother will definitely like it. With your strange taste, it's good that my brother doesn't dislike it in front of you." Gao Xinxin forced herself to complain. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Wang Zikai also got excited. "Do you dare to compete with me and see whose gift your brother likes more tomorrow?" "Okay." Gao Xinxin also competed. "The loser will buy a birthday cake." "You are definitely going to lose. Get the money for the cake ready." Dream on. 9 o'clock the next morning. Shilongzai, Old Xuanwu Building, First Floor Conference Hall. Meeting hosts, Gao Yang Zhu Ke. Meeting participants, Douhu, Qingling, Jiuhan, Chaining, Tiango, Zhang Wei, Dr. Jia, Yisher, Yasha, Kyo, Gregor. These are all the awakened people in Liqing except Mingyang and Wang Wayne. In less than an hour, everyone had finished talking about everything. That is to say, Douhu sat at the end of the long meeting table, with his legs crossed on the table, a cigarette in his mouth. Just as he was about to take out the lighter, he met Suzaku's death stare and immediately gave up lighting it and played with it in his hands instead. That is to say, if we find out where the blood mist comes from, it is very likely that we will be the key to breaking the deadlock. This is what Suzaku and I speculated, Gao Yang said. Just because of a crappy poem? Gregor was writing a novel at home, but he had to call him out to attend the meeting. He was so angry that he spoke impulsively. This is not an ordinary poem, it is a poem written by a visitor, Zhu Ke half-jokingly said. Jiuhan deeply agreed. From the current known information, Yun must have a lot of secrets. It was she who cooperated with the living beast Lin Yu to conceal the captain's identity as the heir of God. Then what are you waiting for? Get started. Zhang Wei is already eager to try. In the past 2 months, although everyone has been running around the world, there has been no substantial progress. They can't find the door, the Sanmu sect, or other mysterious ruins, and the end of the world is getting closer and closer. Everyone is inevitably anxious and even begins to waver. Maybe Qilin is not exaggerating, and the foggy world is a dead end with no way out. Now it's good, new clues have finally appeared, which is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for everyone. Dr. Jia, what do you think? Gao Yang looked at Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia was a little abnormal today. When Gao Yang said his interpretation of the poem, Dr. Jia fell silent, lowered his head, and operated the smart board, and never participated in the discussion again. I don't know what he was busy with. My idea, Dr. Jia said without raising his head, still operating the smart board, it's better to go and take a look directly than to have 10,000 theories. That's easy to say. Douhu laughed, but who knows where the source is? What do you think I was doing just now? Dr. Jia replied coldly. Oh my god! Zhang Wei shouted, Dr. Jia, you can't be. I found the approximate range. Dr. Jia knocked hard on the smart board and pushed it to the middle of the conference table, and everyone came over immediately. Dr. Jia was quite satisfied. In fact, I wanted to find the gate of the end through the blood mist before, because Qilin said that the blood mist came out of the gate of the end. Although it spread all over the isolated islands very quickly, it did appear from one direction first, so there must be a source. At that time, I collected the time and direction of the blood mist on several isolated islands, combined these data to make a simple model, and finally inferred that the blood mist came from Liqing. Old Jia, such an important thing, why didn't you say it before? Douhu was very excited. Is it important? Dr. Jia disagreed. I have a lot of important research. Besides, the city has been searched for a long time, and there is no door. I think either I calculated it wrong, or the door is hidden in a special space that only Qilin can reach. I also have many other research projects at the time, so I put this matter aside for now. Now Qilin said that there is actually no door to the end, but the blood mist does exist. I also think it is necessary to figure this out. Dr. Jia pointed to a red dot on the map. I just recalculated it and narrowed the scope a lot. It should be in this area. Everyone looked at the small red dot and fell silent with different expressions. Chapter 1074. Gao Yang is most familiar with the place represented by this little red dot. This is his hometown in the suburbs. Captain, is this your hometown? Johan also has some impression. Yes. Gao Yang admitted. Ha. I feel it's right. Xiao Yanong, your grandma is still hiding a secret. Dou Hu was very happy. He didn't expect that the exploration progress was stagnant. Suddenly, there was a major breakthrough. It was really 2 months of no business, 2 months of business after opening. The location is still too large. Can the scope be reduced further? Zhuke asked Dr. Jia. It doesn't matter how small it is, but the smaller it is, the lower the accuracy rate. It's meaningless. We still have to look for it honestly. Dr. Jia shrugged. Then what are you waiting for? Go and look for it. Zhang Wei was excited. Dou Hu looked at his hands and agreed. Everyone was undecided and looked at Gao Yang at the same time. Gao Yang met a pair of expectant and eager eyes. He knew everyone's feelings very well. For more than 2 months, the fire of hope in everyone's heart has been swaying, and now finally there is a glimmer of hope. There is no time to lose. Gao Yang stood up, get ready, and set off in 10 minutes. Everyone? Johan asked. Gao Yang nodded, everyone. Bang! Wang Zikai knocked open the door of the conference room, and he looked excited. You are not allowed to go. Gao Yang was shocked. He didn't expect Wang Zikai to eavesdrop behind the door. Wang Zikai didn't eavesdrop on purpose. He came here half an hour ago. He thought that Gao Yang and Zhu Ke had been reminiscing about the past all night, and everything should have been said. Today is Gao Yang's 19th birthday, and he must make good arrangements. Wang Zikai has planned to take Gao Yang home to play games during the day and pretend that he didn't know that today was his birthday. In the evening, he drove Gao Yang to pick up Gao Xinxin. He and Gao Xinxin suddenly took out a gift to surprise Gao Yang, and the three of them spent the night together. Wang Zikai had a whole plan in his mind, but the first step went wrong. Gao Yang didn't answer the phone. Wang Zikai had no choice but to drive over to arrest him. As a result, he ran into a group of people in a meeting, which was mysterious. Wang Zikai was really curious, so he hid outside the door and eavesdropped. When everyone saw Wang Zikai suddenly appear and shouted "Don't go," they thought he had different opinions and waited for his next insights. Wang Zikai was stunned for 2 seconds. What's the fog? There's no rush today. You can go tomorrow. Why do you have to go tomorrow? Dr. Jia, who was eager to learn, wished he could find the source in the next second. Because today. Wang Zikai didn't want to make Gao Yang's birthday public. Gao Yang and I have something to do today. You can go tomorrow. What is it? Dr. Jia asked to the bottom of it. Wang Zikai rolled his eyes in his heart. You are sick. You don't understand the ways of the world. What is it? What is it? What is it? The parrot on Dr. Jia's shoulder spread its wings and repeated happily. Stinky bird, I will pluck all your feathers sooner or later. Anyway, I have something to do. I can't go today. Wang Zikai was unreasonable. At this point, Gao Yang had guessed Wang Zikai's real reason, but Gao Yang couldn't delay everyone's time for such a personal reason as celebrating his birthday. He is Gao Yang, but he is also a leader. Gao Yang looked at everyone. The plan remains unchanged. Gather at the square downstairs in 10 minutes. No, Gao Yang, you. Swish. Gao Yang flashed to Wang Zikai's side and covered Wang Zikai's mouth. Swish. The two disappeared. In the office, the others looked at each other, their faces full of incomprehension. Only Isher showed a subtle ant smile. This is youth. Gao Yang took Wang Zikai to the roof of the Xuanwu building and released Wang Zikai's mouth. If you have anything to say it here. Wang Zikai was very unhappy. What's wrong with 1 day later? 1 day later won't kill you. Gao Xinxin will have a holiday today, but not tomorrow. Have you ever considered the feelings of the poor high school students? Wang Zikai. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. You also know that I have been slacking off for a long time. Now I have finally made significant progress. It's not right for me to delay the progress of work, because of a little personal matter. What delay? They are going to find that fog you don't go, just stay and leech into command. Wang Zikai said. Gao Yang shook his head. I found this clue. I must go and confirm it myself. If we encounter any danger, my absolute defense can protect everyone. You always have a reason. I can't argue with you. Wang Zikai's face fell. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. After a stalemate, Wang Zikai took a step back. Do you think this will work? Your hometown is not far away, and the round-trip drive does not exceed 2 hours. I will give you another 6 hours, and you must be back before 5 p.m. Gao Yang was a little embarrassed. Who can say for sure? The area designated by Dr. Jia is quite large and difficult to find. If we really find the source, whether there is any danger or not, then take me with you. Wang Zikai was very irritable. Brother will solve the problem. Anyway, when the time comes, you must come back with me, and we will go to pick up Gao Xinxin. Who cares? You must spend tonight with us. We can talk about big things tomorrow. Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai, who looked childish. He was touched and wanted to laugh. Gao Yang sighed and nodded. Okay, you go with me. Gao Yang's idea was simple. If everything goes well, it would be the best. If it doesn't go well, it would be safer to have Wang Zikai, AT0 combat power. Wang Zikai may be noisy, but if he really encounters something, he will definitely not be petty again. Gao Yang asked Wang Zikai to gather in the square first, and he jumped directly from the roof. Gao Yang, who was left alone on the rooftop, watched people gathering in the square downstairs. After thinking for a moment, he also turned and went downstairs to the room at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. That was Gao Yang's independent office. Gao Yang walked to the desk, opened the locked drawer, and took out a diary and a black gold pen. He sat down, opened the blank diary, and wrote a sentence with a black gold pen. What is the source of the blood mist? Where is it? After a while, the handwriting disappeared, and the 4 familiar words emerged. Wait patiently. Gao Yang sighed, and closed the diary heavily. After Qilin died, Gao Yang would try to communicate with the diary every few days. But no matter what Gao Yang said, the diary either had no reaction or responded with these 4 words. Wait patiently. Sometimes, Gao Yang really wanted to burn this mysterious diary with fire to see if it could still be so patient. But in the end, he could only open the drawer and put the diary back in the drawer. This time, Gao Yang was about to lock the drawer as usual, and suddenly an idea flashed. Why not bring the diary with me? What if I really find the source of the blood mist? Maybe I can have some connection and reaction with this diary. In fact, Gao Yang had put the diary together with the 12 runes before, but there was no reaction between the two. Anyway, there is no loss in trying everything. Gao Yang took out the diary and put it in the inner pocket of the thin windbreaker. Chapter 1075. The group set out from Shilongzai in 3 cars and headed for Gao Yang's hometown, outside the city. At around 11 a.m., everyone was divided into 3 groups to search within the area designated by Dr. Jia. Gao Yang, Qingling, and Wang Zikai were in a group and were responsible for one area. But Gao Yang was not in a hurry to conduct a carpet search. On the way here, he thought again and decided to go to his uncle's house to see if he could find any clues. Since this poem was left by Grandma, she must have some clues. Almost every year, Grandma would go back to her uncle's house in her hometown to live for a period of time. Last year, Gao Yang's father was hospitalized due to a car accident, and Grandma stayed at her uncle's house for a particularly long time. Gao Yang wanted to go alone, but Wang Zikai said that he would follow Gao Yang. If so, Qingling would have to go alone to find the source, and Gao Yang was worried. In the end, Gao Yang decided to bring his girlfriend and good brother to visit his uncle. At first, when Gao Yang brought his girlfriend home, Gao Shou was so happy that he took a photo of the whole family eating and posted it on social media. His uncle must have seen it, so just in case, Qingling continued to play Gao Yang's girlfriend. Qingling, you still play my girlfriend? Let's go to my uncle's house, on the way to his uncle's house. Gao Yang urged on the way to his uncle's house. No problem. Qingling had no expression on her face. Let's rehearse it, Gao Yang said. Qingling was stunned at first, and then she stepped forward to hold Gao Yang's arm, but her movements were stiff and the atmosphere was subtle. You are not showing off your affection, you are escorting a prisoner. Even Wang Zikai couldn't stand it. Why don't you come? Qingling was unhappy, let go of Gao Yang, and pushed him towards Wang Zikai. Come on! I only demonstrated once, watch carefully, Wang Zikai said as he was about to start. Stop, stop, stop! Gao Yang was a little speechless, and thought of a solution in a hurry. Let's do this. We quarreled over a small matter along the way, and we are still quarreling now. Qingling nodded. Okay. I go. I feel it's right to change the setting immediately. Wang Zikai had no objection this time. Soon, the three of them came to the uncle's house. The uncle's house is a 3-story cement house built by himself, with a front yard. There are 2 lush osmanthus trees planted at the door, and the fragrance is overflowing. There is a shabby motorcycle parked in the yard, with 2 heavy tool bags on it. The uncle is a plumber, skilled in business, good-tempered, and often helps some elderly people with plumbing and repair work for free. The whole town praises this warm-hearted Master Gao. It just so happens that such a good man has been a bachelor. In fact, when my uncle was young, he had a love affair that was not recognized by the world. He fell in love with a widow who was 1 year older than him. The widow had a son who was in elementary school. The two loved each other sincerely, but they could not stand the firm opposition of Grandpa Gao Yang, who also called the woman a slut. In anger, the woman took the child and remarried a city man she had just met on a blind date, ending the relationship. Later, my uncle did not fall in love. When he got older, he also went on blind dates and dated 2 people, but he failed to get married. Later, my uncle was left alone. Until now, sometimes someone would come to matchmake, but my uncle just smiled and said that he could not delay others, and he had been used to being alone for so many years. Yang. My uncle happened to go downstairs and saw Gao Yang and the other 2 at the gate of the yard. He was very happy. Is this Xiaoqing? Haha, her hair was cut short. I almost couldn't recognize her. Hello, uncle, Qingling said with a cold face. Uncle was stunned. That's not right. Gao Yang's girlfriend has a good personality. How come she is like a different person? You 2 are almost done. Just go out and have fun. What's the point of quarreling over such a small matter? Wang Zikai was possessed by the spirit of drama. Uncle was relieved. Oh, it turned out that they had a quarrel. Wang Zikai hurriedly stepped forward enthusiastically. Uncle, I am Wang Zikai, Gao Yang's classmate. Haha, I know you are Gao Yang's best friend. Uncle often heard his younger brother Gao Shou talk about him. Haha, that's right. Wang Zikai was very happy. We came to play nearby and thought of coming to see Uncle. We often heard Gao Yang mention you. Wang Zikai started chatting with Uncle enthusiastically. Gao Yang was stunned, a little unbelievable. Is he my uncle or your uncle? Soon the 3 of them sat down in the hall, and the uncle made tea for them and brought out some fruits and biscuits. There's nothing good to treat at home. I go to the market to buy a fish and have a good meal later. Uncle, don't bother, we leave in a while, Gao Yang said. Since we're here, let's have a meal before leaving. It's almost time for dinner. The uncle insisted. Then excuse me for bothering you. When Qingling mentioned dry food, her cold face softened a lot. The uncle was happy. Haha, it seems that the couple has reconciled. Excuse me. Wang Zikai hurriedly took over the conversation. I've heard about your cooking skills for a long time, and finally I have a chance to taste it. Haha. Okay, today I show off my ugliness. The uncle became happier and left with the key. You guys sit wherever you want, I'll be back soon. The uncle rode out on his motorcycle. The 3 of them took action immediately. Qingling calmly checked the uncle's house to look for clues. Gao Yang communicated with the other 2 groups on the phone to follow the progress of the search. As for Wang Zikai, he crossed his legs, turned on the TV, watched cartoons and cracked peanuts, and treated it as his own home. After a while, the uncle came back and bought not only fish, but also ribs, beef, crayfish, and turtles, which were completely festive. Gao Yang went to the kitchen to help prepare the ingredients. The uncle was very concerned about Gao Yang and asked this and that. Gao Yang answered truthfully, and the uncle was relieved. Grandma loves the dishes made by uncle, and she comes to live with you for a while every year. Gao Yang naturally turned the topic to Grandma. Haha, that's not the case. She just likes the air in the country. The uncle laughed. What does Grandma do every day when she is here with you? Gao Yang asked. The uncle looked up at Gao Yang and smiled. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Yesterday, I dreamed of my grandma. Gao Yang lied, but he didn't say the second half. I suddenly missed her a lot and wanted to hear about her. Dong dong dong. The uncle skillfully cut the green peppers and recalled, your grandma woke up early every morning, took a walk, and greeted the neighbors. Haha, she especially liked to go to the vegetable market. She couldn't buy much vegetables, but she asked a lot of family gossips, especially caring about which girl was still unmarried, and whether there was any possibility with me. Haha. Gao Yang couldn't help laughing while picking the lobster line. This is indeed Grandma's style. Although she said that children and grandchildren have their own blessings, she actually hopes that Uncle can get married. Grandma always says, I don't want anything else. I just hope that the eldest son can have a companion when he gets old. During the day, your grandma is at home watching TV and cleaning the house. Sometimes when I am busy, she also helps me cook and wash dishes. Uncle put the cut green pepper into the bowl, his eyes reddened. I am a useless eldest son. I can't make money. I can't let your grandma enjoy the happiness, nor can I find a wife for her to hold grandchildren. I am not a good son. I feel sorry for your grandma. Uncle, don't say that. Gao Yang felt uncomfortable. The uncle rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. Yeah, why are you still talking about this now? The uncle picked up the kitchen knife and started cutting beef. He thought for a moment and looked at Gao Yang. If you are not in a hurry to leave, let's go to the top of the mountain together in the afternoon to see your grandma and parents. Gao Yang's heart twitched, and he nodded. Okay. Chapter 1076. The three of them had a sumptuous lunch, during which Gao Yang talked to his uncle about his grandmother, but still did not get any clues. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, his uncle took Gao Yang to the grave mountain to burn incense. Qing Ling and Wang Zikai had a good relationship with Gao Yang and had met Gao Yang's family. They had no reservations and decided to go to burn incense together. The uncle changed into old clothes and went into a small wooden house next to the yard. He took out a small basket from it, which contained incense, candles, paper money, half a bottle of white wine, 3 bowls of lettuce, and a hatchet. Qing Ling took a glance and immediately straightened her body. Gao Yang noticed Qing Ling's alertness. On the way to the grave mountain, he asked Wang Zikai to chat with his uncle, and he slowed down and came to Qing Ling's side. What's wrong? Gao Yang asked in a low voice. There's something wrong with the hatchet. Qing Ling answered softly. What's the problem? It's made of black gold. Qing Ling paused and added, there is still energy left. Gao Yang was shocked. After a few seconds, he walked forward quickly. His uncle was chatting happily with Wang Zikai. Uncle, let me help you carry it. Gao Yang took the small basket from his uncle very naturally. Okay. His uncle didn't doubt him. Gao Yang looked at the hatchet in the basket. It was simple in style, short and long, with a flat blade. It looked like a small shovel. Its blade was silver gray in color, and the surface was very dirty. It looked like iron, but it was indeed black gold. Uncle, why do you bring a hatchet to the grave? Gao Yang asked casually. His uncle smiled and explained. The grass and trees on the mountain are very lush in this season. Many of them have grown to the grave. I have to go and clean it up. Oh, so that's it. Your grandma used to live with me. She would go to your grandpa's grave every once in a while. She would bring this knife with her. Although she was old, she was still very strong. The uncle was reminiscing, talking about whatever he thought of. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was attentive. Gao Yang's pupils trembled, and a vague and distant picture flashed through his mind. He stared at the black gold hatchet again, and suddenly a cold sweat ran down his face. Qing Ling noticed something, quickened her pace, and came to Gao Yang's side, and cast a look. What's wrong? Gao Yang returned her look. Tell me later. Half an hour later, the three of them climbed the grave mountain behind the town, and went to the graves of Grandpa, Grandma, Father and Mother to burn incense and kowtow. During this period, the uncle could not help but recall many past events. Finally, the uncle knelt at the grave where Gao Yang's parents were buried together. He lit incense and candles, and poured 3 cups of white wine to pay tribute to the sky, the earth, and people. He held the burning paper money in his hand, shaking it and whispering, Brother, sister-in-law, Yang Yang and I are here to see you. Yang Yang is doing well now, he is sensible, has a stable relationship with his girlfriend, and has a reliable good friend. You don't have to worry about him. Xinshin is also doing well, with good grades. She is still in school today, so she didn't come to see you. If you two need anything over there, just tell me in your dream, or give it to Yang Yang. You must bless Yang Yang and Xinshin. Bless them to be safe and sound. The uncle thought the 3 children behind him couldn't hear, but the 6 senses of the 3 of them were far superior to ordinary people, and they heard these words clearly. The 3 stood in the breeze full of the smell of green grass, looking at different places, and no one spoke. After leaving the graveyard, Gao Yang and his 2 friends parted ways with their uncle. The uncle held Gao Yang's hand, and repeatedly reminded him of some trivial matters such as eating and adding clothes. Gao Yang kept nodding and saying yes. After the uncle left, the 3 of them immediately turned around and quietly followed him back home, looking for an opportunity to steal the black gold hatchet from the small wooden house in the front yard. Swish! Qing Ling hid under the wall outside the yard. With a wave of her hand, the hatchet flew out of the window of the small wooden house and landed steadily in her hand. Good knife. Qingling gave a brief evaluation and handed it to Gao Yang beside her. Gao Yang took it in his hand and looked at it intently for a while. Can you tell me? Qingling's patience was limited. Have I told you about my childhood dream? Gao Yang asked. What dream? Wang Zikai obviously hadn't heard of it. Your grandfather was killed by your grandmother? Qingling asked. Gao Yang nodded, talk while walking. What? Wang Zikai was shocked. Gao Yang quickly covered his mouth. Speak softly. Wang Zikai took Gao Yang's hand away, only to find it ridiculous. Your grandfather was killed by your grandmother. In fact, my grandfather is not my grandfather, but a hidden lizard man. Gao Yang sighed. Talk while walking. Gao Yang and the other two set out again towards the grave mountain. Along the way, Gao Yang repeated the dream he had told Li Weiwei at the beginning, of course, using the version that Wang Zikai could understand. I know all this. What do you want to express? Qingling asked after listening. At that time, I saw my grandfather's hand. Gao Yang paused. When I woke up the next day, my grandfather's body was covered with white cloth, and one of his little arms was missing. Qingling's eyes lit up. Could it be related to this knife? Gao Yang nodded with a deep look in his eyes. When I saw this knife just now, I immediately remembered that this knife was in the picture I saw that night, but I was too young and scared at that time, so I forgot it on my own initiative. Ah, I know. Your grandfather's hand was chopped off by this knife. Wang Zikai finally got smart for once. It's very likely. Gao Yang touched his chin and speculated. This hatchet should be my grandmother's weapon. My grandfather is the Horn of the Lizardmen. When he found out about my identity as the Arab god, my grandmother had to kill my grandfather and cut off his arm with this knife. So when I woke up in the morning, I found that my grandfather's arm was gone. Qingling took the hatchet again. She was already level 7 sword god in metal, and her sensitivity to black gold weapons was very strong. There is indeed some energy left on this knife. Can you resonate with it? Gao Yang asked. Qingling shook her head. It's not the energy of an awakener. If I interfere with it forcefully, I'm afraid I destroy that energy. Then I keep it. Wang Zikai hurriedly took the hatchet away. Save you from breaking it. Qingling rolled her eyes at Wang Zikai. You don't need to prove that you're useful. You're talking nonsense. I'm very useful. Wang Zikai was stabbed in the lungs. It's not my turn yet, wait and see. Gao Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. He really didn't think that one day these two people would quarrel. The three returned to the grave and came to Grandpa's tombstone. Grandpa died early, and the location of the tomb was very good, but it was relatively old and had never been renovated. On the way, Gao Yang thought a lot, especially about what his uncle said. Grandma would stay at his uncle's house for a period of time every year, usually in spring or summer. Grandma would come to sweep Grandpa's grave, and she would bring this hatchet every time. If Grandma had another purpose for visiting Grandpa's grave, then the first place to investigate was Grandpa's grave. The four of them searched around the grave. Qingling activated metal throughout the process to find out if there were other black gold nearby. Gao Yang also activated the copy perception to find out if there were other suspicious advanced life forms nearby, but they found nothing. What should we do now? Qingling asked. Gao Yang was silent for a moment, and suddenly knelt down in front of Grandpa's grave with a thump and kowtowed 3 times. Gao Yang patted the dust off his body, stood up, and looked at Wang Zikai. What are you doing? Dig. Chapter 1077. Half an hour later, Wang Zikai was covered in dirt and sweat, sitting on the ground gasping for air. In fact, Wang Zikai wanted to make a hole, but it was just a matter of one punch. But in order to dig the grave properly without damaging the grave and the coffin, he could only use a hatchet as a shovel, and the task immediately became 100 times more difficult. Gao Yang didn't want to help, but when he thought about digging his grandfather's grave, it was really treasonous and inappropriate. Qingling didn't dig it either, and she specially thought of a reason for this. I am his granddaughter-in-law. It's not appropriate. Wang Zikai complained bitterly, but finally dug the grave and carried out the coffin. Gao Yang asked the two to step back, put on the golden holy cloth himself, and carefully open the coffin. There was no danger in the coffin, only a folded funeral clothes, a birthday hat on it, and an urn next to it. Gao Yang jumped into the coffin, took out the urn, opened it, and his face sank. Qingling and Wang Zikai immediately went over. Oh my god! What is this? Wang Zikai frowned. There was no ashes in the urn, only a rectangular light green stone that looked like a brick. Gao Yang took the stone out, looked at it carefully, and concluded, this is a whetstone. Give it to me. Qing Ling stretched out her hand. Gao Yang handed the whetstone to Qing Ling, and she closed her eyes for 3 seconds before opening them again. There is also some energy left on it, which is the same as the energy on the hatchet. Gao Yang guessed what to do, and looked at Qing Ling. Qing Ling nodded and agreed with Gao Yang's approach. Wang Zikai. Gao Yang stretched out his hand. Give me the hatchet. Okay. Wang Zikai turned around, picked up the hatchet covered with mud, and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it, shook off the wet dirt on the knife, and put the hatchet on the whetstone. Buzz. Sure enough, the hatchet reacted and immediately emitted a light purple light. Gao Yang took a deep breath and rubbed the hatchet on the whetstone. Hiss. The light on the hatchet became brighter and brighter, instantly dyeing the faces of the 3 people purple. Swoosh. Suddenly, the light turned into a ball of purple demon fire, drilled out of the hatchet, and flew out of the mountain. It was very fast, like a sparrow, and it was about to disappear in the sunset. Chase. Gao Yang made a prompt decision. Qing Ling jumped up and jumped onto the tank sword. At the same time, he opened his hands, grabbed Gao Yang and Wang Zikai, and took them to the sky. The ball of purple demon fire flew over 2 hills, and landed on a wasteland. At the end of the wasteland was a rolling mountain range, but it was impossible to reach it. It was just a false scenery displayed by the foggy boundary. The demon fire plunged into a large patch of deep weeds on the wasteland. The 3 chased after it, and landed nearby. Wang Zikai was very excited, and was the first to run into the large patch of waist-deep weeds. He pulled the weeds apart with both hands, and approached the place where the demon fire disappeared. He immediately made a discovery. Come and see. Gao Yang and Qing Ling also quickly followed, and were surprised to find a well hidden in the weeds. The most common stone well for drawing water had been abandoned for many years. The windlass on the well was broken, and collapsed on one side, covered with wood-rotting fungi. Gao Yang approached the stone well, and looked inside. It was pitch black and bottomless, looking like a dry well. Obviously, the purple demon fire had drilled into this dry well. Qing Ling glanced at Gao Yang. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Step back first." The 3 of them left the weeds, and came to the open space. He raised his right hand, and a ball of fire appeared in the weeds and spread rapidly. Soon, a big fire was burning in front of him. Gao Yang's idea was simple. He first used his talent to clear the vision around the dry well. It was also a test to see if the dry well would respond to his talent and energy. Under Gao Yang's control, the fire quickly burned all the weeds near the dry well, and the front became a charred wasteland. The dry well in the middle was unscathed, and there was no trace of burning. It was indeed very problematic. Call everyone over immediately, Gao Yang said. Qing Ling nodded, and took out his mobile phone. I go inside and take a look. Gao Yang walked towards the dry well. Are you sure? Qing Ling frowned. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Wang Zikai patted his chest. Wang Zikai, you stay too. I go alone, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang was not trying to be a hero. He had the absolute barrier, which could protect him no matter what danger he encountered. He also had the space-time ghost, which could immediately perform a space jump to escape the scene. The system could also issue a warning, which could remind him in time if there was any danger or he entered an unknown area. Qing Ling knew Gao Yang's thoughts very well, so he didn't say anything more. Wang Zikai wanted to accompany him, but he also knew Gao Yang's character of sticking to his word, so he had to agree. Be careful, Qing Ling said. If there is anything, just shout, Wang Zikai said. Gao Yang nodded, and gave the 2 an okay gesture. Gao Yang teleported to the edge of the wellhead. He took a deep breath, summoned a small absolute barrier to lock himself up, and slowly sank. At first, there was some light above his head, but soon the surroundings became pitch black. Gao Yang controlled the absolute barrier, and continued to descend at a constant speed. After about half a minute, Gao Yang felt that the space around him became wider. He lit a ball of fire in the barrier, and sure enough, the walls of the well disappeared and turned into an abyss. Gao Yang judged that this should be a giant funnel-shaped cave. Gao Yang's mind moved, and the flames around him flew out of the barrier and spread to the surroundings, quickly illuminating the stone walls of the abyss, which were blood-red and full of gullies, like the appearance of a large amount of blood coagulated. If you look closely, you will find that these bloods are not coagulated, but are slowly wriggling like life, which reminds Gao Yang of the intestines in the monster's body. Gao Yang did not have time to observe carefully. After a minute, the absolute barrier landed safely on the ground. The surroundings became darker and darker. Gao Yang continued to control the flames, turning into 12 suspended fireballs, spreading in the direction of the clock, but unable to support the thick darkness. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, removed the absolute barrier, raised his hands, and gathered a huge ball of fire. The ball of fire slowly rose into the air, turning into a small sun that could last for a few minutes, and finally successfully illuminated the surroundings. Gao Yang saw it clearly and almost gasped. This is a circular underground palace, at least as big as a sports square. 12 giant statues stand on the scarlet and wriggling blood vessel walls around it. Each statue is mysterious, ancient, and abstract, and it is difficult to see the characteristics of a human. They lowered their heads and their mouths were exaggeratedly wide open. The red liquid between liquid and gas flowed from the mouths of the statues, like 12 small blood-colored waterfalls, which flowed into the ditches on the ground and then gathered into a large blood pool in the center of the palace. Gao Yang immediately guessed that these things should be the blood mist during the Scarlet Tide. Gao Yang confirmed that the system had no danger warning, put on the golden holy clothes, and slowly walked towards the large blood pool in front. Soon, he saw clearly that there was a round platform with a diameter of about 5 meters in the middle of the blood pool, which was flush with the horizontal plane. On the round platform, there was a thin red chair, which looked like it was made of coagulated blood. An old man was sitting on the red chair, and behind the red chair stood a giant red horn that was 10 meters high. The old man slowly raised one hand and waved to Gao Yang, indicating that he should come closer. Gao Yang repeatedly confirmed that there was no danger, and walked forward more than 10 meters, all the way to the edge of the blood pool, looking at the old man in the center of the blood pool. The old man was wearing a worn-out black cotton coat, his hair was gray, he was skinny, his face was full of age spots, his eyes were gray and cloudy, and there was a short and sparse white beard on his shriveled chin. A purple butterfly landed on his shoulder, gently flapping its wings. It was the purple demon fire that Gao Yang was looking for. The sleeve of the old man's left hand was empty, and the cuffs fell naturally. He narrowed his eyes and smiled happily at Gao Yang. At that moment, Gao Yang was shocked beyond words. Although Gao Yang had never really seen this old man, he had seen him in the host's memory, and was very impressed. The person in front of him was Gao Yang's grandfather. Chapter 1078. Grandpa? Gao Yang's trembling voice echoed in the quiet underground space, so unreal. Hee, my dear grandson, you have grown up so big, Grandpa can hardly recognize you. Grandpa's low and hoarse voice revealed a sense of desolation that penetrated time and space, and even the blood pool under his feet also rippled. What on earth is going on? You were not by Grandma. Yang, you saw what happened that night, right? Grandpa narrowed his gray eyes slightly. Grandpa's hand was cut off by your grandma, and Grandpa can't sing anymore. Gao Yang's pupils dilated, and blood flowed backwards all over his body. Grandpa talked to himself, as if he was just recalling some sparse and ordinary past events. Grandpa, I found out your identity. Your grandma was afraid of my singing and wanted to kill me, but she also knew that killing me was useless. There would be another me. Gao Yang activated spiritual armor, and his tone became cold. What kind of beast are you? In your words, Grandpa's vicissitudes and turbid eyes seemed to flash a strange red. I am the King of the Horn. The King of the Horn. Gao Yang was very shocked, and at the same time he suddenly realized that many things immediately became clear. So, you have been waiting for me here? Gao Yang tried. Yes. Grandpa's face showed a trace of kindness. Grandpa has been waiting for you. Grandpa knows that you will definitely come here. Gao Yang was silent for several seconds, and finally plucked up the courage to ask, Grandpa, are you my friend or enemy? Friend? Enemy? Grandpa pondered these two words, and sighed softly. Oh, I don't know. Grandpa has always loved Yang, but Grandpa also has his own mission. Gao Yang was silent. Even after launching spirit armor, some hidden sadness and regret still entered his heart. In any case, the old man in front of him was the only relative of him and Gao Xinxin, but the ending of the story did not seem to be a happy reunion. Grandpa said slowly, Yun did not kill me, and made a promise with me. She said that she would give her grandson some more time, and when he grew up and became sensible, I would sing again. You promised Grandma? Gao Yang couldn't believe it. Grandpa looked at Gao Yang with a smile. Singing is my mission. It's okay if I can complete it. It doesn't matter if I sing earlier or later. Yang is grown up now, and your grandma and I are relieved. Grandpa slowly stood up from the red chair. Yang, Grandpa is leaving. Wait. Speak clearly. What do you want to do? Gao Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. He jumped up and wanted to stop Grandpa, but was caught by an invisible barrier. Gao Yang tried to launch teleport, but still couldn't get through. At this time, the purple butterfly on the old man's chest flapped its wings and flew to his left hand, then got into the empty sleeve. Buzz! Suddenly, a purple light flashed in the empty sleeve, and the purple butterfly seemed to melt. Hiss, hiss. The old man's left forearm grew out again, and the thick white bones tore half of the sleeve, followed by dark red flesh and tendons. Soon, Gao Yang saw clearly that it was not a human left hand, but more like a horn in the form of flesh and bones. The old man slowly turned around and inserted the horn on his left arm into the huge red horn behind him. Anger, ignorance, greed, suffering sentient beings, delusion of life and death, empty cause and effect. Amazing. All things returned together. A huge amount of energy erupted from the old man's chest. He raised his head and shouted, and the entire palace below shook. The blood in the blood pool under his feet felt the agitated force, and rushed out like a circular fountain, constantly rising and falling, like a three-dimensional spectrum. The old man's body began to bleed, and then the skin and flesh peeled off, and he began to melt, like a red wax figure under high temperature. No! Gao Yang shouted, constantly trying to enter the barrier to stop it all. But the position around the blood pool was as solid as his absolute barrier, and he couldn't get through it. In just 10 seconds, Grandpa's body completely melted into a pool of blood and drilled into the huge red horn. Then, they turned into circles of scarlet energy and rushed out. No, the horn was blown. The next second, an ancient, mysterious, distant, and desolate voice appeared. This voice carried a certain unreasonable penetrating power, cleansing everyone's body and soul. Gao Yang felt unprecedented depression and uneasiness. He didn't know that this voice had spread throughout the foggy world in an instant, reaching all the isolated islands and drilling into everyone's eardrums. Gao Yang watched his grandfather die with his own eyes, and was at a loss for a moment. Leave here. Suddenly, a voice sounded, as if it came from Gao Yang's head, no, from his heart. Gao Yang didn't have time to tell whose voice it was, but he decided to obey. Gao Yang immediately launched a space jump and instantly disappeared in the underground palace. Swish. A second later, Gao Yang returned to the wasteland outside the dry well. When he looked up, he saw that everyone else had rushed over and was waiting around the dry well. At this moment, it was already evening, and the bloody sunset dyed the sky and the earth red. Everyone heard the depressing and uneasy horn sound. They looked up at the sky in confusion and panic, as if they were going to witness a twilight of the gods. Gao Yang, what's going on? Do Hu's face was serious, and he had taken down the dragon-killing giant sword. What's that sound? Zhu Ke also frowned. There is a palace under the dry well, hiding the king of the Horner. It belongs to me. Gao Yang was about to explain the situation, when he suddenly found that something was wrong with Wang Zikai standing behind the crowd. Wang Zikai seemed to be in some condition, his eyelids kept drooping, and he looked very sleepy. Gao Yang walked through the crowd and walked quickly towards Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai. Ah? Wang Zikai heard Gao Yang's voice, and quickly cheered up, opened his eyes wide, and smiled happily. Brother, you came out. What's in the well? Are you okay? I'm fine. What's wrong with me? Wang Zikai was about to say something, but suddenly opened his mouth and yawned. It's just that I suddenly feel a little sleepy. Wang Zikai closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Chapter 1079. Leeching University. The sun is about to set, and the bloody sunset casts a gentle and quiet red on the entire campus. The tree-lined path under the girls' dormitory is full of magnolias, and the air is filled with a rich fragrance. Under one of the magnolia trees, 2 college students are standing. The boy is tall and thin, looks immature, wearing a formal suit, his hair is specially styled, and he is holding a bouquet of roses in his hands. His expression is painful, eager and humble. The girl is the opposite, wearing loose pajamas, a pair of sandals on her feet, and a mask on her face. She folded her hands impatiently, just wanting to end the conversation quickly. The boy's eyes were red, and he pleaded again, Ching Ching, I really. Call my name. Zhou Qing interrupted coldly. Zhou Qing, I really can't lose you. Please, give me another chance. If you are not satisfied with me, I will change it. I can change it. The boy eagerly put the rose forward. Oh, I said it's not this problem. Zhou Qing took a step back and refused to take the flower. I just don't feel anything anymore. Our relationship is over. We are all adults. Can't we part ways amicably? No, it's impossible. Ding. Zhou Qing's cell phone rang. Her eyebrows, which were pressed down very low, rose unconsciously. She quickly glanced at it, and immediately pretended that nothing happened. Who is he? The boy's eyes were quick, and saw an unfamiliar male name. A friend. Zhou Qing perfunctorily said, "Okay, I go back to the dormitory." "No." The boy threw away the rose and grabbed Zhou Qing's hand. "Who is he? You must explain it to me today." "Let go. If you keep pestering me like this, I call the police." "I won't let go." "Who is the man who sent you the message?" Zhou Qing struggled to break free from the boy's hand, and the two of them pulled each other. Suddenly, a depressing and uneasy horn sounded overhead. The two young men stopped immediately, and looked up in a daze. Not only that, everyone on campus suddenly stopped what they were doing, stood where they were, and looked up at the bloody sky. A few seconds later, Zhou Qing closed her eyes, and fainted on the ground. Ching ching. At this time, the boy finally came to his senses. He immediately squatted down and helped Zhou Qing up. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" After a while, Zhou Qing slowly opened her eyes, and her whole person changed. She pulled off her mask, her eyes were blurred, her expression was charming, and she looked at the boy with a sly smile. This sudden change of attitude caught the boy off guard, and his expression was stunned. She raised her cold right hand and gently stroked the boy's face, as if she was looking at a beautiful object. She opened her mouth slightly, and said 2 words. "Leaving the city, Shanqing Hospital. Quick! No heartbeat. Defibrillator. 200 gels. Adrenaline. Quick! 300 gels." In the emergency room, several doctors were rescuing an old man. The patient was in the late stage of cancer. When the examination was conducted, the doctor thought he would live for at most 3 months. But his only relative, his twin brother, was unwilling to give up easily. The patient's own personality was also very optimistic, and his willpower was strong. Unexpectedly, he miraculously survived for half a year. His condition was also up and down. He was critically ill twice, but he survived. This is the 3rd time, but this time, there is no miracle after all. Drip drip drip. After more than 10 minutes of rescue, the old man's heartbeat still did not appear again. The doctor stopped and looked at the body on the bed, and were silent for a few seconds. In fact, this result is a relief for the patient. The deceased, Lu Tang, 80 years old. Time of death, 5:31 p.m. on April 1, 2019. Cause of death, advanced esophageal cancer, liver metastasis, multiple organ failure. Before the doctor finished speaking, a suppressed horn sounded. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the bloody sky outside the window. Drip 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 drip. After a few seconds, the heartbeat of the deceased appeared again. The old man opened his black eyelids, and his originally turbid eyes became clear and sharp. He looked up, tore off the oxygen mask, stared at the ceiling, and said 2 words. A suburban farm in the west. At 5:30 in the morning, a middle-aged woman dressed as a maid, yawning, pushed a wheelchair through the farm and headed for the cowshed in front. Sitting in the wheelchair was a thin old man with sparse gray hair on his head, tilted head, and wrinkled face. One of his hands shrank under his armpit and kept shaking, like the shrunken front claw of a Tyrannosaurus rex. His cloudy blue eyes bulged out exaggeratedly, his mouth was crooked, and his jagged yellow teeth kept drooling. It was obvious that he had suffered a stroke, and it was quite serious. The old man was called Mark. Mark was not like this when he was young. He was a popular boxer who had not lost for a long time. Fame, money, honor, and beauty were at his fingertips. The old man looked excited and unclear. Okay, I got it. I go see the cows now." The maid was very impatient. Recently, the old man didn't know what was wrong with him. He woke up before dawn every day and kept making noises. The maid had no choice but to push the old man out for a walk while resisting sleepiness. In this way, the old man could be quiet for a while. The old man had a special liking for the cows on the farm. Every time the maid pushed the wheelchair to the side of the cowshed, the old man immediately calmed down and stared at the docile and stupid cows in the cowshed. Sure enough, it was the same this time. Mark stared at a cow behind the cowshed with his eyes almost popping out. He was so fascinated that he was still mumbling something in his mouth. Suddenly, the suppressed sound of the horn appeared in the cold night sky before dawn. The maid raised her head blankly, attracted by the sound. She felt a little dazed, her heart pounding. "Oh damn, what's that sound?" "Mr. Mark, we're going home." The maid instinctively felt something was wrong. She covered her chest with one hand and pushed the wheelchair with the other, but she felt the wheelchair became lighter. She looked down suddenly, and the old man in the wheelchair was gone. Mark had left the wheelchair at some point. He stood straight outside the cowshed with bare feet. "Oh my God!" the maid exclaimed, thinking she was dreaming. "Mr. Mark, are your legs okay?" Mark was silent for a few seconds, then slowly turned around. His cloudy blue eyes became bright and burning, as if two flames were burning. He sneered and said two words. Lechung University, Fallen Street. Border Walker Board Game Bar. The bustling store in the past is unusually quiet today, because there is a sign of store transfer hanging at the door. Click. The thick glass door was pushed open, and a young girl walked in. She has medium short hair that gradually changes to pink and white, a pair of large and smart gray-blue eyes, plump pink lips, a small chin, a baseball cap, a large baseball jacket embroidered with number 4, bare legs, and a pair of high-top canvas shoes on her feet. Following the pink-haired girl in, a short-haired woman dressed a bit plump came in. "Sisterly, take a look." Washu walked to the back of the counter and sat down, turning on the computer. "The store is doing very well, the procedures are complete, and the accounts can be checked." "The store is doing so well, why do you want to transfer it?" Sisterly asked. "Haha, I'm too tired. I can't handle it. Although I can make some money, I don't feel happy at all." Washu lazily leaned on the counter. "I really like to take a break from my busy schedule." Washu winked at Sisterly and said in a coquettish voice, "Sisterly, I give it to you at a low price. You can be my boss, and then hire me as an employee, so that I can slack off happily every day. I dare not hire an employee like you." Sisterly took out a cigarette and lit it. "Sisterly, you have to believe me, there is no employee in this world who doesn't slack off." Wangshu smiled and winked. "Don't look at me like this, my business ability is excellent." "Okay, I think about it." Suddenly, a suppressed horn sounded. Sisterly was stunned, and was immediately attracted by the sound, looking sideways at the bloody sunset outside the window. After watching for an unknown amount of time, she came back to her senses. She turned her head, and found that Wangshu had fallen asleep on the counter without knowing when. "Xiao Shu." Sisterly stepped forward and called softly. Wangshu heard the voice, his eyelashes fluttered, and he immediately opened his eyes. She sat up slowly, holding her chin with one hand, and said two words lazily and carelessly. "Leaving the city, returning to the funeral home." The suppressed horn sound echoed in the bloody sunset, and they soon penetrated the walls of the morgue and the cold and heavy body refrigerator. Caw caw caw. A refrigerator opened automatically and slowly pulled out. On the counter was a black body bag with a number and the name of the body, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee's body was not cremated or buried. This was Chen Ying's request. Chen Ying hated Mr. Lee more than anyone else, but when Mr. Lee died in front of her, she realized that the opposite of love is not hate, but indifference. But Chen Ying couldn't be indifferent. She still couldn't let go. She found that deep in her heart she still had a fluke, hoping to keep her body, so that maybe there would be a chance to revive Lee in the future. What to revive her for? Of course, continue to hate her, which is better than forgetting her. To Gao Yang and others, Lee is indeed hateful and pathetic, but no one has yet realized the profit, and if Lee is rescued, the prophet can use it the fastest. And everyone also agreed that if Lee can really be brought back to life, it will be the biggest punishment for her, and the best way for her to atone for her sins. Lee's body was preserved like this, and this also made everyone miss a secret. In fact, Lee's body cannot be easily burned. Hiss. At this moment, the body bag was controlled by some invisible force, and the zipper opened automatically. The body flew out of the body bag, and slowly hung in the air, in an upside-down form. 3 seconds later, the body was strangely hanging upside down in the air of the morgue. The corpse was wearing a shroud, and the wide trouser legs fell down, revealing skinny and black legs. Gulu. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the left knee of the corpse, and a dark red vertical eye without eyelashes opened with a small amount of blood. Gula gula. Then, the muscles on the legs of the corpse began to wriggle, as if countless worms were hidden underneath. A steady stream of dark red vertical eyes broke out of the ground on these legs. In just half a minute, the legs of the corpse were covered with dense eyes. They were open without blinking, and the eyeballs moved quickly, as if they were monitoring different things in different directions. The whole picture had a sense of confusion and dislocation. Mr. Lee still maintained the appearance of death, and his gray and cracked lips opened at some point and uttered 2 syllables. Chapter 1080. Leaving the city, the neighborhood near number 15 middle school. A high school girl wearing a youthful and beautiful blue and white school uniform skirt, with 2 ponytails, walked out of a boutique with a packaged gift in her hand. Soon, a high school boy followed her out quickly. "Xin Xin, how about I buy a gift for Brother Yang?" Guanghuan asked. If I tell you not to give it, then don't give it. Gao Xinxin interrupted. You and my brother are not very familiar with each other, and giving him a gift rashly will only put pressure on him. That's right, that's right. Guanghuan nodded. Then I give it to him later. Yeah. Gao Xinxin replied casually. Guanghuan immediately froze in place, looking at Gao Xinxin's back, and giggled. I said I would give it to her later, but Gao Xinxin didn't refuse. Great. This means she thinks I can get to know Brother Yang in the future. It seems that she has considered me in her future. Guanghuan, you still have a good chance. Gao Xinxin didn't care about Guanghuan's fantasies at all. She walked towards the intersection, immersed in the joy of buying a suitable gift. She called Wang Zikai, but no one answered for a long time. What's going on? It's already this late, and he hasn't come to pick me up yet. Gao Xinxin didn't think too much, and looked down at her gift box again. Wang Zikai, you are doomed to lose. I will buy Brother Yang the most expensive birthday cake when the time comes. Thinking of this, Gao Xinxin's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. She suddenly remembered that there was someone behind her, and hurriedly turned around. Guanghuan, thank you for accompanying me shopping. I will treat you to a meal to thank you another day. Hey, it's a small matter. Guanghuan said politely, and fearing that Gao Xinxin would regret it, he immediately added, there is a good barbecue restaurant. Let's go there next Sunday and call Brother Yang. Okay. Gao Xinxin smiled and waved, see you tomorrow. Well, tomorrow. Suddenly, a suppressed horn sounded in the sky. In this sound, the sunset seemed to deepen a layer of color, and the whole street was blood red, as if it was soaked in an intoxicating and suffocating wine. The pedestrians and traffic on the street stopped one after another, looked up in different ways, and looked at the sky, which naturally included Guanghuan. After an unknown amount of time, Guanghuan, who was in a trance, suddenly came back to his senses and took a breath. Hiss! Where did the air raid alarm come from? It's so uncomfortable to hear. Guanghuan turned around, and found that Gao Xinxin on the roadside was not right. The mobile phone and gift in her hand fell to the ground. She stood there, and closed her eyes at some point. The sunset was sad and beautiful, the evening breeze was cool, the girl's skirt and hair were swaying gently, and the white face dyed red was both quiet and pious. Gao Xinxin? Guanghuan shouted. Gao Xinxin quickly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as black as ink. She smiled. That smile was so innocent, but it also had a weird feeling without good or evil. Gao Xinxin bent down, picked up the gift box at her feet again, held it in her hands, and whispered two words. Out of the city suburbs, a dry well and wasteland. Wang Zikai. Seeing Wang Zikai suddenly faint, Gao Yang teleported over and helped Wang Zikai up. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? After a few seconds, Wang Zikai slowly opened his eyes, and saw the person in front of him clearly. Gao Yang? It's me. My head hurts. One of Wang Zikai's eyes was blocked by his golden bangs, and his face was pale, between a fragile and confused state. He frowned slightly. I feel something is not right. Gao Yang was very uneasy. What's wrong? Is it that I feel unwell or injured? No, not this. Wang Zikai shook his head, looking at Gao Yang with eyes that were so sincere, but a little colder, like the moon reflected on the lake. I just suddenly... A tear fell from the corner of Wang Zikai's eyes. I really want to kill you. Warning. You are staring into the abyss. Lucky point income increased to 50,000 times suddenly. Gao Yang's heart was tightly grasped. Reason immediately conveyed a fact to Gao Yang. Wang Zikai's beast awakened. Reason continued to convey, leave Wang Zikai immediately. Launch absolute defense. Protect everyone. Gao Yang. Hurry. It's too late. Reason is roaring, fearing, wailing, and begging. Go, go, you will die. You will definitely die. You will definitely die. Gao Yang did not leave. He held Wang Zikai's hand tightly. No. 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 It's impossible. This is not true. There must be something wrong. It must be another false alarm. Just like before. Or he is joking. Wang Zikai has also learned bad things. He actually colluded with the system to deceive me. Haha, it really is. Do I look like a fool? I am so easy to be deceived. Snap. Wang Zikai squeezed Gao Yang's right hand lightly and crushed it, just like crushing an orange. Blood splashed on their faces. Gao Yang's eyes were stained red by blood, and the world was red. Buzz. Gao Yang began to have tinnitus, and his soul was dissociated little by little. He found that Wang Zikai opened his mouth. He couldn't hear the sound, but he understood the lip language. In fact, at the same time, the other 6 people also said 2 words. which were the marks engraved in their hearts, and the switch of the beast's nature. Zhou Qing, lust. Lu Tang, gluttony. Mark, anger. Washu, laziness. Li, greed. Gao Xinxin, jealousy. Wang Zikai, arrogance. When the god descends, the king of horns will blow the horn of the end of the foggy world. The 7 dead beasts awakened immediately. Their only mission, to kill all awakened people. Swish. Gao Yang didn't know what happened, he just felt dazed, and when he came to his senses, he was more than 50 meters away from Wang Zikai. Others also retreated to Gao Yang's side, their faces pale. Everyone didn't know what the sudden horn sound meant, everyone just knew that something was wrong. When Wang Zikai, who had been unconscious and woke up, suddenly became hostile to Gao Yang and crushed Gao Yang's hand, everyone was stunned and felt a huge sense of absurdity. Wang Zikai heard Gao Yang, "This is as absurd as the ocean is full of sand, and the desert is full of fish." Dou Hu was the first person to react. The first thing he did was not to support Gao Yang, but to immediately stop Qing Ling, who was about to rush forward with a knife. Dou Hu's decision was correct, because Gao Yang suddenly disappeared and appeared in a safe place a second later. Everyone immediately retreated to Gao Yang's side. Before figuring out what happened, no one wanted to be an enemy of Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai slowly stood up, raised his bloody hand, combed the golden hair covering one eye, and left a dazzling red on his forehead. Wang Zikai grinned at Gao Yang, revealing his white teeth, and said in a relaxed tone, "Brother, I'm sorry, I broke my promise, and can't help you save the world." Gao Yang's face was pale, his eyes were desperate, and he couldn't say a word. Wang Zikai raised his hand, made a shooting gesture, and aimed at Gao Yang's eyebrows. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." Woo! The strange energy ripples spread, and Wang Zikai stopped. Buzz. Then, his body rippled for a while, and suddenly became a plane. To be precise, Wang Zikai and the sunset behind him turned into a plane painting. This reminded Gao Yang of the 3D photo album he bought when he was a child. It looked like a plain photo from the front, but it became a 3-dimensional photo if you adjust the angle slightly. Wang Zikai at the moment seemed to be in a strange state between plain and 3-dimensional. Gao Yang's chest felt hot, and some kind of energy melted. He lowered his head suddenly. The energy came from the diary. Wow! A white light rushed out of Gao Yang's chest, and turned into a figure standing in front of everyone. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The mysterious visitor turned around in a white coat. He was about 30 years old, tall, with deep facial features, slightly curly hair, black framed glasses, dark gray British-style wool sweater under the coat, khaki trousers, brown Oxford leather shoes, a retro quartz watch on his wrist, and a simple silver ring on his slender ring finger. This man is exactly the same as the last time Gao Yang saw him. "Gao Yang, we meet again." The melancholy and mysterious man smiled faintly. "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Bailey E, level 8 red eyes. Painter. Repentance, the only survivor in history. I can only hold the dead beast for a while, so let's make it short. You are the last hope of the world." Chapter 1081. You are the last hope of the world. Bailey's calm voice has a certain rhythm, as if he is retelling the prophecy in the ancient legend. In this dangerous situation where every second counts, everyone is very luxuriously silent. Bailey's few words are full of information, almost subverting everyone's experience and cognition. Even Dou Hu, an old hand, was dumbfounded for a moment. Snap! 2 seconds later, Dou Hu slapped himself and quickly recovered. Others were also woke up by this slap, and immediately pulled out of shock. Dou Hu didn't waste any words and looked at Bailey. "Just 2 questions. Are you a friend or an enemy? Fight or run?" "Friend, run," Bailey replied lightly. "Then hurry up." Dou Hu glanced at Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke, who was healing Gao Yang, immediately understood and grabbed his arm. "Gao Yang, let's go." Gao Yang's face was pale and painful. "No. Cheer up. The Prince Kai you know is dead," Zhu Ke said sternly. "He is a beast now, and will kill everyone." Gao Yang trembled all over, and a trace of broken determination flashed in his desperate eyes. Activate level 7 spirit armor. In just 3 seconds, the pain on the boy's pale face retreated, leaving only indifference. Escape method. Gao Yang immediately thought of several ways, but he guessed that Bailey had a better way, and he must have come prepared. Bailey spoke concisely and unhurriedly. "You all go to the diary, Gao Yang. You take the diary away." "I just used space jump and can't use it again," Gao Yang replied. Bailey nodded. "I know, you asked Tengu to borrow flight, and then use the trick of bursting huge potential in a short time, the enemy should not be able to catch up. Everyone was surprised. This Bailey seemed to know their intelligence very well. Okay. Gao Yang quickly teleported to Tiango's side, touched his shoulder, and copied Fly. Come here. Bailey held the open diary in one hand, and transformed a small white energy light bar with the other hand, like a magic chalk. He quickly outlined everyone in front of him with the chalk, and countless white energy lines immediately outlined everyone. In just a few seconds, everyone's body began to become transparent, leaving only the lines of the body outline, as if it was a two-dimensional portrait floating in the three-dimensional world. Bailey gently pulled, and these two-dimensional portraits turned into lines, and drilled into the diary. Only halfway through, Bailey suddenly closed the diary with a snap. He raised his head slightly, and looked at the dusk-filled sky. Here they come. Gao Yang, Dou Hu, Jiu Han, Zhu Kei, Qingling, and Tiango were still outside, and they all looked up. Bang 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 bang. A UFO suddenly appeared in the blue-gray sky, and the target was flying at supersonic speed, leaving a series of huge sonic booms in the place where it passed, as if God strung countless thunders into a string of firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, the white light spot in the sky became extremely dazzling and strong. On both sides of the light spot, 3 faint white thin lines appeared. They seemed to be 3 parallel line segments connecting the 2 ends of the twilight. Danger? Zhu Kei felt something was wrong. Gao Yang, who was absolutely calm, had already reacted. This reaction was subconscious, and had long been engraved in his instinct. Wow! Gao Yang activated absolute defense, and a wave of golden energy rushed out from under his feet. They spread out violently, turned into golden petals, gathered in the middle, and turned into a large golden bud, covering all his companions inside. Swoosh! The next second after the absolute barrier was formed, a strange wind blew. The space seemed to be still for a second. Wow! 1 second later, 1 meter above the ground, weeds, trees, protruding stones, small earth slopes above the horizontal surface, and even the air and the twilight afterglow were all cut open. They were like the lid of the earth, pried open by an invisible force, turned into countless fragments, and flew backwards. Only the people inside the absolute barrier survived. At the same time, the initiator who opened the lid landed steadily beside Wang Zikai, who was trapped in the 2.5D painting with a diving posture close to the ground. The visitor was a black-haired girl of 15 or 16 years old, wearing a blue and white school uniform skirt, with 2 ponytails, a slender figure, a pretty face, and an innocent smile without any sense of good or evil. Due to the fast speed of the journey, the girl's thin school uniform skirt was severely damaged, almost turning into countless strips of rags, and her exposed skin was wrapped with gorgeous streamlined silver scales. Her eyes were pitch black, and the 6 air wings spread out behind her were looming, sometimes floating like soft water grass, and sometimes turning into sharp and chaotic geometric lines. The person in front of him was Gao Xinxin. Everyone recognized her, and they didn't even have time to be shocked. Their first reaction was to look at Gao Yang beside him. Gao Yang had a blank expression and a pale face. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one knew what his mental state was now. Gao Xinxin is also a dead beast? Dou Hu asked this obvious question quickly. Bailey smiled helplessly, but his expression was calm. There are 7 dead beasts, namely pride, jealousy, greed, laziness, anger, gluttony, and lust. As soon as these words came out, everyone's sadness about their former friends becoming enemies suddenly disappeared, replaced by the despair of falling into an ice cave. There are 7 such terrible dead beasts. Dou Hu's eyes were sharp, his face was gloomy, and he raised his hand to touch the hilt of the sword on his back. He was already thinking about how to fight. In this situation, the most reliable Gao Yang can no longer be counted on. Not to mention letting him cheer up immediately, he has to burn incense if he doesn't go crazy. Once Gao Yang is disabled, it will probably be difficult to escape. Dou Hu can figure out with his toes that the suppressed horn sound just now must have been issued by Gao Yang's grandfather, the King of Horns. The function is now very obvious, that is, to wake up all the dead beasts. That is to say, when Wang Zikai fainted, the other 6 dead beasts' beast forms also awakened. Gao Xinxin knew very well where Gao Yang and Wang Zikai were, so when her beast form awakened, she rushed over immediately. It took her less than a minute to rush from Shanqing district to Gao Yang's hometown. Even if Tengu flew at full speed, it would take at least 3 minutes, not to mention the flying speed of absolute barrier, which was as slow as a snail in Gao Xinxin's eyes. So Dou Hu concluded that there was no hope of escape, and we could only fight hard. These two dead beasts looked so strong that we should have no chance of winning. However, this Bailey was not small, he should be a big boss, and we also have Jutsu as equivalent exchange. If it doesn't work, we can triple the strength and give it a try. The most critical person is still Gao Yang. Douhu's heart sank again when he thought of Gao Yang, and he subconsciously tightened the hilt of the sword. Xiao Yang Yang, you must hold on, don't collapse. Even if you can't bear to attack your good brother and sister, then you can be our assistant, right? Fortunately, the absolute barrier can last for a long time, so we can discuss tactics first. Douhu looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang blocked the outside sound. Gao Yang still stared at Gao Xinxin, outside the barrier expressionlessly motionless. Gao Yang. I'm talking to you. Douhu had a bad feeling. Gao Yang had no reaction, like a statue. Douhu immediately glanced at Johan, who understood and nodded gently. Gao Yang. Zhu Ke stepped forward to support Gao Yang. I know you are in pain now, but you must not. Brother. Gao Xinxin spoke, her voice was still the same as before, soft and well-behaved, with a little fearless willfulness and coquettishness. It hit Gao Yang's chest like a bullet, quickly melted, soaked into the skin, froze the blood, and tore the heart. Gao Xinxin blinked. Happy birthday. Ding. The absolute barrier collapsed and turned into golden fragments floating all over the sky. A teardrop cut through the pale despair on the boy's face. Chapter 1082. Swish. Douhu drew out the dragon-killing giant sword and stood in front of everyone. At the same time, Qingling rushed to Douhu's side, surrounded by more than a dozen weapons. The two strongest warriors protected the other companions behind them. Thank God, Gao Xinxin did not attack immediately. She only had Gao Yang in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and waved at Gao Yang. Brother, come here. Spiritual arming. Failed. Spiritual arming. Failed. Spiritual arming. Failed. Failed. Energy disorder. Path collapse. Talent error. Gao Yang's scarlet and broken eyes suddenly became unfocused. Gao Yang smiled, wiped the tears from his face with his hand, and walked towards Gao Xinxin. He shook off Chuchua's hand, and passed through Douhu and Qingling. He seemed to have forgotten everything that happened in the past few minutes, as if Gao Xinxin suddenly appeared here just to give him a surprise, and wish him a happy birthday. Gao Xinxin also smiled, as if it was indeed the case. That scene was so strange that everyone forgot to act, even forgot to think, and just watched Gao Yang walk towards Gao Xinxin. Gao Yang, stop! Finally, someone broke the silence. It was Qingling. Gao Yang was startled and stopped. Gao Yang did not turn around or speak. In the dim twilight, his back was so lonely and hesitant. He seemed to be trying to think, why should I stop? There are his best friends and his dearest sister over there. Isn't it natural to go over and say hello to them? Why stop? Why? Only Qingling understood Gao Yang's back. She shouted, Gao Yang, have you forgotten? There is no right or wrong in choice. Gao Yang trembled fiercely, and his scattered eyes focused again. Painful memories, cruel reason, all came back. Yes, there is no right or wrong in choice. Choice is just choice. I have already made a choice. I chose humanity. I chose hope. I chose to fight continuously. Even if I gave up everything and was shattered to pieces, I would never admit defeat. I chose to be a hero who saves the world. But who will save me? Who will save me? Who will free me, kill me, destroy me? Gao Yang stood between day and night, between dead beasts and awakeners, between bravery and despair, between heroism and misery. Gao Yang felt like something stuck in his throat, tears bursting out. Gao Xinxin's smile faded a little bit, and a few strands of hair blew across her eyes, plucking the string of resentment. Brother, you really disappoint me. You clearly promised me that no matter what happens, we will always be a family. Gao Yang's voice trembled. Yes, we will always be. No! Gao Xinxin suddenly shouted. You just hesitated. Gao Yang was stunned. Compared to me, you believe them more. You betrayed me. You have been lying to me. You are as hypocritical, mean, and cunning as other human beings. I will never believe you again. No, it's not like that. Gao Yang shook his head desperately. Xinxin, I am your brother, we are a family, I will never hurt you, you must believe me. Gao Xinxin lowered her head. After 7 or 8 seconds of silence, she raised her head again and blinked. Okay, brother, I will give you another chance to prove it. Okay. You tell me. Come here now, and let me kill them. I promise they can all leave alive. Gao Yang was stunned. After a brief silence, he looked at Gao Xinxin. Really? Yeah. Gao Xinxin's eyes flashed with a cunning. As long as I kill you, your friends will be fine. I promise that other dead beasts will not hurt them again. Brother, don't you believe me? When have I ever lied to you? Gao Xinxin stretched out his hand to Gao Yang. Brother, come here quickly. Brother, death is actually not scary. If you die, we can be together forever. I promise you. No matter what happens, you will always be my brother, and I will always be your sister. We will always be a family. Bang bang bang. Countless thunders fell from the sky, directly engulfing Gao Xinxin in paleness. No! Gao Yang shouted, and just as he was about to step forward, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Dohu had quietly approached, and injected Gao Yang with the super tranquilizer he carried with him, which was originally prepared for Wang Zikai. The sleepiness was like an avalanche, instantly engulfing Gao Yang's will and crushing his back. He staggered and tried to move forward, but fell down after taking 2 steps. Swish. Qingling held Gao Yang steadily, and rushed to Bailey quickly. Bailey opened the diary in his hand again, and the magic chalk in his other hand began to sketch quickly. Swish. Qingling, who was holding Gao Yang, turned into a series of lines and entered the diary, followed by Jiuhan, Dohu, Xu Kei, and finally Bailey himself. When Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin were talking, Xu Kei was not idle, and quietly injected equivalent exchange into Tiango. At this moment, the talent was triggered. Crow. The huge energy overflowed from Tiango's body, and his energy instantly increased 3 times, lasting for 90 seconds, at the cost of being in a coma for 2 months. Chong. Tengu turned into a stream of light, quickly passing over the ground, taking the diary that was already in the air, and then rushed straight into the night sky. It disappeared in just 3 seconds, leaving only a series of sonic booms. Qingling used lightning to sneak attack Gao Xinxin, Dohu forcibly knocked Gao Yang unconscious, Bailey put everyone into the notebook, and Tengu escaped with the diary. The whole process was coordinated smoothly, and took no more than 5 seconds. All this was thanks to Jiuhan. When Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin were talking, Jiuhan secretly activated voice transmission, pulled everyone except Gao Yang into the group chat, and quickly discussed countermeasures, and came up with a second escape plan. The frenzied lightning split the ground into a charred black. Gao Xinxin stood on the scorched earth, naked from head to toe, and her 2 ponytails also spread out, turning into a head of black hair. Smooth silver-white scales grew on her slender white skin, covering part of her body, and the 6 air wings behind her turned into a silver-gray streamer, like a charming elf. She did not chase him, but just looked up at the direction where Tengu was fleeing, muttering to herself with a half-smile. Brother, you can't escape. Chapter 1083. The last ray of afterglow in the world sank into the horizon. Night has come. On the wasteland in front of the dry well, the entire 2.5-dimensional landscape rippled, spreading a circle of faint spatial ripples, and then began to merge with the 3-dimensional world. Wang Zikai was unharmed, walked out of the landscape, and came to Gao Xinxin's side in 2 or 3 steps. He looked up with her, and looked at the night sky where the Tengu escaped. The night breeze in the dark became sad and bleak. After nearly half a minute of silence, Wang Zikai took off his coat, and threw it to Gao Xinxin beside him. Gao Xinxin took the big coat, zipped it up, wrapped her petite body, and covered it above her knees. Then, the silver-white scales on Gao Xinxin's body slowly faded, returning to her white skin. Why let them go? With your speed, you can definitely catch up. Wang Zikai put one hand in his pocket. His voice didn't change much, but there was a hint of disdain and indifference. Gao Xinxin curled her lips. I'm not you. There are more of them. I may not be able to defeat them even if I catch up with them. Just delay for a while. It's not a joke to wait for me to come out and kill them. Gao Xinxin shrugged lightly. Aren't you my brother's good brother? How do I know who you are on your side? Swish. Gao Xinxin didn't react at all. Wang Zikai's hand had already caught Gao Xinxin's thin neck, and lifted her off the ground. In Wang Zikai's eyes, Gao Xinxin was as light as a piece of clothing, and her neck was as fragile as a bubble rod. Jealous? Do I look like a fool? Do you think I don't know that you deliberately let Gao Yang run away? Gao Xinxin was lifted up by Wang Zikai, like a fish on a chopping board, but she was not afraid at all, and there was a hint of sad teasing in her smile. Arrogant, what right do you have to say that to me? Didn't you let me go too? The anger on Wang Zikai's face dissipated little by little. He let go of Gao Xinxin's neck. Gao Xinxin did not land on the ground, but slowly fell down in a floating posture. 3 seconds of silence. What's this? Wang Zikai cursed in a low voice. Wow! Gao Xinxin also covered her face, and burst into tears without any warning. Wang Zikai was a little stunned. He hesitated for 2 seconds, took a step forward, hugged Gao Xinxin in his arms, touched her head with one hand, and patted her back with the other hand. Okay, stop crying, a dead beast. What kind of words are you talking about? Gao Xinxin trembled all over and burst into tears. Wang Zikai, do we, have to kill Gao Yang? You ask even though you know the answer. Wang Zikai said. Gao Xinxin suddenly stopped crying. She raised her head, her eyes were dark, and her sad tears instantly turned into blazing flames. In this case, I will kill him with my own hands. Wang Zikai's eyes were cold. Gao Xinxin, Brother Kai can agree to anything you want, except this. I will kill Gao Yang. No! Gao Xinxin pushed Wang Zikai away, took 2 steps back, and wiped the tears from her face. Gao Yang is mine. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. Not even you. Gao Xinxin, stop it. Wang Zikai frowned. My patience is limited. I don't care. Gao Yang is mine. No one can take him away. Gao Xinxin's body grew scales again. She angrily took off her coat and threw it to Wang Zikai. Give it back to you. Who wants your dirty clothes? Gao. Without waiting for Wang Zikai to speak, Gao Xinxin flew away, leaving only the crushed ground and a strong wind that messed up Wang Zikai's blonde hair. Wang Zikai smiled bitterly and sighed slightly. The blonde boy put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the dry well in the center of the wasteland in a sloppy manner. He stepped on the edge of the well, looked inside, and said TSK with disgust. Swish. 3 bone spurs burst out from the back of Wang Zikai's right hand. He scratched his left palm and let the bright red blood drip into the dry well. In less than 10 seconds, the wound on his left palm healed. Buzz buzz buzz. Wang Zikai turned and left, and at the same time, the earth trembled. Crack, crack, crack. Then, the ground centered on the dry well began to crack and spread to the surroundings, like a major earthquake. Air. A few seconds later, a blood mist broke through the dry well, like a erupting red oil field, splashing red paint on the dark blue night sky. Boom boom boom. More blood mist solidified into stone, turned into sharp red spines, rushed out of the ground, and built a huge palace. This palace was gloomy and dilapidated, like a brand new ruin. Prince Kai didn't know when to stop. The ground under his feet kept rising, and soon a high platform with 49 steps was built, like the throne of an ancient emperor. On the high platform stood a throne made of solidified blood mist. Behind the throne was a huge monster made of blood mist. It was an abstract heart, with 2 atria beating powerfully and evilly, and the blood vessels at the bottom were intertwined, like old tree roots piercing the entire high platform. From a distance, it looked like a huge fruit had grown on the high platform. 3 blood thrones also appeared on the left and right sides of the steps under the throne, and each throne was equipped with some huge monsters made of blood mist. Behind the first throne on the left, 6 slender, gorgeous blood-red wings grew out. They looked soft and sharp, harmless and evil. They stretched out to the sky as if they were tickling it, and almost pierced it the next second. Around the second throne on the left, countless large and small crimson vertical eyes floated, like countless broken red lenses. One of the huge and gloomy vertical eyes was suspended above the throne, staring at it, and the other eyes also moved their eyeballs quickly, looking here and there, busy monitoring everything. The third throne on the left was surrounded by a giant python covered with blood-red scales, but this giant python had no head. In fact, it was a tail, like a hibernating giant python, slowly wriggling, emitting a cold and lazy breath. Around the first throne on the right, there were countless horns rising from the ground. These horns were curved and varied in shape, and the shapes of various animal horns could be seen. The horn behind the seat was the largest, a spiral horn of a unicorn, pointing straight into the sky, looking hard and sharp, and constantly bleeding. The second throne on the right was completely wrapped in a bloody mouth full of rugged fangs, and the fangs kept dripping with bright red blood, like a lot of saliva secreted under extreme hunger. At the foot of the third throne on the right, there was a thick and sticky pool of blood, which rolled restlessly, constantly creating a large number of blood bubbles, which just flew up for a while, and then popped and returned to the pool of blood. Looking closely, it was discovered that these rolling pools of blood were like countless abstract men and women. They were in harmony and mating crazily. The 6 thrones began to have a sense of their respective masters, calling for their arrival, namely, jealousy of wings, greed of eyes, laziness of tail, anger of horns, gluttony of teeth, lust of blood. It won't be long before the 6 dead beasts will all come to join unconditionally. This is the first order issued by Heart Pride after waking up, and it must not be disobeyed. A trace of fatigue flashed across Prince Kai's eyes. He took 2 steps forward, turned around and sat on his own throne. He leaned against the cold back of the chair, leaning his body, supporting his face with one hand, and took out a small rectangular gift box from his trouser pocket with the other hand, playing with it in his hand. Plop. 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 The giant heart behind the throne beats lonely and powerfully, like the pulse of the world, the countdown to the end of the world. Chapter 1084. Late at night, the moonlight was as cold as a veil, covering the ruins of the Red Palace. On the arrogant throne at the top of the palace, Prince Kai slowly raised his eyes, and there were figures on the 6 thrones under his feet, including Gao Xinshin, who had flown away in anger before, and had to come back obediently. She got a new set of clothes from somewhere, a loose black sweater on the upper body, straight jeans and sneakers on the lower body. She put on a hoodie to cover her entire face, revealing only her pointed chin and 2 ponytails. She hugged her legs with her hands, huddled on the throne, and said nothing, like a girl who ran away from home after a tantrum with her parents, and could only stay on a bench in the park late at night. Greedy, how did you become like this? The speaker was Mark. The old man's dementia caused by a stroke was gone. His eyes were sharp, his naked upper body was full of tendons. He wore a pair of wide black boxing shorts, a red boxing cape on his shoulders, and bloody white bandages on his hands. He opened his arms and crossed his legs. His old and thin face was half hidden in the shadows, as if carved by a knife. The boxing champion, who was the only one in his youth, was back. Sitting on the throne of greed opposite Mark was a corpse. It was the dead Li. She took off her shroud, and the evil black mist was wrapped around her body. Black feathers also grew in many parts of her body, like a retro evening dress. Her pale legs were exposed, with dense red vertical eyes on them. Each eyeball was busy turning, as if there were endless things to spy on. Gulu. Li's eyebrows split open, and a vertical eye grew out, emitting a dim red light. Then, the muscles on the lower half of Li's face stiffened, his Adam's apple began to move, and the corpse made a cold voice. As you can see, this is the price of waking up early. Ha. Uncle Lu on the gluttony throne laughed hoarsely. He was wearing a black training suit, skinny, and his eyes were gray and turbid. You are still the same, rushing to do everything. This is called preparing for a rainy day, Li said. Giving up your body and parasitizing on the legs of an awakened person for so many years. Just thinking about it is troublesome. On the lazy throne, Hua Shu lay on his side, holding a pillow in his hand, looking like he was lying on the sofa in his living room, and he was just short of holding a remote control in his hand. It's not parasitism, it's possession. Li corrected. I'm not just possessing a pair of legs, it's everything about her. Who said it wasn't? Even her name was not spared. Wang Shu smiled. From the moment Greedy possessed Li, her name no longer existed in this world. Everyone forgot her real name, but didn't think there was anything wrong, as if she was born without a full name, just a person with the surname Li. A name is not just a name, it is an identity, a position, and a destiny. Li turned his head stiffly and looked around at his companions. If it weren't for the King of Horns, you would have forgotten your own names. But I won't, I will never forget who I am. Greedy, confused, if you want me to possess men, many men, hee. Zhou Qing on the throne of lust smiled. She lay on her side like Hua Shu, but her movements were more enchanting and charming, her eyes were blurred and charming. She was naked, only a few dark purple scales covered her privacy, like the legendary succubus. Li showed a stiff and disdainful sneer. This person's profit is in line with my ability, and it is easier to use. In addition, her identity is also suitable for muddying the water. Gao Xinshin, curled up on the throne of jealousy, lifted the hood of her sweater and glared at Li fiercely. You actually slandered my brother as a curse abyss and hurt him badly. I'm just completing my mission. Li looked sideways at the blonde boy on the arrogant throne. It's a pity that your brother has a brother who is too powerful. He has ruined my good deeds many times, otherwise the heir of God would be dead. TSK, Gao Xinshin looked down on him. Only the weak play conspiracies and tricks. Haha, well said. Mark laughed heartily. There are no absolute weaklings in this world, only losers who underestimate the enemy. Li was not angry. God's heir? Zhou Qing's eyes were almost filled with desire. She put one hand on her lips and rubbed her legs gently. I can't wait. Lust, I warn you, Gao Yan is mine, don't be too careful. Gao Xinshin said. Oh! Zhou Qing said coquettishly, waving her hand. Why are you so stingy? We can enjoy good things together. Sorry, I have mysophobia. Gao Xinshin smiled with a fake smile. Hee. Zhou Qing covered her mouth and laughed. It's really boring. Ha Wangshu yawned and stretched. Seeing that you are all so motivated, I feel relieved. If there is nothing else, I will go home and sleep. After a short silence, the 6 dead beasts all looked up tacitly, and looked at the blond boy on the arrogant throne. Arrogant, what is your plan for gathering everyone here? Mark was eager to try. Wang Zikai looked up at the 6 people at his feet nonchalantly. There is no plan, you can do whatever you want. I called you here with only one order. Don't touch Gao Yang, his life belongs to me. Arrogant, Li said indifferently. Don't underestimate the heir of God. I have tried various methods, but I still can't peek into his fate. Greedy. Wang Zikai interrupted impatiently, squinting his eyes, leaning forward with his elbows against his thighs, and said contemptuously, Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Li stopped talking because he couldn't say anything at all. In an instant, the 6 dead beasts felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if a golden palace was pressing on their backs, making them unable to raise their heads, and could only surrender. Wang Zikai raised the corner of his mouth. I have never underestimated anyone. I have always sincerely believed that everyone here, including everyone else, is garbage. Wang Zikai retracted his forward body, and the golden palace that pressed down on the 6 people disappeared immediately, and everyone could finally raise their heads. Wang Zikai leaned back, opened his arms, crossed his legs, and looked weary. That's enough, get out of here. Chapter 1085. When Gao Yang woke up, he found himself in darkness. Soon, he realized that something was wrong. It was not darkness around him, but a strange space. His front and back did not exist. It was not accurate to say that they did not exist. Although they existed, Gao Yang could not perceive them or cross them. If he had to describe it, Gao Yang seemed to be caught in a gap between 2 cliffs. Every inch of the gap was absolutely fitted to Gao Yang, tightly embedded. Although the front and back did not exist, Gao Yang could clearly feel that the space in the 4 directions of up, down, left and right existed. Gao Yang tried to turn his head. He did it, but it seemed that he did not really move. It felt very strange. There was a white line on his left. Because there was no perspective, the white line looked very far away from him, but also seemed very close, like a vertical horizon. In fact, this line segment was all that Gao Yang could see. In this white horizon, there is a black line segment, which is about the same height as Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked closely, and found that the color of this black line segment was dark and light, and it was shaking slightly. You are awake. The black line segment spoke, and its voice was very strange, similar to Johan's voice transmission, which was directly transformed into a signal and transmitted to Gao Yang's brain. Gao Yang's mind moved, and the language in his brain was also transformed into information and transmitted to the black line segment. Since the other party's voice had no characteristics, Gao Yang continued to ask, Who are you? Bai Li. The black line segment replied, I am in your diary? Gao Yang had already guessed the answer. Yes, we are in the 2-dimensional world. The shaking black line became longer and clearer. Bai Li was approaching Gao Yang. Of course, it is not a real 2-dimensional world, but a space that is infinitely close to the 2-dimensional world. I roughly understand. Gao Yang found that he was quite calm. It might be the side effect of the powerful tranquilizer, or it might be that the 2-dimensional state affected his mental state. You must have a lot of questions to ask me, Bai Li said. Gao Yang was silent. Before the change, he wanted to catch Bai Li and ask him for 3 days and 3 nights, but now, he found that the only question he cared about was only one. Mr. Bai Li. Just call me Bai Li. Bai Li, you said that we are the only hope of the world. Then is the dead beast the opposite of hope? Gao Yang asked. What you want to ask is, do we have to kill the dead beast? Gao Yang was silent. Of course, I have my conclusion, but I can't tell you. I can only tell you part of the truth I know. You have to draw your own conclusions and make decisions. Gao Yang was still silent. Suddenly, the black line in front of him disappeared. Gao Yang felt the whole space tremble slightly, and there was a rustling sound of wind coming from the front. 2 seconds later, Bai Li appeared in front of him. He was no longer a black line, but a slowly unfolding flat portrait, a middle-aged man in a white coat. But this state only lasted for a moment, and then Bai Li entered Gao Yang's eyes and disappeared, but Gao Yang felt that his body, or more precisely, the body composed of lines, became more complicated. It was as if the shadow cut out by a branch and leaves covered the shadow cut out by another branch, and the 2 shadows became one shadow. What's going on? Gao Yang asked. Hee, I guess someone is playing a prank, Bai Li said. In I country, southern desert, Dr. Jia's old laboratory. The almost emptied basement was very empty, with dozens of people staying inside. All awakened people except Long immediately disguised themselves, and rushed to an country from different official routes after receiving the text message. This was also the emergency shelter plan prepared by everyone at the beginning. Fortunately, the dead beast did not immediately look for and hunt the awakened people after waking up. Everyone arrived in an country smoothly and gathered in Dr. Jia's old laboratory. Of course, this is not a place to stay for a long time. The follow-up plan will be discussed after Gao Yang wakes up. At this time, Zhang Wei, Dr. Jia, and Gregor were gathered around a small round table. On the table was Bailey Yi's diary. The diary was open from the middle. On a piece of paper were two people, Gao Yang and Bailey Yi's simple line drawings. Look, you two. Zhang Wei discovered something. He moved. Sure enough, Gao Yang in the diary opened his eyes, and at the same time, Bailey Yi's mouth began to open and close beside him, as if he was talking. Then the two began to communicate, and in Zhang Wei's eyes, it was like a stop-motion animation. Interesting. Dr. Jia stared at the two people in the diary. The painter is really interesting. I will study it carefully later. Zhang Wei had also been in the diary, and thinking of that magical experience, he couldn't help asking, Dr. Jia, do people in the two-dimensional world see everything as a line segment? About the same. Dr. Jia answered. People in the two-dimensional world can never see each other's full appearance, and can't really hug each other. It's quite lonely when you think about it. Gregor has been a little sentimental recently. What's the big deal? Many people in the three-dimensional world are the same. Zhang Wei said. Ha ha ha. Gregor just felt his knees hurt, pretending to be surprised. There can't really be such a person. This is too miserable. Hug. Dr. Jia thought this idea was very interesting. Theoretically, it can't be done, but as long as people in the three-dimensional world interfere, people in the two-dimensional world can also hug. How to interfere? Zhang Wei didn't understand. Look. Dr. Jia took the diary and folded a page in half, just enough to overlap the two images of Gao Yang and Bailey Yi. Done. Damn. Zhang Wei was amazed. So simple? It's that simple. Dr. Jia laughed. What creatures in the two-dimensional world can't do in their entire lives, the three-dimensional world can easily help them do it. This is called dimensionality reduction attack. Thinking like this, the three-dimensional world is better. Zhang Wei said. What a bullshit. Dr. Jia talked freely. There are too many limitations. The most intuitive point is that we are all prisoners of time, of course, except for space-time ghost. The four-dimensional world looks at us just like we look at the two-dimensional world. With a fold, we can let the people in the two-dimensional world hug us. The four-dimensional world can also flip through every time point from our birth to death, with just a small move. They can stay at any time point they want, and stay as long as they want. The concept of life and death does not exist at all. Zhang Wei began to daydream. It's amazing. If I could stay in the happiest time forever, it would be so cool. Look at your lack of ability. Gregor looked contemptuous. Why are you pretending to be a saint? Don't you want to? Zhang Wei asked a soul-searching question. Gregor tried to imagine the great joy he felt when he wrote a satisfactory paragraph of a novel. If he could stay in that joy forever. Gregor gave a thumbs up. It's so cool. Haha, the four-dimensional world is nothing. Theoretically, there are worlds with higher dimensions, 5 dimensions, 6 dimensions, and even 10 dimensions. Just as Dr. Jia was about to talk, 2 white lights flew out of the diary with a swish. The 2 portraits in the diary disappeared, and the living Bailey Yi and Gao Yang appeared in front of everyone. For a moment, all the sounds in the underground laboratory disappeared, and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Gao Yang and Bailey Yi at the same time. Soon, all eyes stayed on the face of the black-haired boy. That was their spiritual leader, their map guide, and someone they could rely on and trust no matter how desperate they were. Everyone already knew what Gao Yang had experienced, and they were all very worried about Gao Yang's mental state. Everyone wanted to say something, but found that nothing was appropriate. Even Zhang Wei, who was always confident and talkative, was hesitant to speak. Finally, Zhuge walked out of the crowd and said softly, Gao Yang, if you feel tired, you can rest for a while, don't force yourself. Thank you, I'm fine now. Gao Yang's face was calm, and his voice was a little low. How long did I sleep? Almost 3 days. Zhuge said. Gao Yang thought for a while, and nodded. He came to the middle of the crowd and looked around everyone. What happened 3 days ago was my serious dereliction of duty, which almost caused a disaster. I'm sorry. You don't have to blame yourself too much. We may not do better if we were in your place. Zhuge comforted. Don't speak for this guy. Do, who was holding a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, and he was angry. Failure to do one's job is failure to do one's job. there is no way to wash it. Gao Yang nodded. I accept the criticism. Gao Yang, this will not happen again. Do you hear me? Do Hu said sternly. This will not happen again. Gao Yang promised. Okay. Do Hu walked forward and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. As a friend, I have to say that you are really fucking miserable. I am always here to accompany you for a drink. Let's do it another day. Gao Yang turned sideways and looked at everyone. Since everyone is here, let's have a meeting. Chapter 1086. The word meeting cheered everyone up. The familiar young leader is back. He did not lose heart or change his original intention because of the dead beast incident. He is still leading everyone to chase the dawn, and the night before dawn is definitely the darkest. Gao Yang briefly learned about the current situation from Zhu Ke. Long is still hibernating, Tiango and Xiao Xian are in a coma because of the price of equivalent exchange, and Bailey has been staying in the diary before Gao Yang wakes up. Gao Yang looked at Bailey. Bailey, are you here to help us? Bailey nodded. Yes, but my help is extremely limited. Gao Yang asked, why? Bailey smiled. This topic cannot be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. Then talk slowly. Gao Yang made a decision. Bailey, if possible, you can host this meeting. Each of us has many questions to ask you. Obedience is worse than respect. Bailey smiled. He was not in a hurry to get to the point. He raised his hand to look at his watch. There should be enough time. Can we go to the ground to talk? Staying in the diary all year round makes me miss open places. Okay. Gao Yang nodded, and then added, everyone wear more clothes. The desert is cold at night. Within 10 minutes, everyone went up to the ground from the underground laboratory. Late at night, the stars above our heads gathered into a purple Milky Way, and the cold moonlight sprinkled on the undulating and quiet sand dunes, like the gentle wrinkles of Mother Earth sleeping on the blue sheets. We found a windproof desert hinterland and sat down with our backs against a sand dune, as if we were sitting in a trapezoidal classroom. Most people were wearing coats or blankets, and many were holding drinks and snacks, looking down at their phones or whispering to each other, like a group of college students. Bailey stood in front of everyone, smiling, like a good-tempered teacher of an unpopular elective course. Is everyone like this? Bailey asked. Except Long, Tengu, and Xiao Xian, they are all here. Shining counted the number of people. Gao Yang sat among the crowd. He was not sure if Bailey was reminding them on purpose, but it suddenly reminded him of someone. Gao Yang stood up. There is still one person missing. Who? Shining really couldn't think of anyone else. Could it be that a new awakener had appeared? Gao Yang didn't answer. His body suddenly Gaussian blurred, and then split into a clone. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Gao Yang's clone said, grabbing Gao Yang's arm. Swish. Gao Yang's clone activated space group migration and disappeared with Gao Yang, leaving only a strong wind and everyone's blank eyes. Leicheng, a single apartment. The light luxury style of the house is very messy, with women's clothes and daily necessities everywhere. Despite this, the house is not dirty and the air is fresh, because the hostess of the house never eats, drinks, defecates or urinates, and takes a bath every day. At this moment, the woman has just finished taking a bath, wearing a set of bear-printed silk pajamas and a blue moisture-proof headgear, like a blue mushroom on her head. The woman has a moisturizing mask on her face, and a few strands of wet silver hair fall down and stick to her white neck. Recently, Bai Lu has become addicted to online novels again. This hobby is staged. Sometimes she will suddenly become addicted for a while, then stop reading for a long time, and then become addicted again for a while, and so on. Since living alone, Bai Lu has tried many new things to pass the time, such as growing flowers, making handicrafts, learning musical instruments, playing mahjong, and even going to the community park to dance square dance. But none of these lasted long. Last week, Bai Lu accidentally opened a novel and was hooked again. Bai Lu is usually very elegant and dignified, but once she is addicted to novels, her temperament changes drastically. She reads almost day and night, sitting for a while, lying for a while, lying for a while, squatting for a while, and her reading posture changes from time to time. At this moment, Bai Lu unknowingly sat on the sofa, with her legs spread apart and resting on the back of the sofa, her head hanging upside down on the edge of the sofa seat, and her whole body turned into a twisted Y. Bai Lu was so engrossed in reading that she turned the pages of her mobile phone while talking to herself. Don't. Please don't. Ah? You have to write it like this, right? Okay. What defense are you writing? I beg you to go get treatment if you are sick? Swish. A strong airflow exploded in the room, causing a gust of wind, blowing the clothes in the room all over the sky. Bai Lu, who was hanging upside down on the sofa, had her anti-humidity headgear opened, and her smooth silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, spreading on the ground like water grass. The moisturizing mask on her face was also open for the most part, hanging comically at the edge of her mouth, like a torn human skin mask. Her image was messy, and she still maintained a strange upside-down posture, holding a mobile phone in one hand and picking her toes with the other. A second later, she saw the visitor clearly. It was Gao Yang who was standing upside down. Or two, Gao Yang and his clone also saw Bai Lu on the sofa at the first time. For a moment, he wondered if he had entered the wrong room. The air was quiet for a few seconds, and no one knew how to break the situation. Finally, Gao Yang and his clone responded and disappeared in a flash. 10 seconds later, there was a polite knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Plop. Bai Lu rolled off the sofa. She got up in a panic and rushed into the cloakroom. 5 minutes later, the door of the apartment opened. The woman inside the door was wearing a red cord dress, black stilettos, black lace gloves, silver hair shawl, red eyes, and red lips. The noble, elegant, and beautiful Bai Lu was back. Bai Lu's eyes were cold, exuding sharp resentment. Driven by the desire to survive, Gao Yang quickly explained, "I was going to teleport to your door, but the distance was too far, and the transmission accuracy was biased." "What are you talking about? Haven't you been outside the door all the time?" Bai Lu's voice was soft but cold, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Gao Yang was stunned. "Yes. What do you want to talk to me about?" Bai Lu asked. "I mentioned Bailey E to you before. Do you still remember him?" Bai Lu was surprised. "He showed up." Gao Yang nodded. "Yes, he should know a lot of things. We are about to have a meeting, and I think you shouldn't miss it. Let's go." Bai Lu walked out of the room, closed the door, and took the initiative to extend her hand. Gao Yang held Bai Lu's hand, and then held Gao Yang's clone's hand, and the three of them disappeared in a surge of energy. Swish. Gao Yang reappeared in the desert of Nigua, stirring up a cloud of dust. Soon the dust dissipated, and everyone saw the people clearly: Gao Yang, Gao Yang's clone, and Bai Lu. Gao Yang glanced at his clone. "You keep watch." "Okay." Gao Yang's clone moved closer to Qining in an instant, patted her shoulder, and then went to the top of the sand dune, sat cross-legged, and began to sense the situation within a few kilometers around. "Oh, isn't this Miss Bai Lu?" Dr. Jia's eyes lit up when he saw Bai Lu. He rubbed his hands together and smiled as he went to meet her. "What brings you here?" Chapter 1087. Bai Lu looked at Dr. Jia with disdain. "Did you run out of blood? Or active energy?" "Hee, to be honest, it's all gone." Dr. Jia smiled embarrassedly. "Look, since you're here, can you give me more?" "No." Bai Lu refused. "Why?" Dr. Jia was anxious. "Because I have no character." Bai Lu sneered. "Hey you." Dr. Jia looked at Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, this woman is too petty. She has no pattern at all." Gao Yang glanced at Dr. Jia. "Dr. Jia, I'm not her leader, you beg me, and I have to beg her too." Dr. Jia was stunned and immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. He immediately turned around and bowed to Bai Lu. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said you had no character before. I apologize to you." "I accept the apology." Bai Lu nodded slightly. "Then can you?" "No." "Why?" Dr. Jia was anxious. "Because I'm petty." Bai Lu sneered. Dr. Jia was stunned, and immediately bowed again. This time his head almost dropped. "Sorry. I'm the one who said you were petty, but I'm the one who's really petty. I hope you can forgive me, and don't treat me like a person of low quality." Bai Lu smiled with satisfaction. She looked around. "Aren't we going to have a meeting? Why don't we even have a seat?" "Yes, yes, yes." Dr. Jia looked around, rushed into the crowd, picked up Lele, and snatched the small folding chair under her but Lele felt wronged. "Hey, that's mine." "Shut up." Dr. Jia glared at her. Dr. Jia trotted over and put the folding chair at Bai Lu's feet. "Miss Bai Lu, please. I'm afraid you catch a cold, so I asked someone to warm it up for you first." Bai Lu snorted coldly and sat down gracefully. She put her hands together on her knees, looked straight ahead, and said in a cold tone, "You can ask Gao Yang to get it tomorrow. Don't show it in front of me." "Okay." I disappear immediately. Dr. Jia ran away happily. He returned to the side of, completely ignoring the other's resentment. He sat down, snatched, and ate happily. At this moment, no one is happier than Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia wanted to know the mystery of Bailey E, and the truth he knew. It is no exaggeration to say that if you hear it in the morning, you can die in the evening. Lao Gu start. Dr. Jia urged. That word is pronounced E, and it's a genius. Gregor squatted on the sand, wrapped in a brown blanket, holding a bottle of Coke in both hands. His hair was messy like a chicken coop, and from a distance, it really looked like a small earthen grave with weeds. He should be calling him brother. Johann, who was standing next to Glicko, spoke. He was wrapped in a gray jacket with the zipper pulled to his chin, and a parrot that imitated his voice was perched on his shoulder. Brother. 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 Are you two so familiar with each other? John Wei laughed. What do you know? Brother Bailey and I hit it off right away. Dr. Jia began to get close to him. Brother, how old are you? Bailey smiled. According to the timeline, I'm almost 300 years old. When this was said, everyone was in an uproar. Oh my god, so long-lived. Isn't the mist world only 100 years old? How can you live that long? Are you immortal? Is the mist world reincarnating? Are we the last awakeners? Everyone had a lot of questions in their mind, and they all started asking at once, causing chaos. Stop, stop, stop. Silence. Everyone be quiet. Dohu couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the small speaker that Huiche carried with him and shouted. Everyone quieted down. Dohu walked to Bailey again and raised the small speaker. Everyone. I understand your feelings, but it's too inefficient to continue chatting like this. Let's let Brother Bailey speak first, and then ask questions after he finishes speaking. Is it right? Yes. Everyone said in unison. Very good. Dohu handed the small speaker to Bailey. Come on, start talking. Bailey took a look at the speaker and gave it back to Dohu. I'm not used to using this, and if you want me to talk, I don't know where to start. When Gao Yang told his father Gao Shou the truth, he also experienced a similar situation. There were too many things, and it was too messy, so he had to find a starting point. How about this? Gao Yang snapped his fingers, and a ball of fire immediately appeared in the middle of the crowd, like a small bonfire. Everyone come and sit over here. Everyone sat down around the bonfire without asking any more questions, and it was immediately much warmer. Gao Yang also sat down. Start with me. Each person asks a question. Bailey only answers the question, without further extension, and it will unfold in this way. Ha ha. I think it's okay. Zhang Wei was very excited. Very good. Lei also agreed. This way everyone has a sense of participation, and everyone's focus is different, which can avoid information blind spots to the greatest extent. It really feels good. Hong Xiaoxiao moved her body and sat next to Nana. She remembered the time when she was a child listening to her grandfather tell ghost stories, and she was both excited and scared. TSK, Nana folded her hands, looking disdainful. With the experience of last time, she had decided that no matter what profound and complex knowledge she heard tonight, she would show a superior attitude and not let others see that she had no culture. Meng Yang slept in the spacious arms of the dead pig, and Wang Weiyin was wrapped in a blanket by Jingshu. The two children blinked their big eyes expectantly, just thinking it was fun. Others also found their own comfortable sitting positions, and got ready. The flames burned, and the light jumped on everyone's face, spreading a piece of warmth. Behind them was the cold night wind, and the desolate desert, and above their heads was the deep night sky, and the lonely galaxy. Bailey, Gao Yang, Qin Ling, Do Hu, Shu Kei, Jiu Han, Nana, Hong Xiaoxiao, Chening, Kuyu, Yashark, Lulu, Gregor, Dr. Jia, Shi, Bumblebee, Qi Feng, Lao 7, Wei Xiaoluo, Xiao Qing Kai, Zhang Wei, Wang Weiyin, Paho, Dead Pig, Cute Sheep, Jun Ma, Hung Mu Muzi 2, and He Gu, Hui Che, Lin Fu, Canary, Chu Yu, Ting Ting, Jing Shu, De Ji, Lu Ding, Han Cicada, Jiang Hao Tofu, Anonymous, Sa Qing, Tang Kuda, Bai Lu. Except for the three who have not woken up, all the awakened people, and the only ghosts known in the misty world are here. A bonfire night talk ignited at the note of fate, and under the starry sky officially began. Gao Yang took a deep breath and asked the first question, which was also the one that everyone was most concerned about. Chapter 1088. Bailey, you said you are the only survivor in history. What do you mean? Your 100-year foggy world is only one generation. There were many generations before. Bailey finished answering. This answer was obviously not enough, but according to the rules set by Gao Yang, Bailey only answered the question itself. Sure enough, Dohu couldn't wait to add a question. You said we are the last hope of the world. Does that mean we are the last generation? I think so. Bailey answered. If this generation ends, where will we go? Zhu Ke asked the third question following the previous question. Bailey slowly shook his head. There will be no place to go. Everyone was mentally prepared for this answer, and was not too surprised. It was Johan's turn to ask questions. Zhang Wei, who was sitting opposite, kept winking at Johan. Johan understood and asked the question that Zhang Wei cared about the most. I want to know, does the gate of the end really exist? Bailey thought for a moment and met Johan's gaze. Can I understand what you call the gate of the end as a hope to save the world? Yes, Johan said. Bailey smiled faintly. Then I can answer you, it exists. Everything I do is for this. Great. There is really hope. Everyone's sacrifice was not in vain. The crowd was in turmoil. This answer was extremely inspiring and warmer than the bonfire in front of them. Silence. Silence. Dou Hu controlled the scene. Everyone suppressed their excitement and soon calmed down. Johan continued to ask. The question just now was asked by Zhang Wei. Now it's my turn. Please go ahead. Mr. Bailey, I noticed that you have been emphasizing saving the world, not saving humanity. Personally, I don't have to live in this place. As long as they can survive, it doesn't matter where they go. Johan paused and continued, I don't know if I have expressed it clearly. I think that as long as humans fight for their own survival, they don't have to fight for the world. What's the point of more people dying to save the world? Bailey focused slightly, his eyes moving. It seems that Gao Yang is right to use this question and answer method, which can expose many problems. It seems that there are still many differences in basic concepts between us, and we have to unify them first. Everyone was silent, waiting for the next words. Bailey gently pushed the glasses on his nose. In your cognition, humans do not belong to this foggy world. The gate of the end symbolizes hope, an escape route. You don't care about this false and short-lived foggy world at all. You can go to the real and eternal real world. Yes. Johan wanted to say something else, but he realized that he had finished asking the question. Isn't it so? Qing Ling took over the conversation. This was her question. Based on my current understanding. Bailey was silent for several seconds. His melancholy eyes revealed a hint of regret. It's not so. The scene fell silent. Only Dr. Jia stared at Bailey. He was getting more and more excited. The truth of the world was getting more and more interesting. Bailey looked around at everyone beside the campfire and said solemnly, Everyone, the foggy world is the only world. There is no world outside the world. Haha, it's really interesting. Dr. Jia was so happy. Impossible. How is this possible? Zhang Wei jumped up excitedly. Brother Bailey, are you kidding? Zhang Wei. Gao Yang called softly. I'm sorry. Zhang Wei hurriedly apologized and sat down immediately, his face flushed. Everyone's mood was like a roller coaster, just soaring into the sky, and now falling to the bottom. Everyone can understand why Zhang Wei is so excited, because Bailey Yi's answer just confirmed what Qilin said. The gate of the end does not exist at all. Qilin knew long ago that humans had nowhere to escape and no way to do anything, so he chose the extreme Euro plan. Teacher Bailey, I don't quite understand. Hong Xiaoxiao raised her hand weakly. Didn't you say there are many classes? Each class is a world, right? Even if we are the last class, there have been other worlds before, but you said that our world is the only world. That's a good question. Bailey praised. Hong Xiaoxiao blushed, put down her hand quickly, and pursed her lips. For me, this is easy to understand, but for you, it is really hard to understand. Let me tell you the conclusion first. Bailey raised his voice moderately. There has always been only one world. I, you, other humans, and even all living things, are in the same world, which is the world under our feet. But the world line of this world, or the timeline, has been cut off and turned into many worlds. Each world is called a class, just like an earthworm, cut into several pieces, and then turned into several independent earthworms. Haha, that's it. Dr. Jia was very excited and figured out a lot of things. Others seemed to understand but were shocked. Only Gao Yang remained silent. As a person who traveled through time, he could not be completely convinced of this conclusion. But think about it carefully, is his travel necessarily real? Besides, the concept of multiple universes should not be within the scope of Bailey Yi's discussion. What Bailey Yi wants to say is, as far as this universe is concerned, it is unique. If Gao Yang suddenly throws out the concept of travel, not only will he not get an answer, but it will only make the problem more confusing. He decided to listen to Bailey Yi's words first. At this moment, Bailey Yi stood up with a magic chalk made of energy in his hand. He drew lightly, and a golden line segment immediately appeared above the campfire. He continued to gesture, and cut the line segment into 7 segments of different lengths. The leftmost line segment is the longest, about 1 meter, and then it shortens in turn, and the rightmost line segment is only a few centimeters long. Bailey explained with images. The world is like this line segment, and the 100-year foggy world you are in is the last line segment. Bailey gently waved the chalk, and the second to last line segment was twisted out of the sheet, which was about 20 centimeters, and I am the human being of this generation, and this generation has 300 years. Everyone nodded and basically understood what Bailey said. Chinning finished counting the line segments and asked a question. So there are only 7 generations in total? The history and truth of this world cannot be passed on completely and systematically. Based on my understanding, I can only say that there are at least 7 generations. Chinning nodded, staring at the last line, still a little unbelievable, and we are the last class. Chinning, let's talk about this later. Dr. Jia was anxious. Let's go back to this earthworm theory first, Brother Bailey. Can you talk about why this is the case? Dr. Jia broke the rules, but Gao Yang and Do who didn't stop him. This is indeed the most concerned issue. Bailey also had the same intention. What I am going to say next is not my personal speculation, but the truth that countless predecessors have exchanged for their lives. At least, it is the truth closest to the truth. Bailey began to wave the magic chalk in his hand again. On the blackboard above the bonfire, an apple sketched with white lines immediately appeared, and this apple showed a 3-dimensional effect no matter from which angle it was viewed. It slowly rotated, as if showing everyone, it is an apple. Now, imagine this world as an apple. Bailey raised his other hand, made a circle, and pulled it to the side, as if he was using PS software. Another apple was immediately copied on the blackboard. It was exactly the same as the first apple, but it was made up of gray lines, and was dark pink under the reflection of the campfire. The right one is a white apple. It is healthy and nutritious. The left one is a gray apple. It is rotten and broken. Now there is an apple on the apple tree. Before it is picked, it may be a good apple or a rotten apple. No one knows, right? Everyone nodded while digesting Bailey's words. Now, this apple on the tree is very lucky. It is a good apple with delicious flesh. As for the nutrients in the flesh, they don't think there is anything wrong with it. They think apples should be good by nature. Apples are the world, and nutrition is humans. Gao Yang said. Yes. Bailey smiled faintly and looked at the gray apple on the blackboard, but in fact, the apple may have been a rotten apple from the beginning, and there is no nutrition in rotten apples. So in a rotten world, humans cannot survive? Gregor spoke. No. Bailey shook his head. To be precise, there is no nutrition at all in rotten apples, and there are no humans in a rotten world. To put it further, humans only exist in a good world, not in a rotten world. To put it further, humans only exist under the possibility and premise that the world is a good world. Ah! What are you talking about? Gonali grabbed his hair hard and wailed in pain. My brain is going to explode. Very good, you have run out of questions. Dr. Jia has no patience for stupid people. Humph, ignorant humans. Nana folded her hands with disdain. Very good, you have run out of questions. Dr. Jia treated everyone equally, and he looked at Bailey with a smile. After all this time, the world is a wave function. What wave? Zhang Wei was a little confused. Do you know about wave-particle duality? Dr. Jia said. Glass? What glass? Zhang Wei was even more confused. Gao Yang's voice was cold. You can understand that everything is probability, and the world is also probability. After listening to Dr. Jia's missed observation theory last time, Gao Yang went to make up for some related physics knowledge and learn some basics. Ha ha. Gao the translator is back for a limited time. Dohu joked. Chapter 1089. Many people have already cast their eyes for help. Gao Yang knew that he could not refuse this translation work. He thought for a moment and tried to explain. Let's take apples as an example. Before an apple falls from a tree, it is either a good apple or a rotten apple. Good apples have nutritional value, and these nutritional values are all living things, including humans. On the contrary, rotten apples have no nutritional value, and all living things do not exist in the beginning. Is this all right? Gao Yang asked. Zhang Wei nodded. I understand this. Okay, continue. Gao Yang nodded. Wave-particle duality means that light is both a wave form and a particle form. The magic chalk appeared in Bailey's hand again. He waved his hand, and circles of diffuse waves appeared above the campfire, and on the other side, beams of light composed of small particles appeared, which made it easier for everyone to understand intuitively. Gao Yang stood up and pointed at the two forms of light above his head. Before people observe light, they will get two results. Light is a wave or light is a particle, depending on the different observation methods. Then, when people do not observe light, light is in a superposition state of waves and particles. In human terms, light has a certain probability of being a wave and a certain probability of being a particle, so light is both a wave and a particle. Back to the apple on the tree, it is similar to the situation of light. It is both a good apple and a bad apple. If it is a good apple, nutrition, human beings, exists, and if it is a bad apple, nutrition, human beings, does not exist. Not bad. Dr. Jia nodded in approval. Zhang Wei, an apple is good if it is good and bad if it is bad. How can it be both good and bad? I understood the previous part, but I don't understand this part. Haha, you are also in a superposition state of both understanding and not understanding. Dou joked. Uncle Hu, do you understand? Zhang Wei was not convinced. Nonsense, isn't it enough to have a brain? Dou was very proud. Zhang Wei stopped talking. Zhang Wei, you accept this setting first. Gao Yang continued. In short, the apples are now in a superposition state of both good and bad, so the nutrients on the apples, that is, us humans, are also in a superposition state of both existence and non-existence. Gao Yang looked at Bailey Yi. Am I understanding it correctly? Basically correct, but there are discrepancies in the details. Bailey Yi nodded and waved his hand. The two apples on the blackboard appeared again and merged into one. Their lines jittered at a high frequency, and the lines were white and gray, constantly switching, becoming extremely unstable. Everyone, our world was originally a good apple on a branch. It had delicious flesh and nutritional value. This state was certain. But one day, something happened that we couldn't understand. The apple fell from the branch. During the long process of it falling to the ground, it entered a superposition state of both good and bad. The nutrients on the apple naturally entered a superposition state of both existence and non-existence. When humans entered a superposition world, they gradually realized that something was wrong. Humans discovered that the world was changed by some incomprehensible powerful force. Who and what the master behind this power was, humans had no way of knowing. Humans gave it a name, the greedy snake. Oh, very appropriate. Dr. Jia was the first to follow the train of thought. You can imagine the greedy snake as a worm that got into a good apple and nibbled the good apple bit by bit. Note that the snake is not eating the apple itself. It is not eating the apple bite by bite. Instead, it is eating the probability that the apple is a good apple bite by bite, and converting it into the probability that the apple is a bad apple. The apple is not missing at all, but the healthy flesh is rotting. Missed. Zhu Ke coldly said this word that everyone is familiar with, but now it is extremely unfamiliar. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and even the warm firelight could not stop the coldness that spread from the heels to the bones of the whole body. That's right. Bailey nodded. The embodiment of a rotten apple is fog. The flesh of a rotten apple is also flesh, but it has no nutritional value, which means there are no humans. But a rotten apple is also an apple. The apple will not disappear, and the world will not disappear. It is humans that disappear. Wait, let me sort it out. Dou who couldn't keep up a little bit. He rubbed his temple with the hand holding the cigarette. You mean, this thing called snake first turns a good apple into a superposition state of both a good apple and a rotten apple, and then, it gradually reduces the probability of the apple being a good apple, and gradually increases the probability of the apple being a bad apple, until the probability of the former becomes 0, and the probability of the latter becomes 100. Suzaku added with a trembling voice. When the apple falls to the ground, the superposition state disappears, and the good apple becomes a bad apple. This time limit is 2020 in the foggy world. Bai Li nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a mural with lines appeared above the bonfire. The content of the mural changed slowly, like a stop-motion animation. There is a good apple hanging on the apple tree. A gust of wind blew, and the apple fell from the heavy branch. During the landing, the apple switched states at high speed, becoming both a good apple and a rotten apple. A few seconds later, the apple fell to the ground, and it was already a rotten apple. For a moment, everyone had a more intuitive understanding, and felt that this scene was both magical and weird. Dr. Jia became more and more excited, and slapped his thigh and jumped up. That makes sense. Xingxi and Nana took a stroll in the fog, and what they saw was our original world. We just briefly restored the probability of good apples in that place in those few minutes. Stop, stop, stop! Zhang Wei interrupted hurriedly. Dr. Jia, why don't you take a break and let Brother Yang come? I finally caught up with the idea. Once you say it, I have to become smart again. Agree. Let Captain Gao translate. Yes, easy to understand. Many people agreed. Gao Yang explained. What Dr. Jia meant is that the desert behind the fog has always existed and never disappeared. It just became a bad apple, that is, a world without humans. It is impossible for humans to enter the fog, because if humans enter the fog, then humans exist here, but the fog is a place where humans do not exist, which is a contradiction. Gao Yang continued, we know that only good apples have nutrition, humans, and rotten apples have no nutrition, humans. When good apples switch to bad apples, the nutrition is not lost or deteriorated, but directly changes from existence to non-existence. Everyone, this world has not been swallowed by the fog, nor has it really disappeared. It has just changed from a world with humans to a world without humans, from the given existence of humans to the given non-existence of humans. Humans cannot enter the fog, because humans can never reach the given non-existence of humans. But humans have nowhere to escape, because sooner or later the whole world will enter the non-existence of humans. In the established nature, there is no nutrition in rotten apples, and there are no humans in the foggy world. Bai Li nodded, and announced the final conclusion in a bleak voice. Humanity is not destroyed, but disappeared. The end of mankind is not death, but never existed. Silence. Pale and dead silence. Some people understood, some people seemed to understand, and some people understood less and less. But everyone felt an extreme despair. It turns out that the enemy facing mankind is not existence, but non-existence. The attack launched by the greedy snake on us may be the most essential blow to the universe. My teacher calls it. Bai Li raised his head and looked up at the beautiful Milky Way. His eyes were pessimistic, but not desperate. The probability is 0. Chapter 1090. After an unknown amount of silence, John Wei spoke. He laughed bitterly. I finally figured it out. Light is both a wave and a particle. If the probability of light being a wave is reduced to 0, then light can only be a particle. Humans may exist in the universe, or they may not exist in the universe. If the probability of human existence in the universe is reduced to 0, then humans do not exist. Wow! Hui Che curled up her legs, covered her face, and burst into tears. She had always had a poor mental tolerance. What should we do? Who is the enemy? Why do they treat us like this? We can't do anything at all. Gregor was dejected and clenched his fists. Gregor was not afraid of death. He considered himself an existentialist. As long as he had truly existed, thought, and created in this universe, it would be enough. Even if this planet was just a drop in the ocean, even if human civilization was just a moment in the universe, it was enough to have existed. He existed in this universe, and that was enough. But now he knew that soon, there would be no him in the universe. What a huge and hopeless nothingness. Gregor felt deeply frustrated and sad. Others were not much better. Everyone's morale had dropped to the lowest point. Dohu slapped his thigh, stood up, picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Okay. Halftime break. Everyone digest it first, and continue in 10 minutes. After Dohu finished speaking, he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, turned around, and climbed up the sand dune behind him. On the hill, Dohu turned his back to everyone, smoking in the cold wind, squinting his eyes, and looking at the dark blue sand dunes. He looked no different from usual. No one noticed that the two fingers holding the cigarette were trembling. Swish. There were footsteps behind Dohu, and Dohu immediately put the cigarette in his mouth and put his hands in his pockets. Give me one. The person who came was Zhu Kei, and she stood side by side with Dohu. If you don't, Xiao Yanyan will scold me again later. Dohu grinned. He approved it. Hurry up, Zhu Kei said. Dohu took out a shrunken cigarette box from his trouser pocket and threw it to Zhu Kei. Zhu Kei took out a cigarette and lit it with the half cigarette in Dohu's mouth. She took a puff, tilted her head slightly, and the smoke she exhaled immediately melted in the cold wind. Huh? Zhu Kei breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she was alive. She put her messy hair behind her ears and smiled bitterly. The probability is 0. It's true that you can learn until you die. Dohu also sneered. That's right. Are you afraid? Zhu Kei glanced at Dohu. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just uncomfortable. Dohu scratched his messy curly hair. I can't explain it clearly. Tell me about it. Zhu Kei became interested. If you have to explain it, it's like forgetting to bring toilet paper when you take a shit, and finally borrowing toilet paper from the brother in the opposite pit, and then you look down and find that your butt is gone. What a mess, a dog can't spit out ivory. Zhu Kei rolled his eyes, and then laughed. Dohu also laughed. The two stopped talking, smoking quietly, their thoughts floating in the desolate desert. On another small sand dune, Gao Yang sat cross-legged, seemingly thinking, or just in a daze. Qi Ling sat next to Gao Yang, and looked at the bonfire under his feet with him. It was break time, but there were many people around Bailey, just like students asking questions to the teacher after class. "What are you thinking about?" Qi Ling asked. "Thinking about what Qilin said." Gao Yang answered truthfully. "Which sentence?" Qi Ling asked. "Guess." Gao Yang deliberately didn't say. "No guess." Qi Ling said. "Just guess once." Qi Ling thought patiently and said, "Fight for survival." "Very close." "Got it, what he said to Zhang Wei." Qi Ling was very confident. Gao Yang nodded and slowly repeated. Qilin said that the ultimate mission of mankind is to exist. No matter what the price, mankind must exist. Qi Ling was silent, letting the night wind tease her short hair and pat her cheeks. "I finally understand why Qilin went crazy." Gao Yang grabbed a handful of sand. He is not Bailey, and he does not know the truth about the probability of zeroing. He just accidentally peeked at God, and used God to feel the probability of zeroing. Facing this incomprehensible and invincible nothingness, anyone would be afraid. Gao Yang clenched the sand, but the sand flowed away from his fingers faster. Qilin can't understand what he has experienced, let alone let us understand, but the fear is deep in his bones, tormenting him day and night. He must have been driven crazy by despair, so he came up with a stubborn Euro plan. Gao Yang was a little frustrated and a little scared. If it were me, I might be crazier than him. "But it's not you who peeked at God," Qi Ling said. "You are luckier than Qilin." Gao Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. "Qi Ling, what is luck? I didn't know before." Qi Ling looked up and met Gao Yang's eyes. "But after listening to Bailey's words, I have the answer." "What?" "Existence is luck." Gao Yang was startled. All previous awakeners died, but Bailey is still alive. "This is luck." "Qilin died, but you are still alive." "This is luck." "My sister." Qi Ling was silent. At least at this moment, at least in front of Gao Yang, she didn't want to deceive herself anymore. "My sister doesn't exist anymore, but I still exist. This is luck." Gao Yang's heart ached, but he didn't suppress it with spirit armor. Instead, he split his soul into two. One Gao Yang endured the sadness, and the other Gao Yang quietly observed. In this way, sadness would not completely defeat him. Gao Yang. Qi Ling's voice softened. "Everything has a price. As long as we still exist, no matter how painful and desperate we are, we can't give up, and we can't give up. This is the price of luck. This is the price of luck." Gao Yang repeated softly, and a warm courage inexplicably emerged in his heart. He looked at Qi Ling. "You are right, but there is one thing I disagree with." "Which one?" "Whether it is Qi Ling, Qilin, or all the dead people, they are still here." He grabbed Qi Ling's hand and placed it on his heart. "They are all here. As long as this world is still here, we are still here. As long as we are still here, the dead are still here. Since everything is a probability, then before the apple falls, the probability of existence of the living or dead people will not be truly zero. Qi Ling, we haven't lost yet." Qi Ling was stunned, with hot fragments of light flashing in the corners of her eyes. "Gao Yang, no matter what happens, I will be by your side to support you. I have only one request for you." "You say." "You must win." "I will try my best," Gao Yang said. Qi Ling suddenly leaned forward, grabbed Gao Yang's collar and pulled him towards her. Her forehead was pressed against Gao Yang's forehead, and her black hair was entangled in the night wind. "Try your best," Qi Ling said. "Try your best," Qi Ling said sternly. "Did you hear me?" "Okay, I promise you." Qi Ling felt relieved after getting Gao Yang's promise. She let go of Gao Yang's collar, stood up quickly, and walked down the dune quickly. "Let's go back." Chapter 1091. Classmates. Stop playing. It's time for class. In front of the bonfire, Dohu raised a small trumpet and shouted. This bonfire was not made by Gao Yang, but a real bonfire. Dohu considered that it would be a protracted war, and it was impossible for Gao Yang to consume energy all the time, so he sent Nana and Hong Xiaoxiao to the town across the river. With the combination of invisibility and size, he easily borrowed a lot of things. Firewood for making fire, blankets to keep warm, drinks, and various snacks. Dohu especially emphasized that he needed to get some peanuts to go with the wine, but unfortunately the supermarket that Nana sneaked into didn't have any, so he finally found a few bags of rice crust to replace them. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, and their bodies got closer and closer. as if they wanted to dispel the real coldness of the world by hugging together. Bailey was drinking a bottle of coffee. Seeing that everyone was ready, he spoke. Now that everyone understands the probability reset, I can briefly explain the whole story. Of course, the following is my and my teacher's speculation, which does not represent the absolute truth. Brother Bailey, don't be modest. Your speculation is wrong. What's the point of us playing? Zhang Wei held up a Coke and was very supportive. After all, he was a person with confidence and his mentality recovered quickly. This is not called modesty, this is called rigor. Dr. Jiao looked admiring, and was already Bailey's old fan. Okay, stop interrupting. Do who began to maintain order in the class. Bailey's eyes were jumping with fire. A long time ago, at least 10,000 years ago, the world was still good. Suddenly one day, the greedy snake appeared. No one knew what he was, where he came from, and what his purpose was. In short, he initiated a probability reset to the world, allowing the world to enter a superposition state of both good and bad. Additional explanation. The good world and the bad world are for humans. In essence, the world has no concept of good and bad. The foggy area can be understood as the form of the space of the good world after the probability is reset to zero. Humans can intuitively feel the existence of space, but not time. In fact, the time of the good world is also reset to zero by probability. Once again, it is emphasized that the world after the probability is reset to zero does not mean that it does not exist, but it has become a world where humans do not exist. When the probability is completely reset to zero, humans will never have existed. Bailey gave everyone some time to digest. Half a minute later, he continued, to help everyone better understand the subsequent content, we can simply imagine the fog as a greedy snake. It is swallowing up the space of the world bit by bit, and it is also swallowing up the time of the world bit by bit. I have a picture in my mind. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously. Others also expressed their understanding. Bailey continued, 10,000 years ago, fog appeared in this world. Humans did not take it seriously at first, because it was just a small area. Humans thought it was just some kind of mysterious area that could be explored sooner or later. As time went by, humans discovered that foggy areas were not only impossible to explore, but also began to appear randomly all over the world. The areas they swallowed became larger and larger, and all the creatures in those places disappeared. Humans realized the horror of fog and began to study it, because if left unchecked, sooner or later, fog would swallow the whole world. In addition, Song Dao existed from the beginning. We can understand him as the guardian of the world. In mythology, he is equivalent to the existence of the creator god. The legend about Song Dao is similar to other legends we have heard. Song Dao created this world with his own life and evolved 12 gods. After the death of the 12 gods, they left 12 powers, which are the 12 rune circuits. Ah, my brain is itchy. Gregor couldn't help complaining. I was listening to a science fiction story the second before, how come it became a myth the next second? This is just a way of saying it for your convenience. You can also imagine that an advanced civilization created this world, and left 12 high-tech crystals. Bailey smiled. History has been broken, and no one knows the truth. There are no other questions. I will continue. Go on. Gao Yang said. Because of the existence of the 12 runes, humans 10,000 years ago could use the energy of Song Dao. They were the earliest gifted people. A very small number of powerful gifted people could travel through time and space. They found that they could not go back to the more distant past, and they could not go back even as observers. The past of this world seemed to no longer exist. In fact, the past of the world is still there, but the past of humans does not exist, right? Zhu Kei tried to understand. Yes, that day, humans finally realized the real crisis. Bai Li looked at Gao Yang. Take your generation for example, the drunkard has a time-space ghost, and can only travel within 100 years. That's because all the time before 100 years was swallowed by the fog, and humans naturally can't go back. After 100 years, the probability is completely cleared to zero, and there is no human after that time, and humans cannot reach it, so from your perspective, you are trapped in a fog cage for 100 years. Excuse me, let me interrupt. Ke, who had been listening attentively, raised his hand again. I suddenly thought of something. Please go ahead. Bailey smiled. That underground ruins of the Ni Kingdom is not from our generation, right? Ke asked again. Yes. Bailey nodded. That ruins is not from my generation either, it should be even earlier. Obviously, the mummy is a living beast, and the child in the belly is the curse abyss. The curse abyss could not be truly destroyed before birth, so the mother sealed it by suicide. As a result, you accidentally let it be born, But it did not come in your generation, lost the true power of the curse abyss, and became a deformed monster. Since its era was swallowed by the fog, why can it stay? Could continued to ask. Bailey pushed his glasses. You can understand it this way. Song Dao and Snake fought in the ring, and each of them was injured. Song Dao was seriously injured, bleeding a lot, his front teeth were knocked out, and a tuft of hair was pulled out. In the end, Song Dao was judged to be the loser, the arena was cleaned up, and the two entered the next round. One of Song Dao's hair fell in the corner of the ring, and no one noticed it. This hair is the ruins of the Ni Kingdom. Could nodded again, I'm fine. Bailey conjured up a magic chalk and gently hooked it. The line segment divided into 7 segments appeared again above the campfire. He hooked the shortest line segment on the right onto his finger. You could only move within this 100 years. Similarly, people in the past could only move within their time. This is the concept of one class after another. Of course, I cheated to skip a class. I will explain this later. I understand the situation, but I always feel something is wrong. Dohu frowned, and he didn't come back to his senses for a while. Something doesn't make sense. Johan has already discovered. The situation of our class is very reasonable, but why can't each class before travel through time and space? Yes. Zhuke also realized the problem. Mr. Bailey, take your class as an example. You can't go back to the past. This is easy to understand because the fog swallowed up the past of mankind. But after you, isn't there our class? Theoretically, the time travelers of your class should be able to travel to our class. Good question. Bailey nodded gently. Common sense and experience tell us that time has a sequence and things have cause and effect, but it is the limitation of the three-dimensional world. Dr. Jia interrupted proudly. For example, there is no order in the four-dimensional world. Four-dimensional creatures can die before being born, and can pick fruits before planting trees. Time can be disrupted. That's right. Bailey continued to explain. The fog representing the greedy snake does not swallow this world in order. For example, space, you already know that isolated islands are scattered all over the world, which means that the fog is randomly eroding space, rather than regularly shrinking towards a central point. The same is true for time, and the way it is swallowed is also irregular. I see. Zhuke nodded, and suddenly, she thought of something. As a result, Hengmu couldn't help but speak first. Mr. Bailey, since the fog swallowing of time is also random, why is there a pattern of one session after another? Isn't this contradictory? Yes, the fog can't do anything contradictory. Bailey smiled. Hengmu was stunned. That means it wasn't Miwu who did it. Who do you think it was? Bailey guided slowly. Ah! It was Song Dao. Hengmu suddenly realized. Chapter 1092. Everyone figured it out at once, and there was a commotion in the crowd. Soon everyone quieted down, and Bailey continued. In fact, Dr. Jia has already deduced a lot of truth. The probability of Snake launching a zero attack on Song Dao's territory is that Song Dao has been fighting against it, and the foggy world is a battlefield that is constantly evolving. I don't know how Song Dao did it. As far as the result is concerned, Song Dao has kept the most important thing in his territory, cause and effect. The fog also has to follow the basic timeline to devour the good world bit by bit. Only in this way, the good world will not become a novel thrown into a shredder, and humans will not be completely lost in the chaos of time and space. However, Snake did not let Song Dao succeed completely. Song Dao could not keep time as a complete earthworm, but was cut into 7 earthworms by Snake, achieving a delicate balance. The earliest session lasted the longest, and each subsequent session lasted shorter. Here I have to mention my teacher again. He calls himself a time stowaway. He relied on Painter to sneak from the 5th session to the 6th session, and then met me. Seeing that many people had raised their hands to ask questions, Bailey hurriedly said, I know you are very curious about my talent. I will explain this later. Everyone put their hands down immediately. Bailey continued, according to my teacher's speculation, the probability of zeroing occurred at least 10,000 years ago. The first session may have lasted for thousands of years. The initial fog zone was very small. At that time, the ratio of beasts to humans was the opposite of yours. On average, there was only one beast hidden in 10,000 humans, which is 10,000:1. Here is an additional explanation. There are 199 awakened people among the more than 400 humans in your class. This does not mean that half of the humans 10,000 years ago were awakened. Awakened people and high-level beasts are extremely rare at any time. However, after all, the base number is large, and the number is definitely much higher than your current number. In the second class, the territory of the fog expanded, the total population decreased, and the time was shortened. The ratio of humans to beasts became 1,000 to 1. By analogy, in the third class, the ratio of humans to beasts was 100 to 1. In the fourth class, 1:1. In the fifth class, which was my teacher's class, the power of Songdao declined seriously, and the fog occupied most of the world for more than 700 years. Humans became a minority, and the ratio was 1 to 100. In the sixth class, which was my class, the time was shortened to 30 years. The ratio of humans to beasts is 1 to 1,000. You are the last class. The time is shortened to about 100 years. There are only more than 400 humans left, and the ratio of humans to beasts is 1 to 10,000. Each class has a starting point and an end point. When the end point comes, the world will restart and replay, and then enter the starting point of the next class. We can imagine the world as a computer and humans as data. Two programs fight in the computer, and after a stage of victory or defeat, they restart. After the restart, more hard disk space will be taken away by the winning party, and then the two programs will fight again, and the victory or defeat will be determined and the spoils will be snatched. Unfortunately, Songdao has been losing, and the hard disk space he has is getting smaller and smaller, and the data that can be stored is also getting less and less. Easy to understand. Do Hu took a puff of cigarette. I have always had a question. The silent Qing Ling said coldly, how did we humans come from? Oh, right. Do Hu slapped his forehead. I have been thinking about this question too. How did we come from? Did Songdao create us out of thin air? You have fallen into the same thinking error again. Bailey Yi smiled patiently. I emphasize again that the good world has always existed, all living things have always existed, and humans will continue to develop along the path of civilization. For example, I was born into a fisherman's family hundreds of years ago, and you were born into a family in this era. If this world had not been reset to zero, not only us, but all people of all times would have been born into a family of fishermen hundreds of years ago. If this world had not been reset to zero, not only us, but all people of all times would have been born into a family of fishermen hundreds of years ago, and human beings should have existed originally. But unfortunately, Songdao was defeated step by step, and there were fewer and fewer things that could be retained. By your generation, he could only allow a few million people and a dozen isolated islands to continue to exist. As for all other humans and things that should have existed, including your family and friends, they no longer exist. You didn't understand the probability of zeroing before, so after you awakened, your most intuitive feeling was that you seemed to appear out of thin air. This is not the case. You originally existed at this time and place. It was those who should have existed at this time and place like you who disappeared. So, it's not that we appeared out of thin air, but that everyone disappeared out of thin air. Zhuge said softly. Yes. Bailey nodded. So, Qing Ling remembered the words of a deceased old friend, we became orphans of the world. Silence fell again. Everyone was trying to digest and accept this fact. Brother Bailey, look, is this what you mean? Old Seven took off his cap, rubbed his hair that was about to smoke, and licked his tongue. Originally, I should have been born from my mother's belly, grew up, married and had children. Hey, that's not necessarily true. Chi Feng laughed evilly. Get out of here. Old Seven threw his cap at Chi Feng's face. Don't interrupt. The current situation is that I may have appeared as a baby, the child of a lost beast couple. But this does not mean that I appeared out of thin air. It just means that the experience I had in my mother's belly does not exist in the current world. It's like a cartoon. Someone cut off the opening, the audience didn't see the opening, and didn't know which company made the animation, but it doesn't mean that the animation was made out of thin air. A good analogy. Bailey nodded. Old Seven is fine. Chi Feng threw the hat back to Old Seven. I take back what I said just now. You will definitely get married. Humph. I get serious. I am afraid of myself. Old Seven proudly put on the cap. Bailey smiled. In a sense, we are all lucky people. We were selected by Songdao and got a few places and a chance to live. Of course, this place is not free. Songdao also gave us a mission, which is to find a way to break the situation, reverse the probability to zero, let the good apples still be good apples, and let the nutrition that should exist, human beings, still exist. If Zhuge hesitated and stopped talking. Asked. Bailey looked at her. Zhuge gritted his teeth and asked, if the original world is a good apple, humans are nutrition, and the fog is a rotten apple, then what is the beast? Bai Lu smiled coldly. What am I? For a moment, everyone looked at Gao Yang. What is the air of God? Bai Li looked calm. Suzaku, you have the answer, right? Suzaku looked subtle, and didn't say anything. Oh my god! Hong Xiaoxiao couldn't help but yelled, and then quickly covered her mouth. She had already thought of it. Others also showed surprised expressions, vaguely guessing this absurd answer. Finally, Gao Yang said it for everyone. Beasts are fruit flesh that is both good and bad, and humans that exist and do not exist. So what we killed is not a beast, but our compatriots? Xiao Qingsai's eyes were red, and he clamped his hands tightly. It is a human that exists and does not exist, Bai Li emphasized. Seeing everyone silent, Bai Li continued, of course, the above is just my speculation. In addition, my teacher and I both believe that the relationship between the two is not a simple and crude equivalent. A beast cannot be directly equivalent to a human who exists and does not exist. What do you mean? Dohu frowned. Beasts may be the product of the emotions, reason, desires, concepts, and consciousness of countless humans who exist and do not exist. For example, the relationship between the two is not a grain of raw rice and a grain of cooked rice, but a relationship between countless rice seeds and countless rice-based foods. Brother Bai Li, you are good at metaphors. Dohu took a puff of cigarette and immediately put down his psychological burden. Along the way, he had killed countless beasts. Zhu Ke also breathed a sigh of relief. What about Bai Lu and the captain? Qining looked at Gao Yang again, with concern and a hint of fear in his eyes. What exactly is it? Chapter 1093. Gao Yang lowered his head, looked at the palm of his hand, and laughed at himself. My mother is a beast, and my father is a human. Since the essence of beasts is a human that exists and does not exist, then as a child born from a human that exists and does not exist and a human that exists, do I exist or not? Bai Li shook his head. I can't answer this at the moment. The people who looked at Gao Yang were silent. However, my teacher believes that the God Heir is a special probability, a probability that can break through when the probability of the snake is zeroed. He calls it a miracle probability, also known as a lucky probability. The teacher firmly believes that the beast is the product of the confrontation between the snake and the Songdao. Generally speaking, the snake's influence on the beast is stronger and more profound, and the Songdao mainly restricts the beast, but the Songdao is not an easy target. He uses people and beasts to create the God Heir. The teacher firmly believes that the God Heir is Songdao's last-ditch effort. There is a God Heir in every class. All the previous God Heirs have failed. It seems that even the lucky probability is not lucky enough. Gao Yang was silent. Heh. Bai Lu had a sad sneer on her lips. No matter how unfortunate it is, can it be more unfortunate than a ghost? Everyone knew the ghost's experience and fell silent. In the crowd, there were also many people who wanted to comfort Bai Lu, but they were dissuaded by her noble and cold beauty, and the so-called words of comfort were somewhat pale and powerless. Haha, the more I think about it, the more headache I get. Forget it. I'm just a small fry. Why should I worry about these things? Qi Feng opened a bottle of beer and drank it. Well, I'm too lazy to think about it. Anyway, no matter what Brother Yang is, I follow him. Lao Qi also picked up a bottle of beer. Me too. The one who spoke was Hengmu. He smiled and pushed his glasses, looking at Lei beside him. Sister Lei, lend me your notes later. Lei didn't say anything the whole time, and was busy taking notes. Ah? When she was called, she waved her hand awkwardly. Hey, I was also confused, so I just randomly wrote down a few key words. Haha, Sister Lei is obviously a top student. Tingting also joked. Mr. Bailey? Juanma, who was listening quietly, suddenly asked, why do you think we are the last class? Have you read the so-called catalog like Qilin? No, this is just my guess. Bailey. Tell me the reason? Dohu flicked the cigarette, but into the bonfire, and began to touch his trouser pocket again. In the 5th class where my teacher is, although Songdao has lost power, the space is still vast. The total population, including beasts, is 300 million. There are 3 million humans, and there are less than 2,000 awakened people. The same talent can be comprehended by multiple people, and all talents can be upgraded to level 8. Of course, only one person can be upgraded to level 8 among the 12 talents before and after and the judge, which is unique. In the 6th class where I am, the situation continues to deteriorate. There are less than 700 awakened people. Half of the talents cannot be comprehended by multiple people, and most of the talents can no longer be upgraded to level 8. Bai Li looked at Juanma. Look at your class again, there is only a small place left, and now there are only a few hundred humans left. Talents cannot be comprehended by multiple people at the same time. Only the first 12 talents can be upgraded to level 8, and the talents after the 100 can only be upgraded to level 4. Most of the talents at the end can only reach level 3. Of course, I have my reasons for this. According to this trend, do you think there will be a next class? I understand. Jiuanman nodded, his face a little depressed. Bailey Yi sighed lightly. Everyone, the superposition apple is about to fall to the ground, and the probability is about to be cleared. There is no time. Then Song Dao. Jiuhan just started to speak and stopped. Song Dao. Bailey Yi said for Jiuhan, in the end, it will be like us, never existed. Silence again. The bonfire was burning, the firewood crackled and burst, and sparks were splashed from time to time. The air was clearly warm, but the deep cold spread invisibly between heaven and earth. Many people subconsciously wrapped their coats and blankets tightly. Get out of class is over. Dohu stood up first, raised the small trumpet, shouted loudly, and dispelled the cold. Digest the knowledge points, move your body, poop when you need to pee when you need to pee, and class will start in 10 minutes. This time, everyone did not respond actively. Many people still sat quietly by the bonfire, or talked in a low voice, or fell into silence. A few people got up and moved around, or returned to the underground laboratory to go to the toilet. On a small sand dune stood two tall young men and women, Jiuhan and Chening. A flock of crows hovered above Jiuhan's head. They received Jiuhan's reconnaissance order and flew away in all directions. Chening closed her eyes and sensed the situation within a few kilometers. It's not that the two of them didn't believe in Gao Yang's clone's ability to keep watch, but they were used to being cautious along the way, so they took the opportunity to reconnoiter while taking a break. Huh? Chening finished sensing, took a long breath, and glanced at Jiuhan. She made a sound to talk to Jiuhan, but Jiuhan was still looking forward and didn't respond. Chening had to turn her head away, and awkwardly lifted her long hair that was messed up by the wind. After a while, Jiuhan spoke in a low and sexy voice. What happened just now? Chening pretended to be natural, nothing, just reminding you, you can ask Bailey Yi later. About Sangwoo's sect? Jiuhan took over. Yes. Chening said, he knows a lot of things, and he should also know Sangwoo's sect. Jiuhan nodded. I will ask, but I will focus on the overall situation first. Our biggest threat at present is dead beasts and zero probability, and my personal hatred. Jiuhan. Chening interrupted Jiuhan. Aren't you worried? If this goes on, you may not have a chance to seek revenge on Sangwoo's sect. Jiuhan was silent. Chening smiled bitterly. When Xiaotian just died, she was immersed in self-blame and pain every day. At that time, Jiuhan was worried that she would do something stupid, so she paid special attention to her and often accompanied her silently in the name of work. Later, Qinglong died, Qilin and Mr. Li also died, and Chening avenged Xiaotian. Although the self-blame and pain were still there, they were indeed alleviated. Chening let go of herself, and at this time, she gradually had the energy to think and care about Jiuhan. In fact, Jiuhan was very similar to Chening. She had always been carrying hatred in her heart. She would not let herself go until she had taken revenge. Therefore, Chening hoped that Jiuhan could also successfully take revenge, but the appearance of the dead beast and Bailey Yi pushed things in other directions, and that Sangwoo's sect did not seem to be an obstacle. Jiuhan knew what Chening was thinking. He stared at the melancholy deep blue desert. Chening, have you ever heard a saying? Chapter 1094. What did you say? Chening asked. The living can never catch up with the dead. Chening nodded. I've heard similar words. Jiuhan continued. All the people in Group 4 are dead. Whether I take revenge or not cannot change this. Comforting their spirits in heaven is just a nice word. Revenge is to give myself an outlet. Jiuhan looked sideways. Chening, after avenging Xiaotian, have you really let Xiaotian go? Chen Ying's eyes were a little red, and she shook her head. I still can't let go, but it's not as painful as before. Jiuhan nodded. After all, revenge is a selfish thing. What's wrong with selfishness? Chening didn't understand. If you don't care about yourself, how can you care about others? Jiuhan explained seriously. Chening, you misunderstood me. What I want to say is that I am also selfish. If I can take revenge, I will definitely take it. Chening was confused. Jiuhan's eyes were firm and sincere. But there is another saying that the dead are never greater than the living. Chening was stunned. So, the companions around you must be more important than the dead companions. Jiuhan glanced at Chening, and then looked at the bonfire, and the figure not far away. If I have to choose between revenge for the dead and protecting the living, I will always choose the latter. Chen Ying's eyes were wet. She quickly turned her face away, sniffed, and hid the tears in the corners of her eyes in the darkness. After a while, she turned around calmly and met Johan's bright light green eyes. Johan, you must take me with you on the day of revenge. Why? Johan asked. I want to lend you a hand because... Chen Ying's eyes were burning and her voice was gentle. You are the one I want to protect. Thank you, Johan said sternly, but no. Why? It depends on the current tactics. Your talent is not suitable for the front line. Chen Ying's smile froze, and she resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Stupid straight man who doesn't understand romance. At the same time, two girls were sitting by the campfire. Hong Xiaoxiao was wrapped in a blanket, sitting on a coat with her legs together, holding a thermos cup in her hand and drinking coffee and milk. This was a habit she learned from Lele. After taking a few sips of the hot drink, Hong Xiaoxiao's face was flushed and her body was warm, but she didn't feel as relaxed and comfortable as she used to when she was slacking off. Hong Xiaoxiao was melancholy for a moment, and turned her head to look at Lele beside her. Sister Lele, do you have any family? Lele was still writing and drawing with her legs on the notebook, and she answered casually, No. Oh. Hong Xiaoxiao held the thermos cup and looked down at her sneakers. I am in a complicated mood now. Tell me about it. Lele did not stop writing. How should I put it? Hong Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip and organized her words. I really didn't expect the beasts are people, and my family is really my family. Listen carefully, classmates. Didn't Teacher Bailey say that the two are not simply equivalent? Well, I know. Hong Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly. My current family is not real. They may be a collection of many people who should have existed, and the love of my current family for me is also a collection of the love of many people who should have existed for their children, right? Well, Lele thought seriously for a few seconds. I think so. Then, among these loves, maybe there is also the love that my real family has for me? Hong Xiaoxiao smiled. Maybe it's true, Lele said. Hey, I don't know what nonsense I'm talking about. Hong Xiaoxiao hugged her knees, buried her red face between her legs, and her hands dyed red by the firelight grasped her clothes little by little. You just miss home, Lele said. Well, Hong Xiaoxiao's voice revealed a suppressed cry. I miss my parents, and Grandpa, and my brother. They still think I'm on a business trip in the West. I haven't contacted them for many days, and they can't contact me either. They must be very worried. My mother loves to think about things. Maybe she thinks that something happened to me and called the police. They will disappear in the end. I can't repay their kindness in raising me, and I can't even say goodbye to them properly. Lele put down the pen, sighed, stared at the fire in front of him and fell silent. After a long while, Lele gently comforted, Hong Xiaoxiao, they won't really disappear, they just return to the world where they should be. They still exist in the world and are still with us. Really? Hong Xiaoxiao raised her head, her face full of tears. Of course it's true. Lele smiled. But the premise is that we humans can win. Yeah. Hong Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. TSK. Lele smacked his lips. You are so optimistic. Didn't you hear what Teacher Bailey said? Every session before failed. Can we really turn the tables? You should worry about this, right? It's okay. Hong Xiaoxiao shook her head, but smiled easily. I don't know why. I just think Captain Gao Yang is very powerful. Teacher Bailey is very powerful. Everyone is very powerful. There must be a way. I am just a soldier. I just need to do what I can do. Uh-huh. Lele couldn't help pinching Hong Xiaoxiao's face. You are really smart in your little head. Don't make fun of me. Hong Xiaoxiao touched her face. Lele smiled and picked up the notebook again. Hong Xiaoxiao approached with a little curiosity. Lele's notes were very neat, well organized, and had various annotations. They were worthy of being the study notes of a top student. Sister Lele, you are so smart and you work so hard. Hong Xiaoxiao admired her very much. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Lele smiled. Besides, Tiango will have to sleep for a long time. When he wakes up, I will give him notes directly, so I don't have to help him make up lessons. Oh! Hong Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she smiled evilly. So the drunkard's intention is not to drink, Sister Lele. I didn't expect you like Tiango. Lele closed the notebook with a snap and deliberately showed a greasy smile. Who doesn't love a little wolf dog? He has a simple mind, a soft voice, is easy to push down, and is easy to train. When he is in a good mood, he will give him a few bites of food, and when he is in a bad mood, he will serve him with candles and whips. You use this trick again. Hong Xiaoxiao blushed, and there was already a shameful picture in her mind. She hurriedly got up and walked to the underground laboratory. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to the toilet. Lei watched Hong Xiaoxiao leave, feeling proud in her heart. Little guy, you are too young to fight with me. Hee hee. A familiar laugh came. Lei was shocked and turned around suddenly. Dohu had squatted behind her, and was just coming to get the beer from the beer box. He just happened to hear Lei's fierce words. Lei, you can't tell, you are having a lot of fun. No. Lei blushed. Uncle Hu, it's not what you think. Don't worry, when Tiango wakes up, I will convey your love to him word for word. No, Uncle Hu, listen to my explanation. Don't leave. Listen to my explanation. Kill me. Or you can kill me now. Chapter 1095. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered around the bonfire again and found their own seats to sit down. Bailey sat in the middle of the crowd. Although his eyes were melancholy, his posture was leisurely and peaceful, like a wise man preaching. This time, it was back to the question and answer session. The first person to speak was Tingting, who had little presence. Her voice was a little low. Teacher Bailey, I want to know what you and your teacher experienced, and why did you fail? Bailey seemed to be reminded of the heavy past, and was silent for a long time. He picked up a piece of firewood and threw it into the bonfire, splashing a few sparks. The story is too long, let me briefly tell it. In the class where my teacher was, the awakened ones failed to collect all 12 runes in the end, and most of the awakened ones did not die in the Doomsday, but in the Civil War. Sure enough, no matter when, the nature of human beings is almost the same. Dohu looked expected. Bailey stated calmly, the vast majority of humans at that time did not believe in the end of the world. Although everyone was exploring the truth and pursuing power, they were not united and often went to war for their own positions, or even selfish desires. That class did not have a leader like Qilin, who created a door for everyone as a common goal, nor did it have a leader like Long who firmly believed in the existence of the door. Bailey looked at Gao Yang. The heirs of that class were not lucky enough or strong enough to stop the curse abyss, and the same was true for other awakeners. Born in sorrow and died in comfort, the ancients were not deceiving me. Mu Zita waved his folding fan with a smile, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Zhu Ke looked at Bailey. In other words, the reason for the failure of your teacher's class was the curse abyss. Bailey nodded. My teacher cheated with the 8th level painter to avoid the curse abyss, avoid the restart, and sneak into the next class, which is my class. The teacher hopes to break through in my class. He gathered awakened people, and led everyone to find hope. I joined the organization, and became his student in the later period. The teacher believes that although he successfully sneaked in, he had been discovered by the greedy snake, because not long after he appeared, he kept encountering high-level beasts. This can no longer be explained by coincidence, but can only be interference from the will of the greedy snake. He believes that the beast is the product of the confrontation between the greedy snake and Song Dao. The so-called mission, energy, and beast nature of the beast are probably all from the greedy snake. But after all, the beast is active in the territory of Song Dao, and is naturally influenced by Song Dao. This is mainly reflected in Song Dao's constraints on the beast, as well as their human side. The two wills have reached a delicate balance in the beast. So, this is the switch of the beast. Johan thought thoughtfully. The last session was the session that was closest to breaking through. Bailey Yi's voice was filled with regret. At that time, we successfully found the 12 rune circuits and fought against the delusion beasts, winning a great victory. However, the curse abyss descended and merged with many ghosts. It was very terrifying. Our heirs of God eventually perished together with the curse abyss. Then, we were greeted by the end of the stage, the 7 dead beasts. The 7 dead beasts may be the collection of human weaknesses of all humans who exist and do not exist. They are extremely powerful and unfathomable. We are no longer opponents without the heirs of God. Sorry, interrupt. Gao Yang thought of something. What is the first talent of the heirs of God in your teacher's class and your class? Bailey thought back. The talent of my teacher's generation of God's descendants was judgment, and my generation was absolute defense. It seems that there are differences between God's descendants. Maybe I am the only one who has this system. Gao Yang was thoughtful. Gao Yang, your first talent after awakening is luck, right? Bailey asked. Gao Yang admitted generously, yes. The common point of God's descendants is that they are all born from beasts and humans, but there is no rule in understanding their talents. Bailey continued to recall, at that time, the battle with the 7 dead beasts was called the farewell battle by the teacher. In that battle, humans lost. Bailey Yi's voice was desolate, and there was a heavy weight behind it. After the teacher died, I realized that Painter was directly promoted to level 8. At that moment, I understood that I couldn't die yet. I had to survive and become the next time stowaway, go to the next session, and complete the will of the teacher and my companions. So you saw me. Zhuke frowned, a little resentful. If that's the case, why didn't you show up earlier? If we had prepared earlier, we wouldn't have reached the situation today. Bailey shook his head. I can't do this. Why? Zhang Wei asked. Last session, the night before the curtain call, the teacher and I had a conversation. Bailey waved his right hand, and a stream of energy floated above the bonfire, turning into an abstract silhouette painting. In the painting is an ancient wooden window, with a table inside the window, and a candlestick in the middle. The candlelight swayed gently, and two people sat opposite each other, with a bearded old man on the left and a young man on the right. The two were chatting, but there was no sound, and it could only be presented in the form of a dialogue box, as if playing a dynamic cartoon. Old man, Bailey, have you calculated the battle tomorrow? Young man, yes. Old man, how? Young man, definitely lose. Old man, eh? Young man, 3,000 chess games, all lost. Old man, eh? Young man, there is still one game that I can't calculate. Old man, what should I do? Young man, eh? Old man, why don't you say anything? Young man, tomorrow I won't fight. Old man, eh? Young man, eh? Old man, ha ha ha. Young man, teacher, why are you laughing? Old man, I laugh at my own confusion. Confused. Young man, confused? Old man, Bailey, I was wrong. I heard you. Young man, teacher, you tried your best. Old man, it's just that I'm doing my best. Young man, I don't understand. Old man, child, everyone is cause and effect, and every life has cause and effect. I'm just an ordinary person, but I want to dominate the cause and effect of this world. I'm so arrogant. So wrong. Young man, teacher, we may be arrogant to change our fate against the will of heaven, but what's wrong with that? Old man, destiny can be saved, but you have to save it yourself. Destiny can be changed, but you have to change it yourself. Young man, why do you think so? Old man, that's exactly what Song Dao is like. Facing all living beings, he only guides, not dominates. He has already given a plan to save the world. Young man, Tao follows nature. Old man, that's right. Young man, eh? Old man, fortunately, it's not too late. Young man, teacher, what should we do? Old man, tomorrow, you won't go into battle. Young man, what about after that? Old man, be patient, take advantage of the situation, and Tao will appear. Chapter 1096. Swish. The dynamic cartoon above the bonfire dissipated in the night wind. Everyone came back to their senses from the story, and they still felt a little unsatisfied. Bailey looked up at the starry sky. The next day, everyone died in the final battle. I survived and realized Painter. At that moment, I saw my own path clearly. At that moment, everyone finally understood where the melancholy in Bailey's eyes, which was not strong but could never be dissolved, came from. It was the background color stained with the blood of his countless companions. Well, I have a question. Lele raised his hand, the calculated mentioned in the text. The painting, does it refer to your talent regret? Bailey nodded, yes. Everything is connected. Gao Yang's eyes were clear. Painter regret. Dohu touched his stubble-covered chin, huh, so that's what happened. Suzaku also guessed roughly. What a big game. Wait. Zhang Wei was a little confused. I didn't miss a word. How come you all suddenly understood it, playing me? It's time to talk about my talent. Bailey looked at Zhang Wei. First of all, Painter, you have seen the ability. I can hide in the two-dimensional space, where time also passes, but I will not change, nor will I age. As for the level 8 Painter. Teacher, I'm sorry. Lele raised his hand again. I have been holding back this question for a long time. I must ask. Bailey smiled. I guess what you want to ask is why I don't have runes, but my talent can reach level 8. Yes, I wanted to ask before, but then I forgot because of too many questions. Dr. Jia remembered. Bailey explained. In my class, you also need a rune circuit to reach level 8, but once you succeed, you no longer need runes. Even if other people with the same talent get runes, they can't reach level 8 unless they kill me first. In your class, the conditions are more stringent. Ah. Zhang Wei sighed. It seems that Song Dao is really going to die soon. Bailey continued. Level 8 Painter can make himself infinitely close to a two-dimensional creature and attach himself to any object. Before the world restarts, I attached myself to an object. Rune circuit, Gao Yang said. Bailey Yi nodded. Except for Song Dao and Mi Wu, the only thing that can be passed down from the previous generation to the next generation is the 12 runes. I attached myself to the surface of the space-time rune and successfully smuggled into this generation. That's to say. Zhu Ke interrupted. The space-time rune was in your hands from the beginning? Bailey Yi shook his head. After the 12 runes entered the new generation, they would be randomly scattered, and their own causes and effects would be revealed. Although I forcibly avoided the restart, I also reached my limit. I woke up in a three-dimensional form, and the runes were no longer with me. Lai Li's eyes. Liang. So, the first and last 12 talents are indeed two interpretations of one ability. For example, all things is to control others mentally, and confidence is to give mental hints to oneself. Absolute defense is to defend against all damage, and invincibility is to avoid all dangers. Time and Space Ghost uses time to the extreme, and can travel through time, while Painter uses space to the extreme, becoming a time stowaway, and can also travel one way through time and space. Bailey Yi's eyes praised. It is worthy of being a person with wisdom talent. Lele was flattered. I didn't expect that a small person like me would be noticed by teacher Bailey. Bai Li smiled. You are all in my attention, Lele. You are the focus of attention. The focus? Lele opened his mouth wide. What virtue do I have? Except Gao Yang, Qilin, and Long, the three super focus, you are one of the focus figures. Bai Li replied. Then what about me? Do Hu asked hurriedly. Just as Bai Li was about to answer, Zhu Ke interrupted and said, What is the basis for the focus of observation? Do Hu was anxious. First tell me whether I am one of them. Bai Li looked at Zhu Ke. Cause and effect ripples. As soon as this was said, there was another commotion. Bai Li transformed a magic chalk in his hand, and was about to start teaching again. Everyone has karma, and everyone's karma will have more or less impact on the karma of those around them, just like a stone thrown into a lake, which will definitely create ripples. This is the karma ripple. Isn't this fate? Said Lao 7. To use a movie analogy, it's how many roles a person has. Zhang Wei thought of this metaphor, and suddenly smiled at Nana on the side. Nana, aren't you the queen? I feel like you don't have many roles. Let it go, let it go. Nana, who pretended to be deep, broke down in a second, blushing. My king's fate is something that mortals can't understand at all. Oh, you're anxious. Zhang Wei deliberately teased her. You. Nana was embarrassed and angry. Zhang Wei. Qing Ling glanced at Zhang Wei coldly. Don't go off topic. Okay. Zhang Wei quickly shut up, not because he was afraid of Qing Ling, but because he respected his sister-in-law. Seeing that no one had any other questions, Bailey Yi continued to explain. Compared with profit, regret cannot predict the future, but it can calculate and deduce the future. Is this a big difference? Jingshu asked, with Wang Weiyin, who was already asleep, resting her head on her thighs. It's a big difference. Bailey Yi explained. Just like doing math problems, profit ignores the calculation process and directly gets an almost absolutely accurate result. Regret can't see the result, it needs to constantly calculate and deduce, and it can also adjust parameters and change algorithms as the objective situation changes, calculate multiple possibilities for the future, and make the future closer to the possibility you want most. Everyone was silent. It's a bit abstract. Let me give an example. Bailey Yi waved the chalk quickly, and a set of chess appeared above everyone's head. Bailey Yi said, The ultimate ability of level 8 Repent is called the causal chessboard. I built a causal chessboard with 100 years of time and space of your class. Then, whether it is an awakener, a high-level beast, a ghost, or others, as long as I know that they can achieve a certain causal ripple value, I will try my best to include them in the causal chessboard. To be offensive, in my causal chessboard, you are all chess pieces. There are chess pieces constantly withdrawing and joining, and even the chess pieces that withdraw from the chess game still have strong causal ripples. In short, the chess game is ever-changing and extremely complex. With a chessboard, you have to play chess, and the ultimate goal of playing chess is to checkmate. The checkmate I said is how humans break the game, and I am deducing with this as the goal. Bailey waved his hand, and the chess pieces above his head moved quickly, and soon a chess game was played. He waved his hand again, and the chess game was immediately restored. Among them, repentance is crucial. Chapter 1097. I play chess repeatedly, aiming at the general, calculating all the possibilities of the future as much as possible, and then finding the biggest possibilities, and then deducing them. Every day, I will update and adjust the chess game according to the information I have mastered, and rededuce, that is, regret the moves. So these years? Zhu Ke was incredulous. You have been hiding in the diary to play chess? Bai Li nodded. I play chess every day, and regret my moves. Sometimes I play thousands of games a day. Swoosh. Suddenly, the magic chalk in Bai Li's hand shattered into powder, and then turned into a white energy and soared into the sky, like a firework. Let you take a look at the real visual chessboard. As soon as Bai Li finished speaking, the firework exploded with a whoosh, and turned into countless light veins spreading in all directions. They were densely packed, crisscrossed, and endless, like a three-dimensional sky net, covering the night sky and the desert. At the intersection of this network, there are countless light spots, which are different in color, size, and strength. Some light spots have dimmed and stopped, while some are still flickering and slowly moving their positions, while vibrating circles of energy pulses around them, like three-dimensional ripples. This picture makes many people think of one thing at the same time, the neuron system of the human brain. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It is hard to imagine that Bai Li has to deduce such a magnificent chessboard over and over again every day, just like those masters who observe the sky at night in fantasy novels. Is that black one Brother Yang? Zhang Wei pointed to the brightest black light source on the chessboard above his head and said, the black ripples it constantly rippled out continue to spread throughout the chessboard. Yes, Bai Li said. Is the blue one a dragon? Dohu asked. A blue light source near the black one is also very bright, and the blue ripples it radiates almost cover the entire chessboard, but the aftertaste is slightly weaker than the ripples of the black light source. Since countless light sources are constantly radiating causal ripples of varying sizes in all directions, these ripples change color as they blend with each other and slowly dissolve. The aftertaste can only be understood. Is the green one a qilin? Zhu Ke's voice was a little sentimental. Bai Li nodded, yes. There is another green light source next to the black and blue ones, forming a triangle. This light source is dimmed, but there are still some ripples in the aftertaste state, so it is still easy to find. If the three light sources and the causal ripples they spread are regarded as a triangle, then the part where the qilin is located is like the shadow part in a sketch. Humph. The golden one. Nana pointed to a very dazzling golden light source not far from the triangle. It must be my king. That's the arrogance of a dead beast, Bai Li said. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wei laughed. Queen Nana, you are not good at showing off. You shut up. Don't talk to me. Nana was embarrassed and annoyed, and ran to Qing Ling angrily. This Zhang Wei is so annoying. Where's mine? Dohu pointed at his nose. Bai Li looked up and pointed at a relatively bright gray light source. There was also a brown light source next to it, entangled with each other, like a pair of twin stars. The gray one is yours. I feel okay. Dohu pinched his chin and finally got back to the previous topic. I am also a key target in your cause and effect chessboard, right? Bai Li smiled. It depends on who you are comparing with. Uh-huh. Zhu Ke gloated on the side. Look, this is the art of speaking. What are you laughing at? Dohu was not convinced, and his IQ switched to that of a 3-year-old. Anyway, I am definitely more important than you, slightly. It doesn't matter. Zhu Ke looked disdainful. You think everyone is like you, and your self-awareness is seriously excessive. Bai Li smiled but didn't say anything, and decided not to say more. Sorry, I can't be concrete for too long. Seeing that it was almost done, Bai Li waved his hand, and the vast chessboard above his head began to collapse, and within a few seconds it turned back into a magic chalk and flew back into his hand. Everyone sat down in front of the bonfire again. Bai Li, what you do is not just playing chess, right? Gao Yan spoke calmly. Bai Li smiled. Of course, sometimes I will also go down and give appropriate guidance at some points, such as speeding up your progress in understanding the foggy world and letting you move towards a future that already exists. But I will not leave you to do anything, nor will I help you open up a new path, even if from the results of the deduction, this path has the most hope of breaking the situation. Destiny is only in your own hands, and the situation of your class can only be broken by you. Only guide, not lead, Johan said. Bai Li nodded. This is the teacher's last words, and it is also a bloody lesson. I will abide by it. Ah! Zhang Wei finally came back to his senses. So, what greed, anger, delusion, life and death, a dream, what talent sequence list, are all released by you? Bai Li smiled. No wonder, your shadow is everywhere, but you are nowhere. Dohu said. Zhu Ke asked. So you usually hide in the diary? Yes. Bai Li explained. On the one hand, it is to avoid interfering too much in the cause and effect of this class, and on the other hand, it is for safety reasons. I am a time smuggler. If I appear frequently, I will definitely be discovered by the snake and follow in the footsteps of my teacher. Then how do you collect information? Zhuge continued to ask. I feel that you know our intelligence very well. Gao Yang has already guessed. The organization behind Bachiochi and Lu Qingying is you. Bailey looked at Gao Yang. Yes, they collect all kinds of information for me. Don't you think you are leading the cause and effect of others? Johan asked. Bailey shook his head. Not really, this is their own choice, and they have always thought that my so-called general is to open the door of the end, and the door is a lie spread by Qilin, so you can simply understand. This is the cause and effect between them and Qilin. I just go with the flow. In addition, I never thank them, never provide them with any protection, and rarely respond. Even if I deduce the possibility that they are about to die, I will stand by and watch. Bailey felt the sharp eyes of the dead pig. He slowly turned around. I will talk to you alone about Bachiochi if there is a chance. I promise you one thing, I have never used her. Everything is her own choice. The dead pig hugged the sleeping cute sheep with one hand and clenched his fist with the other hand. After a short silence, he loosened his fist, sat down again, and said nothing. Bailey turned and looked at Gao Yang. Before Bachiochi died, he took the initiative to find Lu Qingying as his successor. The latter volunteered to collect a lot of intelligence for me, and I kept adjusting and improving the cause and effect chessboard. Although I am doing a lot of deductions every day, due to too much time and too many factors, for a long time, I can only vaguely feel the pulse of fate and can't see any hope of breaking the deadlock. In the possibilities I calculated, you will have to pay a great price to pass the Scarlet Tide, and even so, you can't pass the Curse Abyss. In short, the situation of this class is far more dangerous than that of my class. For a while, I was very pessimistic and suspected that the teacher was wrong. I wonder if I should have intervened from the beginning, united you, avoided civil war, and united against high-level beasts to find a way out. Maybe the reason why the teacher failed was not because he went in the wrong direction, but because he was not perfect enough. But I have no way back. I can only follow through. Just like that, until a year ago. Bailey turned to look at Gao Yang, and Gao Yang also met Bailey's sight. The night wind blew their hair, and the firelight jumped on each other's faces. You have awakened. Chapter 1098. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him, burning with a certain tragic grandeur. Bailey took a step forward. Gao Yang, I knew you were special, and you had always been on the causal chessboard, but the causal ripples before your awakening were so small that they could be ignored. After you awakened, your causal ripples immediately connected the entire chessboard, and many seemingly impassable chess games suddenly became clear. I immediately guessed that you were the late heir of God. Bailey pushed his glasses, but even so, I still didn't deduce a future that would break the game. So you came to me. Gao Yang was very calm. Bailey nodded. In fact, the words I left for you, you will sooner or later know from other people. Your future path has not changed. I just asked you to walk a little faster. Why do you do this? Gao Yang asked. I don't want you to die in the Curse Abyss. Bailey's eyes narrowed slightly. In the countless futures I have deduced, the probability of you being killed by the Curse Abyss is at least 50%. Gao Yang's eyes darkened. So you knew that Officer Huang's child was the Curse Abyss? Bailey nodded. I guessed it through deduction. Gao Yang was silent. Bailey sighed lightly. I know what you are thinking. If I had reminded you earlier, maybe Officer Huang would not have to die, and your parents would not have to die either. Gao Yang was still silent. Bailey smiled bitterly. It's not that I haven't wavered. I have deduced that if I told you in advance, your success rate in defeating the Curse Abyss is extremely high, the price you pay is very small, and it will also create many futures that did not exist before. Gao Yang, you are the hope that I have waited for with great difficulty. I almost helped you rewrite your fate, but in the end, I still chose to implement the principles that my teacher has realized. Bailey looked at Qingling. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Thank me? Qingling frowned, and suddenly, her pupils trembled. That person is you. Haha, you actually still remember. Bailey was a little surprised. Everyone looked at Qingling, including Gao Yang, who didn't react. Qingling glanced at Gao Yang and simply reminded, Officer Huang said his wife is pregnant. It's you? Gao Yang was surprised. That day, the three of them were talking in the office, and Qingling suddenly felt someone behind the door, stabbed with a knife, and found that it was a false alarm. It turned out that there was someone behind the door, and it was Bailey. It was me. Bailey grabbed the corner of his white coat, and there was indeed a small hole pierced by a knife. I wanted to show up and tell you three the truth about Su Shi's pregnancy, but Officer Huang noticed me, and Qing Ling attacked me. I immediately turned into 2 dimensions and attached myself to the door. That knife made me wake up from a dream, and I was scared. I almost caused a disaster, let down my teacher and companions, and destroyed the last hope of mankind. Bailey looked grateful. Qing Ling, thank you. That knife pierced me and woke me up. Perhaps this is also the guidance of Song Dao. Qing Ling had a blank expression. You think too much. I am just eliminating risks. Gao Yang, you can hate me, but please understand me. After all, I am just an audience cheering for you, and you have your own stage. Gao Yang shook his head. You did nothing wrong, and you have no obligation to help me. Since you are just an audience, why do you show up now? Jiu Han was very serious. You also stopped Wang Zikai from killing Gao Yang and helped us escape. Doesn't this destroy the cause and effect? No. Bailey said firmly. I have deduced this future countless times. On the surface, I helped you, but it's not true. Wang Zikai is also my focus on the chessboard. I can tell you responsibly that even if I didn't show up that night, none of you would die at the hands of Wang Zikai and Gao Xinxin. I just went with the flow. Gao Yang's pupils trembled, and his face became paler. You mean? Shu Kei was in a complicated mood. Did the 2 dead beasts deliberately let us go? From the results, it seems so. Bailey said. This shows that they still miss the old friendship and don't have to fight with us, right? Zhang Wei was surprised and happy. The fact that Brother Kai was a dead beast was a great blow to Zhang Wei. Bailey was silent for a few seconds and said vaguely, I can only tell you that beasts have their own missions. The smile on Zhang Wei's face froze. You may not like to hear this, but I still have to say, don't have illusions about dead beasts. Do Hu took a puff of his cigarette with an air of old-fashionedness. They let us go last time, maybe because they wanted to eat alone, maybe because they wanted to play the long game, maybe because they were plotting something, but they definitely didn't want to be friends with us. Gao Yang didn't comment, but he agreed with Do Hu's opinion in his heart. Everything can be fake, but the system warnings can't be fake. At that time, Wang Zikai's murderous intentions towards Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin's murderous intentions towards herself were absolutely true. You forgot, I'm a god. As long as I'm here, there's no doomsday. I just suddenly want to kill you. Brother, we always be a family, okay? If you die, we can be together forever, I promise you. Gao Yang. Gao Yang was stunned, the tinnitus disappeared, and Qing Ling beside him called him softly. She gave him a look. Are you okay? Gao Yang blinked. It's okay. Qing Ling's eyes turned slightly. Then don't be distracted. The game is almost over, and the future trajectory will not change much. I will tell you the truth now, and it will not change any cause and effect. Bai Li looked at everyone. In addition, I can tell you one thing. My deduction only counted to the final battle. I can't calculate the outcome of the battle at all. However, compared with the despair of countless dead ends, the unknown ending is the best ending. I was able to escape and sneak into your class because I grasped the only unknown ending. The unknown means that there is still hope. Why can't I deduce what happened later? Zhu Kei asked. I don't know. Bailey smiled bitterly. Maybe there is a limit for outsiders. Now, I understand what the teacher said. Destiny can be saved, but you have to save it yourself. Luck can be changed, but you have to change it yourself. Gregor read it out. He was deeply impressed by this. Yes. Bailey looked at everyone. Everyone, you have to fight the final battle yourself. What about you? Zhu Kei asked. Go back to the diary. Bailey smiled. Wait patiently. Yongmu raised his hand, not nervous or shyly pushed his thick glasses. Mr. Bailey, I have another question. In our class, there have been no talents like Red Eyes, Painter and Regret. Is it because of you? Yes, most of the last 12 talents cannot break through level 4. I am afraid it is also related to me. If so, wouldn't you be interfering with our cause and effect? Hengmu was a little worried. Will this cause problems? Don't worry, this is a bug. Bailey was calm. I did take away the talent that should have belonged to you, but I got it from Song Dao in the last session, and that was the cause and effect of the last session. This session, I didn't comprehend any new talents. Although my existence caused Song Dao to reduce the talents and energy that he could allocate in this session, I didn't directly change the cause and effect of this session. Except for the 12 runes, each session is isolated and has independence and integrity. I give you an example, so you can understand. If I take away some seasoning before the chef cooks, it won't affect the chef's performance. He can still make a good dish, but if I take away some seasoning when the chef is cooking, the impact can be big or small. I see. Hingmu nodded modestly. Thank you for your answer. I have no questions. I have questions. Bai Lu, who was sitting elegantly, spoke again. Please speak. Bailey Yi turned sideways. The dead beasts correspond to the 7 deadly sins? Bai Lu asked. Yes. What are the abilities? Are they related to the 7 deadly sins? Bai Lu cares about this because she wants to choose a suitable enemy and give herself a grand funeral. Although the things everyone talked about before overturned many of her cognitions, they were no longer meaningful to a person who wanted to die. Bailey Yi smiled but said nothing. It seemed that this information could not be disclosed, which might affect their cause and effect. Bai Lu smiled lightly, and did not ask any more questions. 7 dead beasts, can we really beat them? Sa Qing, who was pale and haggard, was already worried about more practical problems. It's definitely impossible to deal with them together, but if we can find a way to defeat them one by one, there is hope. Chu Yu analyzed seriously. It feels difficult. Jiuhan said, the dead beasts must have a sense of each other, and the support is also very fast, for example. Jiuhan didn't say anything. For example, the dead beasts are jealous. Dohu didn't tolerate it, and said for Jiuhan, we have all seen the speed of support, and they can arrive in minutes. If we are only prepared to kill one dead beast, but we support several at once, we will be passive. Then change your thinking, use the trick against them, ambush them, lure them all over, catch them off guard, and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Chu Yu continued to make plans. Dohu was stunned at first, then looked at Zhu Kei, and the two looked at each other and laughed. Chu Yu. Zhu Kei smiled bitterly. You have never seen the power of arrogance and jealousy. If you had seen it, you would know that this tactic is absolutely impossible. Based on our current combat power. Dohu rubbed the stubble on his chin. I optimistically estimate that being able to deal with 3 dead beasts at the same time is probably the limit, and I don't know how many people will die. What did you do at the beginning? Gao Yang looked at Bailey. We find the most favorable time and launch a general attack. This is the final battle. Bailey replied. The most favorable time? Gao Yang found the key point. Bailey nodded. My teacher calls it the 3 hours of the Songjia. Chapter 1099. What is the meaning of Songshen? Dohu didn't understand, and everyone was confused. Song Tian, overcoming the tribulation 3 hours. Bailey explained. Songjia 3 hours. Oh, I understand. Lei explained. That is, the sky will send thunder to strike the dead beast, and the dead beast will have to overcome the tribulation for 6 hours. Bailey nodded. That night the moon will turn white, the Song Dao will have a last burst of light, and the strength of all high-level beasts will be suppressed to a certain extent, and dead beasts are no exception. When will the 3 hours of Songjia come? Zhu Kei asked. The 49th day after the dead beast wakes up. Bailey said. Wait. Telling us this won't change our cause and effect, right? Chen Ying was a little worried. Bailey shook his head. I have deduced this countless times. Whether I say this or not, you will all launch a farewell battle on the night of the 3 hours of Songjia. What will happen after that night? Zhu Kei continued to ask. I don't know. Bailey was very calm. I don't know whether you can win, what will happen after you win, whether there is a door to the end, and how to break the deadlock. I can't figure it out? Dohu asked. Yes, I can't figure it out at all. Bailey said, there is nothing I can do here. 49 days, 3 days have passed, time is very tight. Dr. Jia was a little embarrassed. I still have a lot of research to do, and many conjectures have not been confirmed. Bailey, do you have any suggestions? Gao Yang asked. Bailey smiled but said nothing. What the hell, I thought it was a big boss who came from heaven, but it turned out to be just a passerby. Dohu shook his head, touched his butt pocket, and took out an empty cigarette box. He was very annoyed, pinched the cigarette box, and threw it into the bonfire. Sorry. A trace of sadness flashed across Bailey's eyes. In fact, I want to go to the battlefield more than any of you. I should have gone to the battlefield 100 years ago. Haha, it feels bad to be a deserter. Dohu joked. Bailey smiled and was about to say something, but suddenly his eyes were stern, as if he sensed something. He looked down at his watch. Everyone, I'm going back. Hey, what's the hurry? I still have a lot to talk to you about. Dohu hurriedly tried to keep him. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Bailey smiled faintly. Now, your karma is coming. After Bailey finished speaking, he turned into a ball of white energy lines and drilled into the diary. Zhu Kei stepped forward to pick up the diary. shook off the fine sand, and put it away. Swish. Gao Yang's clone suddenly flashed beside everyone. There is an enemy, approaching at high speed. How many? Gao Yang asked. Currently 1. The clone replied. Chu Yu. Gao Yang made a prompt decision. Space transfer. Chu Yu quickly summoned a portal, and the group rushed in immediately. The other side of the portal connected to the laboratory under the desert. Dr. Jia. Take away the important information. Dead Pig, take the unconscious Tengu and Xiao Xian. Others. It's coming. Cao Qing's premonition of disaster has predicted it. The enemy is strong. Huge energy. Qinning also sensed it and shouted. Absolute barrier. Gao Yang quickly squatted down and slapped the ground with both hands. Golden energy like waves emerged out of thin air, spreading rapidly along the ground, then climbing up the surrounding walls, and then sealing the ceiling. In just 2 seconds, the laboratory was tightly sealed from the inside. At the same time, a dark brown meteor streaked across the starry dark blue night sky. It was a spiral energy ball, and its head looked more and more like a fully powered drill, dragging a narrow tail and rushing straight into the heart of the desert. Air. A few seconds later, the drill plunged into the desert, stirring up a short sandstorm. The frenzied brown energy swept away the sand and dust, and a football field-sized pit appeared in the heart of the desert, with a translucent golden barrier in the center of the pit. There were dozens of people standing in the barrier, and although most of them were panicked, they were unharmed. On the top cover of the absolute barrier stood a thin old man, with a bare upper body and boxing shorts on his lower body, kneeling on one knee and punching the absolute barrier with one fist. He was barefoot, and circles of brown energy surged from the soles of his feet. The visitor was Mark, the Wrath of the Horns, one of the dead beasts. Oh! This golden beetle shell is very interesting. Mark jumped back and jumped to the main gate of the absolute barrier, looking at the people inside through the barrier. Greed didn't deceive me, you are hiding here. Mark looked arrogant and excited, and he shouted inside, Who is Gao Yang? Gao Yang stood at the front of the crowd and replied lightly, It's me. Dead beast, angry, come to take your lives. Mark introduced himself. When Gao Yang saw Mark for the first time, he felt that this person was very familiar, and now he has reacted. It turned out to be you. Mark was slightly startled, and his fierce eyes became more and more crazy. It's you. It's you? We have seen it before. In this case, that little bastard must also. Before Mark finished speaking, he noticed behind Gao Yang. At this moment, a tall and unruly man slowly pushed through the crowd and walked to the front. He was carrying a dragon-eating giant sword, with a blank expression, red eyes, and tears streaming down his face. Douhu's voice trembled. Stinky old man, I never thought that you were a dead beast. Little bastard, are you scared to pee your pants? You are so useless. After so many years, you are still a waste. Mark looked contemptuous. Stinky old man, I'm not afraid, I'm happy. Douhu almost burst into tears and patted his chest hard. Do you know how painful it was for me to resist killing you all these years? Now, I can finally kill you, a dog, happily. Is there anything more wonderful in the world than this? God, you've been so kind to me. God, you understand me. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Douhu, with tears on his face, raised his head, opened his arms, and laughed crazily. Woo. The man's body swayed a strong energy, and everyone around him immediately felt a sense of oppression, and their hearts were inexplicably clenched by something. Killing expert breakthrough level 7. Swish. Douhu drew out the giant sword on his back. His eyes were like torches, staring at Mark outside the barrier. Gao Yang, I finally found my faith. It turns out that I have been waiting for this moment all my life, that is, to kill my father. Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. After thinking for a long time, he uttered 2 words. Congratulations. Let me go. No one should interfere tonight. This is my family affair. Douhu couldn't wait any longer. You can fight, but not now. Gao Yang was very calm. Douhu was stunned, and after ecstasy, his reason slowly returned. Gao Yang's decision was naturally correct. From what Mark just revealed, their location was found by the greedy dead beasts. In this case, the 7 dead beasts might all know their hiding place. In this case, they will definitely have more than one opponent, and Mark is just the one who arrives the fastest. If this is the case, not only will they have no chance of winning, but Douhu will also not be able to have a good fight with Mark. What they need to do now is to escape immediately to avoid being wiped out. What they need to do is to delay the battle until the 3rd hour of the Sanjia. Before that, Everyone still has the hope of comprehending new talents and upgrading their talents to level 8, so as to prepare for the final battle. Dohu reluctantly retracted his giant sword. Okay, I listen to you. What should we do next? Chapter 1100. Gao Yang is thinking. He first noticed a detail. An hour ago, he summoned his clone, and used 2 space-time leap to bring Bai Lu here, which made him unable to use this skill for 3 days. Bailey obviously deduced these, but did not remind Gao Yang at the time. He probably did not want to interfere with their cause and effect, which was impeccable. Space-time leap is definitely the best plan for escape, but Gao Yang also prepared 2 backup plans. Swish. Gao Yang teleported to Hong Xiaoxiao and touched her, then teleported to the dead pig and touched the sleeping Tengu on the dead pig's back. Ray Shark, dimensional space. Gao Yang ordered, everyone else go in. Yes. Everyone acted immediately without any doubt. In a blink of an eye, except Gao Yang and Ray Shark, everyone else entered the dimensional space. On. Ray Shark closed the dimensional space. Gao Yang had already created a clone and turned to the Crow Shark. Come up. The Crow Shark jumped onto Gao Yang's back. Hold on tight, it will be fast, Gao Yang reminded. The Crow Shark put its arms around Gao Yang's neck and crossed its legs around Gao Yang's waist, completely transforming into Gao Yang's turtle shell. Gao Yang glanced at the clone beside him, burned down the lab and hold him back. Okay. The clone raised his hand slightly, and immediately put on a golden holy garment, surrounded by dazzling flames. Activate the power of enlightenment. 1 second later, Gao Yang added all his attribute points to agility. Ding. The absolute barrier was instantly broken, turning into golden energy fragments all over the sky. At the same time, a pillar of fire burst out from the clone's surroundings, engulfing the lab. Gao Yang, who was carrying the Crow Shark, had already disappeared. Bang bang bang. A series of sonic booms were left in the night sky. Gao Yang fled at high speed by invisibility in flight. Mark could not catch up with him, nor could he find Gao Yang in invisible state. A dozen seconds later, Gao Yang had already flown to the sea at the border of Nigeria with the Crow Shark on his back. Gao Yang then switched to absolute barrier, continued to fly along the official channel on the sea, caught up with a freighter, and quietly hid in the cargo room at the bottom of the ship. The whole process of escaping took less than a minute. The Crow Shark immediately opened the dimensional space, and everyone ran out. In the dimensional space, living beings cannot stay for more than 10 minutes, otherwise there will be a risk of death. There is no need to worry about non-living beings, but if they are left for a long time, there will also be a risk of losing. 45, not one less. Qining quickly counted the number of people, and reported to Gao Yang. Wow! Gao Yang was about to speak, but suddenly covered his chest, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Gao Yang. Zhu Kei stepped forward to support Gao Yang. What's wrong with you? Others also looked over, panicked and worried. Gao Yang's face was pale, and his whole body was quickly subjected to the pain of slow slicing, and the energy path in his body was also greatly damaged. At this time, Qingling had already guessed. Is the clone dead? Gao Yang nodded, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the clone was only 30% of Gao Yang's strength, according to the classification of fighting tigers, it was already T0.5 strength, but it only lasted for a minute against Mark. Are all the dead beasts so strong? Zhang Wei was a little unconfident for a while. Gao Yang concentrated on thinking for a few seconds and shook his head. I always feel that the clone is sending me some signal. Everyone immediately quieted down, fearing that Gao Yang's inspiration would be disturbed. Gao Yang turned around and sat on a wooden box, clasped his hands together between his legs, slightly bent his back, and lowered his head, closing his eyes tightly. Jining, Johan, don't lower your guard. I think about it first. Okay. Yes. Johan, Jining immediately activated their talents to detect the surroundings. Qingling stood beside Gao Yang, saying nothing. Zhu Kei also stepped forward and placed a hand on Gao Yang's shoulder, with gentle energy transmitted from his palm. This could not restore the deep-seated injuries in Gao Yang's body, but it could effectively alleviate the pain he suffered and allow him to concentrate on thinking better. Thank you. Gao Yang thanked him softly, and said no more. Calm down and think. First of all, the task of the clone is to delay Mark and cover my escape, not to fight with Mark to the death. Mark didn't catch up with me, which means that the clone successfully completed the task. Since the mission has been completed, there is no need to fight to the death. Instead, we should find a way to escape. Even if we cannot escape for a while, we can use the absolute barrier to delay time, think about countermeasures, and make long-term plans. Could it be that other dead beasts came to support, and the clone realized that it was impossible for him to escape? It is reasonable for other dead beasts to come to support. Mark was very impulsive at first sight, and came first. Other dead beasts should arrive later. Here we exclude the dead beast. Envy. Its speed is so fast that it is terrifying. If it wants to come, it will definitely arrive first. In this case, the dead beast that came to support should be Greedy. After all, our location was also discovered by Greedy. Why Greedy can find us is not important for now. However, even if there are multiple dead beasts, the clone will not give up on himself. He will definitely persist until the last moment. This is my style. It is very likely that the clone committed suicide on its own initiative. The clone must have a good reason for doing so. A person commits suicide simply because he would rather die than surrender, or because he does not want to be used. The clone is an independent individual. As long as the body is not seriously damaged, even if it becomes a corpse, it will not disappear immediately, and can indeed be used. Could it be that the dead beast camp has an ability similar to Puppet Master that can control the corpse? Or do they have an ability similar to Equivalent Exchange that can interrogate the corpse? In this case, the clone will use Burning Heaven to commit suicide. This will not only severely injure the enemy, but also ensure that the corpse is reduced to ashes, leaving them no chance to control and interrogate. Wait, there is something that doesn't make sense. How can the clone be sure that the dead beast has the ability to control or interrogate the corpse in a short confrontation? Even if the clone considers this possibility, it can hide in the absolute barrier to think and analyze carefully before making a decision. But the truth is that the clone committed suicide soon. In reverse order, it means that the clone did immediately determine that there was someone in the dead beast camp who could control or interrogate the corpse. Continuing to infer, this means that there are familiar faces in the dead beast camp, such as Pride and Envy to me Mark Tadohu. They are all acquaintances and know each other very well. First, Shukei is ruled out. Shukei is with me, and Chilin is also ruled out. I cremated his body myself. Wait, there is another body. Chapter 1101. Mr. Lee. Her body was not cremated. Could it be that the dead beast controlled Mr. Lee's body, and could also use Mr. Lee's prophet? Very likely. If my clone saw Mr. Lee, it would immediately self-immolate, because Mr. Lee's prophet has a terrible ability to sign a one-time contract with the target or the target's human tissue to spy on the target's fate slice for a period of time in the future. My clone is equal to me. If the clone falls into the hands of Mr. Lee, she can see my fate slice through the clone, and the Xiaoshui incident will repeat. Speaking of which, why can Greed find our hiding place? Is it related to Prophet, Greed, Greedy Beast? Both have the word Greed. Does Greed also have the ability to host awakened people? Could it be that Greedy hosted Mr. Lee's body, and then found our hiding place through Mr. Lee's prophet? Wait, even if these are true, it also needs to sign a contract with the target's human tissue, and it is impossible to spy on our fate slice out of thin air. Could it be? It's my hand. At the dry well, my hand was crushed by arrogance, leaving blood and broken fingers. The hostly must have used my broken finger to spy on my fate slice and found us. If so, it's too dangerous. No, this must be confirmed, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Gao Yang looked up and opened his eyes. Got an answer? Zhu Chua's hand was still on Gao Yang's shoulder. Gao Yang nodded slightly. First, let me tell you the conclusion. Lee's body is likely to be hosted by the dead beast Greed. Greed found me through Lee's ability of Fate Slice. Gao Yang raised his right hand. My right hand was left at the dry well before. Suzaku recalled the scene where Wang Zikai crushed Gao Yang's palm, and was shocked, and suddenly realized, so that's it. This is indeed very likely. I can't stay with you for a short time. It's not safe. Suzaku nodded. I understand. Gao Yang stood up and raised his hand to tie up the long hair behind his head. I will go back to Licheng immediately to confirm whether Mr. Lee's body is still there. You find a place to hide by yourselves. Okay, be careful. Suzaku was not worried about Gao Yang's ability to survive. What else did she think of? Where is the diary? Gao Yang thought for a moment. I take it with me. Okay. Suzaku took out the diary and handed it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang put it in the inner pocket of his thin windbreaker. At this time, Qing Ling, who was guarding beside him, spoke. Gao Yang, let's go together. Gao Yang shook his head. No, you stay. Qing Ling repeated coldly. Let's go together. Gao Yang was stunned. Gao Yang, no matter what happens, I will be by your side to support you. I have only one request for you. You say. You must win. Gao Yang smiled faintly. Qing Ling, You are one of the strongest fighters now. You have to stay to protect everyone. This is not a battle for me alone. Without everyone, I can't win. Qing Ling stared at Gao Yang, thinking seriously about how serious and how foolish the person in front of her was. After a few seconds, she was convinced by Gao Yang and turned around coldly. It's up to you. Wait. Gao Yang called Qing Ling. What? Qing Ling turned around. Gao Yang stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed Qing Ling's brow with his index finger, leaving a golden mole. Then, Gao Yang left a golden mole on the forehead of Zhu Ke and Dohu respectively, and the quota for the 3 sets of golden holy cloth was used up. Gao Yang took a last look at Qing Ling, Zhu Ke, and Dohu. We will split up into 2 groups, each of us be careful. Leave it to me. Dohu nodded. He planned to take everyone to the western country to hide, but he didn't say it, because he had to prevent Gao Yang's fate slice from being spied on. Gao Yang nodded and disappeared with a swish. After Gao Yang left, Bai Lu came to Zhu Ke. I'm leaving too. You're not coming with us? Zhu Ke was a little surprised. The dead beast wants to kill the awakened. What does it have to do with ghosts? Bai Lu smiled coldly. I am friends with Gao Yang, but not with you. Zhu Ke was speechless for a moment, and she smiled faintly. Please. Bai Lu turned around and left without saying goodbye. You really won't stay for a while? Dohu stood aside, crossing his arms. Maybe she's just arrogant. If you say something nice to her, she won't leave. Why don't you go and talk to her? Zhu Ke glared at Dohu. Dohu laughed. Forget it, humans and ghosts are different, there's no need to force it together. 6 o'clock in the morning, in the western part of the West Country. In the desert area, under a rocky mountain, the secret base of the 12 zodiac signs. The room was dark and empty, and on the wall at the end stood a hibernation cabin made of black gold, with complex supporting equipment connected to it. Dohu sat on a folding chair, leaning back, his hands on his pillow, his legs crossed, resting on the hatch of the hibernation cabin, with half a cigarette in his mouth, his unkempt face flickering under the flashing signal light. Dohu picked up the cigarette, shook off the ash, and stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. So far, I have seen 3 dead beasts, Wang Zikai, Gao Xinxin, and my father. From an intuitive feeling, Wang Zikai should be the strongest. After all, arrogance is the first of the 7 deadly sins. Besides, that kid was ridiculously strong before his beast awakened. As the saying goes, he is 3 times weaker when he is white, and 10 times stronger when he is blackened. As for Gao Xinxin, the speed and destructive power she has shown so far are already very terrifying. Unless Qing Ling and I work together to deal with her, and we have to rely on Suzaku's triple enhancement and burst, I can't think of how to win. That stinky old man Mark is also very fierce. Judging from his current performance, he is at least at the level of Qin Long. Now we can only hope for the 3 hours of Sangjia, and we don't know how much it can weaken the dead beasts. Even in the most favorable situation, we killed all the dead beasts that night, and we don't know what to do next. We are still confused. This is the situation. Long, it's time to wake up, otherwise you will really oversleep. After Dohu finished speaking, he stared at the signal light on the hibernation cabin. The signal light has 3 bulbs of red, yellow and green. The red light is currently flashing, indicating that Long is in hibernation. If the yellow light starts to flash, it means that the dragon has begun to wake up. The awakening process can be as short as half an hour, or as long as 1 or 2 days. When the dragon officially wakes up, you can open the hibernation chamber at any time, and the green light will flash. Dohu waited for several minutes, but the red light was still flashing. Bang! Dohu was very upset and kicked the hibernation chamber hard. What's wrong with you? You don't wake up yet? Qilin is dead, and the 12 runes are all complete. Don't you want to open the door? You have the ability to hibernate. You have the ability to open the door. Or have you been lying to us? Qilin is right. There is no door in this world. There is only a greedy snake. Only the probability is reset to 0. Bang! Dohu kicked the hibernation chamber again. Dead beasts, 7 of them, all with T0 combat power, all with 6 god suits to push the house. How can you still sleep? Dohu became more and more angry. He stood up, kicked the chair away, took out a cigarette, lit it, and puffed out smoke. Long, I'm putting it this way. I give you 1 more cigarette to wake up immediately, or I lift the lid of the coffin. Chapter 1102. Dohu was holding a cigarette, but he was not smoking fast. After a few minutes, the yellow light on the hibernation cabin did not light up. Okay. Are you pretending to be deaf and dumb? Dohu lifted his foot and picked up the black gold giant sword on the ground. Do you know what it is called? Dragon devouring giant sword. I'm not kidding you with this knife. If you don't wake up, I will cut you in half. The yellow light did not light up. Squeak. Dohu thrust the giant sword into the ground fiercely and took out another cigarette. Okay. You can do it. Wait, I smoke another cigarette, and I chop you up after I finish this one. Dohu started to smoke again, this time more slowly. He stared at the signal light with his eyes. In just a few minutes, his mind was full of yellow. He thought about almost everything related to the color yellow that he had seen in his life. He wished he could use all these things to exchange for a signal light that was on in front of him. The yellow light did not light up. Swish. Dohu flicked away the cigarette butt, pulled out the dragon-eating giant sword, and raised it high. Dragon! I give you one last chance. Don't force me. Dohu's eyes were fierce and murderous. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. The yellow light didn't come on. Wow. Dohu chopped down, and a sword energy spread out, blowing away all the dust on the hibernation cabin, but that was all. The giant sword stopped when it was the last centimeter away, and did not split the hibernation cabin. You can sleep as long as you want. I don't care about you anymore. Dohu angrily retracted the giant sword, turned around and walked away. After walking 2 steps, he was so angry that he turned around and spit a mouthful of thick phlegm at the hibernation cabin. From now on, I'm the boss of the 12 zodiac signs. You are nothing. Did you hear that? You are nothing. Rubbish stuff. Bang. The man slammed the door. Leaving the city, Baigui funeral home. It was almost dawn, the security room was messy and dim, and a security guard was lying on the sofa and fell asleep. The computer next to him was turned on, fluorescent light flashing, and a black-haired boy in a thin windbreaker sat in front of the computer, concentrating on watching the surveillance images of all the cameras in the morgue. A total of 10 screens were cut, all playing at the fastest speed. Gao Yang maintained this intensity for 2 hours. After returning to Liqing, he rushed to the morgue here to check, and Li's body really disappeared. Gao Yang could only look for clues through surveillance. Sure enough, for a few minutes in the evening of April 1st, the surveillance of the entire morgue failed, with only a piece of white noise, as if it was interfered by some kind of energy field. Gao Yang repeatedly compared the time, which was exactly the few minutes, when the King of Horns awakened the dead beast. After confirming that there were no other clues, Gao Yang turned off the computer, closed his eyes, and pinched his eyebrows. While relaxing his eyes, he concentrated on thinking. The current evidence shows that the 7 dead beasts woke up immediately after the King of Horns blew the horn, and Li's body also disappeared at the same time. This shouldn't be the case. According to normal logic, after the dead beasts wake up, they will either immediately look for their companions or immediately search for the awakened. If it is a dead beast that knows where I am, such as jealousy, it will come directly to me. Assuming that the dead beasts can sense each other, after Greedy wakes up, it will immediately go to the dry well to see Pride and Jealousy, and then see the blood and broken fingers I left behind. Pride and Jealousy both know that Li has Prophet, and it happens that the dead beast Greedy has the ability to host. So Pride and Jealousy let Greedy host Li's body, and then spy on my fate slice through my broken finger, and finally find us, and catch us all in one fell swoop. This barely makes sense, but the timing doesn't match. Because when the dead beast woke up, Mr. Li's body disappeared, but according to my reasoning, the 2 events should be sequential, at least half an hour apart. This can only mean that there is a deep connection between the dead beast awakening and Mr. Li's body, so they happened at the same time. What is the connection between the 2? Wait. Could it be Mr. Li is greed? It is very likely that the king of the greedy beast, Dust and Mingjing, can secretly live in living people, so greed should be able to do so. Assume that greed has been secretly living in Mr. Li's body, just like Dust has been secretly living in Huolian's body for many years. Wait, something doesn't make sense. If my grandfather's horn is the key to awakening the dead beast, why can greed awaken in advance, and when was Li possessed by greed? Could it be the White Disaster? According to Li, there were several beasts that wanted to destroy humans. Xianmin almost wiped out the sect to prevent this disaster. Li was also attacked, and his legs were paralyzed. For the awakened, ordinary injuries can be cured, not to mention leg injuries. Even if the legs are cut off, there is a way to cure them. The only cases of injuries that cannot be cured are Qilin, Qingling, and Li. Qilin's leg injury is the price of peeping into the god, and Qingling's broken arm was destroyed by the curse abyss. Li's legs cannot be cured, which is definitely not an ordinary injury. Could it be that it is really caused by the parasitism of dead beasts? Try it first, and see if you can string these things together. At the beginning, several delusional beasts decided to answer the questions with the goal of destroying all mankind, but they did not think they had the ability to do it, so the White Disaster plan was ostensibly a war with Xianin, but in fact it might be some kind of ritual, the purpose of which was to skip the King of Horns, skip the rules of Songdao, and awaken the dead beasts in advance. Therefore, the greed in the dead beast was awakened in advance. The greed that awakened in advance was not the final form, and it paid a certain price before it could be lodged in Li's legs without anyone noticing. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that everything was guided by greed. It is possible that greed had certain abilities before it awakened, and guided those delusional beasts to help it parasitize Li. This is possible, such as arrogance. The beast also showed some abilities of dead beasts before it awakened. Continue to push. According to the results of the later review, Li thought I was Zhuyuan because I dreamed of such a future, but this was just a beautiful dream prepared by Qilin for her. I have always been very skeptical about this. Can Li's prophet be distinguished between true and false? Now it seems to make sense, because Li was lodged by greed, and it was greed that secretly made things so that Li could not distinguish it. Greed did this naturally to destroy me. Another point worth noting is that Li got the knowledge rune, but he could not upgrade to level 8 prophet, which may also be the reason for being lodged by greed. Wait, Mr. Li didn't reach level 8, but suddenly realized a new talent called level 7.5 Fate Slice. Could it be that this ability comes from greed? Gao Yang opened his eyes in surprise, and always felt that he seemed to be close to the truth. It seemed that there was only one piece of the puzzle left for his reasoning to become a fact. It was far away, and close at hand. Remember it. Remember it quickly. Ah! Gao Yang shouted, shouting out 4 words. Chapter 1103. Goddess of Song. Yes, if the dead beast greed is the goddess of song, many things make sense. First of all, the time, behavior trajectory and goals of the two are highly overlapped. There is another thing. When I went to rob Dr. Jia, why did Ming Jing and Nico ambush me in advance? I have never figured it out. If it was the goddess of song, Mr. Li, who spied on Dr. Jia's fate slice and found out the exact time when I would appear there, and then arranged an ambush, it would be very reasonable. However, why didn't greed use the fate slice to deal with me from the beginning? Perhaps because it is a hidden host, the ability is suppressed by Songdao and needs to be slowly restored. If it is used forcibly, it may be noticed by Mr. Li, resulting in the need to kill Mr. Li, thus exposing the identity, which is the same as the relationship between Chen Hui and Huang Lian. But with the advent of the Curse Abyss, the power of Songdao declined rapidly, and gradually could not suppress the ability of the dead beast. Before the awakening of the arrogant beast, it became stronger and stronger, which can also prove this. Therefore, greed can gradually dominate Li without being noticed, and let her have the illusion that she has comprehended the new talent of level 7.5 Fate Slice. In summary, the dead beast greed is the goddess of song. She founded the Songmu Church a long time ago, and planned the White Disaster incident with some of the delusion beasts, and then secretly boarded Li, and then secretly arranged through the identities of the leader of the Baichuan group and the goddess of song, one bright and one dark, to achieve her own goals. Greed has at least 2 goals. One is to kill the heir of God, that is, me, and the other is to find the King of Horns, awaken the 7 dead beasts, and eliminate all awakened people. This should also be the mission of all dead beasts. Unfortunately, the King of Horns is my grandfather. He made an agreement with my grandmother, and has been hiding until now, so his greedy conspiracy has not succeeded. Huh? Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and spent a few minutes to sort things out again. He did not find any major contradictions or omissions. He immediately wrote a 200-word text message to Johan, briefly explaining his guess. In less than half a minute, Johan replied with a text message, "See." A few seconds later, he sent another text message, "Received." Gao Yang stared at the phone for a few seconds. This seemed to be the first time Johan said swear words. It can be seen that this guess has caused him a shock. Gao Yang can understand Johan's mood after seeing the text message. Who would have thought that the enemy he dreamed of killing was always in front of him? If it weren't for the King of Horns blowing the horn, Johan might never find the goddess of song. In the dark, everything came to fruition. The biggest obstacle in front of the awakened is his mortal enemy. Johan may have insomnia tonight, considering all the new and old hatreds. Gao Yang also suffers from insomnia. To be more precise, he is not sleepy at all. Gao Yang cleaned up the traces of his visit, left the security room, took a taxi, and returned to Shanqing district. Along the way, the sky gradually brightened, and Li Chen woke up in the clear morning light. Gao Yang looked at the street scene outside the car window, and heard the gradually noisy traffic, feeling emotional. Now that the 7 dead beasts have awakened, the high-level beasts have almost died in just 1 year, leaving only these lost people who are still living diligently. Ironically, this city seems to be no different from before, and even better. These lost people will not think about whether they are the product of the confrontation between Songdao and Misty, nor will they question whether they exist or not, and will not question whether their words, deeds, and thoughts are out of free will. Their happiness is real happiness. Their pain is real pain. They only love the present, and don't care about the end of the world. They are the most unfortunate, and the most fortunate. Gao Yang's thoughts were flying until the car stopped on the side of the road. Gao Yang paid and got off the car. He looked up and saw the familiar community, where he had lived for many years. As usual, Gao Yang walked to the apartment building and took the elevator home. He stood at the door of his house and touched his pocket, only to find that he had lost his house key. Gao Yang was stunned in place. His chest was pierced by something secret and subtle. The wound was not big, but it penetrated directly. It took him a long time to adjust his rapid breathing and calm down. After confirming that there was no one around, he teleported into the house. Gao Yang came to the entrance, and first checked the shoe cabinet to make sure that his sister had not returned home. He habitually kicked off his shoes, and changed into slippers. Gao Yang didn't turn on the light, but opened the curtains. The dim morning light came in, and the dark hall was instantly bright. The old but warm fabric sofa, the glass coffee table piled with daily necessities and bulk snacks, the integrated TV cabinet that took up a lot of space and was not practical, the retro sideboard that separated the dining room, the potted plant in the corner was cut into a 5-pole lucky tree, the family portrait hanging on the wall, decorative paintings and cross-stitch. The home is still the home in memory, but there is more dust. Gao Yang walked through the living room and came to the door of his sister's room. It was a small house of 6 or 7 square meters. When his father moved the family to the city, he bought a house with 3 bedrooms and a living room. When they were young, Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin slept on bunk beds. Grandma had 1 room, and parents had another room. When the brother and sister were older, Gao Xinxin slept with Grandma, but it was still a bit inconvenient. After discussing it, his parents found a decorator to divide Grandma's bedroom into 2 rooms, 1 large and 1 small, and Gao Xinxin lived in the small room. Gao Yang felt sorry for his sister and offered to change rooms with her, but Gao Xinxin refused to change, saying that she loved small rooms and felt safe. When they were young, the brother and sister liked to hide in narrow places, such as storage rooms, small attics, and caves in the back mountains, treating them as their secret bases. Gradually, the 2 siblings grew up and were no longer obsessed with secret bases, but Gao Xinxin retained her love for small spaces. Gao Yang looked up and saw 3 small particle head hooks on the door, with a DIY small paper sign hanging in the middle, with knock written on the front, and do not disturb written on the back. Now, the side of the small paper sign that shows people is knock. Gao Yang knocked on the door, but no one responded. "I'm coming in." Gao Yang spoke to the air and gently pushed the door open. Chapter 1104. The room was small, but the walls were surprisingly clean, with no posters on them. There was still a faint fragrance in the air, which was the smell of Gao Xinxin shampoo. A bed against the corner took up half of the room, and the gray-blue pillows and bedding were a bit messy, which showed that she had gotten up too late and hurried out. There was a drawer under the bed, which was Gao Xinxin's small wardrobe. Her underwear and favorite Lolita skirts were all placed in it, and her daily clothes were placed in the wardrobe in her grandmother's room. There was a small desk in front of the window, with clear curtains dancing. A round iron hanger with multiple clips was hung on the anti-theft window, outside the window, with several pairs of socks hanging on it. There was a white art tool box on the floor next to the desk, filled with brushes and paints. Gao Yang often helped Gao Xinxin carry it, and it was quite heavy. There was also a spare drawing board in the corner, on which was pinned an unfinished still life combination sketch. Gao Yang looked at the desk. There was a small photo frame on it. Inside was a family photo. It was a photo taken on the Nyo Erdai beach. Wang Zikai was there too. Grandma and Gao Xinxin stood in the middle, holding each other's arms. Dad and Mom came over on the left and right. Wang Zikai, who was the tallest, and Gao Yang stood behind with their arms around each other. The sky was cloudless, the sea was blue, and the 6 people were smiling brightly under the sun. There was also a thick sketchbook on the desk. Gao Yang picked up the sketchbook and flipped through it casually. They were all sketches of street people. An old lady sitting on a park bench basking in the sun, a cashier lady taking a nap behind the supermarket counter, a salesman sitting on the bus and talking on the phone, and a couple walking by the river at night. Most of the sketches were old ladies, and middle-aged men and women. Gao Yang felt a sharp pain in his chest, and was a little breathless. He put down the sketchbook, and suddenly, a photo inside it slipped onto the table. It was a photo of Gao Yang, Gao Xinxin, Wang Zikai, and Chu Xue on New Year's Eve last year. The sunset in the photo was beautiful, and the evening breeze suddenly came, ruffling everyone's hair, making their smiles more wrinkled, and their hearts were full of waves. It was a failed photo with a lot of problems. In the blank space of the photo, there was a beautiful pen-written sentence. It seems regrettable, but it is the best time. Gao Yang wanted to pick up the photo, but his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't lift it. His face was pale, and his breathing began to quicken again. Before the tinnitus filled the world, he turned around and rushed out of the room. Dingling. Gao Yang had just returned to the living room when the doorbell rang. Gao Yang immediately alerted and opened his 6 senses to the maximum. There was indeed a person standing outside the door. Judging from the breath, there was no danger. Gao Yang was not careless. He armed himself with a golden cloth and was ready to fight or escape at any time. Dingling. The doorbell rang again. After a few seconds, a voice came from outside the door. Gao Xinxin, are you home? Gao Yang recognized this voice. It was his sister's high school classmate, Guanghuan. You haven't come to school for a few days. You and your brother's phone calls are unreachable. Everyone is worried about you. I just passed by your house and found that your curtains were open. Are you home? If you are home, please call back, okay? Gao Yang stood in the living room, quietly looking at the door at the entrance. Gao Xinxin, if you are home, please listen to me. I'm not a pervert. I'm just really worried about you, so I come to your house every day when I go to and from school. I suddenly fainted on the street that day, and when I woke up, you were gone. Did something happen? Gao Xinxin, if you have any difficulties or troubles, you can tell me. Although I may not be able to help much, but... Click. The door opened, and Guanghuan, who was talking, was startled to see Gao Yang standing at the door, his face cold and pale. Brother Gao Yang. You are home? That's great. Guanghuan was surprised and happy. Gao Xinxin hasn't come to school for several days. Did something happen? Gao Yang nodded gently, his voice cold and hard. Gao Xinxin dropped out of school. Ah? Guanghuan was caught off guard. Why did you drop out? This is too sudden. We plan to go abroad. Gao Yang said. Why? Guanghuan couldn't accept it. One of our distant relatives is abroad, and we plan to go and live with him. Gao Yang said. Is that so? Guanghuan lowered his head, feeling sad. Gao Xinxin had never mentioned such a big thing to him. Guanghuan raised his head, his eyes burning. Brother Gao Yang, can I say goodbye to Gao Xinxin? No. Gao Yang said. Why? She has gone abroad. I came back to deal with some things, and I will leave after I finish them. Gao Yang said. Guanghuan was hit hard, but still unwilling. Can you leave me Gao Xinxin's contact information? Guanghuan. Gao Yang interrupted coldly. Gao Xinxin will never come back. Just treat her as if she doesn't exist. Guanghuan was stunned, his eyes turned red, and he suddenly yelled, Brother Gao Yang. What are you talking about? How can you say such a thing? Goodbye. Gao Yang closed the door. Bang, bang, bang. Guanghuan was banging on the door frantically. He had never been so angry before. Brother Gao Yang. Open the door. Explain clearly. Explain clearly. What do you mean by pretending she doesn't exist? We go to and from school every day, eat together every day, draw together. She often talks to me when she is worried, and asks me to go shopping with her and buy you birthday presents. Yes, I like her. I also know that she doesn't like me, but at least we are friends. Why does she treat her friends like this? It was the same last time, and it was the same this time. She disappeared without a word. How can she be so heartless? Bang, 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 bang. Guanghuan burst into tears and banged on the door continuously. Open the door. Open the door. Why does she treat me like this? Doesn't she have any feelings? Doesn't she have a heart? Why? Why? Tell me why. In the entrance hall where the light could not reach, Gao Yang sat on the ground with his back against the cold iron door, turning into a silent statue. Chapter 1105. Late at night, in a small town in the western part of the West Country. The town is lush with greenery, with wide streets and sparse buildings, mostly wooden single-family houses. Under the moonlight, it is desolate and quiet. Behind the town is a large pine forest and wasteland, and further back are snow-capped mountains stretching to the horizon. Of course, these are all foggy. In fact, half of the town has been swallowed by the fog, and the remaining half has long lost its residents, becoming a forgotten dead town. There is a middle school in the north of the town. The building layout inside is strange. The playground and the teaching building are squeezed together, but a basketball hall is far away from the playground and brightly lit. There are dozens of sleeping bags on the court in the gym, and many daily necessities are stacked around. There are a lot of equipment and weapons in several basketball storage baskets. Dozens of awakened people are resting in the gym. Except for those who go out on patrol, all personnel are prohibited from going out. Dong pa. Dong pa. The rhythmic sound of rebounding and catching the ball echoed in the empty basketball hall. Do-hoo sat in the audience, half a cigarette in his mouth, holding a basketball in his hand. He threw the basketball easily, and the basketball flew straight to the backboard on the court, then bounced to the audience on the opposite side at a 75-degree angle, and was caught steadily by Lao 7. Lao 7 threw it hard, and sent the basketball back to Do-hoo's hands in the same trajectory. The two kept catching and throwing the ball, playing for almost half an hour. 3 whole days have passed since the last escape. After coming to the west, Do-hoo met Long alone, and the others rested here, planning to reunite with Gao Yang before making a long-term plan. During these 3 days, except for Johan receiving Gao Yang's text message, everyone excitedly held a meeting, and the rest of the time was quite boring. Do-hoo was even more idle, so he threw the ball with Lao 7 to pass the time. Zhu sat on a sleeping bag, drinking canned coffee, thinking about something, and finally had an idea. She looked up, saw the right moment, threw the empty coffee can, hit the basketball flying over her head, interrupted the original trajectory of the basketball, and the basketball flew out diagonally. Zhang Wei was bragging to Hingmu, Muzitu, and Bumblebee, and a basketball hit him directly on the head, and he screamed, "Oh! Stop playing!" Zhu shouted to Do-hoo, "Come here." "What for?" Do-hoo looked careless. "Come here when I tell you to." Zhu was impatient. Do-hoo reluctantly got up, jumped hard, and flew towards Zhu on the court. He was tall and strong, but there was almost no sound when he landed. Do-hoo shouted to Old 7 in the audience, "You lose just now. Remember to wash my stinky socks for a week." Old 7 felt a little aggrieved. "Why?" "It was Sister Zhu who interrupted the ball just now." "Then let Zhu wash my socks." Old 7, who had always secretly admired Zhu, imagined that scene and was immediately furious. "No! I wash it." "That's right." Do-hoo was very satisfied. He turned his head to look at Zhu and pretended to be earnest. "Elder Zhu, what do you want?" "Don't be so frivolous. Let's talk about business." Zhu rolled his eyes at him. "What business can there be now?" Do-hoo was half believing and half doubting. Zhu pretended to smile mysteriously. "I have an idea to increase our strength and better prepare for the final battle." "Really?" Do-hoo became energetic. He sat cross-legged and listened attentively. "First, have a cigarette?" Zhu hooked his finger. "Didn't you quit everything?" Do-hoo said. "Today is an exception," Zhu said. "Why do you make exceptions every day?" Do-hoo frowned. "No, Xiao Yangyan will scold me when he finds out." "How can he know if you don't tell me, and I don't tell him?" "If he doesn't know, it means he didn't smoke." Zhu argued. "Hurry up." Do-hoo had no choice but to take out a shriveled cigarette box and lighter, and throw it to Zhu. Zhu lit the cigarette skillfully, took a puff, and smiled at Do-hoo. "You know, I'm level 8 equivalent exchange." "I'm level 7 too. I be level 8 soon." Do-hoo looked unconvinced. "Who is competing with you, childish?" Zhu glared at him again. "Do you know what my level 8 skill is?" "Yes, that." Do-hoo thought seriously. "Life Mall?" "It's the life bank." Zhu really wanted to kick him. Its core ability is to permanently transfer the life, energy, and talents between living beings. "I know." Do-hoo didn't take it seriously. He was suddenly startled. "Wait, you want to transfer talents?" Zhu nodded. "You have fought with Qilin. You should know that multiple talents concentrated on one person is definitely a plus. The effect of one is greater than two." Do-hoo's eyes lit up. "So you want to concentrate everyone's talents on one person?" "It's feasible in theory, but in reality." Zhu shook his head. "We don't have that time." Do-hoo also took out a cigarette and played with it in his hand. "Go on. My life bank can freely transfer the lives of targets, 1-to-1 or many-to-many, but there are also many restrictions. First of all, the transaction must be voluntary, otherwise there is a risk of failure, and the effect will be discounted. In addition, the target that has been traded cannot be traded again within 1 year. The transfer of energy and talent has more restrictions. First of all, the transaction can only be one-to-one, that is, one person's talent can only be transferred to another person, and once transferred, it can never be returned, and anyone can only trade once a year, including myself. Of course, as an intermediary, I am not subject to this restriction, but as a trading party, I am the same as everyone else. In addition, the number of transactions of life, energy, and talent overlaps, so Gao Yang and I can't make any more transactions this year. Dohu scratched his head. That is to say, even in an ideal state, before the battle with the dead beast, we can only transfer half of the talents to the other half, which is equivalent to having the combat power. Yes. Shu Kei nodded. It is impossible to concentrate all talents on one person. Dohu touched his chin. Just having the combat power is not bad, and it can also avoid more sacrifices. I think so too. Shu Kei looked at his companions around. People who don't want to participate in the battle can voluntarily transfer their energy and talents to others, so that they can almost become ordinary people again, and will no longer be targeted by the dead beast, and there is no need to worry about being sacrificed. If we win in the end, they can live forever. If we lose, we will just die together. There is no difference. It sounds good. Everyone should support it. Dohu smiled. Well, wait for Gao Yan to come back, and we will have a meeting to decide. Shu Kei said. Okay. Dohu was eager to try, and he had something to do. He began to look for suitable candidates, without considering whether the other party would voluntarily give up his talent. At this moment, Qingling, Nana, Lele, and Hong Xiaoxiao were sitting together, eating instant noodles. Ah, I really want to eat jumping frogs. Lele looked at the instant noodles in his hand, and felt a little nauseous. I also want to eat the dishes cooked by my mother. Hong Xiaoxiao sighed. When talking about food, Qingling unconsciously put down the instant noodles in her hand. The sweet potato noodles in Uncle Lou's spicy hot pot, the braised spare ribs made by Officer Huang, the boiled fish made by Aunt Lin, the beef offal noodles from the night snack stall opposite Licheng University, the flavored clams made by Uncle Gao Yang. Qingling's thoughts were about to drift away, when suddenly her back felt cold. Chapter 1106. Qingling felt someone staring at her, with strong emotions. She immediately turned around and found Dohu sitting on the coaching chair outside the court, with his legs crossed, playing with a kerosene lighter, smiling at the four of them, his eyes full of turbid desire. His. Lulu followed Qingling's gaze, and also found Dohu, his uncle who looking at us. His eyes are so obscene. Ah? Hong Xiaoxiao raised her head slowly, met Uncle Hu's smiling face, and shuddered immediately. He looked so. Hong Xiaoxiao didn't dare to say those two words. Nana said it out loud with a look of contempt. Disgusting. Keep your voice down. Lele lowered his head, and pretended to continue eating noodles. Don't tell me, his eyes are really obscene. Do you have any improper thoughts about us? Hong Xiaoxiao felt bad. No way, Uncle Hu, he is not that kind of person. Just because he was not before doesn't mean he will never be. Lele said half-jokingly. Maybe he was desperate because of the probability of 0. So he gave up on himself, and decided to enjoy life while he could and indulge in beauty. Hong Xiaoxiao tried to imagine the scene of Dohu being lustful. Ah. No, I can't accept it. The style is too weird. Humph. Nana sneered. He is clearly coveting the power of my king. Qingling did not participate in the topic of the three people, and continued to eat instant noodles. In Qingling's view, none of the above is a problem. Whether Dohu covets her body or ability, she can pick up a knife and chop him. Dohu, who was not far away, had no idea how the four girls were discussing him. He was playing with his lighter while muttering to himself. I really want Qingling's talent the most. After I get it, I will fight the dead beast directly. Hong Xiaoxiao's talent is not bad either, mainly because she is a bit of a slacker, and she has great effects. But in the long run, Lele is the potential stock. After all, she has wisdom. Nana's talent seems to be average, no comparison, no harm. Dohu retracted his gaze, and began to look for the talents of other companions. Ah! Suddenly, Sa Qing in the crowd shouted, his face pale. 3 minutes ago. There is a mountain behind the town, and there is a ski resort on the top of the mountain. The foot of the mountain is connected to the cable car, and one of the cable cars is stuck halfway up the mountain due to a malfunction. In fact, because more than half of the snow mountain is swallowed by fog, this cable car cannot reach the top of the mountain, which is a dilemma. At this time, there are two people hiding in the cable car, Johan and Chening. Johan holds a tactical telescope and observes the town at the foot of the mountain. Cooperating with the patrol of thousands of birds, he ensures that the situation of the entire town is under his control. Every few minutes after Qining rested, she would activate perception to search the area within a few kilometers around her to further eliminate risks. Once a suspicious target was found approaching, Johan would use voice transmission to notify the people in the basketball hall. Johan put down the telescope and took a bite of the chocolate bar in his hand, making a crisp sound. Qining, who was standing next to him, slowly opened his eyes, ended perception, and took a short break. "Do you like chocolate bars?" Qining casually found a topic. "No." Johan explained seriously. "It's mainly because it's easy to carry and high in calories, which is suitable for replenishing energy during the mission." "Is that so?" Qining took out a bottle of coffee from his pocket. "Drinking coffee, it can refresh you." "No, thank you." "Don't like to drink?" "No." Johan explained seriously again. "Drinking too much water will make you want to go to the toilet, which will delay your work. Try to avoid it during the mission." "That's right." Qining smiled and took back the coffee. Qining had no topic for a while. She lifted her hair and turned her head to look at the night outside the cable car. She found that the moon tonight was big, round, and bright, and the whole world became gentle. Qining felt her heart become peaceful, and just wanted to enjoy this moment of leisure. "Qining." Johan took the initiative to speak. Qining looked up. "What do you think about the captain's speculation?" Johan said. Qining guessed that Johan was still thinking about it. Qining confessed. "From a purely rational point of view, I think this possibility is very high. The captain's analysis is very reasonable. Greedy is boarding Mr. Li. Mr. Li, and its other identity is the goddess of song." Johan was silent. "From an emotional point of view, I also hope this is true. If so, at least half of Li's sins are due to greed. I still can't forgive her, but I don't hate her anymore." Johan hesitated. Qinying's eyes were sad but burning. "In my heart, Madame Li died after the Jiaxing Pavilion incident. Later, she was just a puppet of greed." Johan didn't speak. "Johan?" Qining held Johan's hand. "Let's kill her together, avenge our companions, and give Madame Li a relief." After a few seconds, Johan held Qinying's hand back. "Okay." Johan's palms have a lot of calluses, which are warm and strong, giving people a sense of security. "The moon is so beautiful." Qining turned her head unconsciously, and looked at the moon outside the cable car. Johan also looked over and nodded, yes. The two felt unprecedented relaxation, and a sense of trance. Everything was just right. They just stared at the moon in the sky. The moonlight was getting stronger and stronger. Their faces almost melted in the bright moonlight, and their eyes became more and more distracted. The moon above their heads kept getting bigger. They had already started working, but they didn't notice it at all. In fact, the moon had already grown to an incredible degree, completely turning into a huge sphere, floating above the cable car, as if it was within reach. The moonlight was silent, strange, soft, gentle, and invisibly filled every space. Hee. Somewhere, a woman's lazy chuckle came from. The laughter was far away, as if it came from the moon, and so close, as if it was hidden in the moonlight. Chapter 1107. Late at night, in the waiting hall of the airport outside the city. The nearest flight to the West Country will take off in half an hour. A young man wearing a gray windbreaker sat quietly in the empty waiting hall, with messy long hair tied in a short ponytail, a thin and pale face, and a melancholy and calm look. Next to his seat was a half bottle of mineral water, and a half-eaten matcha cake bought from a dessert shop. The system transformed into the image of the dormitory ant, wearing an airport ground staff uniform, sitting next to Gao Yang with a polite smile. "Sir, please look at the big screen." The dormitory ant raised her hand, and the transparent glass wall in front of her, which was shimmering with a deep night color, immediately turned into a big screen, showing Gao Yang's current numerical panel and talent information. Latest accumulated lucky points, 4631. Physical strength, 3919. Endurance, 3771. Strength, 2901. Agility, 3665. Spirit, 4563. Charm, 5151. Luck, 2766. Time and Space Ghost level 7. Absolute Defense level 7. Teleport level 7. Copy level 7. Flame level 7. Gecko level 7. Phantom level 7. Spiritual Armor level 7. Lie Detector level 7. Lucky level 6. Next time you comprehend a new talent, you will need 7,680 lucky points, and making a wish once will cost 5,000 lucky points. The dormitory ant took the initiative to remind. Gao Yang frowned slightly. In the best case, I will also need to spend 12,680 points to comprehend a new talent. It may also be 2. The dormitory ant's ending tone rose. Gao Yang smiled. I almost forgot, there is a certain chance of giving a talent. Are there any hidden restrictions on the talent given? For example, it can't be the 12 talents before and after. What do you think? The dorm ant smiled. The answer was self-evident. Gao Yang stopped talking and looked up at the big screen again. What talent do you plan to comprehend next? The dorm ant seemed to be Gao Yang's friend, discussing with him. Do you have any good suggestions? Gao Yang asked deliberately. I think Wanxiang is the first choice, and then judgment. The dorm ant said. Reason? First of all, Wanxiang is very strong, and from the perspective of comprehensive combat power, you currently lack mental damage, law damage and spiritual damage. Wanxiang can directly make up for a weakness and turn it into a super advantage. It makes sense, Gao Yang said. More than that. The dorm ant was complacent and continued to analyze. Among the dead beasts you are about to face, Pride is undoubtedly the strongest. Pride's predecessor is Prince Kai, and his biggest weakness is mental damage, so if you want to fight Pride, Wanxiang can increase your chances of winning. Hearing those 3 familiar words, Gao Yang's heart trembled again. Intellectually, Gao Yang had already given up his fantasy, knowing that he would have to fight with Wang Zikai. But when that day comes, can he really do it? Maybe there will never be an answer until the moment when it happens. Gao Yang still took the old approach and immediately put everything related to Wang Zikai into the small black room and ignored it for the time being. Just like Wang Zikai is Wang Zikai and arrogance is arrogance. Let's talk about the judge, Gao Yang said. Okay. The dormitory ant smiled cutely. Judge belongs to the law-based damage, which just makes up for your ability deficiencies, and its domain is built in, so it does not need to be deployed. You only need your companions to help you contain it a little, and you can successfully activate your talent. Pull it into the field, and the definition of fairness is up to you. If you are lucky, you can directly judge the enemy. If you are not lucky, at least you will die together. It is a sure win. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. What do you mean by a sure win? My life is not a life? Oh! The dormitory ant gently pushed Gao Yang's shoulder. Look at what you said. Isn't there still game players? Or, you can leave a clone first. There are always more solutions than problems. Take a step back. If you really sacrifice yourself to defeat the dead beast, isn't it good? A hero doesn't have to live for a long time, as long as he can bring hope to people. You really talk without any pain in your waist, Gao Yang said. I am sitting now. The dormitory ant blinked. Thank you for your advice. I hope I can accumulate enough luck before the curtain call, Gao Yang said. You are welcome. If you have any troubles, feel free to find me. My heart is always open to you. The dormitory ant made a heart and disappeared. Gao Yang thought quietly for a while, then stood up and walked to the toilet. There was no one in the toilet. Gao Yang stood in front of the sink, took out a diary and a black gold fountain pen from the inner pocket of his thin windbreaker, opened it, and quickly wrote a few words. Half a minute later, a white light rushed out of the notebook, and Bailey Yi in a white coat appeared in front of Gao Yang. What do you want to talk to me about? Bailey Yi's eyes were melancholy, but his smile was very warm. Well, I want to talk to you. Is it convenient? Gao Yang said. Bailey Yi nodded. Of course, but I won't say a word about things that can't be said, such as Mark will come to you a few days ago. Please understand. No problem. Gao Yang turned around. Let's go. I buy you a cup of coffee. 10 minutes later, the two of them ordered a cup of coffee each and sat down on the waiting chairs. I really miss it. Bailey Yi held the coffee and squinted at the airport outside the glass wall. The last time I drank coffee was in the hospital. It feels like a lifetime ago, Gao Yang said. You're exaggerating, Bailey Yi said. Not an exaggeration at all. Gao Yang took a sip of coffee and got straight to the point. I have some questions. Asked. You have always emphasized that you only guide us, not dominate our cause and effect. Yes. I always feel that the definition between them is very vague. For example? Gao Yang thought for a while. For example, Lu Qingying came to me before she died. She said that because she made a wrong move, the situation changed, so she wanted to make up for it. So she joined the Haichuan group to monitor Qilin, but was used by Qilin to blow up the Millennium Building. Bai Li nodded. That's right. Looking back, Lu Qingying's so-called wrong move refers to her asking the Haichuan group to kill Chen Hui. She believes that this decision has affected your layout. Conversely, Your existence has changed Lu Qingying's cause and effect? Bailey nodded. I said before that Lu Qingying thought that I was the general. It is to open the door. The concept of opening the door is not created by me, and the cause and effect have nothing to do with me. In addition, when Lu Qingying asked me whether I would affect the general, I did not answer her, but said I would reply in 3 days. As a result, she made a decision in advance. She was collecting intelligence for me, but all her actions and judgments were not for me and my purpose, but for her own purpose, which was to avenge Bachiochi and open the door. What about Bachiochi? Gao Yang asked again. Chapter 1108. Bachiochi met me purely by chance. There were indeed causal ripples between us, but the ripples were small. All her decisions and behaviors were derived from her own causality. I have repeatedly deduced on the causal chessboard, and no new path appeared out of thin air. In fact, I have deduced all the futures that all of you may experience. Until one future becomes a reality, other futures in the same period will disappear. Of course, I also know when and where you will die in the future. I calculate it every day, and the probability of these futures is constantly changing. Death is a big cause and effect, and I will not interfere. After all, I am just a cold-blooded audience. When you perform the play I want to see on the stage, I will applaud, but that's all. Gao Yang nodded. It's really like Song Dao's style. Bailey Yi nodded. Yes, it seems that you have understood why talent upgrades are accompanied by great emotional fluctuations and firm beliefs, because at that moment you made a choice. Song Dao saw your choice, and responded. God helps those who help themselves. Gao Yang remembered this sentence. Yes. Bailey Yi laughed at himself. And my mission may be to beat Song Dao's crutches. He is old and can't walk anymore. Gao Yang stopped talking. The two of them drank coffee quietly, looking at the airport shrouded in the thick night. After a long while, Gao Yang spoke again. In fact, I have a secret that I have never told anyone. I am alive now thanks to it, but this secret also confuses me. I don't understand it at all. Bailey said nothing. If I tell you the secret now, will it affect the cause and effect of this session? Gao Yang asked. You voluntarily told me, it was your decision, and it will not affect the great cause and effect. Bailey said, however, if I happen to know the answer to your secret, and give you advice, it will definitely affect, or even change it. So, there is no point in me telling you, you can only be a listener. Gao Yang said. I'm afraid so, but although it doesn't make sense to you, it does make sense to me. Bailey said. Why? Gao Yang asked. If I can get more information about you, my deduction on the cause and effect chessboard will be more accurate, and maybe I can see more distant future possibilities. Gao Yang said nothing. Bailey looked down at his watch. Don't worry, you can think about it seriously and talk next time. Gao Yang was startled and guessed, is it going to happen? Bailey smiled without saying anything, waved his hand gently, and the video surveillance screens around him were temporarily lost, and Bailey turned into a white light and drilled back into the diary. Gao Yang put away the diary, and quietly waited for the enemy to arrive. Gao Yang was not surprised. It was a good thing. Of course, he could not beat the dead beast at present, but it was difficult for him to die. He could also get more information and prepare for the final battle. 1 minute passed. Gao Yang did not wait for any danger, but waited for a quick text message from Suzaku, which was the detailed information of her current hiding place. Gao Yang was shocked. This is a code, which means that Suzaku has been found by the dead beast. I didn't expect the accident to come from my companions. Gao Yang immediately mobilized the energy in his body. Damn! I used space group migration 3 days ago, which led to the use of space jump again, and the cooling time is still 3 minutes away. Just 3 minutes. Gao Yang can certainly use space jump by force, but it must be at the cost of destroying the energy path in the body. The burden left by Gao Yang's clone's death has not been eliminated, and now it is worse. The strength will be greatly reduced, which is very disadvantageous for the battle. For a moment, Gao Yang was in a dilemma. If he rushed over immediately, he might lose the strength to save the situation. If he rushed over 3 minutes later, he might miss the best time for rescue. Gao Yang activated spirit armor, and made the calmest decision immediately. For the time being, he will not force the space jump, and wait for the 3 minutes. But if during this process, the golden sacred cloth of any one of Qingling, Zhu and Do Hu is activated, Gao Yang can sense it immediately, which means that they failed to escape successfully, were forced to fight, and were threatened. Then Gao Yang can't wait for a second. Even if he forcibly damages the energy path, he must rush back to rescue immediately. Gao Yang took a deep breath, sat down again, and closed his eyes. He prayed in his heart, hoping that his companion's golden cloth would not be activated, at least not within 3 minutes. In the west, a small town middle school basketball hall. Ah! Sa Qing shouted, and everyone stopped what they were doing. Those who were sleeping woke up immediately and looked at her. Run! There's danger! Sa Qing shouted. Sa Qing's disaster premonition broke through level 4 with the help of the Guardian Rune. She could sense the misfortune that was about to happen to herself or her surroundings 5 seconds to 1 minute in advance. The more dangerous it was, the more she could sense it in advance. With the experience 3 days ago, Zhu Kei, Dohu, and Jiuhan had already formulated a complex and strict emergency plan. Jiuhan and Chening are a reconnaissance line of defense. Sa Qing is the second line of defense. Everyone must stay together at all times and cannot be separated from Sa Qing, so that Sa Qing's disaster premonition can play the greatest role. Sa Qing sensed danger, and Zhu Kei, Dohu and others' faces darkened. Their first reaction was, Jiuhan and Chening are in trouble. The second reaction was, the enemy is coming, but Gao Yang is clearly not here. How can the dead beast still find them? There is no time to think about these. Emergency escape! Zhu Kei shouted immediately. Everyone started to act immediately after hearing these 4 words. In fact, everyone would practice 3 times a day. Dimensional space. Yasha immediately opened the dimensional space. Space teleportation. Chuyu immediately opened a space-time teleportation portal that was less than the size of a manhole cover, and the other end of the space-time teleportation portal was only this big, in a hidden place 1 kilometer away. Everyone ran into the dimensional space at the fastest speed. Raven Shark closed the dimensional space again, escaped through the portal, and then jumped into the nearby river and escaped by water. Hurry up! Dohu organized everyone to escape. Those who have no fighting power should advance. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, countless fine winds appeared in the air, and then everyone stopped, opening their eyes in confusion, as if time had stopped. 1 second later. Z. At least 3 horizontal bloodlines exploded from everyone's body, and then they fell apart and rolled to the ground, like a pile of bloody blocks. Dong-ong. Dohu's head with his mouth wide open rolled to the ground and hit a basketball. The basketball rolled over a pool of blood and touched the broken palm of a woman wearing a black gold ring. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fine winds appeared again. This time, the entire basketball hall was cut vertically, and the body fragments on the ground were plowed again. Boom. A second later, the basketball hall turned into countless sharp fragments, collapsed with a loud bang, stirred up countless smoke and dust, buried the bodies on the ground, which mixed with countless broken limbs and countless blood, turning into a bloody ruin. Above the ruins, there was a huge full moon, casting a layer of strange white. Cuckoo. Chapter 1109. The lazy laughter appeared again. It came from the dead beast lazy Wangshu. Wangshu's second form is the huge moon in the sky and the ubiquitous moonlight. Wherever the moonlight covers, it is Wangshu's night domain. This domain is very gentle, because Wangshu in this form has no attack power and cannot hurt anyone, but it is also deadly enough. It is the night, representing sleep and relaxation. It hates the daytime and resists wakefulness and alertness. In fact, people in the basketball hall will not be affected too much. At most, they will feel a certain sleepiness. This sleepiness does not distinguish between enemies and friends, and can be overcome by willpower. But Chening and Jiuhan are different. One of them uses perception, and the other uses Bird King and sound transmission. They are all large-scale spiritual talents. For the night domain, this is like a rooster trying to crow in the dark night, which is an extremely discordant existence. It is a strong awakening and vigilance, which will be gently counterattacked by the night. Therefore, the two did not notice the danger approaching at all, but relaxed their vigilance and fell into drowsiness. In addition, in the night domain, all completely independent domains, barriers, positions, and talents of large-scale mental attacks, domination and connection will be invalid and will be strongly counterattacked by the night. Swish. At this moment, a slender, pure white girl with twin ponytails was suspended high in the moonlight, and 6 soft white light-shaped wings behind her slowly opened, cutting the full moon behind her into sad and beautiful fragments. The dead beast was jealous, Gao Xinxin. A few seconds ago, it was she who waved her wings twice, and cut the basketball hall and everything inside into countless pieces. She lowered her head slightly, overlooking the bloody ruins at her feet, with a girlish innocent smile on her face, and a clearness without good or evil in her dark eyes. Crack. The foot in the black training shoes stepped on the gravel on the ground. The person who came was an old man, wearing a gray old man's hat, covering his bald head due to chemotherapy, wearing a black training suit, with a thin body, wrinkles and age spots on his face. He squinted his eyes, and smiled kindly. It was the dead beast glutton, Lu Tang. Girl, look at what you have done to the food. Lu Tang said hoarsely, very regretful. Gao Xinxin didn't even bother to reply. She quickly checked around and expressed her disappointment. Greed deceived me. My brother is not here at all. Hee hee. The omnipresent moonlight laughed again, and then, a dozen beams of moonlight suddenly seemed to have life, turning into a dozen thin ribbons, flying to Gao Xinxin's side, outlining a hazy and illusory female figure. You also believe in greed. She can do anything to complete her mission. Then why did you come here? Aren't you afraid of trouble? Gao Xinxin asked unhappily. Yes. Wan Shu was a little helpless. But it's more troublesome to refuse other people's requests. You don't understand the pain of others. Boring you guys play. Gao Xinxin said, and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a strong wind, almost blowing away the dozen thin moonlight beams that formed the hazy human figure. At this time, Gluttony Lu Tang had already arrived in the center of the ruins. He slowly squatted down, pulled out a severed hand from the ruins, and put it in front of his nose to smell it. A few seconds later, his old eyes, which had been narrowed into a slit, slightly opened, and a turbid and happy light flashed across them. Ha ha, I knew that food would not spoil so easily. Lu Tang gently pinched the bloody hand, and it immediately turned into a wisp of blue energy mixed with a cloud of blood mist and disappeared. Lu Tang stood up and looked at the moon in the sky. This is a trick. The food should still be nearby. Ah. The ubiquitous moonlight sighed. I have to work overtime again. Boom. As soon as the two finished talking, an old man with a bare upper body and boxer pants fell from the sky. It was the dead beast Anger Mark. Last time, Mark rushed to the front alone and ruined the matter. This time, Greedy deliberately told it the time and place last. Where's my son? Mark looked at the ruins and was very angry. Didn't you say that you would leave that little bastard to me? He turned and yelled at Lu Tang. Do you have any conscience? You even killed my son. You killed my son. Who should I kill? Should I kill you? Stinky old man, how can I bear to die before I see you off? Dohu's voice came from behind. Mark was shocked, surprised and happy. He turned around and laughed. Ha ha ha. You are worthy of being my good son. I knew it would not be so easy for you to die. 100 meters away, there were more than 10 people standing. Dohu, Zhu Kei, and Qingling led the way, and Lei, Nana, Hong Xiaoxiao, Pio, Gregor, Pohu, Siju, and Juanmon lined up behind. Dohu and his group did hide in the basketball hall, but not the one in front of him. The building in front of him was just a prototype that the monkey had temporarily built on the playground using the level 7 earth. Hengmu then decorated it with a level 4 afterimage to achieve a realistic effect. The real basketball hall was hidden by the afterimage of the horizontal wood and turned into an ordinary teaching building, which is why the layout of the house in this middle school is a bit unnatural. To make a complete show, Jingshu's level 4 stand-in extracted 300 milliliters of blood from each person, injected energy, and combined with Wei Xiaolu's toy talent, created flesh and blood high imitation stand-ins for everyone, and then let them stay in the fake basketball hall. Because the stand-in and the real body are not far apart, Jingshu also activated the skill of stand-in synchronization. This makes the real person's words and deeds synchronized with the stand-in. Under the blessing of the afterimage of the horizontal wood, even the activated talents are synchronized, but these talents have no practical effect. In short, everything that happened in the fake basketball hall is a live broadcast in the real basketball hall. Facing the dead beast, Dohu and Zhu Kei thought it was not too cautious. The two had already considered the possibility that Sheneng and Johan's defense line would be breached. By then, the time that Xiaoqing's premonition of disaster can buy must be quite limited, and it may not be possible to escape immediately. That's why they went to great lengths to create a base that looks real, just to confuse the enemy and buy more time to escape. Now, the awakened ones, who have no combat power, have all evacuated safely, and the remaining ones are the core combat power. As leaders, Dohu and Zhu Kei have thought about escaping together. But after quickly observing the situation, the two decided to stay. There are 4 reasons. First, if no one delays time, the escape will not be so smooth, and it is very likely that the dead beast will catch up and catch them all. Second, Johan and Sheneng are still alive and dead, and they can't be left alone. 3. Since they were found by the dead beasts the first and second time, there must be a third and fourth time. You can't escape the first time. 4. The strongest arrogance did not appear, and jealousy turned around and left. At present, there are only 3 dead beasts, so it is not without a chance of winning. In the best case, take this opportunity to kill 3 dead beasts, and the chance of winning the curtain call battle will be much greater. In the second case, fight a fair battle, and you can also learn a lot of information about the dead beasts and prepare for the curtain call battle. In the worst case, if you can't beat the dead beasts, there is still a backup plan. Zhu Ke has sent an emergency text message to Gao Yang. Gao Yang has space jumped, and the cooling time should be over, and he will be able to come to support soon. Once Gao Yang arrives, even if they can't beat him, it will not be difficult to retreat. Huh? The cold wind in the middle of the night blew across the deserted playground. 11 awakeners stood on the grass on the left, 2 dead beasts stood in the ruins on the right, and another beast turned into the bright moonlight that was everywhere. A huge full moon hung above everyone's head. The air was quiet, strange, and murderous. Everyone, it's time to fight for your life. Dohu pulled out the dragon-eating giant sword behind him and grinned. Old rules, whoever survives to the end will go to the grave. Swish. All of a sudden, everyone showed their weapons and got ready. Chapter 11:10. Suzaku's hands are weapons, placed on Dohu and Qingling's shoulders respectively, and quickly injected a hidden energy, which is the equivalent exchange that increases its own energy 3 times at the cost of being in a coma for 3 months. Of course, the target can decide whether to activate it by himself. If not, this energy will dissipate within half an hour. Dohu and Qingling know very well that this is the last trump card, which cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Once used, it is a desperate fight. Boom! Dohu turned into a very fast blue-gray phantom and rushed towards his father Mark. Chong. Mark's body suddenly cracked into countless tiny cracks, and sharp irregular geometric brown energy rushed out of the cracks, like various abstract animal horns. Swoosh. Mark turned into a brown afterimage and rushed over. Empty. In an instant, the 2 afterimages collided in the middle of the playground, stirring up a circle of frenzied energy shock waves. Dohu held the giant sword with both hands and chopped at Mark's crown. Mark raised his right hand to block the attack. After being blocked for a second, Dohu's attack really began. The shock force hidden in the giant sword spread wildly, washing into Mark's body layer by layer. The gap between Mark's entire arm and upper body quickly expanded, and more brown energy exploded from his body, turning into more abstract horns and spreading in the direction behind him. From a distance, it looked like a huge coral growing out of Mark's body. Mark's feet sank deep into the ground, and countless brown horns also penetrated the ground, fixing it in the distance. Mark sneered, interesting. Swoosh. In an instant, countless brown horns drilled back into Mark's body, and all the cracks on his body closed. Pound. Mark's left hand was as fast as lightning, and he punched Dohu's heart. Dohu was horrified. He had no time to rotate the giant sword to resist, so he could only raise his left hand urgently and clench his fist to receive Mark's fist. That terrifying power was unprecedented for Dohu. Dohu's entire left arm was broken into countless pieces of meat, blood and broken bones within a second. Mark's fist strength slowed down, and the remaining fist strength hit Dohu's chest. Swish. Dohu flew straight out. Bang. In less than half a second, he knocked a hole in the side wall of a house. Mark was about to take advantage of the victory and pursue, but a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Mark leaned back suddenly to avoid 2 black gold darts that wanted to blind his eyes. Swish. A black gold rusty knife with a green blade aura stabbed at Mark. Dang. Mark's right hand was as hard as iron, and he easily grasped the white blade that was stabbing at his forehead. Bang bang bang. The moment Mark caught the white blade, a huge thunder element energy burst out from the tip of the blade, turning into a pale giant python, directly swallowing Mark. Zzz. 2 seconds later, the lightning dissipated. The brown horns in Mark's body burst out again, appearing more twisted and sharp, like countless wildly growing thorns. Swoosh. The brown energy drilled back into Mark's body in the blink of an eye, as if countless parts returned to their positions in an instant. Just as Mark was about to move, he was shocked by a strong sense of oppression on the side. It was Dohu. He had a broken arm, and his body was covered in blood, but his face was laughing wildly. The giant sword in his hand almost turned into a mist, because it was filled with extremely high shock force. Dohu returned to the battlefield just a few seconds after being knocked away. This is the passive skill of Killing Expert. The more serious the injury, the stronger the explosive power. Level 7 Killing Expert learns a new skill on this passive skill, Tooth for Tooth. The The same damage suffered by Dohu can be converted into an equal amount of energy in a short time and then injected into his weapon. At this moment, the shock force of Dohu's dragon-devouring sword tripled. Ah! Dohu struck with all his strength and swept towards Mark, vowing to cut him in half. Dad, I still like your handsome look in a wheelchair. Bang! This sweep was swift and tricky. Mark couldn't dodge left or right. Just when he wanted to jump hard, a murderous aura of equal strength came from above his head. It was Qing Ling. She flew from the sky with a flying sword, her body, arms, and tang sword turned into an extreme straight line, piercing Mark's crown. Mark had no way to avoid it, and could only be forced to bear it. Pound. Empty. The huge knife and sword energy exploded above Mark's head and waist, with Mark as the center. The chaotic energy turned into countless sharp blue, gray, and brown arcs, spreading in all directions, almost distorting the space. The whole playground was silent for a second. Empty. The soil under his feet was like red wine in a goblet being slammed on the table, shaking and flying, rushing to the sky, and then slowly scattering. The whole playground was devastated for a while, as if it had been bombed by a bomb. In the center of the playground, Qing Ling injected the 7th-level sword god Tang Dao, pierced the palm of Mark's raised right hand, and continued to penetrate his entire arm, all the way to the shoulder. On the side, Dohu's dragon-eating giant sword cut into Mark's waist, like a chainsaw, sawing 2/3 of the tree. Mark was held in place, his mouth full of blood, his body was full of countless windows, and the frenzied brown energy rushed out towards his feet, and the other side of Dohu, turning into a thorny ground spike more than 10 meters long. Mark's eyes were painful and excited. He slowly grinned, revealing a mouthful of ferocious bloody teeth. Interesting. Dohu and Qing Ling were both shocked. Boom. Huge energy exploded from Mark's body. Qing Ling and Dohu dodged in time, but were still blown away halfway. The two of them did a backflip and landed 30 meters away. Dohu took out the sea potion and injected a needle into the wound of the broken arm. It's a bit tricky. Qing Ling swung the Tang sword, and the blood on it immediately disappeared. You can use equivalent exchange. The implication, I don't need it yet. Pooh. Dohu spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and said stubbornly, we are just getting started, we just warmed up. Intuition told Dohu that Mark's strength was far more than this, and he couldn't give up his trump card so early. At this time, Mark's body was 1/3 taller than before. The sides of his waist split open, and frantic brown energy gushed out. At the same time, his forehead also split open, and a thin and dazzling brown energy rushed out. Mark crossed his hands and stretched them to his waist. 2 strands of brown energy immediately wrapped around his hands. Hey! Mark uttered a low groan and pulled the 2 energies out of his waist. The 2 energies immediately changed into brown horns in the shape of scimitars. The circles of lines on the horns rotated rapidly, like 2 electric drills. The brown energy on Mark's forehead had also condensed into a unicorn horn, which kept rotating, bleeding, like a stone mill pressing down on flesh and blood. The blood that kept pouring out dyed Mark's face red. He looked like a demon born in the blood pool of hell. Interesting. Mark grinned. You guys make me angry. Chapter 11:11. On the other side of the battlefield. The monkey, the dead pig, and the horse are targeting Lu Tang, the dead beast glutton. The monkey recognized his brother the first time he saw him, and felt sad. In the end, his brother still didn't have a good end. But perhaps, this is just the monkey's wishful thinking. Maybe his brother has been struggling under the torture of the disease, waiting for the moment when the beast wakes up. When he was a human, he looked back on his life, perhaps without regrets, and asked for a good end. But when the beast wakes up, will he spit on his previous false and mediocre life, and be glad that he didn't have a good end? Which of the sleeping beast and the awakened Lu Tang is the most real, correct, and essential him? I don't know. The monkey can only believe what he believes. His brother is dead, and the existence in front of him is the dead beast glutton. Sheepsy. Lu Tang called out his brother's nickname in a hoarse voice. In the early days, parents would give their children cheap names in order to make it easier to raise them. Goozy. Paho also called out his brother's nickname. The 2 brothers have always called each other like this. I really didn't expect that you were an awakener. Lu Tang was a little regretful. I didn't expect that you would be a dead beast. Paho's eyes were sad. Hee hee. Lu Tang smiled faintly. It's all fate. Yes, it's all fate. A man and a beast are actually brothers. Paho looked up at the sky slightly. God, you really like to joke. Sheepsy, how about I set up a table for you at the end? Lu Tang said. Paho waved his hand. It's not a festival, just eat some spicy hot pot. Malatang. Lu Tang narrowed his eyes, as if recalling the distant past. Okay, the characteristic of the malatang I make is that it is spicy. People who have eaten it once will never forget it. Yes. Paho also missed this taste. Lu Tang's smile disappeared, but the wrinkles on his face did not decrease at all. Sheetsy, do you know? In fact, this spiciness is not a taste, but a pain. Paho was silent. Lu Tang took a step forward, slowly raised one hand, and opened it in the direction of Paho, Junma and Dead Pig. The ultimate pain, you can taste it when you are killed. A row of tiny black teeth suddenly grew on the inside of Lu Tang's 5 fingers, like a deformed mouth. Click. Then, this mouth closed together, and from Lu Tang's perspective, it just ate the 3 people in the distance. At the same time, 2 rows of strange black teeth suddenly appeared on the heads and saws of the monkey, the horse, and the dead pig, and they bit down with a click. Swish. The horse had been prepared and quickly launched jump, taking the monkey away at a very fast speed. The dead pig also disappeared on the spot, replaced by a basketball. The dead pig's level 7 time and space conversion can not only lock a living body to exchange positions with itself, but also act on other objects. But the objects must be marked with energy in advance, and it can only last for 20 minutes. Gah! The black blood basin bit, leaving a trembling, sticky ink-colored energy, like a strange black blood clot, as if it had bitten off a piece of flesh and blood from the space. The horse landed 30 meters away, put the monkey steady, and jumped to the roof of the library, deliberately keeping a distance from his teammates. Then, he clenched his hands, stretched out his index and middle fingers, gestured a shooting posture, and aimed at Lu Tang. Junma did not take a large-scale light element attack, but chose a sniper tactic, which could avoid accidental injuries to companions in the chaos of the battlefield, and could also accurately strike Lu Tang to cover the attack of the dead pig and the monkey. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling ball of light gathered on Junma's fingertips. Swish. A small golden laser shot down from above, aiming at Lu Tang's temple. Half a second later, the laser shot into Lu Tang's head, but it did not shoot out from the other side of the head, and no blood was splashed, as if the laser was swallowed by Lu Tang's body. Lu Tang slowly side-glanced, raised his head, and looked at Junma on the roof with a smile. Suddenly, the space around Junma became a little colder. Here it comes again. 2 rows of inky teeth appeared on the horse's head and feet, and they bit together with a click. Swoosh. The horse jumped away at the limit and escaped, and at the same time did not forget to shoot 3 golden lasers at Lu Tang. This time it hit Lu Tang's chest, and the lasers disappeared again. Is Lu Tang's body a trick? No, if it was a trick, the lasers would not disappear, and they would definitely leave traces nearby. There is only one possibility left, that Lu Tang's body is similar to dimensional space, and swallowed his attack. While thinking, the horse had already jumped onto another house, and the inky teeth that seemed to be everywhere were chasing him and biting him, forcing him to jump continuously. Click. Click. Soon, a row of black blood clots appeared in the air, like wounds in the night sky. Spikes. The monkey took the opportunity to attack, and dozens of ground spikes rushed out from the ground around Lu Tang, and stabbed Lu Tang. Lu Tang still did not dodge. Puff puff puff. A second later, the ground spikes were like huge steel needles, stabbing Lu Tang into a hornet's nest, but a strange thing happened. Lu Tang did not bleed, and it seemed that he did not suffer any substantial damage. Lu Tang still squinted his eyes, his face was full of wrinkles, and he seemed to be smiling. At this time, the 3 people saw clearly that the ground spikes that pierced his body did not pierce his body, but pierced into the black blood clots. The monkey's face sank, and he had a vague guess. Roar! At the same time, the dead pig turned into a giant wild boar, fell from the sky, and pounced on Lu Tang. The dead pig's arms, which were already as thick as telephone poles, had muscles that bulged and hardened rapidly, and his hands were clenched, turning into a supergiant hammer. The dead pig has already comprehended the 4th talent arm strength. Pound. The dead pig hit Lu Tang, who was held in place by a dozen ground spikes, like a fragile nail, being hammered into the ground. Empty. The force was too great, the ground cracked layer by layer, and the soil flew. There was no joy of victory on the dead pig's face, only deep doubts, because he did not feel any reality when he hammered down, as if he did not touch the opponent at all. The dead pig retracted his fist and stepped back. Sure enough, there was no Lu Tang in the pit in front of him, only a shaking, sticky black blood clot, which suddenly spread around, instantly filled the pit, and was still overflowing. What's going on? Could this thing be its true body? The dead pig only looked stupid, But his brain is not stupid at all. He vaguely guessed it. Run! Get away from it. The exclamation of the horse came from a distance. He was the farthest from Lu Tang, had the widest field of vision, and was the first to discover the truth. He activated jump and came to the monkey, grabbed him and jumped again to escape into the distance. He had no time to care about the dead pig, and could only trust his ability to escape. The dead pig was startled, and felt the sticky, cold energy surrounding him, as if a whale suddenly closed its mouth on the little shrimp that accidentally broke in. From the perspective of the horse, everything was clear. The black blood clots bitten off by Lu Tang's black teeth that kept chasing the horse, and the monkey looked like giant teeth. The black blood clots in the sky were the upper alveoli, and the black blocks on the ground were the lower alveoli. There were 32 in total, and they formed a mouth silently. Lu Tang's incarnation of a black blood clot spread rapidly on the ground. From a distance, it looked like a black tongue. The three of them were already in Lu Tang's mouth. This was Lu Tang's true body. Click. The upper and lower rows of black teeth bit down, tearing the flesh of heaven and earth, and turned into a giant black blood clot that swallowed a space the size of a playground. Chapter 11:12. Gurgle. The huge black blood clot trembled, and made an evil swallowing sound. Then, it shrank rapidly and disappeared, and the huge space that was swallowed was returned, but it became a vacuum with nothing left, and then quickly filled with air from the outside. Lu Tang seemed to have never moved. He stood there, squinting his eyes, with a little blood at the corner of his mouth. Hee, wild boar meat, a little old. The horse and monkey a few dozen meters away escaped. The dead pig on the side was not so lucky. He knelt on one knee, sweating profusely, and his entire arm and half of his calf were eaten. Blood was pouring out, and the ground was bright red. If he had not exchanged positions with an air conditioner that had been marked long ago, within the limit time, he would have been dead. When the dead pig was locked and transferred by the energy of space conversion, the black blood clot was still able to erode and bite off his arm and calf. It was too terrifying. The horse rushed to the dead pig and started to treat the dead pig. The dead pig's own self-healing also began to stop bleeding and repair itself quickly. The dead pig did not have gecko. With such a large wound, it was impossible for its arms and calves to grow back. Fortunately, the horse was well prepared and took out the compound C medicine developed by Dr. Jia and injected it into the dead pig. It was mixed with the blood of a gecko-gifted person. The three people looked grim and said nothing. The dead beast was too strong. Not only that, its ability was also very strange. I had no idea how to deal with it. Haha, I wonder what horse meat tastes like. Lu Tang raised his hand and pointed it at the horse. Dense black teeth grew on the inside of his fingers. Whoosh! A gust of gray wind blew towards Lu Tang. Lu Tang was slightly startled, and the surface of his body immediately became the texture of black blood clots. Swish! The wind of poison blew towards the black blood clots. 2 seconds later, the black blood clots melted directly, and turned into a pool of asphalt-like indescribable things. A few seconds later, Lu Tang appeared not far away, and a black wound like a blade appeared on his gray and shriveled lips. Hee, poisonous things should not be eaten casually. Lu Tang looked at Gregor. The poison of Plague Knight is really well deserved. Thank you. Gregor, who provided timely support, was calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. You ate my poison, and you can still survive. What a monster. Gao Yang, why don't you come over? I haven't finished writing my novel yet. I can't die here. On the whitewater tower behind the middle school, stood Lei and Kyo. The two looked grim, looking up at the moon so close, and the hazy and illusory shadow of the moonlight. It took the form of a young woman, lying lazily on her side, as if she was lying on her own sofa. It was the dead beast Lazy Washu. At this moment, Lei and Ku were confronting Wang Shu again, guarding against Wang Shu's lifting of the darkness field at any time and launching a real attack. If so, Lei and Ku would have to bite the bullet and fight. Just a dozen seconds ago, Gregor was still standing beside Lei. But Lei made a quick decision to let him go to support the monkey group, and it turned out that her decision was very correct. But even so, Lei was not happy. On the contrary, under her calm surface in the face of danger, she was a heart on the verge of collapse. It's over, I'm going to die, help, help, help. 1 minute ago, when Dohu and Zhu Ke decided to fight, Lei hated herself for the 1000th time why she had to comprehend so many talents. If she had been a little more useless, she would definitely be in the fleeing crowd. Lei just hated herself for 2 seconds, and Dohu's order came down. Lei, Formulate tactics? Ah? Lei was confused. Why me? What virtue do I have? I make the decision. You decide the tactics? Gao Yan Yuan. Dohu didn't waste words. Time was running out, and Lei had no time to be humble. While Lei was in a state of emotional collapse, she drew out some of her rationality to think quickly. 10 seconds later, she formulated a tactic. Uncle Hu, Qingling, fight anger. The monkey and the horse fight the glutton. Sister Xia and Nana, Hong Xiaoxiao save people. I, Gregor, can hold Wanshu back and provide flexible support. Lei's thinking was clear and concise. For a moment, the smart man had figured it out. The main purpose of this battle is to save people, and delay time to wait for Gao Yan's support. In this case, the premise is to divide the battlefield. If there is a full-scale melee, the situation is very uncontrollable, and the casualty rate is the highest. Mark and Dohu are kind father and filial son. Both sides have the intention to fight, and they are the most suitable opponents. And everyone has seen Mark's ability. He is positioned as a physical warrior. His strength starts from Qinlong, and there is no upper limit. Only Dohu can hold him back. Of course, one Dohu is not safe. You have to add Qingling to ensure that even if you can't kill Mark, you can't be killed by Mark. Next is the dead beast glutton Lu Tang. First of all, this Lu Tang is exactly the same as the monkey. He is probably his twin brother. There is definitely something to talk about when brothers meet. Paho is the most suitable opponent, but Lu Tang's current ability is a complete mystery. However, looking at his leisurely appearance, he is probably not a warrior type. Paho alone is definitely not an opponent, so arrange a horse with strong mobility, who can fight and heal, and a dead pig who can carry and fight with a high tolerance rate. These three people don't ask to kill Lu Tang, just to delay him. As for Zhu Kei, she doesn't have much combat power. Equivalent exchange can only strengthen 3 people in a short period of time. The quota will naturally be left to the strongest Dohu in Qingling, and the remaining one will be left for herself. Nana has good combat power, and gas can rush. Hong Xiaoxiao can be invisible, and game player has to save people. Jiuhan and Chening, the patrol team, are the first line of defense that the enemy has to break through, and they bear great risks. So the two have been wearing Hong Xiaoxiao's hairpins, so that even if they are killed, there is still a chance to save them. Hong Xiaoxiao's gamer has broken through level 4, and can be rescued within 4 minutes. In short, it is most appropriate to form a rescue team consisting of these 3 people. As for Lei himself, Kyo and Gregor chose the dead beast Lazy Wanshu as their opponent. Judging from Wanshu's current ability, she seems to have opened up a large domain, and the scope of the domain is all the places that the moon shines on. As for what purpose it has, it is not clear yet. But it is certain that Jiuhan and Chening failed to detect the danger and notify everyone in the first time, which must be the work of this domain. Fortunately, this domain should not be aggressive. If it is, Wanshu would have taken action long ago. In other words, Wanshu now has no offensive power for the time being. This means that it is not a threat for the time being, so it must be left to Lei. Chapter 11:13. However, Lei was not entirely selfish. On Wanshu, who poses no threat, we cannot waste our strongest strength. Lei is just the right person as a medium-level fighter. On the one hand, she can better understand Wanshu's ability, and on the other hand, it is convenient to observe the battle situation and make arrangements. When Lei saw that the monkey group was obviously at a disadvantage, although she was reluctant, she immediately reluctantly gave up and let Gregor go to support. Without Gregor's poisonous wind, Lei lost an important means of self-protection, and felt even more pitiful, weak and helpless. Lei glanced at Kyo beside her, and Kyo shook his head gently. Lei gritted his teeth secretly. Is it still not working? When rushing to the direction of the water tower, Lei asked Kyo to blow a strange whistle to see if he could break Wanshu's domain. Just as Kyo was about to try to blow it, she immediately felt a strong sense of sleepiness invaded her, and the moonlight around her seemed to be brighter and brighter. But she had a bad feeling and stopped immediately. Sure enough, the sleepiness slowly dissipated, and the moonlight around her seemed to return to its previous brightness. But she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and almost got caught. She immediately told Lei about it. Lei was shocked, and immediately tried to activate King Kuan. Sure enough, she encountered the same dilemma. Then she activated other talents, but there was no problem. Lei was almost certain that this field was indeed a sealing field. At least all the spiritual talents of a large range had been sealed. As for the position, and whether the field could be sealed, it was still unconfirmed. At that time, Lei was on guard against Wang Shu's actions while observing the latest situation. At 3 o'clock, Dohu, Qingling, and Mark turned into three phantoms of blue, gray, and brown, fighting at high speed in the playground. The surrounding buildings kept collapsing, comparable to a demolition team. At 8 o'clock, under the intimidation of Gregor, Liu Tang did not eat to his heart's content. The two sides fell into a stalemate, mainly using long-range attacks to pull each other, and the fighting spirit was not very strong. As for Suzaku, they were too far away and did not understand the situation. They could only pray that everything went well for them. As for Lei, he was just staring at each other. Lei bluffed, put on a smile that everything was under control, and began to test. Lazy, your teammates are fighting hard, are you just watching? Hee. The hazy moonlight shadow lying on its side in the air chuckled lazily. The second form hasn't come out yet, so it can't be considered a hard fight. Damn! It was pretended by it. They haven't used their full strength yet, but they still have a second form. Wait, if they have this strength, why are they still wasting time? Maybe they are bluffing. Of course, there is another possibility that the second form of the dead beast may not be suitable for fighting, just like Wang Shu in front of him. Its second form has no combat power. Lei sneered and pretended to be profound. What a coincidence, we are also warming up. Yes, Wang Shu said with a lazy smile. Equivalent exchange is indeed not to be underestimated. Fuck. It pretended again. It seems that it knows a lot about the information of us awakeners. Yes, how could I forget that there is Wang Zikai among the dead beasts? Wang Zikai, that idiot, looks stupid. Could it be that his IQ has doubled after becoming a dead beast? But, since they are so confident, why do they have to delay time? Could it be? They are waiting for Gao Yang to come. Their target was the heir of God from the beginning. Lei remained calm on the surface and changed the subject. Do we have to fight and kill? If there are any misunderstandings, we can sit down and talk. Hey, I want to too. Wang Shu's voice sounded sincere and distressed. Fighting and killing is really troublesome, but there is no way. It is even more troublesome if you cannot complete the mission. Liella was silent. It seems that no matter what kind of beast, it is absolutely impossible to violate the mission. According to Bailey Yi's explanation, it is the will imposed on them by the greedy snake. What is the specific trouble? Liella asked in depth. It's hard to explain, just that I feel something is wrong. Well, if I have to make a metaphor, it's like a mouse walking in front of a cat. The cat will definitely catch the mouse and hold it down to prevent it from moving. If the mouse moves, the cat can't stand it. That's probably it. As long as we think of you still alive and kicking, we feel uncomfortable all over, unbearable, very, very painful. Liella was silent for a few seconds, and then changed his mind. Laziness, have you ever thought about how you came to be? Liella asked. I'm too lazy to think about it. It's too troublesome. Wang Shu said. Then do you want to know? Liella asked. Haha, I'm not really interested, but you can talk about it. Wang Shu said. To put it simply, you dead beasts are actually the embodiment of countless human desires. Yes, the embodiment of desires. Lei said. Really? Wang Shu showed no emotion. Yes. Lei began to attack. If humans don't exist, you won't exist either. Your mission may not be to destroy humans, because you don't want to destroy yourself. Wang Shu thought seriously. Then can I understand that it's not us who want to destroy you, but your own desires that want to destroy yourself? Maybe the ultimate goal of human desires is self-destruction, which is why we exist. Lei was stunned and speechless. No, who is fooling who? You almost made me lose my temper. I won't talk anymore, I go crazy. Wang Shu seemed to have no intention of communicating. The hazy moonlight shadow sat up and stretched. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Go to sleep. Lei pretended to be relaxed. I promise not to attack you. Haha, you are so nice, good night. The hazy moonlight shadow suddenly dissipated, and returned to the bright moonlight that was everywhere. Chapter 11:14. Swish. A gust of wind blew across the night sky, and headed straight for the back mountain of the town. It was Nana, Hong Xiaoxiao and Zhu Kei who were in invisible state. The cable car halfway up the mountain slid down the ropeway, and finally fell into the square at the foot of the mountain. When the group arrived, the whole square was filled with thick pink mist, and a strange fragrance that confused people's minds drifted in the mist. The three of them immediately held their breath. Nana. Suzaku gave Nana a look. Nana didn't waste any words, and waved her hands to both sides. Wow. Suddenly, two gusts of wind directly blew away the pink mist on the square, and the mist in the cable car in front was also blown away, and the surroundings of the square were immediately clearly visible. The cable car where Johan and Channing were was not far ahead. It fell from a high altitude, and the glass window was facing the ground. The shell was twisted and deformed, and the situation inside could not be seen. "I go save someone." Hong Xiaoxiao was about to go over, but was pulled back by Suzaku. Suzaku gave Nana a look again. Nana understood, waved her right hand, and a strong wind blew past the ground, turning into an invisible big hand, turning the cable car over. Swish. In an instant, countless pink bubbles rushed out of the broken cable car window, and for a moment, the entire square was filled with large and small pink bubbles. The three were caught off guard and immediately retreated. Nana urgently summoned a wind wall to separate the three from the pink bubbles. Suzaku's face sank, and there was nothing in the cable car. "Oh my, you're late." The three immediately looked sideways, and there was a charming woman lying on the public bench next to the square. She was naked, with only simple scales covering her body. Her eyes were intoxicating and charming. It was the dead beast lust Zhou Qing. "Where are Johan and Channing?" Zhu Kei asked without wasting time. "They." Zhou Qing slowly propped up her weak and boneless body and put her index finger to her lips. "Aren't they right in front of me?" Zhu Kei was shocked. She meant, "These pink bubbles around. What did you do?" Zhu Kei shouted. "Hee, it's just what everyone has to do." Zhou Qing smiled. "Mating, reproduction, born from nothing, and dissolving into nothing." A pink bubble floated past Zhou Qing's eyes. She stretched out her hand and poked it gently, and the bubble burst silently. "You see, everything is fake. Only the ultimate joy is the only proof that life remains in the world, the ultimate reward of the Creator. They have experienced it well. They should thank me." "Beast," Zhu Kei shouted, "save people." Time reset. Hong Xiaoxiao immediately activated Game Player. 2 seconds later, all the pink bubbles on the square stopped instantly, then melted into white light, gathered towards Hong Xiaoxiao's feet, and soon gathered into 2 white light-shaped adult outlines, which were indeed Johan and Channing. "Great. They can be saved." Zhou Qing opened his mouth slightly, smiling in surprise. "Oh, this can bring people back to life?" Zhou Qing stood up from the bench and walked towards the 3 people charmingly. "They are so lucky. They can experience the ultimate pleasure twice. Be careful. It's coming." Suzaku and Nana stood in front of Hong Xiaoxiao. "Humph. Filthy and corrupted things." Nana raised her chin, fearless. "My king will definitely purify it completely. Come on, be restless, be happy." Zhou Qing raised his hand, and countless red energy emerged from his feet, like sticky blood, which turned into strings of beaded curtains, surrounding Zhou Qing. The blood at the outermost part expanded rapidly. "Paw, paw, paw, paw." They turned into pink bubbles one after another, and flew towards the 3 people. However, all the pink bubbles suddenly stopped, as if time had been paused. Looking closely, they seemed to be covered by some kind of purple energy, and quickly condensed into frost bubbles. Ding! In an instant, all the frost bubbles broke apart and turned into countless purple-pink sharp fragments, surrounding Zhou Qing. Da-da-da-da. For a moment, countless purple-pink bullets attacked Zhou Qing in all directions, stirring up waves of rich purple mist. In just 20 seconds, a purple ice crystal tombstone as big as a movie screen appeared on the square, and Zhou Qing was frozen inside. Zhu Kei was surprised and happy, and heard the sound of wind in his ears. Voila! A woman in a retro red dress fell from the sky, with silver hair and red eyes. Tall and beautiful, it was Bai Lu. The woman's voice was gentle, but it was cold and noble. Finally caught up. "You are not." Zhu Kei just had a question, but suddenly reacted. Gao Yang's idea. Bai Lu stepped on the ground with both feet, and gently lifted her complicated red skirt. "The dead beasts have no interest in me. So Gao Yang asked me to keep a free relationship with you, follow you, but can't be discovered by you. If you can't find it, the enemy will naturally not find it." Caw caw caw. As the two talked, the huge purple crystal tombstone cracked. Bang. The tombstone shattered to both sides and turned into a crystal ruin. Zhou Qing slowly walked down from the crystal ruins, and her skin was covered with light pink patterns. Behind her were 4 tails condensed by red energy. They were as thin as cicada wings, smooth and sharp. They looked like 4 soft ribbons and sharp scimitars. They entangled together for a while, and then separated again, looking like the inseparable, interdependent desire. "Hey, why are there only women here? Can't there be a few more men?" Zhou Qing put his index finger on his lips, smiling in a way that was neither joking nor disappointed. "It's not okay to have imbalanced yin and yang. Forget it, Let's accept the creator's reward together. Zhou Qing's four tails suddenly entangled tightly together, turning into a red and strange scorpion tail. Suzaku, Bailu, and Nana took their positions and prepared to fight. Suddenly, Zhou Qing trembled all over, and the scorpion tail swooshed apart, turning into four wildly twisting and trembling tails. She opened her mouth, breathing rapidly, her face flushed, and sniffed the air hard. Who is he? The yin and yang are so perfect. Zhou Qing panicked and grabbed her hair with both hands. No, 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 no. He is mine. No one can touch him. No one can. I want him. I want him. I want him. Zhou Qing was completely crazy. Swish. Her four tails slapped the ground hard, turned into four wings and flew away with her. Suzaku, Bailu, and Nana were all stunned, not understanding what happened. Suzaku looked up and found that the place where Zhou Qing was rushing to was the main battlefield. She made a prompt decision. Hong Xiaoxiao. Take care of the wounded. We will go to support. Yes. Hong Xiaoxiao answered loudly. Hold on to my king. Nana opened her arms towards Suzaku and Bailu, grabbed the two, summoned a gust of wind, and flew away with the three of them. Chapter 11:15. In less than half a minute, the Suzaku team rushed to the vicinity of the town's middle school. Strangely, they did not see the figure of the lustful Zhou Qing. The three landed on the top of the water tower, and reunited with Lele and Ke. Lele saw that Suzaku and Nana returned safely, and brought Bailu with them, and almost cried with joy, but of course, she was quite calm on the surface. Suzaku spoke first. The people were rescued, and Xiaohong is taking care of them. Great. Yeah. Lele looked at the moon above his head, and did not dare to relax for a moment. How is the situation here? Suzaku looked down at the two divided battlefields. No one has been killed so far. Lele replied. Suzaku frowned. Do we have a chance of winning? The dead beast has not yet used its full strength. Lele said, deliberately emphasizing his voice. Of course, we haven't either. Suzaku breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was not bad. She thought secretly. It seems that we are not the only ones who are stalling for time. The dead beasts are not in a hurry to take real action. What are they waiting for? Are they waiting for Gao Yang to appear? Are they so confident that they think they can definitely beat us? Without arrogance and jealousy, when Gao Yang arrives, we may not have no chance of winning. Be careful, Bailu said. Zhuke and others were all startled, and immediately noticed some weird, twisted sense of oppression coming from the sky. The moon above their heads, I don't know when a deep red crack appeared, and the originally smooth surface of the sphere began to wriggle, as if countless insects were hidden inside. Hiss. 3 seconds later, the crack opened to both sides, revealing a huge red vertical eye. Gurgle. The red eyeball slowly moved down, and looked at the people on the water tower. For a moment, Suzaku felt like a thorn in his back. No. His whole body was surrounded by sharp needle holes. The chill of the veins that were about to pierce your skin, but had not yet completely pierced, aroused some kind of primitive and deep fear. Suzaku immediately concentrated his mind, and tried to suppress the spread of this fear. Others were the same, fighting against this discomfort. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded on the battlefield on the side, and a gray figure flew obliquely to the top of the water tower like a cannonball. Be careful. Nana immediately summoned a gust of wind, carrying Suzaku, Bailu, Lele, and Ke away again. Pound. The next second, the human-shaped cannonball smashed the top of the water tower. For a moment, gravel flew everywhere, accompanied by water splashes all over the sky. Suzaku and others landed safely, only to find that the cannonball that attacked them was actually Dohu. Dohu had just been punched out by Mark, smashing the water tower and falling into a ruin. At this moment, he knelt on one knee, covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, one arm disappeared, and one hand held a huge sword and inserted it into the ground. Ha, ha, Dohu gasped, looking like he had reached his limit. Swish. 3 seconds later, Qingling flew with a sword and landed beside Dohu. She was also damaged in many places. Her face was covered in sweat and blood, with a few strands of black hair, and her chest was heaving violently. 2 pieces of trash. In the ruins 100 meters away, Mark was also covered in blood and damage, holding 2 high-speed rotating oxhorn scimitars, one of which was broken. Is this all you can do? It's not even enough to warm up for me. Dohu and Qingling were both enraged. Qingling opened her hands, and the 2 long swords returned to her hands. She said coldly, I want to kill him. What a coincidence, me too. Dohu spat out a mouthful of blood. The two reached a consensus and prepared to activate equivalent exchange at the same time to fight Mark to the death. Calm down first. Zhu Kei arrived in time. She put her hands on the shoulders of the two for emergency treatment and reminded, look at the sky. Qing Ling and Do, who had been concentrating on dealing with Mark, and had not looked at the sky at all. The two looked up and found that the fake moon above their heads had disappeared at some point, leaving only a huge red vertical eye floating in the air. What is this thing? Do asked. When did it appear? Qing Ling asked. I don't know, it just appeared and replaced the moon. Zhu Kei looked solemn. It's a dead beast. Lei also rushed over. She had a guess in her mind, it's probably greed. The other dead beasts have all shown up. Swish. While speaking, Juanma grabbed the monkey in one hand and Gregor in the other, and landed beside everyone. Juanma let go of his companion, took out an empty beverage bottle from his pocket, and threw it in front of his eyes. On. The empty beverage bottle was frozen for a very short time, and then disappeared. Instead, a burly dead pig fell heavily to the ground with a bang, covered in blood. Gregor raised his hand, and the wind of poison immediately appeared around everyone, playing a good deterrent role, so that the enemy dared not approach easily. No! Juanma immediately walked towards the dead pig to heal him. It's impossible to fight. Gluttony's form is very strange, and conventional means are useless against him. Lei, what do you think? Zhu Kei just went to rescue people, and had no idea about the situation here, so he could only hope for Lei, the strongest brain besides Dr. Jia and Gao Yang. Lei's face was solemn. She had no time to think about how to deal with gluttony. She was thinking about something else, something more worthy of attention. Obviously, this big eye is the ability of greed, or the second form. At present, it feels like a certain domain or position. However, according to my speculation, other domains and positions should not exist in Wangshu's domain. In other words, when greed activated this ability, laziness had already lifted its own domain. That's right. Just now Wangshu said that he was sleepy and wanted to sleep for a while. Could it be that it quietly lifted the domain at that time, leaving only an illusion? If so, Kyo should be able to detect it. I deliberately asked her to try to blow the whistle every once in a while to test whether Wangshu's domain was still there, just to prevent Wangshu from making small moves. What did you do to Kyo? Lei's tone was anxious, and she didn't care about the euphemism. Wangshu's domain was lifted. Why didn't you tell? Lei was stunned. She found that Kyo's state was not right. Kyo? Are you okay? Zhu Kei also noticed it. But she was in a trance, her body swaying slightly, as if she was sleepwalking. She raised her head, staring at the huge red vertical eye on top of her head with her eyes in a daze, her mouth opening and closing gently. The sound was very small, and could not be heard at all. But Zhu Kei understood her lip language. Here it comes, he is coming. Chapter 11:16. Who? Zhu Kei asked. The blue goddess. He is coming. Kyo's voice finally got louder, and she began to move forward slowly. Kyo. Zhu Kei was about to move forward to stop her. Don't touch her. Lei grabbed Zhu Kei. She felt something was wrong, but she didn't figure it out for a while. Gregor hesitated, and seeing that Kyo had no intention of stopping, he pushed a path for the poisonous wind in front of him to let Kyo pass smoothly. As Kyo moved forward, the giant vertical eye in the night sky slowly descended, hanging 3 meters above the ground, like a suspended red door. Swish. Suddenly, the red door opened, and the dazzling red light engulfed everyone's sight like a tsunami. 2 seconds later, the strong light disappeared, and the red vertical eye also disappeared, replaced by a woman. Her face was ashen, her eyes were closed, and there was a red vertical eye between her eyebrows. Her whole body showed the coldness of a corpse, and a kind of strange decay. Her hair was disheveled, black feathers grew on many parts of her body, and evil black mist lingered around her, as if she was wearing a retro evening dress. The woman's chest was in a void state, with only a layer of hazy black mist, and a little red light faintly revealed inside. Her pale legs exposed to the outside were also covered with dense vertical eyes, which made people shudder and tingle at a glance. It's you? Zhu Kei was shocked and angry. Gao Yang's speculation was completely correct. The dead beast greedy is the goddess of song. Over the years, it has been living on Mr. Li's legs. Haha, after all this time, it's a dead beast pretending to be Song Dao to cheat. Dohu was seriously injured, but his tone was relaxed and playful. Ha, that's a bit far-fetched. Gregor was in a mixed mood. I feel that those people in the Xuanwutail team are not stupid. They were fooled by a fake charlatan. The corpse of Li spoke. She did not speak. The cold voice came directly from her chest, like a slippery and strange water grass, wandering in everyone's ears. Humans are too fragile. Without hope, life is worse than death. I let them live with hope until the last second. Isn't it a kind of salvation? Okay, stop washing. The more you wash, the darker it gets. Gregor couldn't listen anymore. Isn't it the best proof in front of you? Greedy slowly raised his hand and pointed at Kyo, who was closest to him. Humans, you can do anything for hope, even if it is self-deception and self-destruction. Kyo's face was pale, her eyes were dazed, and she slowly walked towards the dead beast Greed. She muttered, "The omniscient and omnipotent Song Goddess, the great and benevolent master of all things. Kyo is dangerous," Suzaku shouted. Kyo didn't hear and continued to walk towards Greed. "Please forgive my ignorance, please purify my blood. Kyo! Wake up! Wake up!" Zhuke was about to rush over, but this time, not only Lele, but Qingling and Dohu also stopped her. "Let me go!" Zhuke struggled to break free. "Don't be stupid." Dohu's face was gloomy. "You can't wake her up." Greed also laughed coldly. "You see, no one can save her." Kyo still walked forward, his attitude became more pious and humble. "Please save my weakness, please wash away my sins." Kyo's body slowly floated and approached Greed. "Please give me holy blood, please give me powerful power." Greedy, hanging in the air, suddenly looked down collectively with all the vertical eyes on his feet, and began to bleed. The blood flowed down his feet to his toes, and then dripped onto the ground. After the blood fell to the ground, it immediately turned into thorn patterns, spreading around, and finally turned into a huge totem. On the totem, countless pairs of eyes opened, staring straight at Kyo, and shot strange red sights at her, like countless red chains, piercing her body. "I will follow you forever, submit to you, and be loyal to you." Kyo opened his arms, as if to embrace the dead beast Greedy that was overlooking him. Gulu. A bloody crack appeared on Kyo's forehead, and it seemed that an evil vertical eye was about to grow out. Her 7 orifices began to bleed, but she still looked pious. "I will give everything without reservation and follow you to the other side of paradise." "No!" Suzaku roared, and in an instant, all the eyes on the totem froze for a second, and the red chains that were wrapped around Kyo disappeared. The evil ritual of greed seemed to be interrupted. The vertical eye on Kyo's forehead did not grow out in the end. She was still floating in the air, but her head was lowered, her hands fell naturally, and the whole person was in a coma. Her body turned into a translucent green spirit state, which was invincible. Gulu. For a moment, all the eyes on the totem, all the eyes on Greed, turned their eyeballs and looked at Suzaku not far away. Suzaku knelt on one knee, took a deep breath, and his whole body turned into a translucent green spirit state. Zhuke gritted his teeth and stood up, raised his left hand with a black gold ring, and raised his middle finger to Tan Tan. "I'm going to save you." As she watched Kyo go to destruction, indescribable anger, sadness, and unwillingness exploded in Juchua's chest, and powerful energy descended from the sky, reaching Juchua's soul. At that moment, she realized the new talent Invincible, and through the connection of the black gold ring, she shared the invincible state with Kyo. Zhuke gently pulled, and Kyo in the spirit state immediately flew to her side, like a light ghost. The dead beast was greedy and silent. "Oh my, I didn't expect it. The slap in the face came so quickly." Dohu was very happy. On the one hand, Kyo was saved. On the other hand, Zhuke became stronger, and of course the most important thing was that he simply liked to see the slap in the face. 3 seconds later, the face of Lee's corpse finally moved, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Looking carefully, it was found that a small eye was cracked at the corner of her mouth, and 2 small eyes grew out of her Adam's apple. They manipulated Lee's vocal cords and mouth, and made a hoarse and gloomy voice. Sure enough. I took the bait. What does it mean? Just when Zhuke was about to speak, she found that she couldn't speak. She seemed to have suddenly lost the qualification to speak. Strange, why is this happening? Zhuke tried to think about this matter, but found that she had also lost the qualification to think. 2 seconds later, Juchua's invincible state was lifted. Zhuke! Dohu saw that something was wrong, and was about to step forward, but his feet were fixed in place. He opened his eyes in confusion, and found that he was quickly losing all the qualifications to control himself. His fate gradually did not belong to him. Not only that, Qiling, Lele, Nana, Juanma, Pohu, Siju, and even Bailu all began to quickly lose the qualification to control their own actions. Their fate was being quickly occupied. Everyone stayed where they were, letting doubt, fear and despair spread from their feet, but soon, Even these instinctive emotions no longer belonged to them. The dead beast greedily opened its arms, as if to embrace the whole world. Huh? The black mist on its chest dispersed, revealing a red eye that broke through its entire chest. As if being moved by some force, it was spinning at high speed, producing countless overlapping images, like the state of a fan after turning, which turned it into a circular eye that could not focus accurately, and like a small black hole, anything that looked at it would be sucked in. Ha ha! Mr. Lee laughed evilly and greedily. Your fate belongs to me. Chapter 11:17. To occupy the fate of others, there are 3 steps. The first step, spying. The second step, connecting. The third step, possession. The first step, Greedy has completed. It used Washu as a cover, and the moment Wanshu lifted the Dark Knight domain, Greedy seamlessly connected to its own domain. In the domain, the fate of everyone is under Greedy's spying. After spying, it is connected, which requires physical contact, or the spying time exceeds 24 hours, both of which are difficult to do. But there is another way, that is to use someone's fate as a medium for secondary connection. Kyo's fate has long been implicitly occupied by Greedy. In fact, the name Kyo is not her real name, but a part of the word strange. Kyo and Lee are the same. Their real names and fates no longer belong to themselves, nor to the world related to her. However, no one thinks it is wrong, as if Kyo was born to be called Kyo. Kyo was originally a chess piece cultivated by Greedy with great effort, but unfortunately, she met the beast Zhuang Mei halfway and had an accident. If it weren't for the dominating power of Greedy hidden in Kyo's body, her fate would probably be the same as Edmund's. Although Kyo survived by chance, she lost all her memories, and Greedy's domination of Kyo's fate was also severely damaged, in a weak state of being disconnected. This made Greedy temporarily lose its implicit domination of Kyo. Now, Greedy's beast personality has completely awakened, and its energy has greatly recovered, and the situation is different again. These 2 times, Greedy was able to find the hiding place of the awakened, not by spying on Gao Yang's fate slice, but by finding it through Kyo's eye. Tonight, in the face-to-face situation, Greedy took a little time to completely repair the thread of connection between himself and Kyo. The next step is to use Kyo as bait to attract other fish. Kyo and Suzaku have a deep bond, so when Suzaku forcibly intervenes in Kyo's fate during the ceremony, he will definitely be entangled in the thread and have a secondary connection with Greedy. It's like a cat trying to save another cat entangled in a ball of yarn, and eventually both cats will be entangled in the ball of yarn. And Suzaku and Dohu have a deep bond, and Dohu and Qingling's bond is not weak either. With layers of connection, in the end, all the targets that are spied on and locked in the field will be entangled in the thread of Greedy's fate. Once the connection is achieved, it is the last step of possession. If it's fast, it will be 1 minute. If it's slow, it will be a few minutes, and the fate of these people will belong to Greedy. Ha ha ha. Mine, your fate is all mine. The corpse of Mr. Lee laughed twistedly under the control of Greedy. On the face of the corpse, countless tiny eyes were cracked, and it was these eyes that mobilized the facial muscles of the dead, giving people an indescribable weirdness. Wow! Lee was not happy for long, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth. Baji. The small eyes on the corners of Lee's mouth burst, like an acne that was squeezed and burst. Baji. Then, the eyes on Lee's forehead burst, and blood splattered, staining his face red. Baji Baji. More than half of the eyes on Lee's legs began to burst, like a string of blood firecrackers were lit. Puff. Lee threw blood and fell straight down, hitting the ground awkwardly and funny, and soon a pool of blood appeared. Shukei, Dohu and others suddenly felt that all the qualifications in their bodies had returned, and they could control their thoughts and actions again. However, they did not act immediately. Anger and Gluttony, who were watching from afar, did not act immediately either. At that moment, everyone was caught off guard by the absurd and weird turn of events before their eyes. After about 5 or 6 seconds of silence, the ubiquitous moonlight broke the silence. Hey, I knew it wasn't that simple. It's so troublesome. Above the sky, a huge and bright fake moon appeared again, and the Dark Knight domain unfolded again. Swish. Lee's body was activated again, flew up from the pool of blood, and floated in the air. The black mist on its chest gathered again, blocking the most critical red eyes. The bursting eyes on its body turned into rotten blood holes. The remaining eyes that did not burst were also closed in fear, as if they were facing an extremely dazzling light. Thank you for your hard work. Leave it to me next. A gentle, leisurely voice appeared. Dohu, who was still tense a second ago, suddenly became happy and turned around and shouted, "Fuck! You finally woke up." Others were also surprised and looked sideways. In the ruins not far away, a thin figure slowly walked over. Under the moonlight, he had beautiful black hair down to his waist, wore a soft plain long-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of loose light-colored jeans, and bare feet, as if he was a beautiful boy sleepwalking in the middle of the night. He was androgynous, with mysterious and distant eyes, white skin as white as snow, and a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. He walked step by step, and the gravel and dirty things under his feet seemed to have life, automatically moving to both sides to make a flat road for him. Soon, the beautiful boy came to his companions, and everyone immediately felt a warm and heavy sense of security. It felt like a team that had been chased by zombies all night finally arrived at a safe house with sufficient firepower, and was impregnable, and slammed the heavy iron door shut before the zombies pounced on it. The night wind messed up Long's long hair. He raised his eyes slightly, and looked at Greed not far ahead. His voice was soft, but it carried a deep majesty. "You dare to eat my life, you have a big appetite." Chapter 11:18. Greedy already understood that Long had suddenly entered the domain, and was being spied on. Long and Dohu also had a deep bond, and both became the objects of Greedy's possession of fate. But Greedy could not eat Long's fate at all, and was immediately attacked. Mr. Lee stopped talking, and a cold and strange voice shook from his body. "I had expected that there might be variables, and I was on guard against the air of God, but I didn't expect the variable to be you. Are you surprised?" Long still smiled, with a slight self-deprecating tone. "Yes, it's been too long since I appeared, and you almost forgot about it." Greedy said, "How could I forget the man with the first talent, but I didn't expect you to appear so early. I want to sleep a little longer, but I can't stand someone lifting the coffin lid." Long said. Dohu just felt a pain in his knees. "Ha ha ha." Mark, who was watching the excitement not far away, couldn't sit still. He jumped hard and jumped to Greed's side. "Greed, the air of God doesn't allow me to touch him, but this kid can always let me do it? With Hokushu here, he can't open the domain of domination." Greed's voice was cold. "You can try. Don't touch him." A woman's voice appeared, and then a ball of blood suddenly drilled out from the ground, turned into a human form, and stood next to Mark. It was lustful Zhou Qing. She spoke excitedly, her eyes glowed, and she stared straight at Long. "This man is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. Change it." Mark was unhappy. "No, he is different. He is too perfect. The yin and yang are perfect, and will bring the most extreme pleasure." Zhou Qing was trembling all over. "I want him, I want him. We will melt into nothingness together in the Creator's reward. TSK, for a man, you are willing to die." Mark was very disdainful, and looked at the gluttony beside him. "Do you have this awareness? Haha, he is very delicious." Lu Tong was not persistent. "But I won't fight with you. If you can leave a whole body, you can give me a taste. If not, it doesn't matter." "Very good." Mark looked at Zhou Qing. "Lust, who can kill him depends on their ability." "Okay." Zhou Qing stared at Long, not moving away for a second. "For fairness, I count 3, 2, 1. "No problem." Mark grinned. 3. Before he finished speaking, Mark and Zhou Qing disappeared at the same time. 30 seconds ago. When several dead beasts were discussing him, Long listened silently, laughing and crying. He turned around leisurely, with his back to the dead beast, and looked at Dohu among the crowd. "Am I underestimated? You have come to this day. You deserve it." Dohu, covered in blood, took out a shrunken cigarette box and lighter with one hand and lit a cigarette. From this posture, he was going to watch the show completely, which showed his confidence in Long. Long stopped talking, with a slightly helpless expression. He still turned his back to the dead beast, raised his hands, and pushed all his black hair back and tied it into a ponytail. Boom. Long had just put his hair into the rubber band when the two dead beasts ran ahead at the same time and attacked instantly, almost flashing to the left and right sides of Long. The oxhorn scimitar in Mark's hand stabbed Long crosswise, and the whole back burst into wild, sharp brown horns, which covered the sky and the sun. Zhou Qing's body was covered with pink patterns, his eyes flashed with dazzling red light, and his 4 tails turned into 4 red blades, stabbing Long's chest together. However, both Mark's scimitar and Zhou Qing's 4-tailed blades were frozen at a distance of 1 meter from the dragon, unable to move forward even a little bit. Not only that, the energy that should have exploded when they attacked did not overflow at all, and was all suppressed in their bodies. From the perspective of the spectators, this scene was somewhat funny. Zhou Qing and Mark made 2 very childish attacking postures, but they were just 2 postures. Long, sandwiched between the two, was still slowly tying his ponytail. Long nodded slightly, wrapped his hair around again, put it into the rubber band, and whispered, "I have only used the domination domain, which does not mean that I only have the domination domain." Finally, Long tied his ponytail. Although it's a bit of a boast, the beautiful boy slowly raised his head, his eyes dazzling, like melting amber, his mouth slightly curled up, showing a shy smile. "Even without the domain, I'm still strong." As soon as these words came out, Mark, who was immobilized, immediately felt extremely humiliated and extremely angry. Zhou Qing, on the contrary, was completely conquered by the charm of the dragon and fell into madness. She loved this man. She must get him immediately at all costs. Two reactions, different paths to the same end. Ah! The two burst into terrible screams at the same time and entered the second form. Boom! In an instant, a powerful energy storm swept across half of the town. The awakened ones were well prepared, holding hands with each other, and under the invincible state of Suzaku, they turned into ghost forms without entities, and directly transformed into the audience in the VIP seats. Although they would not be hurt in any way, the huge feeling of oppression still made them feel breathless, as if they were thrown into the cold universe and witnessed the explosion of a celestial body at close range. When the energy storm stopped, the ruins after the previous battle were directly cleaned into a flat ground, turning into a half-brown and half-pink square. Long stood in the center of the square, standing on the boundary between brown and pink. Mark on the left turned into a minotaur several meters tall. The energy in his body was burning, like a dark brown flame. His head cracked, and a unicorn horn rushed out. Ah! Mark's horn turned into a crazy rotating drill. A constant stream of energy was injected into the horn, and then spread out in a spiral. The surrounding space seemed to be cut into pieces by the air wave, but the horn could not drill through the air in front of it, as if it was the hardest thing in the world. Zhou Qing on the right no longer had a human form. It turned into a ball of weird, evil, restless red blood, or a blood demon. It constantly changes into various forms, sometimes into sharp blades, sometimes into soft vines, sometimes into harmless bubbles, sometimes into strong or soft bodies. They are extremely eager, screaming wildly, constantly hitting the invisible barrier, rapidly disintegrating and reorganizing again, even if they keep a certain distance and are in an invincible state. Zhuke and his party were still shocked by the residual power of the energy of the two dead beasts in their second form. Their terrifying oppression turned them into a tender bud under the rainstorm. This is the true strength of the dead beast. No one can and no one wants to resist this attack head-on with their physical body. But Long did it, and there were two of them. For a full 10 seconds, Long stood leisurely between the two terrifying forces, as calm as if he was in the eye of the storm in the center of a tornado. The two forces were still madly squeezing each other, squeezing with all their might. Finally, the attack took effect, and they each moved an inch towards the beautiful boy in the middle. Long's eyes moved and he took action. Chapter 11:19. He raised one hand above his head and let the other hand hang naturally, then rotated up and down to draw a circle and intersected it at his chest, which was a freehand tai chi. Long's palms intersected in the opposite direction and stuck together. 2 seconds later, Long twisted it gently. The world stopped. The bystander Suzaku and his group seemed to hear a click sound in that still world, as if some loose hidden parts that kept the world running were corrected. No one understood what happened, but it happened. The world on both sides of Long suddenly turned into extreme white and black, but the time was extremely short, as if it was just a high-speed flash. Then, the sense of time loss, the sense of spatial oppression, sound, color, and feeling all returned. Boom! The earth shook. Everyone felt that the left and right sides of Long were already empty, leaving only two huge gullies with a diameter of 20 meters wide and 3 meters deep. Bang bang. Then, 1 kilometer away, there was an explosion in the north-south direction. The fact is that lust and anger changed their positions, and flew 1 kilometer away close to the ground, and the energy and damage they released before were all reflected back into their bodies. Of course, this was not enough to kill them, but it was also a heavy blow. Long raised his hands again, and tied up the unfinished ponytail. Then, he turned around slowly, and looked at Gluttony and Greed. "Go on, if you are in a hurry, you can go together." Hee. Gluttony smiled and looked at the monkey behind Long. "Sheetsy, you found a good backer." The monkey didn't say anything, looking at this familiar stranger with a desolate and compassionate look. Swish. In just a dozen seconds, Zhou Qing and Mark rushed back to their companions. They returned to human form, covered in blood and seriously injured. But the two were not frustrated or afraid. One was more irritable, and the other more crazy. Interesting. Interesting. Mark wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I will kill this man. Get out of the way. He's mine. The pool of blood under Zhou Qing's feet gushed like a fountain, as if it was being fried in the oil pan of desire. Lust, anger, calmed down first. Greed realized that he had underestimated the dragon and became cautious. Don't order me. Mark roared. I want to kill him. Now. Kill him immediately. Don't even think about it. This man can only be mine. Zhou Qing shouted. Don't forget our mission. Oh, it's so troublesome. I wouldn't have worked overtime if I had known. Several dead beasts began to quarrel chaotically. For a moment, the opponents were dumbfounded. Suzaku frowned slightly. Just now, they were so aggressive and full of force, but now they suddenly become stupid. Just like a group of children playing house? Is this reasonable? Are they acting on purpose to confuse us? We must not be careless, maintain the invincible state and wait and see what happens. Long had no opinion on this. He waited quietly, not in a hurry at all, with a leisurely attitude of you guys can argue, if you make a move first, I lose. So, an absurd scene was born. On the ruins where lives were devastated, several dead beasts argued fiercely, and no one could convince anyone. A group of awakened people stood in a row on the opposite side, holding hands and watching from the side. Between the two groups of people stood a beautiful boy who was difficult to tell whether he was male or female. He seemed to be the leader of the company, acting as a referee, directing the employees of the two departments to do team building. The strange and funny scene lasted for about 20 seconds. Swish. A strong airflow exploded on the ground, and a figure appeared out of thin air beside the dragon. This sudden joiner interrupted the quarrel of the dead beasts and the awakened people's onlookers. Everyone looked at the newcomer. It was the Arab god Gao Yang. After the cooling time ended, he immediately launched a space jump to rush back to support. Gao Yang was in a ruin, and he was shocked. It's like this? Why didn't the golden holy clothes trigger? Gao Yang certainly didn't know that Dou Hu and Qingling's golden holy clothes had been triggered when they were fighting with Mark, and they were broken and fell off afterwards. Gao Yang couldn't sense it because Wang Chu's night field isolated it. Gao Yang quickly turned around and looked at his companions. He glanced over and found that Qingling, Zhu Ke, and Dou Hu were all there. Gao Yang exchanged glances with Qingling, and at the same time found that Zhu Ke nodded slightly at him. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Great, no one was killed. Wait, why is there another person next to me? And he looks familiar. Gao Yang's eyes moved, and he almost cursed. He was surprised, but his face was normal. Captain, you are awake. Gao Yang, long time no see. Long nodded and smiled at Gao Yang. I was wondering why I didn't see you. I thought you were disappointed with humans and left them alone. Gao Yang was silent for a few seconds before answering indifferently. Besides humans, is there anything else? Long had learned all the truths that Bailey confessed from Dou Hu. He blinked. Yes, there is nothing else except humans. After the two finished speaking, they turned sideways at the same time and looked at the dead beasts in front of them. The moment Gao Yang appeared, they had stopped fighting. These dead beasts may not take the dragon seriously, nor Gao Yang seriously, but they still dare not ignore the only order of pride. The Arab god must be killed by pride himself. Uh-huh. Greedy laughed coldly and strangely from Li's body. As expected of the head and tail of Songdao, I can't see your fate at all. But even if I can't see, you can't win. This is not a fight between life forms. This is the conclusion of truth and essence. The world, each has its own duties. All surprises, all things return to the same place. Greedy's body continued to float up and flew to the moon above his head. Lustful Zhou Qing, gluttonous Lu Tang, and angry Mark also jumped up and flew to the moon. In a blink of an eye, they drilled into the full moon. Then, the moon shrank rapidly and the light dimmed. In a trance, the moon disappeared, the night sky was silent, and the real stars and moon reappeared. Although the enemy left, Zhu Ke did not dare to relax and continued to maintain the invincible state. At this time, a cool breeze penetrated Juju's brain. Johan, I woke up. Zhu Ke, great. Is everything okay? Johan, it's okay. Jinning also woke up. She senses that the enemy has left. Zhu Ke, you three, come back immediately. Johan, yes. Zhu Ke lifted Invincible and let go of Dou Hu and Qingling's hands. It's over, everyone is safe. Dou Hu couldn't wait, not caring about the wound on his broken arm, and strode towards Long. With a cigarette in his mouth, he said to Long's back in a sarcastic tone, Hey, isn't this Lord Long? Why did you wake up? Keep sleeping. I see you are sleeping soundly. Long turned slowly. Dohu was stunned. Long's eyes were filled with sorrow, his face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. He asked softly, "Where are the graves of White Rabbit and the singer?" Chapter 11:20. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the stars disappeared, the moon disappeared, the deep night turned into a sad gray blue, and the sky was about to dawn, but it had not yet dawned. In the center of the gorgeous and dilapidated blood-red palace, a blond boy sat on the arrogant throne overlooking the ministers. He leaned back lazily on the chair, bent one knee, put one hand on his knee, and threw a thin gift box with the other hand. The gift box spun in the air, and fell back into the boy's slender fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The gift box was thrown 7 times, and Wang Zikai held it steadily and stopped. He spun, and the gift box disappeared in his hand, as if it were a magic trick. He looked up, and a girl with twin ponytails stood in front of him, and 6 translucent wings behind her were faintly visible. Swish! The 6 wings turned into countless tiny air currents and dissipated, blowing up Gao Xinxin's hair and skirt. At this moment, she was like an ordinary high school girl going to morning self-study. Gao Xinxin walked up to the arrogant throne and came to Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai smiled with interest. "Did you see your brother?" "No, everyone else is here, but he is not." Gao Xinxin could not hide her disappointment. "I said, don't bother, you can't find him. Even if you find him, you can't kill him," Wang Zikai said. "Why?" Gao Xinxin was very unconvinced. "Because he is the person I want to kill. No one can touch him," Wang Zikai said. "Ha, what kind of reason is this?" Wang Zikai narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling confidently. "What I want to do, fate has to make way for me. When I open my mouth, there is no possibility of killing Gao Yang in your fate. Do you think I will believe it?" Gao Xinxin glared at Wang Zikai unhappily, and sat down beside him. The two were silent for a moment. Gao Xinxin's voice suddenly softened, and there was a little disappointment. "Wang Zikai, do you think my brother is deliberately avoiding me?" "It's possible," Wang Zikai said. "Why? I'm his sister. Doesn't he care about me at all?" Gao Xinxin's eyes were sharp, as if she was resentful and jealous of something. "It's better to say that he cares too much." Wang Zikai pulled the corner of his mouth. "So I'm afraid to see you." "Why?" Gao Xinxin raised her head, and returned to the innocent look without good or evil in a second. Wang Zikai looked sideways, and looked at Gao Xinxin seriously, because humans don't know how terrible they can do when facing people they care about. Humans, so disgusting. "So we come to eliminate humans, and help them get rid of them," Wang Zikai said. "Okay." Gao Xinxin nodded. Wang Zikai raised his hand, and rubbed Gao Xinxin's little head. Gao Xinxin tilted her head, and rested her head on Wang Zikai's shoulder, saying in a gloomy voice, "Brother Kai." "No, don't even think about it," Wang Zikai interrupted coldly. Gao Xinxin's expression changed in a second. She pushed Wang Zikai away, sat up straight, and kept silent. Wang Zikai felt a little sorry, and softened his voice. "Except for killing your brother, Brother Kai will agree to whatever you want to do. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I will pick them for you." "What do I want the stars for?" "I am Xinxin," Gao Xinxin shouted. Wang Zikai was stunned and remembered some boring past events. Gao Xinxin had already run down the throne. She didn't even look back. It's better to ask for help from yourself than to ask for help from others. "I don't believe I can't find Gao Yang." 6 air wings sprouted from Gao Xinxin's slender back, and she flew away with a swish, leaving a circle of airflow that spread along the ground and gently brushed the ends of Wang Zikai's hair. Wang Zikai leaned back in his chair again, smiling. After a while, he conjured up the slender gift box in his hand, and threw it into the air. No more, no less, 7 times. Leicheng, Shijing District, Guituan Villa. In the early morning, just after dawn, a few beams of clear morning light shone into the woods and fell on a simple grave. Tiny dust floated in the white morning light. Get closer and hold your breath. If you are not careful, your memory will be activated by these dusts and turned into the voice, appearance and smile of the deceased. In front of the white rabbit's grave, there is a bunch of small white flowers. Long is wearing a coffee-colored striped thin sweater and light-colored jeans, holding a mug with black coffee in it. He had been in front of the tomb for a whole night. During this period, many people came, talked to Long, and then left. The best proof was the footprints of varying depths and a dozen cigarette butts next to him. Swish. There were footsteps behind him again. The thin boy was dressed in black, with a stern face, holding a mug filled with steaming black coffee. Gao Yang slowly sat down next to Long and handed him the mug. "Thank you." Long Wei took the coffee, lowered his head and took a sip. His slightly dazed eyes regained their spirits. He smiled and said, "This is what happens when you sleep for a long time. You are easily tired and must drink coffee all the time." Long looked up at Gao Yang. "You don't drink?" "What I don't need the most is coffee." Gao Yang replied calmly, "I can't sleep at all." "Sure enough, human joys and sorrows are not the same," Long said, lowering his head and taking another sip. Gao Yang went straight to the point and conjured a miracle rune circuit in his hand. "Captain, this is for you." Long glanced at the rune and didn't take it. "So casual? I thought there would be a grand handover ceremony." Gao Yang thought of the long ago past and smiled faintly. "To be honest, when I asked Qilan for the miracle rune, I thought it would be very formal, but he just made it happen." "Yes, many profound turning points in fate are often so insignificant when they happen," Long said, reaching out to take the rune. Gao Yang looked at Long. "How does it feel?" Long looked at the miracle rune in his hand. "The feel is similar to other runes, and it seems a little heavier. It may be a psychological effect." Gao Yang was half joking. Long was about to say something, but suddenly his eyes trembled, his body trembled, and the black coffee in his hand swayed out. But a second later, they were controlled by some invisible force, swirled on the edge of the cup, and returned to the cup obediently. At this time, Long's expression had returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, a tear fell from the corner of Long's eye. Gao Yang was shocked. He never expected that Long would actually cry.